Angelica knew well that she lazed around for most of the day, so she wanted to get some exercise in. She went out and into the city. To be honest, she was a Taito practitioner studying alongside Kilika. She wasn't a slouch when it comes to martial arts. Aside from just lounging around the castle, she often sought out hunting monsters in her free time. It wouldn't be a bad idea for her to consider joining the bracer line of business, since they never have a shortness of monster hunting quests. Either way, it was just Enya, Tio, and I along with Professor Schmidt now. I see this place hasn't changed in the slightest, Professor Schmidt decided to say as we made our way toward the terrace. Hearing him say that, I raised my eyebrows a bit. Well, considering your age, it wouldn't be out of question for a reputable engineer like yourself to visit Liberal's royal family at least once or twice. I mused after hearing Professor Schmidt say that. Only a couple times, well before that Boorish War. Mostly during business, but my interest mostly lays what lies beneath this place. Professor Schmidt continued to say. Oh, you mean the Shining Ring? I decided to say, revealing a grin. Well, considering one of Professor Schmidt's stature of being one of the leading figures behind the Orbital Revolution alongside Epstein himself, surely he would know a good secret or two when it came to ordnance. The Shining Ring was Liberal's treasure. Most people didn't know of its existence that lied beneath the castle. Of course, there is no other meaning that I am referring to. It is thanks to the Shining Ring that Liberal still stands today. It is one of the remaining Septembertarians that have not yet perished on this land. Professor Schmidt simply answered, Are you sure it's all right telling one of the disciples of the Epstein Foundation this, brother? You know, this is a national secret, Chloe said, revealing a frown. She too had come to learn certain pieces of information thanks to being a princess of this kingdom. She also knows about how Liberal was founded and the existence of the space Septembertarian. It had a more common name, though, that others knew about in classified books. The Oriole. If it is worry you have, you can be at ease, as I have no desire to hold the power of what is beneath this land. Should there ever come a time to where its power can be observed, that is all that I will request of you. Observing powers of a Septembertarian will greatly help the development of ordnance that we have been researching, Professor Schmidt said, answering Chloe, which caused her to blink her eyes at him. Note taken, I said, nodding my head at Professor Schmidt's words. He probably didn't know the events that were about to unfold on this country, since the Sky Games were set to happen in just a mere 2 to 3 years' time. The outcome of that revealed the existence of the Shining Ring to the general public. Thankfully, after hearing Professor Schmidt converse about it, if there was a chance, he merely wished to see how its powers worked. A scientist at heart with a desire for knowledge. I can get behind that. You must know about the Holy Beast, then. Do you have an interest in meeting Ragnar? I decided to ask him as well. After all, since the Shining Ring is still in existence, then that would mean the Holy Beast assigned to protect it also still lives to this day. Another holy beast that still lived today was a certain doggo, everyone's favorite wolf, Zeit. He protected the land of Crossbell, while Ragnar, who was a freaking dragon, protected Liberal. We too have come to learn of Ragnar's existence. During some conversations I've had with Cassius in the past as well, I've come to learn that he had personally sent Ragnar to duel before. While knowing that, I decided to ask I do not. The holy beasts were designed with but a single task at hand. I do not see much purpose in studying them, unlike the powers the Septembertarian can exhibit. Professor Schmidt responded me, which caused me to be a bit surprised as I saw him shake his head. I see. Well, he is likely in slumber at present. But should you express desire otherwise, I can probably inform him. I responded. I shall take that to memory for now. I at least know my standing too, so if you do not with my presence beyond here, I do not mind waiting. Professor Schmidt said as we saw the 5 of us arrive in the second part of the castle to where our room was. Nah, if you've come across Professor Erica before this, then you probably have interest in seeing how I managed to acquire a master quartz since they aren't even on a shipping line yet. They'll let you come in to have a look at the Enigma too, but I also want a favor, I decided to say. You know I do not grant favors easily, Professor Schmidt said as he squinted his eyes. Yes, which is why I will give you one of those master quartz, just like I did Professor Erica. I want you to analyze its contents and see if it is any different to the prototypes you've been creating, I said in a more serious tone. A favor to analyze a master quartz's structure of unknown origin. Accepted, Professor Schmidt decided. I knew that'd be up your alley. I smiled. Hearing Professor, Schmidt acknowledged my request. After we finished saying that, I brought us inside our room, to which his gaze was immediately drawn toward the left corner in the back. He stayed silent as he took a mental note of the computer setup I basically had. He decided to stay near the entrance, allowing me to retrieve a master quartz box. Though unlike with Professor Erica, I opened this third one before anything else, as I didn't want to show Professor Schmidt how my reward boxes worked. Unlike Professor Erica, he would definitely question me to no end. Instead, I grabbed the Enigma 2 and presented it, along with a new master quartz to Professor Schmidt. He raised his eyes for a moment before taking them, and dismissed himself from our room. T.O. was surprised to see a model of a very early prototype successfully created before her, but seeing it was Professor Schmidt's own design, she knew not to question it. Seeing that it was just us four in the room now, T.O. looked back at me with a relatively deadpan look. It seems the professor is gone now. What do you want to do now, Naoto? T.O. decided to ask as she blinked her eyes at me. Well, thanks to a certain someone ruining our fun earlier, my mood has died down a bit and we were able to get some things on track. If the professor says the model checks out, he'll likely take it out for combat tests after. But for now, since you're here, I can at least tell you what I plan to do next, and we can also catch up with what you've been doing too, I asked T.O. I'd like that. T.O. happily responded me with a nod of her head. However, at the time of us discussing in our private quarters like this, neither did the professor nor I know that Enigma 2 that had been created during the night was tampered with by an unexpected person during my sleep the night prior. Insert picture of Ragnard here, insert picture of Zeit here, Injima 2 of the October Genesis cores. Chapter 174. Who are you? A few moments later, after Professor Schmidt retreated from the private quarters of their highnesses. He had talked about an hour or so with that group before he made his way back down to where the first floor was in the castle, slowly making his way to one of the empty workshops further away from the several drawing rooms, which the military frequently used for meetings. T.O. remained behind in Naoto's room. She hadn't seen Enya since how she looked back down in the caves. Back then, Enya was pretty small and petite, much more like how T.O. was. She couldn't believe how much Enya had changed, going from that into a rather busty elder sister figure. While T.O. knew she was a child, she became expectant, and even glanced down at her own chest, wondering if she will grow up in a similar fashion to Enya. It really was hard to believe such two people used to be one and the same. Apart from having inward expectations of how the future would hold for T.O., she was quick to get acquainted with the three of them again. Despite having a couple years pass, Naoto saw that T.O. was happy, even going so far as to chat up a storm with the three of them during the rest of the afternoon, which caused the time to pass rather quickly. Yet as the time continued to pass, Professor Schmidt could still be seen in one of the workshops still inside the castle. A couple of guards now stood outside of the workshop room to ensure his safety. With the completed Enigma 2 model and a few tools now before him, he proceeded along, wanting to see if it was built right. At least from a first glance that Russell was able to follow the blueprints I had drafted, Professor Schmidt uttered to himself, observing the case of the Enigma 2. Insert picture of your favorite Enigma 2. Here, Professor Schmidt observed the casing for a bit. It was very similar to a flip phone now. It would flip vertically after it gets opened, allowing one to see the intricate design of a more advanced combat orbit inside. The case had golden ridges with the center of it being mostly purple, instead of an organizational logo to which one would typically belong to like the SSS. Professor Erica embedded the liberal emblem on its center. Aside from observing the outside, Professor Schmidt's eyes were quick to wander to a specific area on the Enigma 2, closer toward the bottom to where one could open it. He only frowned as he saw a small sphere embedded at the lower half of the Enigma 2, almost acting as a small mirror of sorts. But this part, I clearly remember that this wasn't included in those blueprints. Did that Russell really tamper with it after all? Professor Schmidt uttered to himself, not knowing what this embedded sphere could do. Whether it was solely part of design or if it had some function, he didn't know. Either way, Professor Schmidt concluded from his initial observation that everything the Enigma 2 had outside of that embedded sphere, it matched the blueprints he had created for this project. With that in mind, Professor Schmidt quickly moved his hands to try and open the Enigma 2. To his surprise, however, Professor Schmidt found the Enigma 2 tightly locked, unable to budge. Interesting. Perhaps an added security feature was installed, Professor Schmidt wondered, fiddling with it. Yet before he could reach for a tool to try and dig into the device before him more, he suddenly saw a flash of light emanate from the sphere toward the bottom of the device the moment he tried to open it up. At the same time, Professor Schmidt heard a small voice reach out to him, which caused him to stare back down at the Enigma 2 before him. Initiating retina scan, the small voice said, which seemed to have come from the Enigma 2 device itself. It sounded mechanical. The moment the voice said that, Professor Schmidt just let it do its thing, wondering if an added security feature was installed after all. He didn't draft any blueprints for this feature, so it was likely Professor Erica didn't tamper with it either. The Russells were reputable, so she likely followed the design to a T. He could only muse to himself, wondering how this feature got on here. Yet as he was in his own thoughts for a moment, Professor Schmidt heard the voice speak again. Iris recognition, scan complete. Iris signature not found. Access denied. The voice said, which brought Professor Schmidt out of his thoughts. Only interest appeared in his eyes, as the Enigma 2 apparently denied him access, despite being the one who developed the blueprints for this device. An advanced facial recognition system. I doubt even the Russells can create such a feature, considering it's not widely used in the Foundation either. Professor Schmidt mused to himself. Either way, it looks like it matches the model. Aside from that, I could try to tear it apart, but that would cause even a further delay by not having His Highness use it. I guess the best route to take from here is to simply bring him over. It is a facial recognition feature, so if it can't register mine, there is a good possibility it will recognize him. Professor Schmidt continued to say to himself, only to place the tool he now had in his hand back down on the table he was working at. As much as he wanted to deconstruct this device, that would basically cause him more effort to rebuild it again, doing that would likely require another day or two, considering Professor Erica took the full night to create the first one. That was time he did not have, as he already had a set flight later tonight to bring him and T.O. back to Crossbell. So the next best thing was to use the guards to bring the prince back here. It was probably designed with a purpose in mind, to which Professor Schmidt did not know. Just knowing that alone interested him, and he wanted to find out if anything had changed on the inside, since it was likely tampered with. At least to him, he did not care who messed with it. Professor Schmidt concluded his business for now and approached the guards again, which startled them a bit. Yet after understanding the situation, one of the guards quickly departed the first floor, making their way back toward the terrace. These guards are used to moving frequently about the castle, but they could see today was especially active, considering there were important guests here today. Still, the guard didn't mingle around, and quickly arrived in front of the private quarters to where Naoto, Chloe, Enya, and Tio still were, who could now be seen at a table further away from the bed, happily drinking some midday tea. It was closer to the end of the afternoon now, with evening soon approaching. But before the four of them could continue talking, they heard a sound of shuffling feet approaching the entrance, only to see a single guard with a serious look on his face. "Your Highness, the chief is expecting you again," the guard said, giving a bow to the prince and princess, which drew our interest. "He wouldn't call us for no reason. He probably figured something out," I said with interest. "Do you think something is wrong with the prototype?" Naoto, Tio asked as her eyes contained a hint of worry. "I'm not sure. Professor Schmidt probably found something with it, at the very least. You guys want to come?" I decided to ask the three. "He'll go," Tio immediately replied. "He'll continue chatting with Enya here," Chloe said with a smile as she enjoyed another sip of her tea. "Likewise," Enya said, nodding her head at Chloe. Hearing that, I got off from my chair as did Tio. "Guess ITLL just be us two then," I said to Tio. Tio responded happily as she approached my side, only to have the two of us wander back to where the guard was. "This way, Your Highness," the guard said in a respectful tone, signaling me to follow him. We bid farewell and made our way back to where the terrace was. The sun was already starting to go down in the mountains beyond, letting the sunset slowly settle. I could see anticipation appear in Tio's eyes as we walked behind the guard. It wasn't every day where someone like Professor Schmidt would potentially find something with a new type of combat ornament, so it was no wonder that interest got the better of us. Still, thankfully it didn't take long to arrive where Professor Schmidt's temporary workshop was. The guard returned to his post after bringing us here. "Did you end up finding something after all, Professor?" I asked, seeing Professor Schmidt again. "Yes, it'd probably be best to tell you outright," Professor Schmidt said as he nodded his head, which caused me to blink my eyes at him. Someone tampered with it. I could only think of a single crazy bastard who would do such a thing too, Professor Schmidt said as he softened his voice as he did, uttering to himself. "Someone tampered with the Enigma too," I said, raising my eyes as Tio blinked at him. "Enough to where it now includes an advanced facial recognition system. I doubt even that Russell could build such a system. It wouldn't even recognize me either," Professor Schmidt said. "Seriously? I can kind of see why you call me back down here," I said in a more serious tone, seeing the result of his investigation on the device. We then turned back toward the table to where it was resting at. "I guess there's only one thing to do then," I said, looking my way at the device. With me approaching it, I reached for it and tried to open it up. Sure enough, the same voice that Professor Schmidt heard previously began to speak to us, which caused me to stare at the Enigma too. Initiating retina scan, a voice called out to us. As it did, a holographic-like light began to shine over my head specifically, going up to down as it did. "Iris scan complete. Biosignature match has been found. Access granted," the voice said as it finished scanning me, or my eyes specifically. The three of us then heard a click of the Enigma too. "Guess my assumption wasn't far off," Professor Schmidt said. "It seems this device is now fully recognized as yours." I do not know the method of how this system was installed, though. Professor Schmidt continued to say. "That has seemed to be the case," I said. "An Enigma 2 that only belongs to me. I'd like the sound of that." Yet as my thoughts began to swirl, it wouldn't make sense to stop just there, so with my hand, I slowly opened it up, allowing Professor Schmidt and Tio to see what the inside of the Enigma 2 looked like, to see if there were any problems there as well. Yet we could only blink our eyes after the case opened all the way. We could see the master quartz slot was occupied by a sphere, but that wasn't the only thing inside of it. On top of the ornament structure stood a small figure, spanning about 5 to 7 inches long, only to have their appearance phase in and out of existence, almost appearing to be a holographic image. This small figure could currently be seen laying sideways, sleeping. "Is nap time over already?" The same voice that we had just heard a moment prior began to speak again, which seemed to have come from this small figure. They stretched their tiny arms, only to start sitting upright after getting up from the sleeping position they just had. This small figure couldn't help but blink their eyes a bit as the green hair wafted around their shoulders, seemingly to be a little girl. If it wasn't for the fact that she had long pointy ears, it wouldn't be hard to see that she appeared very similar to that of a human. This tiny green-haired girl only blinked her eyes, seeing 3 large figures currently staring at her in shock, which only caused the tiny green-haired girl to tilt her head sideways a bit in confusion. "Who are you guys?" the holographic-like tiny green-haired girl asked as she stared at the 3 people looking back at her, just having unlocked the combat ornament device. Chapter 175, en route 1 week later. Early September, calendar year S1199, with summer soon coming to a close. The fall colors could already start to be seen blooming in full view across the nations alike. However, such a change of scenery didn't seem to stop a sole figure who was currently clad in a dark cloak obscuring their appearance as they quickly dashed through forest after forest. Shortly after crossing a border that separated 2 different countries, this cloaked figure didn't seem to be alone either. A cute and fluffy, silvery white 6-tailed fox could be seen accompanying the cloaked figure. Every so often, the fox would shoot out balls of eyes from their mouth. since the area these two figures were in was littered with monsters going to and fro. The cloaked figure's speed was fast, and the monsters couldn't keep up most of the time. But even with them being faster, they definitely didn't want to turn down free experience like this. The silvery white fox had grown a considerable amount since she was first created by the cloaked figure's teacher, who they saw as one of their masters. While the fox attacked with ice balls and icy breaths, the cloaked figure would dance around it, swinging away with a rapier held in their hand, only to fell one monster after another. Even for these two, the grind hasn't stopped, and would never want to turn down free experience like this as they made their way to their destination in mind. It seems you haven't been slouching during the time we have spent away from each other, Tama, the cloaked figure said, revealing a grin. Yet, instead of making a fox-like cry, the fox actually began to speak in human tongue. Humph, your master really put me through the ringer while she prepped that forbidden spell again. She even had me take on that stupid Saint Grail alone, the fox said, letting out a pout as she did. That bad, huh? I said, seeing the coast was now clear as the two of us swiftly ran through trees. It's not like Master would put you in there for no reason, though. Don't underestimate the strength you have, Tama, the cloaked figure said to the fox. I know. It was with the best interest at heart. And the reward she gave allowed me to learn the human tongue, Tama said, catching her breath, seeing no more monsters around. So that's what happened, the cloaked figure asked, revealing a smile. Of course, that cloaked figure was me. The silvery white fox was none other than my familiar that Master created for me, Tamamo. Tama only bobbed her head a bit as her eyes changed to worry. Still, was it really all right for you to suddenly vanish like this? You didn't have to disappear from that hospital after letting them check your wound, Tamamo said with a hint of worry in her eyes. You probably just caused a whole bunch of trouble for that general again, Tamamo continued to say. Yet as she said that, I only waved my finger at her. Ahaha, right now I am not the crown prince. I am merely Phoenix, a wandering Jaeger, I said, waving my finger at Tamamo. Right, Tamamo couldn't help but retort as she shrugged her little paws. At least you didn't keep your family in the dark. That much would have been a lot worse than it is already, Tamamo continued to retort. You are definitely right about that. After telling them the decision that I have made, they were able to respect it. Though if anyone was to cause a surprise, seeing my determination, Angelica actually expressed interest in becoming a bracer. As for Chloe, she is going to continue her swordsmanship under Julius' guidance, while Enya returned to her duties at Ouroboros. I did assign an additional task to Enya, though, and that was to ensure their safety, I said, musing over what had happened in the previous week that we had spent. Thankfully, it seemed everyone was understanding, which allowed me to dive into the shadows once again. I wanted to time my trials when Crow begins to take his, and that won't happen for another year or two. In the meantime, I figured I could use this time spent to further strengthen the foundations I have trained in thus far, both by Father and the Sword Fox. Sadly, my time spent with the Sword Fox was not that long, and he only trained me in his sword techniques. As for Father, he did train me in the 104 military combat, but we only had spent a couple of years together before the raid on the villa began. It was a good start of building up my foundation, as did the time spent with my year or two spent with Zephyr. However, I know I'm not the strongest person out there, which the One of Swords allowed me to open my eyes with that matter. If I am to stand on par with super bosses like McBurn or Rutger in the future, I should definitely take this time to further train my body in both the fundamentals and techniques, which is pretty much why we are now where we are. To be specific, we had just passed the border gate, Titus Gate, that led into Erebonia. Yet instead of going on the main path to the north, we diverted into the forest to the east. If one continued north, they would eventually find themselves in the ruin of Hamel, eventually going into the Sutherland region. However, our destination was different. It's still pretty early in the morning, but if we continue up our pace, we should reach Ebel Highway before sundown, I said to Tamamo. Got it. It's good to know where we're going at least, Tamamo replied. However, at this time, the two of us suddenly saw a flash within my cloak, only to have a small figure suddenly streak out of my clothes, allowing us the two to see it. Master, I have detected a water source not too far away, the little figure said. Upon a closer look at this little figure, they appeared to be a girl with rather pointy ears, sporting more of a light green hair. This was the same figure who appeared inside of my Enigma 2. It was definitely a shocker, but they quickly introduced themselves as an AI created and stored within a unique master quartz that was now stuck inside my Enigma 2. But the kicker here was this figure already seemed to know their name already, and even now, I still find it a surprise, since they had the striking resemblance of a character I knew well in the games. This artificial intelligence being introduced herself as Kia. There were some obvious differences that differed from the real Kia, like her pointy ears, but it still begged the question, did my actions down in the caves somehow trigger to have Kia wake up earlier than she did in the games? As much as I wanted to know the answer to that, I had to keep my current sights in view, which was to spend my time here back in Erebonia, strengthening my foundations. I forgot you were a thing, Tamame's voice said with a hint of scorn as she saw a holographic-like figure appear outside of where I was currently standing. This figure only blinked her eyes at the fox. Just so, I will always be Master's favorite, Tamamo said, sticking out her cute tongue as she did. Seeing Tamamo do that only caused more confusion in the tiny green-haired girl's eyes. I saw her look back my way. Master, what's a favorite? The AI called Kia asked as she showed doubt in her eyes. Hearing that, I could only squint my eyes at Tamamo. Don't start corrupting Kia now, will you? Tama? It's clear to tell that she's a newborn AI, as much as I'm still in disbelief that having such technology present now is a thing. Whoever tampered with that Enigma 2 knew what they were doing, I said, still wondering as to how such a thing came to be. As for the fox, she only cleaned her ears a bit with one of her claws. Yeah, I get you. Master, Tamamo said as she stuck her tongue out at Kia. I detect more monsters incoming at 5 o'clock. Master, Kia suddenly said, which caused our banter to quiet down, becoming more serious as we saw the bushes hidden with the trees start shaking rapidly behind us. Before we could continue speaking, the three of us saw several mushroom-like monsters start to slowly wobble our way. It wasn't just those mushroom monsters either. One giant mushroom seemed to have come out to play as well, towering over the rest of the other mushroom monsters. New Region O, Chapter 176. Swordswoman. Several moments later, a cloaked figure. A silvery white fox, as well as a little girl spanning no more than 5 to 7 inches tall soon, become focused on eliminating several mushroom monsters that came out to greet them, only to fell them one by one. The biggest mushroom soon went poof, leaving behind different types of item drops. Naoto first got a taste back with his father, who saw the death of monsters for the first time. Aside from dropping different types of monster ingredients, he has yet to see monsters drop anything in regards to equipment or orbments. For monster parts, though, they can easily be sold in marketplaces, and the Bracer Guild often asks as a good middleman while doing such business. But back then, that was also the first time him saw Sepith drop. Each kind of monster drops different kinds of Sepith, but it could be further refined in a quartz. Sepith isn't like Septium. Monster drops essentially skip the whole refining process of Septium, which is called Sepith. However, fighting monsters is a dangerous path. Not everyone can kill monsters. If you aren't part of military, Jaeger Corps, or Bracer Guild, one typically stays away from monsters, thus allowing no Sepith to be earned. They would have to resort to mining the resource directly from Zemuria's land, but only then would it pop out as Septium. Still, the small group was happy seeing item drops coming from monsters after quickly slaying the several mushrooms around them. They decided to keep up the pace, making their way to the water source the little AI previously mentioned, which brought them to a more open space. But that also brought more danger, as they could see monsters further in the distance. Thankfully, the cloaked figure had access to an inventory that he could store drops in, so they didn't have to waste time trying to store the drops somewhere. With that mindset, the small group quickly continued their way beyond the small lake, staying out of sight as they ventured further to their destination. The Ebel Highway connected to one of the largest domains in Erebonia, the RZ Viscounty. Legram was the capital city here, which housed the RZ family. It was none other than the RZ family that Naoto currently had his destination set to, and they decided to use a good training period to grind some monsters along the way shortly after vanishing from his stay at St. Ursula. Several hours later, as the morning soon passed, deep fog began to spread throughout the RZ Viscounty. However, despite having such fog spread around the entire state, its citizens didn't seem bothered by it and proceeded to work about their daily jobs like normal, acting as if they had long gotten used to this type of fog. Some days, it would turn into a heavier fog, obstructing vision to where one wouldn't even be able to see a few feet away from them. Yet on other days like this, visibility was still far, and I could see people working out on the streets. This phenomenon was one of the beauties that made the RZ Viscounty so attractive compared to the other great houses. This place also held one key factor as well. It was the home to Leanne Sandlot and the Eisenritter. But on this particular day, the Viscounty seemed to be quite active, engaging in their daily operations. The same could be said to a particular person, as one sole figure could be seen on the outskirts of Legram. This figure often frequented this place during their training exercises, as it was the closest area to where monsters roamed. If one had a close look, this figure appeared to be a woman, who appeared similarly aged to Naoto, and also seemed to be 12 years old this year, just 1 year shy of Naoto, who was 13. She sported very long and wavy indigo hair, much like Enia's but a bit darker. Her hair was quite long even despite being just 12 years old. They also had it tied into a ponytail, so it wouldn't get in their way while they actively trained. Right now, she was currently in the depths of Evil Highway, fighting off a group of rather 2 or 3 large monsters. These monsters appeared to be very large, rhinoceros-like creatures, sporting thick-plated skin that acted as a defensive piece of armor that covered most of their skin. This girl didn't seem to mind that, as she already began to leak her battle chi, wrapping herself in a bluish color. If it wasn't for the fact that this girl held a long, giant two-handed sword in her hands, the monsters would have changed her right as she had come into distance with them. Seeing 3 large rhinoceros-like monsters, the girl had a smile creep on her lips as her eyes became determined. "Come," the girl shouted, brandishing her large two-handed sword in front of her. The moment the girl shouted that, anger appeared in the eyes of the 3 large monsters, and they started to stomp the ground hard, letting out grunts as they did. One after another they began to charge, creating small quakes that shook the plants and trees around them. Seeing them turn angry, the other smaller monsters began to flee, scared. But seeing the 3 of them enter a charging stance, the girl kept calm, letting them dash her way. Once she felt the battle chi reach a certain amount inside of her, the girl let out a yell and slashed forward. She also entered a dash of her own. With one large swing, the girl swung her sword down fiercely, striking the 3 large monsters at their vital points. As the girl swung, she quickly reappeared on the other side, squeezing herself in and avoiding the stampede of the 3 large monsters. Right after she finished her swing, sounds of piercing flesh struck her ears, only to have blood spill out from them. The monsters let out a cry of anguish, only to poof shortly after, leaving the girl alone again. "Phew," the girl said, deactivating her battle chi, only to give a quick shake of her blade as some of the monster's blood was spilt on it. However, as the girl regained her composure, she soon heard the sound of hands clapping reach her ears, which caused her to look in a certain direction. The girl didn't spot anyone at first, but she quickly scanned her surrounding, only to look up into a tree, only to spot a violet-haired boy wearing a cloak over his body. The girl was able to see a sword hilt on his waist too. "It seems it was unnecessary for me to join in," I said, looking down at the blue-haired girl who had some sweat on her face after she slashed those 3 rhino-like monsters. I smiled seeing that she took care of them quite effortlessly too. "I didn't think this spot was taken," the girl said as she took a breath to cool her battle chi down. "You weren't hunting these, were you?" The girl looked back at me, a bit worried. "Nah," I said, only to jump down from the branch. "That was a nice strike, by the way, as expected of someone from the RZ school," I said, still sporting a smile on my face. Yet as I saw that, The little tiny figure who was hiding behind my neck blinked her eyes, seeing the blue-haired girl. "Could it be this is the one you're looking for, Master?" AI Kia said, hiding behind my neck, seeing a little figure fly out beside me. The girl's eye couldn't help but turn wide in shock seeing her fly down, only to spin around the blue-haired girl a bit. "What is this creature?" the blue-haired girl tried to ask, only to see AI Kia sniff the blue-haired girl, ignoring her. "She smells nice," AI Kia happily responded, only to cause the blue-haired girl more confusion. "Don't bother her, Kia. Come back for now, okay?" I said, urging Kia to come back. "Okay," AI Kia happily responded, only to quickly vanish from sight, leaving the blue-haired girl alone in her stupor. Seeing her act like this, I let out a laugh. "Haha, sorry about that. Kia's just curious, that's all," I said, only to snap the girl out her shock. "I see. Well, at least the coast seems clear for now. I was in the middle of training. I wish I could recognize who you are, but I don't think I've come across you. Did you happen to get lost on your way to the city?" the blue-haired girl asked me. "Well, I can make it to Legram just fine. In fact, I was searching for you actually," I said. "For me?" the girl asked with interest. "Yes, or to be more specific, your father. He extended his hand out to me once." I figured whether that offer still stood, I said, revealing a smile, which only drew confusion in the girl's eyes. "A person my father knows," the girl uttered, wondering who this boy was now standing before her. Of course, the boy he was referring to was the lord of this region, Viscount Arzid, who actively taught the Arzid style of swordsmanship. And the girl who was currently before the boy, she was none other than the daughter of Viscount Arzid, Laura Arzid, a current practitioner of the style her father trains in, and also one of the future members of Class 7. Insert picture of Laura Arzid, here Laura Bop. Chapter 177. Legram. Some moments later, the sun was now starting to set. The final rays of the sun for the day successfully pierced through the fog, allowing the citizens to enjoy a nice view of the city as they continued about their daily work. In the distance on Ebel Lake, the fog lifted enough to where one could see a giant medieval-like castle with a long and windy path that crisscrossed upward. If one wasn't careful enough, they could easily tumble off the side of this pathway. This castle stood against the tolls of time for being such an ancient structure, as it had stood for well over 2 centuries. It served as the main headquarters for the Eisenritter when they were in operation during the War of the Lions, when Emperor Drachels was alive and aiming for the throne. And now, over 200 years later, this ancient castle still stood in its place to this day. While no longer occupied, the citizens of Legram treat it as a natural wonder. The Arzid school also tries to maintain it. The only thing that Legram's citizens wasn't aware of was that the Eisenritter of the past still continued its operations to this day, but under a different identity, the Stahlritter, whose group was operating in the shadows alongside Ouroboros. Leanne's Sandlot, its leader, was sought to have been dead, having perished during the War of the Lions while protecting Emperor Drachels, but she has been alive and kicking, despite having thrown her name out. 4 of the 7 Divine Knights played an active role in that war. Leanne successfully procured Argrian with the guidance of Rosalia prior to the war. If she didn't already have her link with Argrian, then Leanne would have perished after succumbing to her mortal wounds during the war. After all, for those who are in possession of the Divine Knights, all share one similar trait. They become an immortal. Even if they succumb to death, they would revive after a certain amount of time passes. It took the phrase, "until death to us part," quite literally. Such is the reason why Leanne was able to live for the last 2 centuries in secret. But now she no longer holds this place in much regard, considering it was where her previous name held importance. She did not visit Lohengrin Castle much either. In fact, apart from the castle, in the city itself stood bronze statues of the Eisenritter, which included Leanne when she still was alive. And on that matter, if Naoto successfully passed the trial of the Vermilion Knight, he too will be given such a privilege of becoming an immortal. With that note concluded, 2 figures could now be seen making their way off Ebel Highway. Walking toward the entrance of Legram, it was now clear enough to where they could actually see most of the city. On top of it being home to the RZ family, the city structure was built entirely on a very large hill. The entrance gate to where these two figures arrived was placed at the bottom of said hill. Only by making their way upward to the very top would one arrive at the RZ mansion. Along the way to the left was the RZ dojo. Aside from those two places of interest, Legram also allowed bracers to do quests on the citizens' behalf. The Bracer Guild shutdown has yet to happen, so the Bracer Guild was quite thriving here. Escort requests were especially popular considering how frequent the fog was. "So this is Legram, huh?" a violet hair boy said, who currently had his cloak donned. "Yes, today is most fortuitous. It isn't often we get such clear days like this. The summer heat is cooling off too, so we are about to enter another period of intense fog," a blue-haired girl said with a large two-handed sword over her back. Laura was still a girl. She had the strength to wield it, but Laura was a child. She wasn't tall enough to wield it over her waist. My rapier was much smaller, so I didn't have to worry about such an issue. However, with the sword over her back, it just made Laura that much more domineering in appearance. As the two of us walked into Legram, it didn't take long before the two of us to spot a figure not too far away, who seemed to be patiently waiting near the entrance. This figure was quite aged, donning a butler uniform. "It seems your excursion went well today, young Mrs., the butler said, greeting the two of us with a bow. "I take it you've met a new friend too," the butler continued to say as he looked my way, only to immediately spot a sword at my waist. "We don't get traveling swordsmen too often. You look a bit young to be a bracer too," the butler said, observing me a bit. Hearing that, Laura scratched her cheek a bit. "You didn't have to come out to welcome me, Klaus," Laura said, feeling a bit embarrassed. She then looked my way. As for who this boy is, I helped him find the pathway to Legram. "He is an acquaintance of father," Laura said, speaking in a more serious tone. "Are you certain of this, young missus?" the butler asked seriously, only to get another look of me. "Haha, this ought to be enough to prove who I am, right?" I asked while letting out a laugh. I then brought out an emblem of sorts. Thankfully, with wearing the cloak, it made it a lot easier to access my inventory. I tossed the emblem the butler's way, who began to scrutinize it. It depicted a fancy phoenix rising up into the skies on it. The atmosphere around the butler turned serious as he continued to look at it, while also sporting a frown. "Is something wrong, Klaus?" Laura asked, becoming a bit worried. It's seeing her butler suddenly bow again. At my way specifically, Laura became surprised. "I didn't think this would ever come to be in my possession, Elle. I do apologize if my actions just now had offended you, Your Excellency," the butler said, greeting me in a polite tone. "Haha, it is a no issue. I figured this would be the fastest way of doing this," I said with a smile. "Your Excellency," Laura said, only to stare at me in surprise. I was informed if I am to ever come into possession of this emblem, I am to take you directly to Master," the butler who Laura called Klaus said. "Who did you say you were again?" Laura asked, still in doubt as she looked my way. "I told you, didn't I? I am Duke Phoenix," I simply retorted Laura as I caught her staring at me. "Ha!" Laura retorted back, letting her eyes turn wide. Yet before the three of us could continue our conversation, we soon heard the door to the Bracer Guild open not too far away. At the same time, our gazes shifted, only to see a blonde-haired man walk out of the guild as he let out a laugh. "Ha! Thanks again, Miles. It seems the fog lifted for the day, so it'll take this rare occurrence to do a bit of nighttime training in," the blonde-haired man began to say, only to get distracted by the three of us. He immediately spotted the blue-haired girl and the butler, but became surprised seeing a violet-haired boy beside them. "Well, if it isn't the RZ brat. Seems you just got done with training for the day. Who's the kid beside you?" the blonde-haired man asked as he looked my way. "Isn't this Toval? I thought it wouldn't be another half a year until he became a bracer," I said, musing to myself seeing Toval here coming out of the Bracer Guild to come greet us. His appearance at least eased the atmosphere a bit. With his easygoing attitude, "You seem to be a bracer here. I have some business with Laura's father, you see. Still, mind if I use the branch phone for a second? I have a rather urgent call to make," I said, which distracted the three. Since I was planning to stay in Legram for some time, I figured it would be best to notify Shara and the others to not look for me. I know I notified my family and all that, but I'm not sure if Gransel's branch had issued any quest for my disappearance. Sure, Toval said, looking my way with doubt in his eyes as he turned back and looked at the Bracer Guild. Insert picture of your boy Toval Randoner here. Insert picture of Guild Receptionist Miles here. Insert picture of Butler Klaus here. Toval doesn't join the Bracer Guild until S1200. He finished his missions with Ein early and joined the Bracer Guild soon after. And in Erebonia, I made his entry point Legram instead of other points of interest like Alster. Toby Chapter 178. Bracer Guild, you don't mind if I take a second to do this, right? I said, looking back at Butler Klaus. He simply shook his head and smiled. Of course not. Please go ahead. I'll hold on to this. Are you ready? I shall take you to see Master. Butler Klaus said, bowing again. Seeing the RZ Butler do that, Toval looked back my way as I approached him. Who did you say you were again? Toval asked as his eyes showed doubt. Come now, I said, ignoring Toval's question. Laura only stared at the two of us while we made our way toward the Bracer Guild. Did Klaus really just address this guy as His Excellency? Laura uttered softly, wondering to herself. Yet as Laura thought that, Klaus only smiled while Toval shrugged his shoulders as he followed the violet-haired boy into the Bracer Guild. A moment later, the door reopened. The figure still inside only blinked his eyes as he wasn't expecting the door to be opened so soon. Before this person could go through his remaining stack of papers for the day, as he was the active receptionist, he immediately saw a familiar blonde-haired man. Seeing Toval return to the guild so quickly, the receptionist who Toval addressed as Miles could only shake his head. Please tell me you didn't forget what the monster request you picked up just now was, right, Toval? Miles tried to say, only to realize that there was a violet-haired boy dressed in a cloak next to him. Afraid not. This kiddo here said he wants to use the guild phone, Toval said as I stood by him, getting a good look at Miles. He was one of the better-known receptionists of the guild, much like Aina. And if I recall correctly, he too spent some time in Alster, while Toval was probably doing his quest there while working with Ein. Yo, I simply said, raising my hand, only to wave it a bit at Miles to greet him. Hearing Toval say that, Miles looked back my way as I greeted him. A phone call? You do realize it's only connected to secured lines, right? Miles said, looking back at Toval as he squinted his eyes at him. That's the plan? I simply smiled. Yet as I said that, the three of us heard a fourth voice reach out, seemingly coming from inside of my cloak. Phew, is it time to come out again? Temema's voice said, only for Miles and Toval to see a small head pop. Before the two could do anything, Tamamo did a swift motion and jumped out, only to land on the desk Miles was still at. She stretched her body as she did. The hell? Toval said, now seeing a silvery white six-tailed fox now in front of him, while Miles looked at Tamamo in surprise. This isn't a monster, is it? Miles asked in doubt as he stared at the fox. The moment Tamamo heard the word monster, though, she immediately scoffed at Miles. Oomph. Don't you dare classify me the same as those brutes. I am no monster, Tamamo replied, letting out a yawn as she stretched her body out on the desk. So it's a talking fox then. Not the craziest shit I've seen, Toval said, quickly coming to a conclusion that he didn't want to know about it, shrugging his shoulders as he did. That's one of the reasons why I like Toval so much. His attitude was very easygoing, and he was able to easily acquaint himself with several other bracers as a result of his attitude. Right? I keep forgetting you've been working with those church folk before becoming a bracer here, Miles said, letting out a sigh as he shook his head. Yet I ignored that remark of his and proceeded directly behind the counter, walking right to where the phone was. Ashi, I didn't say it was okay for you to use it. Miles immediately recovered his earlier surprise, only to see me now use the phone. After pressing some dials on it, it began to ring. I signaled Miles with my hand, telling him it was fine as I now held the phone over one of my ears. I wanted to call another branch, so using the phone here made sense. And since Miles was close by, he was distracted again by a voice that soon began to speak into the phone that was now over my ear. This is the Gransel branch line, Elnan speaking. Elnan's voice suddenly spoke into my ear, which caused surprise to reach Mila's eyes. That's Elnan's voice, Miles said, only to have his eyes become more serious as he continued to look my way. Jo, Ilnan. It sure has been a while, hasn't it? I said into the phone. At the moment my voice was heard from the other, and I heard the line go dead for a good moment. Since this was over the phone, I couldn't see the reaction on the other side since I was here in Legram, but it definitely would have been nice to see it. This voice doesn't belong who I think it does it? Elnan took a moment to ask after a short period of silence. What do you think? I said. I couldn't help but grin as I heard a long, stretched-out sigh after Elnan heard my voice twice. Do you seriously understand just how big a mess you have caused us, Your Highness? And why are you calling from another bracer branch? Elnan immediately retorted me as I heard Elnan shout into the phone. Did Elnan just call this kid His Highness? Miles uttered, revealing a frown as he observed me again. Well, that's exactly why I made this call. Sheriff should be there, right? I continued to say, ignoring Elnan's shouting. Huh, Elnan replied, letting out a drawn sigh, hearing me act like nothing had happened since a week ago. Well, judging from Elnan's reaction like this, it did seem something has happened since I vanished from Street Ursula. Perhaps the Bracer Guild took the brunt of it, as I am not sure how much Grancel Castle was able to talk about it. Another moment passed before a different voice began to speak. I could immediately recognize Shera's voice after hearing it. Is that really you, Naoto? Shera's voice asked in doubt as well. The silver streak, Toval uttered to himself as he stayed quiet. Sure is. I do apologize if I caused that debacle earlier. I didn't want to reach out to you guys, I said, scratching my cheek a bit. I heard Shera giggle after hearing me say that. Boy, was it pretty chaotic. Thankfully, Her Majesty was able to quell some of the damage you caused. It didn't spread far either. Most of the people here have gone unnoticed of change. Shera said as she giggled. Well, it's good. Aside from reaching out to you guys, I wanted to let you guys know not to try and find me. I continued to say. You do realize we can trace the call, considering you're calling from a guild branch, right? Shera immediately retorted me, which is why I won't worry about it. Just note, I plan to stay here a while. Grandmother and the others know already, so don't stress over it, all right? I said to Shera. We'll try not to. You just made a certain receptionist here pile up a lot more work than he is already, Shera continued to say. Yet as she said that, I couldn't help but look back to where Miles was and saw a similar stack of papers piled on one side of his desk. Well, I concluded with what I wanted to say, so I decided to send the phone back Mila's way. He paused for a moment before he took the phone. Is this really the Silver Streak? Miles continued to say. Oh my, I haven't heard that voice in a while. Is that you, Miles? Shera said with interest. And hearing your voice like this, I can pretty much take a guess where His Highness is now. Even if we don't have to trace it, Shera continued to say. Surprise streaked across Mila's eyes as he heard that. Then this kid really is part of Grancel's royal family, Miles said, doubtfully, which is why you'll make it your utmost priority to ensure his safety while he's there with you, Kay? Shera said in a teasing tone, before cutting the line off. Ashi. Miles retorted into the phone, but only heard a dead line ring in his ears. Well, it sounds like you did what you wanted to do, kiddo. I didn't think you were acquainted with the Silver Streak, Toval said, looking my way. I'd say that went rather smoothly. For now, it looks like it'll be in your guys' care. I said, only to approach the desk. I reached my hands down and picked Tamamo up. Oh, Tamamo uttered softly before she snuggled into my chest with a smile. I can already feel this is going to turn into a mess regardless, Miles said, only to shake his head again after hearing that whole exchange with the Grancel branch. Hearing that, I was able to at least get acquainted with Miles and Toval after things have settled down a bit. After letting the Bracer Guild back at Grancel know that I am fine as well, that was one less worry that I had to deal with. And now, it was time to look forward to what I had come here for. Thankfully, that exchange didn't last too long, and I was able to spot Laura and her butler still outside, patiently waiting for us after I bid farewell to the two bracers. It was time to meet a certain head figure of a well-known school of swordsmanship here in South Arabonia. Kirikterpol. Work got me slammed this week, so writing is more scarce. Instead, here is the next character poll. Milliam or Altina AI Kia doesn't count here, as she is tied to one of the October Genesis. Milliam wakes up in around 2 years, right around the time Naoto and Chloe will start attending Jenny's. As always, Chapter 179. Determination. I did tease the harem list as of current chapter in the previous poll, and aside from that, the majority of you are looking to be for all Tina in favor as well. Here is a more concise list of the harem. Fiancé candidates. Claudia von Auslese, Alfin Reese, Arner, Ellie McDowell, Aurelia Luke, Gwyn, harem members. Emma Milstein, Angelica Roner, Enia, currently harem members up for consideration. Estelle, Ren, Tio. Phi both Chloe and Emma know about Naoto's Western Zemuria unification plan, though this plan likely won't bear fruit for quite some time. The fiancé candidates may seem more reasonable after having this plan in mind, aka the Rufus route, but instead of brute forcing it, it's the romancing route instead, haha. Naoto also has the servant system now. More details will come for that. As of now, he has 4 servants, one which he hadn't come across in years, so it will be interesting to see when the two will cross paths again. And no, the person I'm referring to here is not Cheryl. As always, that didn't take long, did it? I asked, still seeing Laura and Klaus still in the plaza at the bottom of the city. As I approached the plaza again, I could see the inn off to the right, with Assumption Church further in the distance. To add to that, there was an Orbital shop. Before departing for St. Ursula, the girls and I did splurge and had our share of fun in rolling the remaining quartz and weapons boxes. Apart from being escorted by the military to the hospital, a few other soldiers remained behind and started moving the pieces of equipment that we rolled back down into the treasury. These soldiers were confused seeing piles of weapons and armor, but seeing that it was the royal family that was in charge of this, the soldiers knew not to question where the crown prince suddenly got an influx of items. They could only do as they were ordered, carrying the goods back into the treasury room. As for the ordnance, though, we safe-kept them. To our surprise, we found that aside from the Master Quartz function, those who had their own combat ordnance could still slot in the quartz rewarded by the gamer system. Slots were an entire subject of its own when speaking of ordnance. I now had many different kinds of quartz stored in my inventory. Since the Enigma 1 and 2 had yet to be released to the public, most were still using first or second generation combat ordnance. One would be considered lucky or influential to have a third generation combat ordnance. The main difference between the first and second generation was an additional slot. The first generation could slot only 6 quartz into their combat ordnance. With the second generation, the number of quartz people could use was 7. It increased by 1, allowing people more utility in combat. As for the third generation, the number of slots were kept the same, but its technology advanced further, allowing one to equip more advanced quartz. Eventually, quartz evolved to the point of receiving a rarity system. From the quartz we received, it appeared that there's a mixture of quartz that provide both a flat rate and a percentage rate of stats. Others also allow certain arts to be used. While I do like the line system, having arts tied to quartz which also impacted one's stats made customization that much more plausible. So yes, that is right. Even if we slot quartz in, we learned that the combat ordnance do not allow defaulted arts to be casted. They're tied to specific quartz, which was a big change from Cold Steel Eye onward. But despite not having such a system, it was nice to see that the quartz we received provided both flat rate and percentage boosts. Instead of just flat rates, my specialized combat ordnance was now the first of the 5th generation, to which won't appear on public markets for another few years at least. I was able to test out some quartz in my inventory along with Tama here, while we crossed the wilderness that lead to Ebel Lake. But I will definitely have to find some time to properly build my combat ordnance at some point. This was real life, so I couldn't utilize certain mechanics that were available in the game, such as dodging. It was very easy later on to build characters to dodge every single attack, but to my benefit, the quartz that I rolled to where one would boost evasion actually boosted my speed stat instead. The focal points appear to mostly improve STR, DEF, ATS, ADF, SPD, and INT, with the latter boosting my EP pool to allow more arts and spells. However, while my combat ordnance may be integrated with my gamer system, I still see that as external strength. I could very well easily overpower the likes of Ace with such differences in stats compared to my own raw stats if I were to fight him again with having my new Enigma 2. I did not want that to be my main strength. There were plenty of highly capable people who could roam the continent without being heavily reliant on orbments. And coming here in Legram, one of those highly capable people was now within reach. Laura's father, the acting head of the second most widely known school of swordsmanship in Erebonia, the avid school. Victor Avid. He was definitely among the top 5 strongest here in Erebonia, with another head of a different school of swordsmanship being stronger than he is, the thunder god, Matthias Vander. I had a personal goal in coming to Legram first, before making my way eventually to Heimdall to seek out the Vander school. I wanted to continue building my foundations, learning the RZ style first. Yet at the time, Laura had no idea she was about to get a fellow disciple to train alongside her, considering that with Laura's current appearance, no doubt she was a part of her father's current curriculum. With that thought concluded, I could only see Klaus smile politely back my way, also showing interest in his eyes as he observed the silvery white fox still in my embrace. It looks like you were able to take care of your business pretty quickly, Your Excellency. I took this time to send a message to Master. He is expecting you, Klaus said, giving me another bow as he greeted me again. Excellent. Let's be on our way then, I happily said with a nod of my head. Laura only looked at me with interest in her eyes as she saw me arrive beside her. Are you some noble that father knows, or something? Laura said while we began to walk up the hill. As we began to climb, I saw the statues of the Eisenritter Pass on our left with Ebel Lake in the distance. Since the weather was mostly clear now, Lohengrin Castle proudly stood in its place, watching over the lake. To the right we passed by the inn and the Seption Church I previously saw. I could also see an equipment and orbal shop as well. I could probably fine-tune my Enigma too, without worry then. After Laura asked that, I looked at her, only to signal with my finger, pointing it up into the sky, which distracted Laura. I told you, didn't I? I'm extremely high up on a ladder, in terms of position anyways. Even higher than Sir Victor, I said, revealing a light grin. You seem to be around my age, though, Laura said, sporting a small frown. I'm still getting used to this whole noble situation. It's already hard enough for having other students at the dojo view me, Laura said. As she said that, I couldn't help but place my hand on her shoulder a bit. That's just something you'll get used to. You still have yet to debut into high society, right? I asked with interest. Yes. That's something I'd like to avoid, if possible. I can't even begin to think what it'd be like to mingle myself with those kinds of people, Laura uttered, feeling a bit defeated as she answered me. Haha, well I can at least tell the RZ family seems pretty laid back, which is what I like. After all, I plan to improve my swordsmanship here for the time being, I replied, taking my hand off her shoulder. Laura's eyes lit up the moment I said that. Really? You hold interest in becoming a student of the RZ dojo? Laura asked. I do. That is partly why I am seeking Sir Victor. Though unlike other houses, my own domain is quite lacking, to say the least. I do not hold much influence, despite being in higher rank than he is. I have not seen Sir Victor ever since the signing of His Majesty, I said, musing to myself as I answered Laura. It was true. I haven't seen the other houses in person since the signing of the newest emperor of Erebonia. That was several years ago. I'm 13 now, so I'm very much looking forward to meeting Victor again. Many people forget Laura is a noble O.O. Chapter 180, Victor RZ now that you mention it. Father did say that he met a pretty young boy back when His Majesty rose to the throne, even though I was still very little at the time. I didn't think Father would be referring to you, Laura responded with interest. Yes, you did cause quite a stir for having someone so young attend His Majesty's declaration. I was there as well, but only as a chauffeur to Master. You haven't made a public appearance since then. It really was a shame what happened to the Phoenix family. You may want to pursue their remnants at some point. No doubt, do they probably have some land to claim at least, Klaus also said, which drew my interest. Huh. It is definitely worth talking about once I meet Sir Victor again. Even I don't have a full grasp of the land the Phoenix family used to govern, I uttered. After saying that, the three of us chatted for a while as we made our way up the city of Legram. Klaus did bring up a good point. He was one of those who didn't know the full picture, only for the fact I haven't made an appearance as a noble since the inauguration of His Majesty. The events of the cult in Namath Island proceeded after that. I could have returned to my identity of a noble, but I went with the latter, which was resuming my identity since I held blood of Liberal's royal family. If I resumed my role as a noble here in Erebonia back then, I probably wouldn't have much consideration for the harem I now have, either. From there, I did develop real combat skills as a Jaeger fighting some life or death battles. I did reveal Phoenix as my moniker during that period I spent with Phi, but I do not know how much I've made a name for myself during my time spent as a Jaeger. For all that I know right now, Duke Phoenix could likely be seen as dead in most people's eyes. All except for the Iron Bloods and my father, of course. No doubt do they know I'm still alive and kicking, since I've personally had a journey with Lecter, Rufus, and Claire for that matter. At some point during my stay in Erebonia here, I do have plans to visit Father. I'm not like Reen. I still cherish the connection I have with Father. I could see that in his eyes during the meeting we held while we were exterminating the rest of the cults. Well, at the very least, if you are as you claim, then Father is definitely waiting for you inside our home. I was just finishing training as well for the day. Once we arrive, I will excuse myself, Laura said with a nod of her head as she heard me drift off a bit. As we walked, I decided to turn quiet, as did Laura. Klaus was ahead of us too, as he guided us. The townsfolk were happy to see Laura return from the nearby areas. Contrary to most nobles, I could see both respect and happiness in the townfolk's eyes as they welcomed Laura's return. Seeing me so close to Laura also brought interest in their eyes. I was a stranger to them, so they couldn't help but wonder who I was. Further up the hilly town, we passed by the dojo on the left. It was pretty grandiose. Just as grandiose the Vanderschool was in Heimdall. I would come here in due time, but our priority was the big mansion that was now within viewing distance. It was a pretty big mansion, but not as big as Grancel Castle. It was at the very top of the town, which allowed Laura to get a good look at what was happening on days. It was clear. Here we are, Your Excellency. It would do you no well to address master like this either, young missus. Do not forget you were just in training. I have already signaled the other maids to run a bath for you, Klaus said, turning his body to face toward us as we arrived at the door to the RZ mansion. Thank you, Klaus, Laura responded with a smile. She then bid me farewell for the moment and walked in behind Klaus. It was her home, so she didn't need to wait on me. You said Sir Victor was waiting for me, right? I asked Klaus, causing him to nod his head. Yes, master should be in the drawing room on the first floor. If you would like, I could also ask the others to prepare a meal for you, Your Excellency, Klaus said, bowing again as he welcomed me. That would be nice, I said, nodding my head in response. Very well. Please follow me, Klaus said, proceeding to open the door. As we walked in, I could see a couple maids cleaning on the first floor with the sound of a bath being run further in the distance. Laura was nowhere to be seen. Seeing my arrival, the maids present paused, but quickly remembering Klaus' words. They were polite and bowed at my arrival. I've gotten used to this bowing thing since I've assumed my identity as the crown prince, but having it be done here instead of at the castle still was a bit iffy to me. With that, I saw Klaus bring me to the left side of the building. I could see big flights of stairs going further up to the second floor, with big doors likely leading inside the main dining area that Victor uses to dine with guests he often receives while he's here. I know he is frequent on outings, not always having him here at the RZ mansion. So, it was pretty lucky to catch him here when I arrived. I saw Klaus soon bring us to a hallway off to the left side, soon arriving in a rather large room. Klaus reached his hand out and proceeded to knock on the door. Master, I have brought His Excellency, Klaus politely said as he knocked the closed door with his hand. Good. You may enter, an aged voice said. Sure enough, that was Victor's voice all right. I only saw Klaus stand beside the door, allowing me to walk in front of it. Seeing him remain behind, I had another look at Klaus before I opened the door. I soon saw a middle-aged, blue-haired man donning his RZ family robe. The Cold Steel Games had yet to happen, so Victor still had both of his arms. The moment Victor saw a violet-haired boy walk in, a smile appeared on his face as he sat down in one of his drawing rooms. Several maps could be seen scattered around, but most didn't appear to be in use right now. I still had my doubts after getting a message from Klaus, but I did not think you would decide to show up out of the blue here. It has been quite some time, Your Excellency, Victor said, standing up. Despite having the appearance of a 13-year-old boy, he still greeted me with respect as I walked toward his way. Haha, I do apologize for dropping in unannounced, Sir Victor. It really has been some time, hasn't it? I was able to catch your daughter on her return to town at least. We got acquainted already, I said, greeting the master of the RZ school. So that's what happened. I do thank you for looking after my daughter. We haven't seen each other in years, but I feel it's as if you have never left. Still, what would you like me to address you as, Your Excellency? I'm not as impervious to matters as others may be. You have been making quite a name for yourself. It does make sense as to why you just seem to have vanished off the face of Zemuria, Victor began to say, sporting a more serious look in his eyes. Or would you like me to address you as His Highness instead? Victor decided to ask, squinting his eyes a bit at me. So you do know, I said, shrugging my shoulders after hearing Victor try to address me like that. Yes, I'm not the only one who does, either. Not all of the other houses know of this matter, though, unlike me. His Excellency, the Blood and Iron Chancellor, has been keeping a tight rope around things here. Apart from me, only His Excellency, Duke Alberian knows, Victor said, explaining the situation a bit from his side. That's a pretty good shocker. Still, considering it's father who is trying to keep my actions in check here, it makes sense as to why it hasn't been trying to spread around the other nobles. Hearing that, Victor only looked at me before letting out a drawn sigh. So that's how it all connects, Victor could only say as he shrugged his shoulders. I couldn't help but blink my eyes after realizing I had said that aloud to him. I then grinned. Try to forget that last part, will you? Ha, I said, letting out a laugh as I grinned. No promises, but it sounds like you've been doing a good job trying to keep your actions to yourself, Your Excellency. We have not seen each other since you were a little boy, Victor said, relieving the atmosphere a bit. Yes, let's just say things have been pretty crazy with my whole life getting adjusted, to say the very least. Please don't take any ill will from me to reassume my identity as a prince over as a duke. I do have an actual family over there, you know, I said, retorting Victor. Ha ha, none taken. For now, though, why don't we drop these titles? I do not know how much you have told Laura, but it would probably be easier on her if we called each other by name, Victor proposed. That I can agree with, Sir Victor. Has Klaus told you anything as to why I am here in the first place? I said, deciding to ask Victor on how much he knew with my appearance here in Legram, after getting that short conversation out of the way. At least, he seemed to not have changed much since I last saw Victor all those years ago. He even welcomed me into his home, which was a good sign for what was to come. Chapter 181. Merge Gileath demands your power stones. Thank you, I said, seeing a couple maids come into the room to hand some refreshing tea over. They only smiled at us before they vanished from the room. Both Victor and I took a moment to calm our nerves down as we drank this tea, and it was very refreshing. I took another good look at Victor as we did. The age difference between the two of us was quite a stark contrast. I was still but a 13-year-old boy, and the man before me was old enough to have a daughter around the same age as me. Yet as we continued to speak, a hint of politeness still remained in his tone. It was also very firm. I didn't see Victor waver his voice at all. Klaus did not mention much, only of your arrival. Since we will no longer address each other by title, is it fine if I call you Naoto? Victor asked me. Yes, that would be nice. I happily smiled as I looked back at Victor. After answering that, I saw Victor shift his eyes downward, only for him to see Tamamo resting in my lap, letting her 6 tails droop down off the side of the chair I was sitting on. That wouldn't happen to be a monster, would it? I have never seen such a creature like this before, Victor mused as he observed Tamamo in my lap. Yet before I could even answer him, Tamamo opened her eyes, revealing 2 snake-like pupils, and looked back at him. Oomph. Like I said to that bracer dunce from earlier, don't you dare group me with those things. I am a proud familiar, Tamamo retorted Victor, which caused him to keep his gaze on her. So it talks too? Victor couldn't help but retort the fox. I'm not in it, either. I'm a girl, you know, Tamamo retorted again, which even caused me to look at her. Ha, Tama can be a bit feisty sometimes. Sir Victor, she means no harm, I said with a playful grin. Well, It appears there is more to the world that I have yet to come across. There are definitely quite a many things that cannot be properly explained. Victor mused to himself, seeing the little fox before him. Since I plan to stay in Legram for a while, I might as well introduce you to Kia while I am at it. She had already met Laura too, I said, which drew Victor's interest again. The moment I uttered that, Victor saw a faint flash of light flicker inside of my cloak, only for his gaze to be drawn to a very tiny figure who appeared before me. I extended my palm out, and AI Kia's small figure materialized over it. "Did you call for me, master?" AI Kia said as she tilted her head a bit, seeing herself in an unfamiliar room. "Yes, this is Uncle Victor. He looks familiar to you, right?" I said, changing my gaze toward Victor again, which caused AI Kia to look at Victor. He wasn't expected to see such a small creature appear in my hands. More surprised went his way the moment he saw AI Kia start to flutter about in a swift manner, swerving back and forth around Victor a bit, only to see herself landing on top of Victor's head. He felt a little thud, but the AI didn't have much weight right now. "You smell just like that blue-haired girl," AI Kia happily said as she rested on top of Victor's head, apart from his momentary stupor, hearing that caused him to laugh. "Huh, well that is because Laura is my daughter. You really are full of surprises, Naoto." Victor mused to himself, seeing another creature he didn't expect to see. "Well, Kia here is still pretty new to me. I doubt it's been a while since she was even born. I want her to study the townsfolk here. I sadly cannot go into detail much about her existence, though," I said to Victor. "Nor is it my desire to know why there are such creatures. I can only think it to be an act of the goddess. As long as this creature means no harm to Legram's people, I do not see any issue that would arise." Victor answered me, acknowledging my request to allow AI Kia to study the people here in Legram. I did not have any plans to allow her to interact with others beside the RZ household for now. "Hear that, Kia? You can go have some fun, just don't get into trouble, all right?" I said, looking back at the small AI still sitting on top of Victor's head. "Que, Ikea, Epili responded." Before we could do anything else, AI Kia moved a bit, before her figure completely disappeared from sight, leaving the three of us alone again. "Kia loves to learn and observe, so thank you for granting that, Sir Victor. Now with that out of the way, why don't we talk about my purpose in coming here?" I said, looking back at Victor with a more serious look in my eyes. "Of course. No doubt you have something on your mind," Victor responded as he nodded his head. "Well, I've come to Legram for 2 reasons. The second I'll talk about in a bit, but first, do you know much of House Roner's situation?" I decided to ask. "House Roner, is it? I heard the Lord there has been keeping to himself as of late, especially after that disaster that struck Roar recently. His mind has been too focused on the reconstruction of the Rainford Group. But apart from that, I hear he is quite an unruly daughter who always seems to go missing. So far to the point where she's been spotted in Liberal and Calvard. And with you asking about it, I can only guess you know the answer to that," Victor said as he took another sip of his tea. "I do. I'll put it bluntly. Angie and I have entered a relationship. I doubt even her father knows of it," I said with a playful grin. "Are you now?" If I recall, that girl's attitude was one of the worst among the noble houses. She had some rather peculiar tastes, if I remember correctly, Victor said, wondering to himself. Hearing that caused me to laugh. "Huh. You'd be surprised with how much Angie has changed since then, though I do think it is for the better. But even if the two of us entered a relationship, that doesn't really mean anything in terms of how nobles go, which is why the two of us devised a plan. With me being here in Erebonian now, both Angie and I are eventually going to directly confront House Roner," I said with a serious look in my eyes. "A confrontation," Victor uttered. "You really aren't suggesting what I think you were suggesting, are you, Naoto? If Lord Roner comes to learn of this, he is going to be quite furious." Victor also responded seriously, "Which is exactly why the two of us decided to inform you. We are planning a house merger, either with House Roner's consent or without." I answered with a grin. "A merger of 2 houses, that would definitely cause quite a stir among those in high society," Victor answered, looking right back at me. Chapter 182. RZ style, a merger of 2 houses, such has been unprecedented to date. now that I think about it. The nobles are very structured. If this plan does come to fruition, no doubt will it cause panic. Perhaps even a structural collapse, Victor answered seriously. But you still plan on doing such? Victor decided to ask me. Angie and I haven't decided on a time frame, but when it does, we will be acting swiftly. Besides, Angie still has a little debt she has to pay with her father. It would do the two well if they have a clash, I answered, nodding my head at Victor. I see. It would be much more potent if you had actual land to factor into this plan of yours. Have you had any interest in discussing your house matters with His Majesty? The Phoenix family was known to be the eyes and ears of the royal family. While the Arzid family were their knights, and the Vanders their last line of defense to the throne, Victor said, showing interest in his eyes. The Phoenix family also had that peculiar power of theirs. You've unlocked it, haven't you? Victor asked me, which drew my interest. You must mean these, I said, closing my eyes for a moment, only to hear a single notification sound off in my mind. Vermilion eyes have been activated. Seeing that notification, my eyes suddenly began to change. An invisible wave of pressure also suddenly swept out. With Victor being so close, he was the first to feel it. Further beyond their room, the maids doing their work suddenly felt a cold chill go down their spines. Klaus was also with them toward the kitchen preparing the meal for tonight as he felt this as well. He turned toward a certain direction of the house, only to have a smile appear on his face before he returned to his duties. Further up to where the private rooms were held, a singular blue-haired girl could now be seen stripped of her clothes, allowing her breasts to stay afloat while resting inside of the bath she was currently in. Yet this pressure reached her, which caused the girl's head to turn toward a certain direction as well. Laura said, uttering to herself as she enjoyed the warmth of the bath she was now in. Battle Chi? I don't recognize this signature, either. Must be that boy's, Laura thought to herself, wondering who the pressure she had just felt belonged to. She did not see the boy partake in battle, but she wondered if what she felt now was his. She knew both her father's and Klaus Chi, so feeling this unknown to her, Laura could only assume as such. Thinking that, Laura dunked her head inside the bathtub, feeling the pressure now fade, letting her eyes rest a bit. As for me, though, who was still back on the first floor, my eyes changed from how they normally appeared. My eyes were mostly golden, looking very similar to that of a Hyuga for Naruto, but I still had my pupils. In the past, a vermilion hue would wrap just around my iris, but as I've been finding myself using it more and more, the golden area remained unchanged, but now my whole pupils are a deep crimson in color. If one looked for a while, they would likely get intimidated if there was weak enough. Unfortunately, I did not see such a thing happen during the Rainford building raid, considering my enemies were assassins then. But now, with me activating Vermilion Eyes again, Victor remained unscathed from feeling such a pressure. Yet, I could only blink my eyes at Victor. Since Vermilion Eyes were tied to my gamer system, I now saw a health bar appear over Victor, as well as a mini-map appearing inside my mind. That wasn't all either. I now saw a level attached to Victor. Victor S. RZ, LV. 250 stats. Seeing Victor's status all of a sudden, I could only take in an inward breath of cold air. Sure enough, it's pretty much the same as when I met him as a young boy back during our visit to the capital. Still, seeing the level still 250, I do wonder, will there ever be a chance to surpass that? Sure enough, it looks like you have a pretty good mastery of this ability. Your ancestors would do you proud, Victor said, observing my eyes as he smiled at me. It really is a shame I couldn't meet my mother. I hear she passed away while giving birth to me, I said, revealing a hint of sadness as I responded. Yes, quite unfortunate indeed, but those most knowledgeable of the War of the Lions know that House Phoenix perished during the war. If they were to know that the Phoenix bloodline continued, I am curious to see what would happen. And speaking of which, I happened to come across you giving Her Highness a spin during her stay in Liberal, Victor continued to say to me, which caused me to laugh. Ha, she sure did. I haven't seen Her Highness since then. I'm guessing she's doing well in Saint Estrella. I said, wondering to myself how Alphen has been since she came to visit us in Liberal during the Queen's celebration that year. I haven't paid a visit to the capital in a while, so I'm not sure, but one could assume as such. You did talk about one reason you wanted to come to Legram already. I can only guess what your second reason is. It likely has something to do with those trial grounds appearing in Heimdall. Victor wondered. That's right. I feel I'm not quite ready to attempt the trials I am required to go through. You did extend your hand at me along with the Thunder God. But all jokes aside, I do wonder, does that offer still stand? I decided to ask Victor, which caused him to squint his eyes at me. Now I see. You came here to improve your swordsmanship, Victor replied. Yes. You personally don't have to become my master, but if possible, I would love to improve my swordsmanship by learning the RZ style. I happily responded. Ha! I think that could be arranged, but why do I get the feeling that you just don't want to stop there? Victor said, revealing a rare grin my way. True. I have a full year to spend here in Erebonia, and I want to make full use of it. Legram is the first stop of my travels. In my plans, I do have interest in learning the Vander swordsmanship as well, I said while nodding my head. That seems to be the case then. I will agree to your request, but on the condition that you are to see it through. I do not want any half-assed training the moment you step foot in my dojo, Victor said in a serious tone. Of course, I did learn under the Sword Fox. I will definitely take my training seriously. I responded, acknowledging Victor's words. Good. We will proceed to the dojo tomorrow then. It is already approaching evening and dinner will be set soon. Laura will also be happy that she will be getting a fellow disciple of similar strength to her. Most of the other students haven't really been her match lately, so she's been finding difficulty in improving, Victor explained. I can sort of see that happening, I answered with another laugh. And Klaus did invite me to partake in your meal as well. That's all right, isn't it? I decided to ask. Yes, I would normally send you to an inn after, but considering that you're of nobility like us, you can stay at our residence, should you desire to do so, during your stay here in Legram. I am sure Laura will be happy making another new friend as well, Victor said with a smile. I could definitely feel the love he has for his daughter after he said that, haha. Chapter 183. Bath-free lodging and good home-cooked meals acquired. I inwardly said to myself happily. Both Victor and I wrapped up our conversation as to why I had come to Legram. It looks like he was on board with both the proposal of a house merge, as well as me training in the RZ style. I did have initial interest in proposing to Victor to join us in the house merge, but I want to see how the other nobles would react first before things got too out of hand, so I kept those thoughts to myself for now. Still, while thinking that, I heard Victor speak to me again after he finished up the tea that was served to us. It sounds like you plan to stay here for the time being. I will have Klaus test your aptitude tomorrow at the dojo. You trained under the Sword Fox's guidance in the past, so I have no doubt your skill is high already. It would do Laura well to have someone similar in strength too, Victor said. Got it. Despite being so young, Laura must be quite adept in the RZ style already. I'm used to myself, wondering how strong Laura is now. It wouldn't be until 5 or 6 years later would she attend Thor's military academy in Class 7 along with Reen and the rest. Those 5 years will come swift. Even for me, it won't be long to attend Thor's. Laura is 12 now, and when Thor starts, she would be 17, same age as Reen. For me, I'm 13 now. For my school plan, Chloe originally attended Jenny's in May S1201, and I will be accompanying her for my first 2 years there. In S1203, I will be in my first year at Thor's. If the senior squad still enrolls then, I will be spending my first year with Angie, Crow, George, and Tawa as members of the first Class 7 testing group. It will be another year after when Reen and his group would arrive. All the while during that time, the 3 chapters of Trails in the Sky are set to happen. They'll be on home turf ground during the rise of the Liber arc, but unfortunately, I will already be attending Thor's by the time Phantasma happens. That place doesn't have boundaries, though, as no matter where one was, Phantasma would still call out to that character to bring them inside of it. It was September of S1199 now. That meant I had a year and 8 months to develop my foundations and complete the Vermilion trials. Thinking that, I saw Victor nod his head after he heard me compliment Laura. Yes, to the point where our other students are already hesitating to enter a fight with Laura. The she's get pretty one-sided. Sometimes she would go as far as to hold group matches, Victor said, shaking his head a bit as he has been viewing his own daughter's growth. That bad, huh? I asked. I'm afraid so. You couldn't have come at a better time, if I'm speaking honestly here. She may be a genius of the sword, but Laura is quite oblivious to other matters. I fear if she ever decides to enter high society, it will not go well. Victor responded, lamenting since Laura mostly focused on training in the sword and not much else. Ha ha. Well, if it's a friend Laura wants, I can definitely fill that gap during my stay here, I replied, letting out a playful grin as I laughed. Oh boy, here we go again, Tamamo retorted, and couldn't help but shake her head a bit after hearing me say that. Victor only glanced at the silvery white fox in my embrace before looking back at me. I am quite serious about this matter. I fear that Laura may never get a boyfriend at this rate, let alone high society. If she enrolls in the school I have plans for, I doubt she will even make a friend there, Victor said in a more serious tone. But with you here now, Naoto, why don't you enter the bath Laura is in? She sees her fellow disciples as nothing but empty air when it comes to personal matters. But maybe with your arrival, something will happen, Victor suggested with interest. Pardon, I couldn't help but retort as surprise appeared in my eyes, not expecting. Did Victor seriously just suggest that I get into the bath with Laura? I did crash into Elisa while she was taking a bath back in Roar, but this is taking it to another level. I couldn't help but inwardly sigh, thinking that. After that was said, several moments have passed since then, allowing the moon to rise up into the night sky. So it really came to this, I began to utter, only to be greeted by a blast of hot air as I opened the door to a rather spacious bath. It stretched several feet long and wide. It was pretty on par with the open-air baths in Emer. But this was a privately owned bath of the RZ family. Just suck it up, will you, Master? The Radiant Blade Master is having you as a guest here, so we are free to use the bath too. It doesn't matter if Laura is using it or not, Tamamo said, walking right into the bath with me. The moisture in the air was now starting to cling to her fur, letting it sparkle a bit. That's not the issue here, I retorted, Tamamo, shaking my head a bit. Despite it being blasted with hot air, I could see a single figure further into the distance already submerged into the water, as well as her wet, dripping blue hair. Laura was also not expecting the door to open, so she looked my way. It's you, Laura said, seeing me arrive with nothing but a towel to cover part of my body. I'm guessing your talks with Father went well? Laura decided to ask me. They did. I will be staying here as a guest for the time being. I do apologize for the intrusion, I said, nodding my head a bit. Haha, it is no trouble. This bath is quite spacious and can house several people in it. Baths are used to relieve the stress of one's body, so feel free to join me, Laura said with a smile. Perhaps because of the stream, she couldn't see me clearly, so I'm guessing she did not see the sword mark over my chest. See? You worry too much, Master, Tamamo said, sticking her tongue out. Yet she ignored the washing area and proceeded to jump directly into the bath. She started to swim around in it not too long after. Fair. I could only shrug my shoulders seeing Tamamo do this, causing Laura to look at the little fox now enjoying the bath. After walking to the washing area to rinse myself down, I proceeded toward the large bath, slowly taking a dip in. Laura's naked figure appeared in view, and her skin was very healthy and peachy. Yet Laura didn't seem to be bothered with me proceeding to sit down beside her not too far away. Since we were closer now, I could even see Laura's breasts bouncing on the water. Yet ignoring that, I let out a long sigh, feeling the stress of the day being relieved from my body. Tamamo and I started from Titus Gate, so it definitely was a rather long day for us being on foot, traveling, and adding monsters to that mix. This water really is nice. Tama and I were in our own area battling monsters as we made your way earlier. I can already feel my body stress lifting up, I said, try not to look at Laura as I did. So that was the case. If you're going to be our guest here, I can only assume with Father that your standing is indeed high, since you'll be staying at our home, Laura responded. Pretty much. Sir Victor said he will have Klaus test my aptitude in a spar tomorrow, but for tonight, it'll just be relaxing. I happily said. Is that so? I do not like prying into others' affairs, but you definitely have learned the way of the sword. That is a pretty big sore mark you have over your chest, Laura said, wondering how I got my latest scar. Haha, that is definitely a store of itself that I can go into later. For now, Sir Victor mentioned the two of us becoming fellow disciples of similar strength. I wouldn't mind if we became friends either. I decided to suggest on Victor's behalf. In terms of just swordsmanship, I do wonder how I compare to Laura's progress. The fight I had against Ace opened my eyes, but that had many other factors. This is just in terms of learning the way of the sword. Yet as I said that, Laura looked at me again. A friend. Huh. Laura uttered to herself, despite being oblivious to the matter that a naked boy was right next to her, enjoying a soak in the RZ bath. Chapter 184. Ismia Great Forest. The morning sun of the next day signaled the start of the second week of September S. 1199. It slowly rose high up into the sky, allowing the rays of the sun to pierce Ebel Lake. Fog worked both ways, letting it thicken early in the morning and early evening. The sun's rays warmed up the dew that was spread around Legram from the night before, and fog began to spread out. Yet the fog was a normal occurrence for Legram, and no one became startled from seeing it appear first thing in the morning. Most lazily got out of their bed to ready for their daily work, as did a certain group of 4 people after enjoying a bath and a large meal the night before. A violet-haired boy, a blue-haired girl, a butler, and the head of the RZ school soon left the mansion, making their way down the hillside, only to find themselves in front of a large dojo. Yet, as Naoto and his group soon arrived in front of the dojo, only to be greeted by surprised looks of a few students who were already starting their day inside of the dojo, some movement could be seen in another part of Erebonia, somewhere deep within the dense forests of western Erebonia. It almost appeared surreal as monsters lurked about. It was eerily serene. The air around was quite dense as well, almost appearing the same consistency of fog, but it wasn't fog. If one was sensitive to what was actually floating around this place, one could tell this place was very packed with mana. That was what made this forest a lot more ethereal than other normal forests within Erebonia. And deep within this singular forest, no monster dared to approach a certain area of it. And for a good reason. Anytime a monster tried to wander close enough, they would just make their way further away from the forest. Almost as if monsters would become enchanted in a way. The heart of this forest was a safe place, as it was surrounded by a barrier that was invisible to the naked eye, and a very powerful one. That was because it was a nexus point for a certain clan of witches, allowing a witch to go to and fro using the guidance of the spirit veins buried within Zemuria's grounds. And right now, its teleportation stone suddenly activated, allowing figures clad in a white light to emerge into the forest. It wasn't just one figure. 2 figures soon emerged out of nothing. But that was the beauty of teleportation. The clan of witches used stones to warp around, but they also knew spells to move around as well. Yet one needed to be quite adept to be able to warp a very long distance. Even Naoto wasn't sure if he could warp from Leyston Fortress to Grancel Castle after he had his fun and roar, but he found that he had enough mana to do so. Yet teleporting 2 or more figures at once took even more effort and a larger amount of mana. Having these hidden teleportation stones eased that, making it easier on the people who used them. These 2 figures were also accompanied by a third, but much smaller figure. They appear to be the same witch and knight who had started training in Languedoc Canyon some months earlier, which was directly north to this forest. It was a plum-haired girl dressed in a long robe, holding onto a staff of sorts, as well as a brown-haired girl dressed in knightly armor with a sword at her waist. The smaller figure was much smaller than the 2, and appeared to be a black cat with a blue ribbon tied over their tail. Seeing the 3 safely arrive into the forest, the plum-haired girl let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it looks like we made it back on the outside, at least. Are you all right, Duvalai? Teleportation is pretty rough for those who aren't used to it. The plum-haired girl asked the knight. She was, of course, Emma. who has been traveling around with Duvalai, who was a member of the Stalwarter that operated in the shadow organization Ouroboros. As a result of Naoto's instance dungeon during the tragedy that struck Hamel, Arianrod allowed her newest child to train with the child who was raised by the elder of the witches' clan, who was at this time Emma. Arianrod did not give a definite time frame of when their training is to end, but with Rosalia mentioning the Vermilion trials, Arianrod presumed that Duvalai would be staying alongside Emma until then. Yet enough progress has passed for the two's training that it no longer required Arianrod's supervision. The two could now be seen on their own inside of Ismia Great Forest. And after Emma said that, Duvalai scoffed a bit. This much is nothing. It's not like this is the first time I've used one of these stones since we've used them before to go around. Still, I had no idea that you witches held such a private trial ground in your village. Duvalai mused to herself, not feeling much side effects any longer after getting used to teleporting around. Seeing this, Emma smiled. That is good. St. Graal serves a single purpose, to nurture future witches should they desire to see the outside world. But if one is not familiar with its structure, it serves as a good proving ground for those who wish to attempt it. Grandmother also approved of us going inside of it, Emma said, nodding her head with a smile as she looked at Duvalai. Indeed, those mirrors were especially tricky. Looking back on it now, one misstep, and we could have found ourselves rather lost in there, Duvalai responded, recalling the dangers the three of them spent inside of there. Emma and I already completed it once, since we're traveling around now without Rose's guidance. But that stupid Rose changed the structure on it to make it more challenging. Still a cinch, though, Celine retorted, also recalling how the three of them spent inside that large labyrinth back in Aran Village during the last couple months. They have been inside Aran after finishing their initial training in Languedoc. Canyon. Yes, for that, I'm grateful. It is not often I find people who can keep up with my pace, so it is pretty refreshing on my part, which, or not. Duvalai responded, cracking a rare smile over her lips. She was not wearing her helmet right now. One could see her brown hair tied into two loops. Hee. I have made my own resolution a year ago, so I can only follow through with it. I didn't think we'd get to meet a new friend on the way, though, since we came from that canyon, Emma said, revealing another smile, which distracted Duvalai. Duvalai then saw Emma turn her gaze toward a specific area of the forest to where some trees could be seen nearby. Damn, already spotted. A fourth voice suddenly said, only to have a quick blur of a shadow enter their vision. Celine's eyes darted quickly and saw a shadowy blur hop down from one of the trees not too far away. It seemed this figure was hiding away in one of the tree's branches. Upon a closer look, this figure was a girl who seemed to be of similar age to Emma, but she was 2 years younger. She also had a very slim, yet muscular body, letting it mostly be revealed with the outfit she was wearing, allowing her to be quick and nimble. A pair of daggers could be seen equipped at their waist. You've already entered the barrier, so it was quite easy to sense your presence, Phi. Though I do welcome you. Emma simply answered, seeing the younger white-haired girl approach the three, a bit lazily as well. I didn't think you'd be acquainted with a Jaeger, Emma, Duvalai said, looking back at the witch before her. We spent a bit of time together a year prior in Northumbria before training started. I didn't think Zephyr would be having some fun in that canyon while we were in it, though, Emma said, ignoring the fact that she too had participated in that battle as a Jaeger herself. She didn't feel it was a need to tell Duvalai that part, for now, at least. Emma was only carrying around her staff for the present, and not her orbital rifle that was gifted to her. Still, it's nice to see you again, Emma. The boss allowed me to partake in combat training with Em, but it was a surprise to see you two there. The canyon's terrain is tough to traverse, making it hard to kill the monsters there, Phi said, who could now be seen standing beside them after the three welcomed Phi. That land was pretty tricky, but I think those mirrors still had another level to them, Duvalai mused to herself, thinking back on her time spent in the St. Graal Labyrinth. Mirrors, Phi asked, wondering what the two were talking about before she arrived here. It's nothing. It's nice to have you, Phi. Zephyr allowed you to join us in our next training exercise? Emma asked Phi. Boss sure did. He didn't think he'd get to see you two in that canyon either. For now, he'll be sticking with you guys. Fi simply answered. As long as you don't slow us down, I'm all for it, Duvalai responded, nodding her head. Good. And more importantly, Emma said, welcoming Fi as she shifted her eyes down to Celine before continuing to speak. Were you able to confirm it, Celine? Emma decided to ask, only to see the black cat nod her head. Yeah, no doubt about it. I picked up that stupid fox's mana signature quite easily. It's not exactly they're trying to hide, Celine retorted after letting her figure turn toward a certain direction. If one looked closely, she was staring eastward, but the distance was unknown. Yet seeing the cat turn toward a direction Duvalai was familiar with, she revealed a frown. Over there, Duvalai uttered to herself. That's the direction of Lake Ebel and Legram, Duvalai continued to say, which drew their interest. Legram, huh? Isn't it that super foggy place all year round? Fi wondered as she started to see a clear picture of where their next destination was going to be set. It is. I see Legram as a second home, so I didn't think we would get a stop by that place. I'm assuming that is where we will be going next, Duvalai wondered to herself. Yet as she said that, Emma simply nodded her head confirming the two, but decided to stay quiet, only to go into her own thoughts. Naoto, are you really in Legram right now? Emma inwardly said, wondering to herself as the four of them found out where they are set to head to next. O chapter 185. Transform after Emma stayed quiet for a moment in her thoughts while the four looked toward the direction of Legram. Fi couldn't help but turn around to look back at Emma. A hint of disappointment appeared in Fi's eyes, seeing the absence of Emma's tightly wrapped cloth object she used to carry over her back. It's a shame you don't have that big-ass rifle with you. That thing's sweet, Fi said to Emma with a disappointed look in her eyes. That thing, Duvalai uttered the moment Fi said that, which caused Emma's thoughts to end. As for Duvalai, she recalled the time she had spent again in the St. Graal Labyrinth, remembering how she easily operated such a large rifle while the two were in there. Even Duvalai couldn't help but marvel at the strength Emma displayed. Duvalai would find herself in front in most of the battles, while Emma would find safe locations to either snipe the monsters away with a prepared spell or a shot from her large orbital rifle. I decided to leave it in grandmother's care for now, so she can fine-tune it for the trials. I will mostly be providing backup as we make our way to Legram. Emma tried to answer Fi, yet before the four of them could do anything next, they started to feel the ground start to quake a bit. Duvali's ears perked right up, as did the pupils of Celine's eyes focus into the distance within Ismia Great Forest. Do you guys feel that? Duvalai, sporting a more serious look, placing her hand on her sheath blade. It wasn't until now did they hear a loud roar coming off from a rather large distance. Hearing this roar, Emma frowned. But before she could do anything, she and Celine felt a fluctuation in the barrier they were in, only to have Emma's eyes turn wide in surprise, seeing the barrier start to dissipate around them. At the same time, a childish voice reached their ears, letting out a laugh. Ha! It looks like you guys were able to group up as expected. I brought you all a present. Consider it a parting gift. You guys should be able to take it on no problem. A fifth figure suddenly said, only to flash into existence that seemed to have come out of nothing, further away into the air. This figure did not use the teleportation stone, and simply appeared into existence, only to see themselves hovering over the three girls and the cat. Grandmother, Emma retorted, seeing Rosalia suddenly appear before them. Oomph. Did you really have to take the barrier down, stupid Rose? Celine retorted, seeing Rosalia now floating in the air before them. 'Tis the only way to attract their attention. Just think of it as a parting challenge. It's not like you can refuse it, either. Those monkeys are already on their way. Rosalia retorted Celine, only to have the four feel the ground start shaking even more. In the near distance, they saw one insanely large shadow start toppling trees over one after another, only to have two smaller shadows follow the large shadow. In total, there appear to be three monsters with the appearances of baboons that seem to have become part of the forest themselves. Seeing these baboons arrive, Rosalia glanced at them, only to suddenly do a quick motion of her hand, allowing a large object to materialize before her. Oh, and before I forget, catch this? Emma, Rosalia said, tossing what appeared to be a very large orbital sniper rifle Emma's way, extending out a few feet wide. It was still taller than Emma. Seeing Rosalia do this, Emma jumped a bit and effortlessly caught it. You already finished with its maintenance. Emma smiled, seeing the rifle now in her hands once again. Oomph. Who do you think I am? Once that ice girl and that foolish disciple of mine show me the ropes. Maintaining it is of no issue to me, Rosalia answered, shrugging her shoulders a bit. And speaking of which, it appears he is in Legram now. So off with those monsters you guys go, and head toward Legram. With any luck, you'll be able to encounter him before he has his eyes set on another place, Rosalia said, only to twirl around a bit, bringing her staff out. Before the girls could do anything, Rosalia uttered a chant and vanished from sight, allowing the barrier that protected the teleportation stone to remain down. She had plans to restore the barrier, but that wouldn't happen until they were done with this fight. Sweet. I'm always down for some monster hunting. Guess you were able to get your toy back anyways, Fi said, revealing a playful grin, seeing Emma's hands now full. That does seem to be the case after all. Will you be providing support in the back line again? Duvalai also asked Emma, preparing to draw her blade out. Of course. This is just what we need too. I want to see how we can do as a group before we make our way to Legram. Emma nodded in acknowledgement. As she did, she backed up a bit and prepared to make use of the rifle she was now just given. Seeing the resolute look in Emma's eyes, Celine couldn't help but look at her as well. If you're really keen on doing this, then I might as well do my part too, Celine suddenly said, which drew their interest. Celine? Emma also asked with interest. You don't get the wrong idea. Okay, I was just given this after all. It's still new to me, Celine said, ignoring Emma's question. The three of them only saw Celine start to glow in a bluish light, activating her mana all around her. The figure of a cat soon began to vanish, only to be replaced by what appeared to be a young dark-skinned girl. Yet this girl appeared different, as she still had a cat tail and ears on her head and near her butt. So you were a girl, Fi retorted, seeing a new figure now before them. The cat was no longer there and was now replaced by a dark-skinned girl. That is the first thing that came to your mind after seeing me transform like this? Celine retorted Fi, seeing her act nonchalant. Enough screwing around, you two. We got this giant baboon to kill, Duvalai said, who now had her sword drawn, pointing it at the very baboon that was now towering before them. Seeing the giant baboon, along with two smaller ones, let out loud roars that shook the trees nearby. The four became serious and started to enter their battle stances. Emma could only smile as she observed the other three while remaining in the back. Yet as four readied their stances to fight the monsters, further toward the top of forest, a soul figure dressed in knightly armor could be seen, hiding their face away with a helmet. It was of course Arianrod, who maintained a proper distance away, so the four couldn't detect her. Seeing the four girls with determined looks in their eyes, a rare smile appeared within Arianrod's helmet as she silently observed them. This silence only lasted briefly, as Arianrod was soon greeted by a second voice. So this is where you were. Enjoying watching those fledglings grow, a second voice said, only to have a large magic circle appear beside Arianrod. I could say the same to you, Azure Abyss, Arianrod said, greeting the beautiful gray-haired woman arrive. Oh my, surely you jest, Steel Maiden. I find these days rather boring, while Crow spends his days training in those stupid sewers. Sadly, I can't stray far from Ortis, Vetus said, letting loose a fan to cover part of her face. At least you have found your path to tread, as did these children. I have not find myself intervening much these days. Arianrod simply said, causing Vita to raise her eyes. Isn't that a good thing, though? Vita asked Arianrod. Only time will tell. Are you not going to see them? Arianrod asked Vita, only to cause her to become quiet for a moment. Vita then turned her back. Nah, I would only interrupt their progress if I stepped in. Say hi to grandmother for me, Vita said, twirling her fan around a bit before she unleashed her mana. Arianrod soon found herself alone again, but not for long. And off she goes again, wanting to do whatever she wants. I wonder who she got that from. Rosalia said, only to appear near Arianrod. You needn't ask me. The azure abyss has already found her path. Arianrod responded, greeting Rosalia. Yeah. I'm still not over the fact she joined you guys, but it wouldn't hurt for Vita to receive another spanking, Rosalia said, revealing a playful grin. I hear my other disciple arrived in Erebonia not too long ago. So many familiar faces, but not once have they intertwined each other yet. Rosalia mused to herself. As I told the azure abyss, only time will tell. We can only observe. Arianrod simply responded. Rosalia said, nodding her head as she became quiet, letting her eyes focus on the group of 4 girls who were now in the middle of combat. Chapter 186. A new bracer. Meanwhile, as a certain group of people Naoto had gotten acquainted with over time who are now undergoing further training in Western Erebonia unbeknownst to him. A certain bracer guild back in Grancel City could also be seen occupied by a few bracers. To be specific, on the 2nd floor of the bracer guild, Skira could be seen laying down some tarot cards on a table. She was sitting at her own pleasure. Shira wasn't alone, though. At a different table nearby, a mountain of books could be seen piled on top of each other, with Estelle seated next to it. Both annoyance and confusion could now be seen in Estelle's eyes as she twirled a pencil over her lips while a book was open before her. As Estelle was doing that, Joshua came out from another area of the room to where plenty of books were stored in bookcases, only to be seen holding another book in his hands. He proceeded toward the table Estelle was at. Joshua proceeded to place the book he was holding down near the pile of stacked books. Seeing Joshua do that, Estelle frowned, letting the pencil that was twirling over her lips drop down onto the paper she had next to the open book in front of her. That should be the last one, Joshua said, placing the last book down that he had grabbed. Oh, adios. Do we seriously need to learn all of this? Estelle complained. Only to stop the current book, she had opened to have a look at a few others that were placed in the tower beside, and began to read a few of their names. Liberal Geography for Dummies, an inside look in the heart of a monster swarm, what not to do if you happen to find yourself in a restricted military zone. Estelle uttered. Yet after she uttered the name of that last book, the annoyance and confusion she was previously feeling soon changed to that of anger. Why does it feel like this last one is targeted toward me specifically? Estelle retorted in anger as an anger mark appeared over her forehead. Hearing Estelle retort that, Joshua only shook his head, seeing Estelle behave like this. Well, Skira and I couldn't help but notice the tendency of you wandering off on your own back when we were in those sewers beneath Grancel for training. Your sense of direction isn't bad per se, but I am not sure how you would behave should you find yourself in such a situation, Joshua answered, shrugging his shoulders. Joshua's right, Estelle. I'm still hesitant on sending you out on your own if you have such behavior. Joshua's been keeping a good eye out, but if you two are to become bracers, there will be times where you are forced to act alone. And besides, it's not unheard of for bracers and the military to do joint operations together. Should problems arise that require action from the military, we bracers typically act as peacemakers to ensure the citizens' safety. Skira said as she placed down another tarot card on her table. I do get your two's point, but we really need to learn all of this, though, Estelle responded with a frown, only to turn back to the open book she had. Joshua revealed a playful smile after Estelle asked that. It will be your fault if you don't pass the written test, Estelle. It isn't just all about hunting monsters, Joshua simply retorted, only to have Estelle let out a groan as she heard him say that. Skira could only giggle hearing the two bicker back and forth like that as she continued to do her fortune reading. At least for now, it appeared these bracers were going to enter a busy time. Their bracer exam was fast approaching in just a little over a year or two. Yet it appeared Estelle and Joshua weren't going to be alone this time around while preparing for their bracer exam. It wasn't just those two who currently had interest in becoming bracers. While the two were studying on the 2nd floor with Skira watching over them, further outside of the Bracer Guild, a soul figure could be seen walking toward it. They were currently wearing a long-sleeved pink shirt with purple pants hidden away, rather than the usual black tight suit she often wore during her travels. 2 years ago, apart from getting further acquainted with Naoto, she had traveled around Zemuria with Kilika and learned Taito under her. And now, back into the present, this figure had a new resolution, and that was to become a bracer. As she approached the door to the Bracer Guild, she sported a smile over her face. It seems it's quieted down at the castle, and with Naoto now out of the picture for now, that certainly gives me more free time on hand. I heard that Kilika also got promoted in one of the branches recently too, the figure uttered to herself. She then had a good look at the bracer emblem, before her eyes became firm. Of course, this figure was Angelica. After having that week pass, things did calm back down inside the castle. She was surprised to learn that Naoto would be heading to Legram of his list of things to do first, but with him being all the way in Erebonia now, those who remained behind liberal like Angelica could now tend to her own schedule as she had planned to. However, before Angelica could reach her hand out to open the door and express her interest in joining, she saw two figures approach from the south block, who began to head her way. Well, aren't you a new face? An aged man's voice reached her ears. Ain't that obvious, old man? What's interesting you in this place? A voice of another man who appeared quite rugged in tone. This man had fiery red hair and had a large sword currently strapped over his back. Angelica couldn't help but stare as she saw Cassius and Agate approach her. Cassius? Angelica couldn't help but utter in surprise, not expecting to see Cassius here. As did her, Cassius also got a good look at Angelica. Aren't you one of the girls His Highness has taken a fancy to? I've seen you around the castle a few times, Cassius said, welcoming Angelica. You're correct about that. I have been showing interest in this place for quite some time, Angelica said, greeting the two bracers. But weren't you set to head back to Roland, Cassius? Angelica wondered, seeing Cassius still here. I'm just showing Agate here the ropes in Grancel, but yes, I am due to return to Roland soon with Estelle. Anyways, Angelica, what brings you here? Something isn't happening again, is it? Cassius asked Angelica. Oh, don't worry, it's nothing of that sort. I heard Kilika has been promoted in another branch, and I may have finally shown some interest in becoming a bracer as well, seeing how well Kilika has been doing lately. Angelica said, explaining her situation. You know Kilika? I personally haven't been to Zeiss yet, but that's on the list to go to after I get used to being here in Grancel. Agate responded with surprise in his eyes. I do. She's my teacher after all. Learn Taito under her. Angelica responded with a grin. So that's the connection. I mean, if you were as you say, the Bracer Guild would definitely welcome someone who is efficient in Taito. I could even have Skiro watch over your progress to become a bracer as I did for Estelle and Joshua, Cassius began to say, only to hear the door to the Bracer Guild suddenly open, which distracted the three. I knew you'd come back, Daddy, Estelle happily said, seeing Cassius now in front of her. Joshua was also beside her and could only shrug his shoulders. Estelle wanted a breather. Too many books, she says, Joshua retorted, shrugging his shoulders as he did. And whose fault do you think that is, Estelle retorted back, glancing at him. Now, taking breathers is fine and all, but we have some business to get to. A newbie here is looking to join the guild, just as you two are, Cassius said, welcoming Estelle and Joshua. Estelle wondered, hearing Cassius' words just now, only to glance her eyes in a different expression. Her eyes lifted in interest seeing Angelica before her. It's you. We met back at the Queen's birthday, Estelle happily responded, seeing Angelica before her. It's nice to see you two again. Angelica happily nodded her head as well. Joshua also welcomed her, and the five proceeded inside the guild. Seeing a new face, even Elman became interested after the commotion died down in front of their building. It appeared it was going to get quite busy for Angelica after all. Yet as the Bracer Guild welcomed a new arrival. In another part of Grancel City, another figure of a woman could be seen moving in and out of people, slowly making her way toward the end of the north block. What remained in the distance was now Grancel Castle. Seeing the castle now in view, the woman decided to pause for a moment. If one looked closely, compared to the armor she was used to wearing, she currently had a large briefcase in her hands and was wearing a dark suit instead. She had very pale white hair that was accented with pink tips. A smile couldn't help but curl over her lips as she observed the castle. "So this is Grancel Castle, huh? There's a rumor spreading around saying His Highness has vanished again. I wonder, what could you be up to now?" the woman uttered to herself before getting a good look at the castle, only to proceed walking toward it. Chapter 187. Home next stop is Riverside. I repeat, the next stop is Riverside. Please make sure your baggage is secure before departure. An intercom's voice suddenly spoke as an orbital subway train could be seen moving about at a high speed over its tracks above ground in what appeared to be a heavily populated city. If one wanted a close resemblance, it looked very similar to Tokyo, as it too had several districts. But over here, they were called boroughs, and Riverside was one of 13 boroughs. Phew, finally back home, at least, even if I would call it a home. Oration serves me no good anymore, but I didn't think teacher would have a place to call home here in Edith, a voice of a boy said, only to seen with a crowd of people within the same cabin as he was in. Upon a closer look, this boy appeared to be around 15 years of age and had somewhat unkempt black hair. He was wearing a stylish cobalt jacket with black trousers. Over the last few years, this boy seemed to have been wiped off the face of Zemuria, but that was for a good reason. He went off the radar, as did his teacher, who happened to be one of the Seption Chuch's dominions. Both wandered around the continent as the boy's teacher taught him the Kunlun style of Eastern martial arts. The city that this boy was now arriving at, or Riverside to be specific, was part of Edith. Edith was none other than the capital city of Calvard, as Heimdall was to Erebonia and Grancel City to Liberal. Its population was well over 500,000 here. Being the central hub of Calvard, martial arts was very widespread here. And in Calvard, martial arts was much more prominent and learnt by many compared to the Western countries, where most either joined militaries or learned the way of the sword. Here in Calvard, there were 3 popular styles that people could dive into should they hold interest. The first and lively most widespread form, Taito, which was far more known in the West than the other 2 were. The other 2 were called Kunlun and Gekka. Those of people like Kilika, Zin, and Angelica, and subsequently Cheryl, who is still undergoing training under Zin, were practitioners of Taito. Even Walter the Direwolf, who was one of Ouroboros enforcers set to take part of the gospel plan, practiced Taito. He unfortunately diverged from Taito's path for killing his own master, eventually finding his own style of martial arts. Yet the other 2 styles weren't as widely known in Western Zemuria as it is in Calvard. The third style, Gekka, is what members of the Heiua family practice in, known for its graceful moves, launch of projectiles, and striking the enemy's pressure points, and therefore immobilizing them. In also is a practitioner of Gekka, but she is more predominant in Qigong, which her Yin ancestors trained in, or more commonly known in the modern world, parkour. Swift and nimble, easily capable of jumping from building to building or running up vertical slopes. It is the least violent of the 3 as well. Taito was prominent in its striking poses, easily crippling an enemy's defense while bolstering one's own. It is also known for its kicking, which is primarily used for Kunlun. In short, for Kunlun, it was essentially kung fu, allowing one's fists as their weapon of choice to pummel enemies down. And the black-haired boy who could now be seen descending the platform from the subway train was a practitioner of the Kunlun style. However, what made this boy different from other practitioners was that he also learned swordsmanship under his teacher. And seeing him arrive in the big city, which was first for him, this boy couldn't help taking a deep breath of air. His childhood home was no more, and his teacher gave him a new area to settle down in, which was in this very city. Unlike the more dense districts or those that are restricted, Riverside was much more of a comfortable area to reside in. It was also here in Edith would this boy be due to enter high school soon, at one, if not the most prestigious schools in all of Calvard, Aramis High School. Yet as this boy was in his own thoughts for a moment, as he took in the air of the city life here, his thoughts were soon interrupted by a sound of another person's voice. "So even fools like you can rise up from the graves?" a person's voice said, reaching the black-haired boy's ears. Hearing this ceased his thoughts, and his vision became clear again. Yet the moment the black-haired boy heard that, he couldn't help but click his tongue. "TCH, I never died, you damn idiot," the black-haired boy cursed, revealing a rugged tone that is often used by street rats. Which made sense as this figure used to be a street rat himself, before getting adopted by the family he had now come to hate, bar a certain person he had gotten close to during that time. Haha, it just means ADOS still has something in store for you. Just don't let that get to your head, though, the voice said, only to reveal a figure of a brown-haired boy who seemed to be a similar age to the black-haired boy, perhaps a year older than he was. Yet this boy appeared to be much more proper, wearing a stylish violet suit, even sporting a tie underneath it. After an initial wave of annoyance appearing in the black-haired boy's eyes, he could only shrug his shoulders seeing the brown-haired boy before him, who was also wearing glasses over his eyes. His lips then turned into a grin. Remaining silent, the black-haired boy reached his hand out. The brown-haired boy looked at it for a moment, before he reaches out and grasped onto it. Unexpectedly, the two went in for a hug, welcoming each other. After all, despite these two's appearances, they were best friends who they haven't seen in years. "You haven't changed a bit, Van. Stronger, but you're still you," the brown-haired boy said, giving a hug to the black-haired boy who he called Van, seeing how firm Van's grip was compared to his own. "Huh, I could say the same to you, Ren. You ain't no shitty snot-nosed brat anymore. Look at you all decked out in that suit," Van said, letting his grin stay on his face as he retorted him. This boy before him was Ren Kincaid, a friend he had made during the time Van spent back in Oration, together with a certain girl whose family had come to hate his guts. Which made sense since that particular family was owned the ever-so-popular Quincy business. Being a dominant business force in Calvert, the parents, despite welcoming Van into their home, knew he had no welcome there. That didn't prevent their daughter from getting acquainted with Van, though, despite getting berated by them time and time again. Well, it reached a breaking point to where that girl's parents sold Van off to what was supposed to be a family of his own for him, being an orphan. Yet that strayed ever so farther from the truth he had come to learn of. But by the time he had realized the actions done by that family, it was too late. He had gotten kidnapped and sold, only to be tossed away into a cave to rot away as an experiment for testing, along with other children that served no use. But fate played another role when that happened, allowing Van to meet Naoto during the time the two had spent in the DG cult. Some years had passed since then, and after traveling around with his teacher, he had decided to settle down in the new home he was granted. But still, knowing that Van now has a home he can come home to, he still had a desire to see that girl. And knowing that, Rin could see it in Van's eyes, even after moments of meeting again. "It's nice to see you again, regardless. I hear Elaine has become a bracer," Van said, parting ways from his hug. "She has. Not once did Elaine doubt that you were gone for good. Still, you could have at least reached out to us at some point, you know? What did you end up doing ever since that incident?" Rin wondered about what Van has been up to lately. "Practicing martial arts. Under a teacher who found that I had talent I didn't even know I had." "So prison, right?" Van asked back, which caused Rin to stare at him for a moment. "No kidding? Now it makes sense as to why we couldn't reach out to you. You were probably moving all over the place," Rin responded. "Pretty much. You already enrolled in your first year here yet? How's that going?" Van wondered as he asked that. "It's going well. Both you and Elaine are due to enroll in a few months as well. I am so very looking forward to that. We should get going. Elaine already made a reservation for us at a restaurant nearby. We can get a good meal there," Ren tried to say, only for the two to suddenly hear a higher-pitched voice yell out to them. "It really is you, Van," a girl's voice suddenly said, reaching out to the two as they saw a figure blur, dashing their way as they left a restaurant from nearby. Yet she didn't seem to be alone either. Two other girls could be seen with this girl. Yet the first girl ignored the two she was with and quickly reached Van and gave him a hug of her own. Despite having a cold exterior most of the time, a happy smile reached her face, which surprised the other two further into the distance. Upon a closer look, she had long platinum blonde hair. "Elaine," Van began to say, only to return her hug after being reunited. He then nodded his head before he continued to speak. "Yeah, I'm back. For good," Van happily responded, causing Run to nod his head as well. After a moment of bliss passed between the three, It wasn't until now did the other two girls approach the three. Insert picture of Anne Arkwright here, insert picture of Ren Kincaid here, insert picture of Elaine Auclair here, Chapter 188. Unlikely web novel app seems to have updated again, ugh. Still, it is the start of a new week. Look at you. You even made some friends, even without my person being here these last few years. I'm sorry I couldn't get in touch with you too, though. Teacher said less contact, the better, Van replied, scratching his cheek a bit while enjoying the hug Elaine gave him. Yet Elaine took a moment to realize what she had done and quickly parted ways from him, returning to her normal cold demeanor. Seeing Elaine do this, the cerise hair-colored girl, who seemed to be a few years older than Elaine, let out a giggle. This girl was by far the oldest of the group, as she had just turned 20 this year. Right now, Van was 15, Elaine 15, and Ren 16. Yet despite being the youngest of the three, Elaine had quickly showed her prowess by becoming a bracer at such a young age. She wasn't due to become one until 3 or 4 years down the line, but thanks to a certain someone being at her side, the cerise hair girl, this older girl was quick to realize how talented Elaine was when the two first encountered each other during the girl's work as a bracer. That meant this cerise hair girl was also a bracer. A sheathed sword could be currently seen around Elaine's waist and the other girl's waist. As for the third girl beside them, she currently sported a lazy look on her eyes and was currently wearing a hat with eye goggles over it, making her appearance quite stylish like Van. She was by far the youngest, considering she didn't even look 10 years old yet. But this girl and the cerise hair color girl were already friends, and she decided to bring this girl along while she was stationed in Calvert's Bracer Guild here in Edith. Van also saw Elaine act like that for a brief moment and let out a chuckle. "Ha, you never changed either, Elaine," Van responded after he looked at Elaine's momentary outburst. "Jay, just shut it, will you? But if you were wondering, yes, these two are new friends of mine. The girl on the left is Sarah Veilstein, and the girl on the right is Lavian Winslet. Sarah's my acting senior right now, while we aren't sure what Lavi will do yet." Checking out her prospects, Elaine explained, introducing the two girls to Van and Ren. "Sup," Lavi lazily responded after she was introduced by Elaine. Hearing Lavi greet Van and Ren so nonchalantly like that, Sarah could only shake her head and let out a sigh. "Sorry about Lavi. She's a good girl, but she can be pretty direct sometimes. You can call me Sarah. I've been looking out for Elaine for a while now, while you were out of the picture." "You three seem pretty close," Sarah said, introducing the two of them to the three. "Likewise. But yeah, the three of us could be considered childhood friends," Van said, motioning his hand a bit as he responded, "Sarah. So that's the situation between you three. Now it makes sense why you reserved a dinner here." "I was curious in who was going to show up," Sarah said. "Still, I'd hardly call our standing as such, considering how that giant mess went back then," Ren retorted, pushing his frames of his glasses up a bit. About that actually. Remember those details I gave you before I told you about our meeting spot here? I should bring this up now before I forget," Van said, which drew the group's interest. "About what?" Elaine questioned, also showing interest in her eyes. It took a second before Ren remembered what Van had mentioned to him after learning that he would be arriving here in Riverside from Short Call. "You're referring to that guy, aren't you? You briefly told me how you escaped from there, but it would be best for us to go into further detail on this matter over dinner." Ren responded as he nodded his head, remembering the brief call he had with Van prior to arriving here. "Yeah, we sure can. Anything is better here than spending time in that shithole. But I just want to say this now, while I have your attention, Ren. That guy reached out to me a while back and told me to start looking into Calvert's stock markets." "Know anything about that?" Vince said, wondering as he asked that. "Calvert's stock markets," Ren uttered softly. He thought to himself for a moment before he shook his head. "I cannot recall anything that comes to mind. Maybe he wants you to invest in something?" Ren also wondered, unsure of what Van meant. "Beats me. Got no idea why that guy brought that up." "I do agree that we should talk about what I have been doing since then over dinner, though," Vince said. As he said that, Elaine couldn't help but look at Van, wondering who it was the two were talking about. Sarah and Lavi were confused as well. "Who is this person, Van? You seem to address him with respect too. How can we not get curious?" Elaine asking, showing interest in her eyes. "I'm in the same boat. Looks like some stuff went down that caused your absence Outside the fact you were wandering around, training, Sarah also mused to herself. Time for the deets. Lavi simply responded as well. Haha, I figured. You three don't know the guy, and Ren hasn't met him in person either. While I was in that shithole, I met a group I now consider as friends, but we went our separate ways after we fled from there. But if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't even have met Teacher. I could even go as far as to call the guy my savior. He called himself Naoto. He's a prince, apparently, Van said, explaining his situation to the people before him. A prince, Elaine uttered, feeling surprised after learning what had happened to Van, at least if it was just briefly. She knew Van would describe his matter more while they were set to have dinner in a bit, but the moment Van uttered that name, a sound of thunder clapping suddenly struck inside Sarah's head, causing her to turn quiet. Even Lavi turned a bit serious, only to look back at Sarah. This guy didn't just say what I think he just said, did he? Lavi suddenly said, gaining a more serious look in her eyes as she turned towards Sarah. Seeing Lavi do that, Sarah regained her composure, only to let a drawn sigh, before motioning her hand a bit, which drew everyone's attention. Let me guess. Pretty boy. Violet hair. Golden eyes whose pupils almost seem to be gone most of the time, unless one they directly stare into it, Sarah suddenly said, which caused surprise to appear in Van's eyes. Where are you getting at? Van asked in a more serious tone, not expecting Sarah to give him such a description. Yet seeing Van do this, Sarah only let out another sigh. And here I was wondering why Daddy sent me to Calvert out of all places. I initially had interest in going to Liberal, but he probably knew something I didn't, Sarah said, sighing in defeat as she shrugged her shoulders. Seems to be the case. We just happen to know that same guy you just described. Lavi retorted as she saw the surprise in Van's eyes. No sitin. I mean, it's been a few years since we've met last. Guess while I was training with Teacher, he was up to his own business. But that's life, I guess, Vin said, scratching his cheek. Huh. Well, I can agree with you on that part. I feel we can become friends. Elaine here says tonight's dinner is on her. Sarah replied, revealing a grin of her own. Yes, it's the least I can do seeing that we have been able to reunite like this. We can catch up while Sarah and Lavi gives you their accounts as well. I'm a bit curious on this investment matter as well, Elaine said, nodding her head. Works for me. You won't ditch out on this, will you, Ren? Vin asked as he looked back at him. Nah, this is too good to pass up on. School matters can wait. For now, let's go head to our restaurant, Ren answered, nodding his head at Van. Seeing him do that, everyone nodded their head and proceeded to enjoy Riverside's view of the river passing through as they made their way down the streets. Yet unbeknownst to Naoto, a group of unlikely individuals have come across each other, only to develop their own bond of friendship as they began to eat at a nearby restaurant in Riverside. The crossover you never knew that you wanted. Chapter 189. Unlikely, too. Yet as Van's group of 5 soon arrived at their restaurant, which was placed to where it overlooked all of Riverside for a good view, they saw the door open. Seeing a few figures step out of the restaurant, they could only step aside. They appeared to be a somewhat elderly couple, followed by a young brown-haired boy and an older brown-haired man. Van could see these two as siblings, seeing how close in appearance the two were. Van couldn't help but feel slightly envious seeing how these two were acting. Van had no familial love back then. He could see the happiness in the two's eyes. Yet Van chose to remain silent as he observed his family. Elaine glanced her eyes at Van's behavior and felt a bit worried, but chose to remain silent. The group saw the older man let out a laugh as he spoke to the brown-haired boy. Haha, you sure kept stuffing your face in there. Told you this place was good, wasn't it, Lloyd? The brown-haired man said, letting out a laugh as he did. Ha, it sure was. I'm still surprised you wanted to come visit our grandparents in Calvert during your big celebration. Big brother. The brown-haired boy called Lloyd happily responded. Well, there was a bit of a falling out, despite having me being promoted to Crossbell's First Division. Needed to take a breather. Still, thank you for taking Lloyd and I to the big capital, Grandpa, the older brown-haired man said, thanking the aged man who was before him. Ho-ho, think nothing of it. We rarely come to the capital, either. Enjoying it is the best way to go. I can already see the time was well spent, the older aged man said, letting out a laugh at the two. Right? It's a shame Big Sis couldn't come, but it's still great being able to see this place with you guys, Lloyd happily responded. It wasn't until now did the older man realize they had stopped walking, still standing in front of the entrance to the restaurant, only to realize that another group was waiting to go inside of it. Oh, I didn't realize there was another group. This place is really good. You guys are definitely going to enjoy it, the older man said, causing Sarah to smile. Well, considering how great you were reviewing it just a moment ago, it looks like reserving this place was the right choice. Wouldn't you agree, Elaine? Sarah asked Elaine beside her. Yes, it's nice to see Riverside is upholding its reputation as one of Edith's most popular touring spots. Though you guys don't seem to be around here, Elaine said, wondering as she observed the two siblings. Hearing that, the older man nodded his head. We got a long ride back to Crossbell. Our grandparents live in Calvert, so we decided to have a bit of fun before my lil bro here starts his enrollment back at the police academy. Oh, and you can call me Guy, by the way. My little bro here is Lloyd, Guy said, introducing himself and Lloyd to Van's group as he placed his hand over Lloyd's head, ruffling his hair a bit. The police academy in Crossbell. Your family must come from a line of detectives. Imzara. Elaine here and I are working as bracers. So if you guys ever get yourself in a pinch, don't hesitate to shout out, all right? Sarah said, assuring the group as they were getting ready to leave. Bracers, huh? I guess no matter where we go, we'll come across him one way or another, Guy said, turning quiet for a moment after recalling what had happened to him and Lloyd, which was the main reason that promoted his short vacation to Edith. Despite recently being promoted to Crossbell's First Division, which handled the largest and most complex crimes that occurs in Crossbell, in turn, he had a falling out with whom he saw as his best partner. The duo used their wits and brawn to tackle anything that would require their work as being detectives. Yet, just as he would see his best partner join him in both becoming detectives of the First Division, his partner up and left him in the dust. It really did cause quite a disturbance in the police force. This was the same Guy Bannings who was a part of Team Sergei, one of the hired squads that Naoto had a brief encounter with during his stay in Crossbell to help with the cult extermination. And now a few years later, he still had a fallout with his best partner to fight crime, Arios McLean. He suddenly decided to retire from the force and become a bracer, while Sergei went off to become a teacher at the police academy. That was why Guy turned quiet for a moment after hearing Elaine and Sarah introduce themselves as bracers. And on top of that, because Sergei decided to transfer to the police academy, Guy figured that his little brother would encounter him sooner than later. His little brother had just turned 13 this year and already displayed interest in becoming a detective, just like Guy. And for a good reason. The brown-haired boy beside Guy was Lloyd Bannings, who was none other than the protagonist of the Crossbell games. He was the same age as Naoto and Estelle, and likewise a year older than Reen. And as a result of Guy's promotion and the events had transpired shortly after, Guy decided to take Lloyd to visit his grandparents and be tourists for a week or two, since their grandparents lived outside of Edith. However, Guy wasn't expecting to come across another group of bracers that he had gotten experience firsthand by getting into contact with Crossbell's Bracer Guild branch. Though as Guy remained in his thoughts, he came to a conclusion that it was a good thing to see bracers operate in a country he wasn't too familiar with, since a bracer's #1 job was to uphold the safety of a country's citizens to where one was stationed. Big brother? Lloyd asked, seeing Guy turn quiet for a moment. Nah, it's nothing. Let's go, Lloyd. I do apologize if we blocked your guy's way. The food here is really delicious, Guy said to Van's group. He then turned toward Lloyd again. Come on, Lloyd. We still got Trine Tower to see, Guy happily said, causing Lloyd to smile. Yeah, Lloyd responded, only to see Guy start walking again and joined. Ho-ho. It was a pleasure meeting you guys, but it looks like we'll be on our way, the aged man said to Van's group as Guy and Lloyd was now in the distance. The grandparents also started walking, causing Elaine to smile. Likewise, Elaine said, nodding her head as she saw the group of 4 leave the restaurant. Yet for some reason, Van still remained silent during this. It seemed he had recalled some words that was spoken to him in the past. Van's gaze specifically fell on Lloyd, seeing him vanish into the streets of Riverside. If you ever come across a person named Lloyd Bannings or Reen Swartzer, do not get entwined with them too much, Naoto's voice kept booming inside of Van's mind as he remained silent, seeing Lloyd leave with his family. Elaine saw Van's behavior and tilted her head a bit as their group also started to walk into the restaurant. "Fun. You coming?" Elaine asked Van, which snapped him out of his thoughts. "Yeah, I'm coming," Van answered, only to see his group enter the restaurant, which caused him to follow. Yet similar to how his group had unlikely formed, Van happened to come across another protagonist of the Trails games shortly after he had arrived here in Riverside. Anticipation appeared in Van's eyes, as he soon started to develop a desire to meet the violet-haired boy again, even after having gone their separate ways. Insert picture of Guy Bannings here, insert picture of Arios McLean here, insert picture of Lloyd Bannings here, the other crossover you never knew you wanted. Chapter 190. Cheryl, meanwhile, as certain groups began to strive for their own paths, or was happy to reunite with friends they haven't seen in years, Naoto was now well underway in learning the way of the sword under the guidance of RZ Dojo's acting master, Klaus. With having Laura as a fellow disciple and the head of the RZ family observing from the sidelines. Yet it still seemed there was still some movement elsewhere in Erebonia, apart from Ismia Great Forest, Leg Ram, or Ortis, to where Crow was currently training. Somewhere over the Isengard mountain range. Smoldering fist, a voice of a girl echoed deep inside one of mountain rifts. If one took a wrong step, they could easily find themselves tumbling downward the steep mountains. Yet this girl didn't seem fazed by the challenge, as her focus was currently placed in front of her. This girl seemed to be around 10 years old now, sporting a short-cut lilac hair tied into a bun. As she first started her journey with her teacher, she had decided to cut it off, only to maintain it short. She was mostly wearing a GI like her teacher did, and her fists could be seen tightly wrapped with white bandages. Yet one would think twice to confront this girl. A crazy yellow earthen aura currently wrapped her entire body. The blood that runs through her body is thicker than most, on top having denser bones as a result from a certain experiment. Yet as she had her battle chi active, steam started to pop around her closed fists, on top of steam releasing from her mouth. She appeared quite fierce right now. As the chi wrapped around her fists, this girl rushed inward and did an upward motion of her fists. In front of her was a very large and dense rock monster with a very thick shell made of minerals. But once the girl struck out, the monster didn't dodge, only for a loud crack to resound nearby. Visible cracks and a loud bang struck, causing the monster to let out a curling shriek. It didn't end there, though, as the girl's fist launched this large rock monster into the air. Seeing her job done, it was this time a second and third voice spoke out, initiating skills of their own as two quick blurs struck out while dashing in the air. These two figures used the large crags around them to seemingly run on air for a brief few seconds. Second form, Gale, an older boy's voice yelled, only to follow with the sound of a katana being unsheathed. In the next moment, a figure swiftly leapt into the air and slashed forward. Upon a closer look, he appeared to be a black-haired boy. He quickly arrived in front of the large rock monster, slashing away at the injury the lilac-haired girl caused. As the rock monster tried to mend its body, the black-haired boy continued his motion. He also began to leak some battle chi, covering his katana in flames. Third form, Flame Impact, the black-haired boy yelled out again, only to reappear above the large rock monster above him. He slashed down fiercely, letting his flames collide with the giant rock. The force caused it to get blasted downward, creating a large quake. Yet the lilac-haired girl remained steady, only to pound her fists together. Earthen Wall, she yelled, only to create a yellowish defensive shield around her as the monster kicked up several debris her way. The monster attacked simultaneously as it tried to mend its body, yet its attack didn't seem to faze the girl. This allowed the third brown-haired girl, who appeared to be the oldest of the group, around 14 years, to draw her blade in a similar stance as the black-haired boys. She crouched a bit as the shield began to fade, only yell out a similar skill. Fourth form, 8-Leaf Blitz, the brown-haired girl struck out. She dashed right in front of the rock monster. Slashing forth, she rapidly struck its body, akin to slashing leaves, splitting them into two. The monster couldn't even manage to last the last couple of strikes before it started to vanish into oblivion, dying mid-combat. Seeing the large monster now dead, the black-haired boy fell down and landed beside the two girls. "Heh, that was a piece of cake," the brown-haired girl replied, sheathing her blade away, only to make a peace sign. She then turned around, only to see the lilac-haired girl seize her battle chi, as the black-haired boy sheathed his katana. "Still, you Taito practitioners sure are sturdy. Though you're training under Zin the Immovable, so it makes sense, haha," the girl continued to say, letting out a laugh. "Yeah, I didn't know there are lots of dojos out there, but it seems you two are mostly traveling around, not tied to one," the black-haired boy chimed in. "You could say that. Thanks to a certain incident, teacher no longer visits his dojo, so we've been wandering Zemuria as he does his bracer work. And now we found ourselves here at the 8 Leaves, 1 Blade School," the lilac-haired girl said in confidence. "I didn't think you'd want to see how we train, though. But it looks like it's been serving you well, Cheryl," the black-haired boy said. "Yes, it has been quite fruitful training Figs high up. You said you were Reen, right?" Cheryl said, looking at the black-haired boy. "Ah, Reen Swartzer. Dad owns a barony down the mountain. You should visit the hot springs sometime," Reen suggested. "Hot springs," Cheryl uttered softly. Yet as she said that, the brown-haired girl clasped her hands together happily. "You make a good point, little brother. Why don't we pay Emer a visit and have some fun after this training is over?" she suggested. "Haha, you really do enjoy those hot springs, Annalise," Reen said, scratching his cheek a bit. "Humph. I gotta take all chances you can get before Grandpa takes me to Liberal for me to take the bracer exam," Annalise said, feeling a bit disheartened as she said that. "You're keen on becoming a bracer, though, so I can respect that. And if you're going to Liberal soon, you may come across Big Brother at some point." Though according to teacher, it seems he left the country again, Cheryl said, shrugging her shoulders. "You're the Big Brother, huh? Maybe I'm already anticipating and going to Liberal, even more now. But we should sweep the rest of this mountain path first. There are plenty of more monsters for us to chase down," Annalise said, pumping her arm a bit, showing off her vigor. "Yeah, we should be able to make a clear path before sundown," Reen also said, nodding his head. "Got it," Cheryl said, tapping her fists together. With the 3 in acknowledgement, they soon started to wander further upward and deeper into the mountains as they continued their training excursion. It didn't seem these 3 were alone. Further toward another tall crag in the distance, 2 figures could be seen, standing calmly. One seemed to be quite old, currently having his hands behind his back as he observed the trio in the distance. Next to him was now a man in his late 20s. Of course, these 2 were Yun Kfai, the master of the 8 Leaves 1 Blade School, and Zin, a master of the Taito School of Martial Arts. As for Yun, despite being on this rocky terrain, he was still wearing his black slippers, acting as if the terrain beneath meant nothing to him. Yet as for Zin, respect could be seen in his eyes, as a junior would look to an elder, despite being masters of 2 different schools. Zin's gaze also fell on the black-haired boy, showing interest in his eyes. "And here I thought you would start touring Calvert again, old man. Still, Reen Swartzer, huh? And you call him your final disciple?" Zin asked Yin. "Ho-ho, it seems you have interest in your eyes. I'm still a bit unsure to tour Calvert again, considering my old age. But I do not plan on recruiting any more disciples for the 8 Leaves 1 Blade. For now, Reen is my final disciple," Yin said, nodding his head. "The others are currently going about their own business apart from Annalise and Reen here, especially Shizuna. She has some unfinished business to attend to in Calvert, which is why that place currently holds my interest again," Yin said, explaining his situation a bit. "So that's it. I hear you're going to take Annalise to Liberal first for the bracer exam. Oh, and before I forget, I'm grateful for having Cheryl partake in one of your training exercises. She's quite a monster at Taito. Even I almost feel unfit to be called teacher," Zin said, looking down at the lilac-haired girl who has been progressing at a phenomenal rate. Yet despite being 10 or 11 now, she has not grown the wrong way either. Most of her skin is tender and slim. She currently appears to have a bunch of inner chi within her that allows herself to deliver powerful blows. She does have visible muscle, but it was not protruding outward like Zin's muscles were. You needn't dive into it much. It seems you still have more to learn yourself. She is a disciple, and you are her teacher. It is as simple as that. Keep her path straight and progress forward, Yin said, giving some insight to Zin, causing him to turn quiet as he observed onward. Stones. Chapter 191. Ambril Tower Trails Through Daybreak, officially announced for summer 2024 in the West. Along with Naoto, it seemed that everyone had begun to enter a busy time in their lives. Relentlessly, the sands of time began to churn, waiting for no one to come and try to stop it. Hours soon turned into days. Days became weeks, while weeks eventually turned into months. Back in Liberal, Estelle and Joshua, together with Skira's guidance, progressed their worldly knowledge of their surroundings to help better themselves in becoming bracers. While their actual exam is still a bit off, the two turned 14 years of age. They returned to Roland together with Cassius, proceeding to live the rest of their childhood in blissful ignorance. Estelle also chose to progress her staff training against her father during this time. As for Skira, she remained in Grancel City and started to teach another aspiring bracer, who was none other than Angelica. She was already used to the physical demand a bracer requires, so Skira started to teach Angelica a bracer's knowledge, as she did for Estelle and Joshua. Angelica soon found her time spent more at the guild, studying and helping Elnan with his paperwork. As for Agate, his time spent in Grancel City, after handling some requests with Cassius' guidance, also came to a close. Instead of taking an airship, the fiery red-haired guy started his journey towards Zeiss on foot with only but a rucksack and his sword to his body, to see where his next adventure awaits him. For Tita, she was quick to return to Zeiss and reminisce the time she had spent with her newfound friends back in the capital. This, in turn, only got her mother more riled up than usual. Her mother would often turn her anger toward one of the leading disciples of the Epstein Foundation, Professor Russell. Yet little did the two know at the time would Tita get acquainted with a person her mother would eventually come to hate the most. And as for Chloe, she was now absent from Grancel Castle entirely. She made way north of Zeiss, at Leiston Fortress no less. There, she would continue her combat training together with Julia, awaiting the day she would start attending Jenny's Royal Academy along with Naoto. Regarding Grancel Castle's latest arrival, Jaina, she was quick to realize that the Crown Prince has indeed left, but she also saw that the castle's personnel weren't in disarray, acting as if everyone was already used to this situation. Naoto would definitely have a surprise waiting for him once he returned to the castle, and that was Jaina. Decked out with a suit and briefcase, Hilda, the head maid, was quickly notified of Jaina's arrival, as she came based on a recommendation of Leiston Fortress. From there, Jaina entered a harsh training regime, not only as a maid, but handling matters of the castle. Seeing Hilda do it all effortlessly, Jaina became respectful of her. As Jaina became busy in the castle, she eventually found the private quarters completely vacated. Angelica would pop in every so often, but there was no Chloe, no Inia or Ren. Inia returned to Ouroboros, only to find that Duvalai was absent and was partaking a training excursion of sorts. Ren had left the capital city altogether, somewhere of the calm waters of Illyria Lake. To the north stood one of the 5 big cities that encircled the lands of Liberal. Bose was to the north, Rouen to the west, Zeiss to the south, Roland to the east, with Grancel City resting near the center of Liberal to where the heart of Illyria Lake was. Yet while Bose was bustling with activity thanks to being the largest trading city in all of Liberal, toward the south stood a large tower. It was beyond the city itself and stood more closer to the lake. One would tread, carefully reaching this tower, as the path that reached it was littered with monsters. But it served as a good training ground should one pursue the tower. And yet this tower served another purpose entirely. While it was known for attracting monsters, this place was known as a gate, one of 4 gates to be exact. Unbeknownst to many, this tower, along with 3 others, held a terrible secret. It was the second barrier that kept one of the 7 Septembertarians sealed away, the Shining Ring. Only by activating all 4 towers when the time was right would the seal to these gates be undone. But to most, people just saw this tower as a relic of the past, considering that this tower was first erected during the Great Collapse. Its foundations had stood all the way back to where Liberal was first formed over a millennium ago. Liberal's citizens knew well not to approach this place. But that didn't seem to bother the 2 figures who could now be seen standing in front of this large tower that seemed to be solely made out of amber. Each tower also was named after the 4 basic elements of the land. Earth was the favorable element here. Should one try to fight the monsters lurking within? Most, if not all, is solely composed out of energy of the earth element, so using attacks geared for earth served little purpose here. As for the 2 figures, though, one seemed to be a small child who seemed no more than 8 or 9 years old. Yet one would think to approach this small child, as despite being a child, she currently had a large scythe equipped on her body, moving it around with ease, as if it belonged to her. So this is one of the 4 tetracyclic towers, huh? The small child said, marveling the sight before her. Yes, we have been tasked to scout each one out. They have not seen the light of day to many, so it is likely there are challenging monsters inside. Are you sure you are up for this, though? It hasn't been long since you've become an enforcer, even if you have me around, the second figure said, looking down at the purple-haired girl. Yet, as this person asked that, the purple-haired girl only tilted her head. But of course, I'm not that small and feeble child you used to know back on the ship. I spent a lot of effort to become an enforcer like you guys. I wonder, could you even keep up with my pace? The girl said as she giggled. She was, of course, Ren, no longer residing in the castle thanks to Naoto's absence. She had found time to wander to where she was given a mission for by Ouroboros. Fair enough. I could use this time to judge and see how much you have improved. Blue Blanc, Walter, and Luciola should be approaching the other 3 towers as we speak to scope them out. With any luck, we'll have the towers secure to proceed the gospel plan. The second figure responded. Is this really the best for us, though? We should be grateful for Big Brother leaving the country, so we can do as we please here. But considering he is one of us, I doubt he would hinder the plan. What do you think, Big Brother Loey? Oh, wait. You go by Lawrence now, right? Ren asked, revealing a playful grin as she observed the figure of a man before her who was mostly covered away by a helmet and an eye shield. Call me whatever you like. His Highness' absence is definitely a boon for us. But if I'm speaking honest, I'm more surprised you didn't take him with you to this place, only to call me instead, Lawrence said, looking down at Ren. Well, Big Brother has some unfinished business to take care of. Remember that night, lady? Seems Big Brother's following a similar path as she once did. I'm curious to see if you'll be able to get the toy he wants, just like how I got Patermater, Ren said with a smile. Night lady? You must be referring to the 7th Anguis, then. Even I would reconsider going up against her. I didn't know much about that Divine Knight business either. Perhaps should there be a chance, I ought to discuss it with the professor, Lawrence said, musing to himself as he took the time to draw out his sword. It was Kernviter, divergent weapon granted by the Grandmaster the same time Naoto received his. Naoto received Verbrantai's McBurn Onbar, while Lawrence Kernviter. They were weapons that defied the laws of this world, each one powerful in their own right. Well, we can only focus on what is now before us. I do wish I could bring Patermater inside, but I fear the tower would crumble if I did that, Ren said, shaking her head as she observed the Ambral Tower. Understood. Let us make way for the top, Lawrence responded. Sure enough, Ren and Lawrence soon entered the tower with growing interest to what lay before them. Stones? Chapter 192. Parm, let's try getting over 500. 3 full months had passed since my departure from Street, Ursula Medical College. After a few initial bumps and turns, Grandmother was able to see my disappearance as another excuse to go out on another training adventure. This matter was brought up to her, as it was discussed with not only her, but to the rest of those who resided at the castle. It wasn't as chaotic as my initial return to Liberal was, to say the least. She could see the resolution in my eyes to get stronger, and she did not stop me, nor did the others. With that plan in mind, it seemed the others also had plans of their own, and, after bringing everything to the table, We decided on the best course of action to take to spend the remaining 2 years before Chloe and I enroll at Jenny's. Since it was now December of S1199, that meant Chloe and I only had 1 year and 5 months left before we enroll in May of S1201. Time was ticking, to say the least. Chloe was to venture to Leyston Fortress, serving as a means of both protection and training. Since I would not be there for her, she would at least have the military backing her during my absence. The second was Angie. She surprised us by wanting to become a bracer, so she would opt to remain in Grantsell City and study at the Bracer Guild in South Block, instead of making way to where Kilika was in Zeiss. As for Enya, albeit reluctant, she returned to her duties as a member of the Stahlritter, vanishing into the darkness of the night along with Ines. And well, as for me, I did a little disappearance act at the hospital, only to allow my familiar and I to make our way toward Haken Gate, which is on the Liberal side, and Titus Gate, which was on the Erebonia's side. From there, Tamamo and I eventually found ourselves in Legram, home to the RZ School of Swordsmanship. After revealing my identity as one of the members of the Great Houses, the master of the RZ family accepted me into their home. On top of that, the acting master of the dojo, which was none other than Sir Victor's butler, sparred against me to determine my potential in learning the RZ style. That spar happened, and before we realized it, along with developing a new connection with Sir Victor's daughter, Laura, we saw ourselves spending 3 full months in the town of Wonder. It was a popular tourist destination for it being a natural landmark. I did not rely on my system, nor my skills bound my system as I spent my time there. The only time to where I would showcase my skills were if Laura and I ventured outside into the monster-infested areas nearby. Though along with Laura, it seemed Toval also had interest in fighting monsters as well, so we spent time as a 3-man party. According to Toval, it appeared it has not been long since he had been promoted into a senior bracer, earning the title, the Zero Artisan. His quick arts casting definitely did help support while Laura and I remained on the front lines. Farewells come and go like the passing wind. But on the eve of Tamamo and his departure, the RZ family held a big banquet, and lots of laughs were shared. Thanks to the time spent, Laura had developed and eventually opened up to her fellow disciples instead of just unleashing beatdowns one after another. New friendships were formed, and Laura became grateful. Even though it was only 3 months, even Laura had come to accept me as a friend. It was well into the winter now, but it only got cool on the wintry nights of Legram. It was much cooler on Ebel Lake, to which us fellow disciples used on a couple excursions to Lohengrin Castle for sightseeing. The spirit veins resting beneath the giant castle were calm, so no monsters appeared inside of it. It was just a standing piece of history, but thanks to that, we were able to see what it looked like from the inside. And surprisingly, it did not snow if little at all here in Legram, and that was likely thanks to the year-round fog that kept the cold air moist. Even if it would try to freeze over, the moist water molecules in the air would return it, keeping the water on the ground away from the freezing point to which it turns into snow. After bidding farewell to Legram, Tamamo, and I found ourselves back on the main paved highway, to which our next destination was another town that was full of color and history alike, the textile town, Parm. Oh well, I wouldn't say it was just us two anymore, though. Thinking that, I heard the sound of a cat speaking the tongue of a human, instead of a cat meowing not so far away. This voice appeared a bit annoyed as well. "Get back here, you stupid fox," Celine's voice said in anger, which caused me to end my current thoughts, only to see my vision regain as I could find myself standing on the main paved highway that eventually led to the town of Parm. Yet as I heard Celine's voice, I saw a black cat not too far away, currently trying to chase a silvery white fox that also let out a voice. "Hee hee, you call yourself a cat, but you can't even keep up with me," Tamama's voice retorted the black cat currently chasing her. Every so often, Tamamo would stop in front of Celine only to wag her 6 tails around while keeping her distance from Celine. As the two played around like that, I heard a familiar voice reach out to me, who was currently to my side. "It really has been a while since Celine and Tama could play like this, hasn't it?" Emma's voice said, reaching my ears as I saw a pretty plum-haired girl who currently had her braided into a single braid, going down all the way down her neck. Yeah, I didn't think I'd encounter you guys while I was staying at Legram. You seem to join up with them too, Phi, I said, only to observe two girls beside me, one sporting plum hair while the other sported white hair. The plum hair girl seemed to be a year younger than I was, while Phi seemed around 10 years of age. Though thanks to engaging combat as a Jaeger, her growth has already started to develop in certain places for what I could see. Yes, it seems the goddess has brought us together again. It's more of a surprise that you found yourself here in Erebonia again, Naoto, Emma said, revealing a smile as she looked my way. I do agree with that. Boss said you were off on your own. Didn't think you'd show up in that foggy town. Phi also said, oh, that almost reminds me. Phi doesn't know about your other half. Does she now? Emma said, only to look back at Phi, which caused her to blink her eyes in confusion. Other half? You mean the prince thing? Boss told me about it when you guys raided that island a few years back. I don't care if you're royalty. We've engaged as Jaegers. So to me, you're just Naoto, Phi said, shrugging her shoulders, causing Emma to look at her in surprise after hearing Phi's answer. In turn, I could only do a motion of my hand, letting out a sigh. So you've known, but seeing so frank about it, I guess I can say is expected of a Jaeger. But right now that name doesn't exist to me. I'm just Phoenix, a wandering martial artist, I said, revealing a playful grin as I looked at the two. A martial artist, a Jaeger, and a witch. Nothing could go wrong, right? Phi said, chiming into what I had just retorted with. You too, Emma said, only to let out a sigh as she rubbed the bridge of her nose a bit, which caused her to knock her glasses up slightly. Haha, we were just having a bit of fun. Look, we can already see Parm in the distance, I said, drawing the two's attention to a rather colorful town in the distance. Looks like we've almost arrived then. Still aren't we a little suspicious wearing these cloaks like this? Phi said, looking around her. Instead of her usual outfit, the three of us could be seen wrapped in cloaks, similar to the one I wore while Tamamo and I headed toward Legram. True, we could use our magic to get in without raising suspicion, but that would require some effort, Emma said, wondering to herself as we remained on the outskirts of Parm, which is why we won't require such means. I brought us a change of clothes. At least we'll get a look like we're playing the role anyway, I said, only to activate my inventory. Emma was used to seeing it, but Phi showed interest in her eyes the moment I brought out 3 outfits. Uniforms to be specific. School uniforms, Phi said, looking my way, showing interest in her eyes as she looked to what I now had in my hands. Stones. Chapter 193. Kurt Vander, let's try to get over 500. At the same time as Naoto's group could be seen off the highway with the town of Parm still in the distance. Amberl Tower, entrance floor. 2 figures could now be seen inside the amber-colored tower. Yet it didn't take long for Ren and Lawrence to get distracted. And for a good reason. Not long after the two entered the tower, they suddenly heard a soothing voice reach their ears. Threat presence detected. Now, initializing blood recognition scan. A soothing voice spoke out, as if directly talking right over Ren and Lawrence's heads. Huh, Ren asked, blinking her eyes as she heard this mechanical-sounding voice reach their ears. At the same time, the two found the room suddenly pixelated for a brief moment as a scanning-like aura quickly swept the first floor. This voice, Lawrence began to say, also intrigued seeing this sudden change of the tower. Yet before the two could do anything, the voice began to speak again. Bloodline match not found. Raising threat detection level to max. Now entering extermination mode. Initializing gate sealing sequence. The soothing voice echoed the first floor once again, before Ren and Lawrence could act. The scanning finished its sweep, and the two felt a sudden change in the room. They also heard that voice mention sealing, and they couldn't help but turn around. Before their eyes, they saw the entrance to the tower fully sealed off by a powerful barrier. Seeing the barrier now in place, it appeared that Ren and Lawrence were now sealed in the tower. This voice must be the autonomous defense mechanism of the Liber Arc the professor mentioned. We're definitely in the right place, Ren mused, seeing the sudden change in the air. Lawrence also nodded his head, and his gaze became serious. I didn't think the tower would actually place a trial for us. It would seem the other three would have a challenge ready for them as well. Lawrence said, agreeing with Renward. All the more better too. The Shining Ring is assuming us as threats, so it is likely seeing us as invaders. It will put our strength to the test, Lawrence continued to say as he looked down at Ren, readying his Kernbiter. Hee, I don't mind this at all. It looks like we have a welcome party already, Ren happily said, brandishing her scythe in front of her as a few monsters began to materialize before the two. As these monsters appeared, Ren and Lawrence soon saw the atmosphere start to release an amber-like glow around them, causing Ren to look around. She could feel a change in the air, similar to how Tio is easily able to spot changes in the air as well. Looks like the three higher elements are now at play. With this, we can have some fun, Ren happily said again. It appears these drones have mutated to suit our threat level too. Get ready, Ren, Lawrence said seriously. Of course, Ren said, changing her gaze to where the monsters were now in front of the two. Just like that, the two entered combat as the tower appeared to set a challenge for them. Back in Arabonia, south of Parm, Emma and Phi curiously looked at to what I now had in my hand. The three of us were wearing cloaks and Emma, and I didn't want to use our magic to sneak into Parm undetected. So this was likely the next best thing. It was a school uniform, and it wasn't just any school uniform. It was 3 uniforms from Thor's military academy, composed of mostly of red. As for Emma and Phi, I had 2 green skirts that went along with the uniform and black pants for me. So I'll be posing as students then. Works for me, Phi said. Seeing what to do next, Emma and I only stared at Phi before she started to rummage through her cloak, only to do a pulling motion of it, beginning to take it off. Emma became wide-eyed, seeing Phi start to take her clothes off right as we were still beside the highway. Fifia, haven't you learned any sense of shame since our time spent together a year ago in Northumbria? Emma said, feeling her cheeks turn a bit red, seeing Phi attempt to change her clothes. No, fieri tortif. Only to stop what she was doing after hearing Emma say that. Hearing that, I could only chuckle. Haha, for Emma's sake, why don't we go change behind those trees? I said, seeing Phi's frankness. Hearing the two of us say that, Phi had another look at her own body before she released her grip on her cloak and did a motion of her hand. Suit yourself, Phi simply said, before turning to the side to see where the closest trees were. As for Emma, she took in a breath of air and let out a sigh before turning toward Celine. Celine, we're going to go change our clothes. Do be on the lookout. Okay, Emma said, looking at the cat, still trying to chase the fox. Hearing that, Celine came to a sudden halt. Got it, Celine said, showing interest in her eyes of the uniforms I was now holding on to. In the next moment, the 3 of us found ourselves behind some trees, and after ensuring the coast was clear, we stripped of our cloaks, changing into the Thor's uniforms. Phi made another comment about Emma's growing breasts, which caused the tension in the air to ease a bit. I also had a glance, and she definitely had grown since the last time I'd seen Emma over a year ago. We only took a brief moment to change our outfits, and now we could be seen as 3 students. Both Tamamo and Celine saw us return to the road, showing interest in their eyes. So you're students now, huh? Celine asked, seeing us in uniforms. For now, I could pose as a noble while we were in Legram, but we will be heading into Parm, which is outside of the RZ Viscounty. We are now in the Sutherland region. It would cause more of a distraction if I wore my phoenix robe over our cloaks, I said, nodding my head at Celine. I share the same sentiment. Still, this skirt is a bit tight. Do students at Thor's really wear these? Emma said as she patted herself down a bit. It seemed she wasn't really used to wearing to these kind of skirts. She was used to wearing longer ones with her robe over it. Humph, that's because you keep growing in the wrong areas. I'm pretty sure your boobies are up another size since we met last in Northumbria, Phi retorted, causing Emma to come to a sudden halt. Phi, Emma blurted out, only to reveal a deeper blush on her cheeks. Ha! I said, letting out a laugh, seeing Phi and Emma do this. Well, Phi wasn't wrong. Will you 3 hurry up? While you were busy changing into your uniforms. It seems there was a commotion going on in front of the gates leading inside Parm. I can see a couple Imperial soldiers, Celine retorted, seeing us. Imperial soldiers? I asked with interest. Hearing that, Emma was able to calm down, and her gaze drew toward the entrance of Parm. We started walking a ways, and it didn't take long to approach the gate. It wasn't a big one, but it still offered some protection. Inside, we could see very colorful buildings, each one designed exquisitely with a good sense of craftsmanship. Parm was known for its textiles and spinning, so it made sense to see crafts here made by expert craftsmen. I, for one, though, had little interest in the field. We could see a couple people currently waiting to get in. It appeared there was a line, which was quite unusual for such a town. It wasn't the size of the city, so it was quite easy to get in, not taking too much time. As we approached the line, a guard spotted us. "Students?" the guard questioned, seeing how we were currently dressed. "Yes, we have some activity inside Parm. Will it be all right for us to enter?" I decided to ask the Imperial soldier. You three will have to wait for a bit, though. Captain Vander is currently en route outside Parm," the guard said, explaining the situation to us. Captain Vander, now it makes sense as to why there's a hold-up here. "You two don't mind waiting for a bit, do you?" I asked Emma and Phi. The two shook their heads. Like that, we decided to remain off to the side, next to the entrance, to let the commotion die down. As we waited, some time had passed, and before we knew it, we heard the sound of an orbital car drive by. The window was open, and I could see a rather pretty silver-white-haired boy seated in the seat behind the driver's seat. My interest drew toward the car as I could recognize who he was. "Isn't that Kurt?" I inwardly said to myself, observing the silvery white-haired boy. He seemed to be around Phi's age, seemingly no more than 10 years old. It was only brief, but it seems Kurt's gaze also drew toward our direction. He became a bit surprised seeing students wearing the Thor's uniform standing aside near the entrance. Sadly, he was in the car, so it was not like he could stop, even if he wanted to. As for the driver, though, I could see it was actually Mueller, who I had not seen for a while either. Not since I parted way from Prince Oliver back then. It really has been a while since I've last seen him. I have been in contact with Prince Oliver here, and there thanks to Chloe's Falcon Sieg. It appeared he had graduated from Thor's not too long ago. "Thor's students?" Mueller uttered to himself as he drove the orbital car away from Parm. It took a moment to click, but Mueller's eyes turned wide a bit the moment he was able to recognize who the violet-haired boy was. "Wait, don't tell me, is that who I think it is?" Mueller inwardly cried to himself. As he did a swift motion of his foot, causing a screech to streak nearby. This screeching of the car drew our interest as it came to a sudden halt. "Brother?" Kurt asked after feeling an initial jerk of his seat. Thanks to his seatbelt, he wasn't sent flying. He only looked toward the front of the car, only to see it now stopped with Mueller still in the driving seat. Insert picture of Mueller Vander here. Insert picture of Kurt Vander here stones. Chapter 194. Vander Dojo busiest hell week of the year for me is over. Decided to wait till Sunday to resume posting chapters. Let's try getting over 500. Sometime later, sounds of shuffling feet struck the Ambril Tower, quickly but surely making their way toward the top. The moment Ren and Lawrence reached the top of the tower, they expected sunlight to hit them, but it appeared the atmosphere was twisted and distorted around them, acting like a giant barrier. The two could see large blasts of an unknown source of energy, likely to be mana, coming from the center of the roof they have arrived to. There were no bells like the 3 bells Crossbell had. It was just dense energy being released, no noise or chimes whatsoever. Yet the moment the two arrived, they revealed visible frowns over their lips. "Well, this is just unsavory, even to my tastes," Lawrence said, revealing a frown. It was obvious to him that the two were no longer alone. Once Ren secured her footing, she couldn't help turn quiet. What greeted them were 2 figures on top of the roof. One appeared to be human, while the other was quite giant, extending several meters into the air. It was quite giant compared to the human-looking figure standing beside it, showing no emotion, just hollow eyes filled with dread. As for Ren, though, she remained oddly quiet and could feel her emotions leaving her small body. "How dare you make a copy of Patermater?" Ren replied, letting the emotion in her eyes turn dull. Her eyelids turned a bit flaccid. Seeing this sudden change in Ren as her expression was apparent to him. He couldn't help but look toward her. "Rin?" Lawrence asked, looking at her with a hint of worry in his eyes. He wasn't doubting her strength, but more of what was going through her mind right now, seeing a hollow Patermater now standing in front of them. It wasn't alone either. Even Lawrence's mind started to squirm a bit, despite remaining serious thanks to the dual-blade wielding person now in front of him. It was none other than a hollow, Joshua, surrounded in a pale gray aura and a dead look in his eyes. Just an empty shell of a person he used to see as his own brother. Yet before Lawrence could do anything, he saw Rin's eyes turn serious, only to raise her hand up in the air. "You aren't trying what I think you're going to do, are you?" Lawrence asked, seeing Rin do this. Yet Rin ignored Lawrence and spoke out, continuing to stare at the hollow Patermater. "The shining ring dared to show me a fake Patermater. It'll show it who the real one is. Come to me, Patermater," Rin spoke out, only for Lawrence to see Rin's hand now in the air. It took a brief moment, but Lawrence saw the space around them begin to distort. His gaze was attracted by the large spatial distortion that suddenly appeared. Its size was very similar, perhaps exact to how the hollow Patermater was. "Spatial teleportation," Lawrence said, musing to himself, seeing a very large and purple doll akin to a mecha appear. Well, it was indeed a mech. One of the first of its kind of the Gordius class system that the 6th Anguis specialized in making. It wasn't even hard to say that Patermater was his first successful creation. Other large mechanized dolls would come down the line, but Rin is undoubtedly its pilot. Patermater wasn't like the Divine Knights, to where they were made outside of this world's laws. Patermater was the first of its kind subjected by humans. And it just so happened that a little girl who seemed no older than 8 or 9 years old had the connection to pilot such a creation. It was quite a scary thought, to say the least. But right now the only thing in Rin's mind was to take down the fake Patermater in front of her. Seeing her unresponsive, Lawrence could only sigh as Rin did a leap onto Patermater's hand. Lawrence was initially surprised the shining ring let Rin do such an action, considering they were currently sealed inside the tower. But seeing Rin not listening to him, he could only brandish Kernviter and initiate combat alongside her. Meanwhile, as Rin and Lawrence were well underway in combat atop the Ambril Tower, some moments had passed back in Parm. Blackened tire marks could be seen on the grass nearby its gates, and a car could no longer be seen there. The commotion had died down, but back inside the town of Parm, closer toward the back to where the mayor's house was, stood a large 3-story building. A large wooden placard, Red Vander Training Hall, stood placed over the door. A symbol of a particular greatsword stood even higher. It was very similar to the greatsword symbol of the RZ dojo, but this place taught a different style of swordsmanship. Instead of the RZ style, this place was home to the Vander style. If the Radiant Blade Master was considered the second strongest on Zemuria, then it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that the Thunder God was currently the #1 swordsman. His entire being was just built different, considering he would challenge a certain Class 7 solo in a training exercise in the future. This wasn't the main branch of the Vander style, though. That school resided in the capital of Erebonia, Heimdall. Aside from offering the main Vander style that allowed people to train in large one-handed swords or spears, this place offered another specialty, one suited for the more slender frame, either the Naginata or twin blades. Naginata suited girls better to parry larger weapons the guys trained in, but anyone could learn to wield 2 weapons at the same time here, similar to how Joshua carried around 2 daggers for combat. A certain silvery, bluish-white-haired boy was training in such a method. Unfortunately for Kurt, though, who was set to depart for the main branch school in Heimdall to continue his training, he was stopped by a certain violet-haired boy in his entourage. It no longer contained a brown-haired girl whose hair was tied in loops as she had parted ways after leaving Legram. But Emma and Phi decided to continue the journey along with him, causing Emma to part ways with Duvalai for now. But right now, a very annoyed look could be seen on a certain brown-haired man currently dressed in a military garb with a sword at his waist. Even an angry mark could be seen on his forehead as he stood inside the dojo, to where the center of the large training area was. The same violet-haired boy, along with a plum-haired girl and a white-haired girl, could all currently be seen sitting in a seiza position, kneeling down onto their knees while standing in front of Mueller. "So, have you three repented for the trouble you have caused?" Mueller said, looking at me specifically. "I was on my way to bring my younger brother to Heimdall for father to oversee his training, but that's out the window now," Mueller said, obviously with anger in his eyes as he looked our way. Kurt could be seen standing beside him, showing interest in his eyes. He could see the uniforms we were wearing. "I don't see why the two of us need to do this as well, though. Emma and I are just along for the ride here," Fi retorted, seeing herself positioned in a kneeling position as were Emma and I. "Just keep quiet for now, all right, Fi?" Emma said, whispering back at Fi. Fi could only shrug her shoulders a bit. "I don't see an issue with this," I asked in an aloof manner, looking back at Mueller, whose annoyance only grew after hearing me ask that. "Now listen here. I don't know how many international laws you're currently breaking, let alone posing as military students. But the foremost question I should ask is, does the Queen even know you're doing this?" Mueller asked, letting out a sigh. "Grandmother is currently aware of the actions I'm currently taking. Yes. She even granted me permission to travel for a while," I said, shrugging my shoulders as well. Mueller could only look at me with a blank stare in his eyes for a moment, not expecting me to answer with that. "So you say, but," Mueller began to say, shaking his head a bit. Seeing his older brother currently letting out a defeated sigh, Kurt couldn't help but look at Mueller. "I do apologize for interrupting this, brother, but who exactly are these people? You seem acquainted with them, to say the least," Kurt asked with interest, which distracted Mueller, causing him to go silent for a brief moment. He then looked toward Kurt to answer him. I should at least introduce you. You may even spend some time together with him, seeing the direction this is going. He's the good friend His Highness Prince Oliver often talks about. You are in the presence of His Highness Nodo von Auslese, current Crown Prince of Liberal, Kurt," Mueller said, introducing me to his younger brother. Yet hearing such an introduction, it seemed Kurt's mind started to short-circuit a bit. "Yeah," Kurt said, turning wide-eyed as his eyes quickly glanced back in our direction, to which I couldn't help but reveal a playful grin. "Looks like the next party is going to be Naoto, Emma, Fi, and Kurt for a while." Smiley face. Chapter 195. The Stormwatcher. "Oh my, this is a rather interesting sight now, is it? And here I thought you two would have departed by now," a graceful voice said, reaching our ears. Further inside the dojo, we all saw the door leading further inside open up. A very beautiful, silvery bluish-white haired woman stepped out. Her hair looked very similar to Kat's hair. She currently wore a fancy long shirt with a layered skirt, a typical attire belonging to that of nobles. However, since entering the Vander house, she had long gotten rid of her former name, thereby becoming a Vander herself, though all the while did her title remain present. This woman was a proud Naginata user, and was not to be trifled with. She appeared young, but her appearance was quite deceptive. Aurier Vander, also known as the Stormwatcher. She was presently Kurt's mother, and the second wife of the Thunder God. "Mother," Kurt said, letting his voice turn quiet seeing his mother enter the main hall of the dojo. "Lady Vander," Mueller also said, giving a polite salute of his arm, welcoming her. She was likely inside an office further inside the dojo, and came out, wondering what the current commotion was. Yet hearing Mueller greet her like that, Lady Aurier raised her eyes into two crescent moons, calmly placing her chin on her hand. "I know I am not your mother, Mueller, but I am still married to Lord Mattias. You needn't be so formal with your tone. You are family after all." "Foo-foo," Lady Aurier said, letting out a small laugh as she did. "Understood," Mueller responded, letting his tension ease up a bit. Having done so caused Mueller's expression to lift up and the air around us as well. It seemed Kurt's mother arrived at a good time. Just like in the games, she was quite a breathtaking beauty. I bet she pays visits to this dojo often, considering Kurt's presence here. We caught her at a good time. Yet as she arrived, Lady Aurier couldn't help but look our way. Seeing Mueller done retorting us, I took this time to stand back up. Seeing me do this, Emma and Fi took the signal and also stood up. I gave a formal bow as Lady Aurier approached Mueller's side. I do apologize for dropping in like this, but it was for a good reason, I said, welcoming Lady Aurier. That certainly seems to be the case. His Highness Prince Olivert speaks fondly of you quite a bit, you know. It really is a shame you haven't gone to Valflame Palace. Your Highness, Lady Aurier responded. All in due time. I have been a bit preoccupied recently. Is it all right if I call you Lady Aurier? I politely asked her. With pleasure. Someone of your stature isn't here for no reason, though, Your Highness. Pray tell, what exactly did come to Parm, for I wonder? Lady Aurier asked as her lips curved into a smile. Ha! I should have brought this out to begin with. But as you can see, Mueller here couldn't even let me take out my letter of recommendation, I said with a playful grin, looking back at Mueller. Interest grew in his eyes as I said that. Someone referred you to our dojo, Mueller asked, not expecting me to say such a thing. Simply put, yes, I said, nodding my head in a serious tone. I rummaged through my pockets a bit before pulling out a sealed letter. I could see Lady Aurier's eyes turn serious the moment she glanced at the seal. It looks like she was able to recognize the seal from a first glance, too. Ignoring her sons, she reached out her hand and took the letter from mine. Breaking open the seal, she started to read it right then and there. None of us said anything as she read it, but Mueller's eyes now landed on the letter. A moment like this passed by in silence before Lady Aurier gently rolled up the letter after having finished reading it. So that's what's going on. It seems his lordship has treated you quite well, Lady Aurier said, giving me a smile. Seeing her do that caused me to nod my head. Yes, I am grateful to Sir Victor for allowing me to stay in his residence for the past 3 months. And now it will appear I will be intruding upon the Vanderschool for the next 3 months, I happily responded. You aren't referring to who I think you are referring to, right? Mueller asked after hesitating a bit while looking back at me. Yet before he could do anything, Lady Aurier handed me the letter back, only to look back at Kurt and Mueller. Kurt, Mueller, it appears there is going to be a change of plans, so it is good that you two have not left yet. Why not stay the night and depart tomorrow? Lady Aurier suddenly asked, drawing their attention. What do you mean by that? Mother? Just what was written on that letter, Kurt wondered since he couldn't see what was written on it. Yet Lady Aurier only smiled and turned quiet at the matter. Instead, Lady Aurier turned her body a bit and proceeded to look at the side of the raised mats they were all standing on. If one looked closely, they could see a couple sets of wooden racks, occupied with several different kinds of wooden weapons. We all saw her slowly start walking off to the side, causing Mueller to turn serious. It is quite simple, really. As of today, His Highness will be under the Vander's care for the next 3 months, and I will personally see to it to see if His Highness is worthy in learning the blade of the Vanders, Lady Aurier declared, causing surprise to reach her son's eyes. Emma and Phi became interested, but surprise reached my eyes as well. As Lady Aurier said that, she proceeded to walk toward one of the weapon racks. Reaching her hand out, she pulled out a wooden naginata and firmly grabbed onto it, only to swing it around with ease. She definitely seemed skilled in wielding a naginata, that was without a doubt. I then saw her turn back toward me, only to point her wooden naginata toward me. And should you pass this test of mine, I will permit you to travel with Kurt and Mueller back to Heimdall, to where my lord husband shall further oversee your growth in these next 3 months. His lordship seemed to hold you in high regard, so this much should be doable. Yes, Lady Aurier continued to say, revealing a smile as she brandished her weapon at me. Hearing that, I could only think of nodding my head at her, also displaying resolution in my eyes. Of course, I managed to pass Sir Victor's test, and should you issue one to me, I shall pass yours with flying colors. I also had plans to pay a trip to Heimdall during my stay here in Erebonia, so this works out quite well, I said, confirming Lady Aurier's words. You really aren't challenging His Highness right now, are you, Mother? Kurt couldn't help but ask, only to see Mueller look at him. You know that she means it when she's like this. All we can do now is step to the side and let Lady Aurier do as she pleases. Hopefully His Highness can meet her expectations, Mueller said, only to shrug his shoulders, responding to Kurt. I share the same sentiment. We shouldn't get in Naoto's way. Let's make our way to the sidelines. Okay, Phi, Emma asked, looking at Phi. Got it. I'm always down to watch a battle. Good luck, Phoenix, Phi said, only to retreat along with Emma as she waved her hand at me a bit. As Emma and Phi joined Mueller and Kurt off to the side, Celine and Tamamo also made their way near Emma. It took a moment, but now it was just me and Lady Aurier squared away with a few meters apart from each other on this raised mat. I still had my rapier on me. Our cloaks were gone, but since we posed as military students, we still had our weapons at our waists. Reaching toward my sheath, I brandished my rapier, pointing it at Lady Aurier. Don't go easy on me. All right, Lady Aurier, I asked with a smile. I ask the same of you, Your Highness. Now, without further ado, in guard, Lady Aurier yelled out, letting her battle chief flow forth as she entered her battle stance, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Insert picture of Aurier Vander Hearstones. Chapter 196. Onward, let's try getting over 500. Hiss. A low hissing sound suddenly resounded in the air in what appeared to be a room of sorts. This sound followed a door automatically opening. If one looked closely at the window of this room, a sea of endless clouds could be seen drifting around outside. So this is where you were, Angel of Slaughter, a male's voice resounded, only to have a green-haired boy who hadn't seemed to age a day appear in the room, to which he currently saw a violet-haired girl who seemed to be no older than 7 or 8 years old. Yet seeing this boy appear, Ren frowned. Seeing this, the boy couldn't help but chuckle, doing a motion of his hands. What? Were you expecting the Blade Lord here? Sadly, he isn't present on the Glorious, the boy said as he chuckled. Oh, shut it, fool. I know he isn't. Big Brother Loey isn't here. He has his own mission to attend to after all, Ren said with a hint of scorn in her tone as he looked at the green-haired boy. And you seem to not change a single bit since the island, Ren said, squinting her eyes at the green-haired boy. Are you saying you have? The green-haired boy said, revealing a grin as he said that. He was none other than Enforcer Number 0, Campanella the Fool. I have people I care about now, so I would say yes to that question. Unlike you, Ren retorted as she squinted her eyes at Campanella. It has been a while since the fool last saw Ren. Not until she had completed her assignment in becoming the Angel of Slaughter, the latest enforcer to Ouroboros. From there, he hadn't seen her since she was picked up from Namath Island a few years ago after raiding Paradise. To the fool, she was still a little girl in his eyes, but it was obvious to him that she had grown in this time spent apart. She had been spending most of her time training with the Blade Lord, and now that she had become Enforcer No. 15, the Angel of Slaughter, she was tasked with taking one of the 4 tetracyclic towers alongside the Blade Lord, to which she had successfully accomplished. She now has her own will to travel about liberal, as well to stay by a certain prince's side. But since then, she had accomplished her mission while the Crown Prince appeared to have gone into hiding again. Something that wasn't a first. She knew his plan well, so she figured it was time to operate what Ouroboros had tasked her to do, with the Blade Lord overseeing it. And now some time had passed, and she was taken back upon the glorious Ouroboros primary airship to where most of their operations took place in the shadows. This time spent had allowed Ren to calm her emotions down, giving Ren her own space to think about what she had done. Fair enough. It appeared the trial the tower placed upon you took quite a toll on your being. So, it is good that you had some rest. We've no immediate attention now that the other 3 successfully captured their respective towers. So now we were just waiting for the last piece to fall into place to trigger the gospel plan. It will likely be quite some time for this final piece to act, Campanella explained, allowing his tone to turn more serious. Seeing that, Ren nodded her head. Yes, I do realize what the tower implicated on me now. I didn't think I would experience such a blunder, but it was a good experience nonetheless. This rest has given me time to reflect on it, Ren said, revealing a smile. All's well that ends well, right? You're still quite young and have a lot of chances to experience a lot of things, unlike me, who is bound by his role as an observer. With the capture of the towers, we've now some free time on our hands. Are you sure you wish to remain by His Highness' side until the gospel plan comes to fruition? Campanella asked, looking at the small violet-haired girl before him. Hearing that, Rin simply nodded her head as a smile bloomed on her face. Yes. While I do appreciate how much Big Brother Loey has done while overseeing my training, Big Brother Naoto is the reason for my existence. It wouldn't be right if I weren't by his side. You've located him, haven't you, fool? Rin happily responded. Campanella nodded at Rin's question, affirming her words. I see. It as you say. After that little outburst, we have indeed located His Highness' position. It appears he is on track to the capital of Erebonia, Campanella said, answering Rin's question. The capital of Erebonia? Isn't that where the trial is to take place? Rin asked with interest. It is. His Highness is apparently posing as a military student, and from Thor's no less now. I can only take a guess, but with His Highness on a journey in Erebonia, I can only assume it is preparations for him to take part in the trial at the palace. I am quite curious to see how that will turn out. Will the infernal castle rise up from its ashes? Campanella answered, wondering the answer to that question. Rin responded, nodding her head. It does appear the path is quite clear now, at least. But still, posing as students? If Big Brother is really doing such a thing, I wonder, should I partake in that play? Rin mused to herself. Oh, now there will be a sight to see, an enforcer posing as a student. It could do quite well for reconnaissance. Campanella responded with a playful grin. Tea, right? And there just so happens to have a school conveniently placed in Erebonia's capital. Rin responded with a playful grin. Shall I draft up some enrollment papers to St. Estrella then? Campanella asked Rin. Please do. And if I recall correctly, Big Brother Naoto is acquainted with a couple girls attending that academy, so I wonder if we'll get a chance to meet them. Rin wondered as she nodded her head. Hearing this caused Campanella to laugh. No doubt. St. Estrella isn't very big, and it's an all-girls school, so the chance is high, I'd say. Your age fits quite well to pose as a student there. I will go get the enrollment papers ready and call for you when we have reached the capital, Campanella said, giving a light bow at Rin. Just like that, Campanella didn't say anything more and left the room. Rin was alone once more, and she shifted her position back to where the window was. This allowed Rin to get a good view outside, calmly observing the rolling clouds that didn't seem to end. The path for Rin was clear now. She will no longer reside in Liberal for the present. Until she deems it's fine that Naoto's business in Erebonia finishes, she will stay in the shadows nearby, only to enroll at the ever-popular school in the capital city. Rin would not know how much time will pass once her school life begins, but nonetheless, she will be looking forward to it. A new determined look appeared in her eyes as Rin's thoughts ended, only to observe the rolling clouds in the distance in silence while a smile crept on her face. Stones. Chapter 197. To St. Arc, let's try getting over 500. Ding. As a result of overcoming a trial of reflection, Rin has reached a new resolve and found a new path forward. Determined to stay by player Naoto's side, Rin favorability has reached its limits. Rin favorability meter has reached 100. Rin blessing has been granted to player. A new parameter has also been unlocked for Rin. The hell? I couldn't help but utter a curse, not expecting such a notification to sound off inside my mind, causing me to get distracted. I was not expecting such a notification, seeing where my current position was. Naoto, Emma's voice called out to me, causing my thoughts to get distracted again. Right now, I blink my eyes, only to see Emma's face further up to where I was, along with her large chest in front of me. My head was currently resting in Emma's lap. It was indeed the lap pillow. Some time had passed since my spar with the Stormwatcher ended. I came out battered and bruised, but was victorious nonetheless. Lady Aurier was pleased with the growth that I had shown from learning the way of the Arceid style. But as for the spar itself, Lady Aurier still came out on top, giving me a loss. It wasn't a matter of stats or skills the player system had, but only showing the progress I have learned in the way of the sword to Lady Aurier. Just through Lady Aurier's skill alone in her own path, she came out on top, much like how Klaus came out on top over me. Both considered losses, but it was part of the learning. Lady Aurier saw my determination to improve my martial arts, and thus permitted me to further dive into my sword training, to which would appear to be alongside Kurt this time. instead of Laura. Since the spar, we stayed the night in Parm and enjoyed a hearty meal together with the Vanders. Many laughs were shared, and Kurt was already showing interest in becoming a bodyguard at Valflame Palace. The spar that I had with his mother was definitely an eye-opener for him. It seemed he too reached a new resolution, wanting to improve his sword skills in the main school located in Heimdall. I could see that Kurt respected his older brother. Their relationship was pretty harmonious as far as siblings went. Having different mothers didn't seem to sway that. And in that sense, Kurt is very similar to me. Kurt and Mueller have different mothers, and it was the same for Reen and I. Go figure. Still, Lady Aurier was kind enough to give us lodging for the night, allowing Emma and Phi to stay as well. After the night passed, we quickly found ourselves in the orbital car Mueller had originally tried to drive the day before. However, this time along, it wasn't just Kurt and Mueller anymore. Thankfully, Mueller's orbital car was wide enough to fit me, Emma, and Phi. It seemed Lady Aurier still had business to attend to in Parm, so she did not plan to ride the orbital car with us. Mueller was the only one old enough to drive right now, so he was stuck in the car seat. Emma was beside me, while Phi was next to Kurt. One battered and bruised body later, I found Emma placing my head in her lap, suggesting the idea that I was to take a nap while my body regenerated the dull wounds Lady Aurier delivered to me. It wasn't anything deep thanks to it being a wooden aginata, but wooden weapons still cause plenty of bruises and the likes. Our next destination wasn't actually Heimdall, as that city was still a ways away from here. What we had next in our sight was St. Arc, also called the Old Capital of Erebonia. In the old past, St. Arc temporarily became Erebonia's capital during the ravaging of the Dark Dragon on Heimdall. But now, with several hundred years passing since then, it became one of the 4 provinces of Erebonia. It was ruled by one of the great houses, none other than the High Arms family. It was definitely not a long ride to St. Arc, considering Parm was its next-door neighbor. Still, Emma suggested that I was to take a nap during the drive. I found myself in her lap. But just as I was to drift off into dreamland, a sudden notification sounded off inside my mind, one which I was not expecting at all. Moreover, it had to do with Ren. She was in on the plan that I had brought to my family, so I knew she wasn't worried about my current position. Still, just what an adios name did you do during my absence, Ren? A trial of reflection, I inwardly thought to myself. It seemed Ren had become quite busy, but doing what exactly? I was not informed. Ren only told me that she would stay around in Liberal for a while. And yet, it appeared Ren had gone through a trial in some location. Considering it is Liberal, I can only fathom a guess, but thanks to that trial, she had reached a resolve on her own without my presence being there. So in the end, I guess it is good after all? That only leads to the next question, though. What is Ren doing now? However, at the time, me nor the rest would eventually come to meet Ren again before we knew it, in a place that I wasn't to expect either. Ren blessing, though, that will definitely have to be looked at some point. However, before I could think of anything else, I looked up, only to see worry in Emma's eyes. Seeing this, I smiled at her. It's nothing. I know St. Arc isn't a long drive from here. Lady Aurier left me pretty bruised, so I should take all the rest I can get. Huh, I said, trying to ease Emma's worry. We are expecting to meet the Lord in St. Arc, so I fear our free time won't be much after this, Emma said, nodding her head. Seeing her do that, since her chest was right in front of my eyes, I could see them bounce a bit. That's right. Lady Aurier has already sent word to Lord High Arms, so he is already expecting our arrival. I do wish he had hesitated, but those bruises are marks of victory for you, Your Highness. So with a little bit of explaining, I'm sure Lord High Arms won't mind, Mueller's voice said, coming from the driver's seat. I also think as such. That really was a splendid spar. You are quite in tune with your sword, Your Highness. I guess most of the nobles and Liberal train in the rapier, Kurt began to say, only to drift off a bit into his own thoughts. Haha. Well, don't blame me if I decide to rest some more, all right? I couldn't help but say with another laugh. Hopefully that was the only notification that I was to hear, and it looks like it was. I saw my system turn quiet again. Not waiting around for anything else, I closed my eyes. letting my body continue to regenerate the wounds thanks to my ability. It didn't take long for me to drift off in a dreamland while enjoying the warmth of Emma's legs that AWS currently being released. Seeing me successfully cease my thoughts only to let out a peaceful snore soon after. A smile bloomed on Emma's face as she looked down my way. The conversation seemed to not last much long either. Fi turned her direction toward a side window, enjoying the rolling scenery, while Kurt looked forward to where the driver's window, with Mueller now focused on driving. Seeing me now snore, Emma reached out her hand and began to ruffle my hair a hit. Both Celine and Tamamo were also present on another seat. Celine raised her head up a bit only to see Emma do that, but lowered her head again, letting her body coil around Tamamus. The two seemed to also drift off into dreamland. AI Kia was not present and was currently inside the Enigma, too, resting herself. I had plans to introduce Emma and Fi to her, but now was not the time. Before the three could meet, I had AI Kia hide herself back into the Enigma 2 while we were still in Legram. And like that, the car ride to St. Arc was rather uneventful, but it still allowed me to take a much-needed nap. Last night's rest clearly wasn't enough to heal me after having that spar with Lady Aurier. Stones. Chapter 198. Celestin, let's try getting over 500. A whistle currently struck our ears as 5 figures and 2 familiars stepped out of the parked Orbital car that was now seen inside the courtyard of the High Arms estate. Its gate could now be seen open. A couple passing nobles had a look of interest, especially since they saw a few kids stepping out of the vehicle. They could see the butler off to the side, showing respect, especially looking at the violet-haired kid before him. The nobles further in the distance saw the violet-haired kid was wearing a pretty fancy violet robe. They also saw a rising phoenix depicted on the robe's back. They could only assume this kid was a fellow noble. They were curious as they saw the 2 girls beside him who were dressed in school uniforms befitting that of a military school. They were momentarily distracted by the large, tightly wrapped, clothed object currently being holstered on her back, carrying it around as if the weight meant nothing to her. It was a struggle just to fit Emma's orbital rifle into Mueller's cat. Most of their legroom was occupied by it. Yet ignoring the onlooking nobles, we finally arrived at the Marquis estate. Just like the Arzid family, the lord here is the lord of the Sutherland province. This province is quite large, stretching all the way south to the border that crosses in a liberal to all the way west to where Ismia Great Forest laid, als well as the unexplored territories to the southwest. Straight west, and a little to the north where Ordislade was under the territory of the Lamar province. This province was ruled by the Kian family, but apart from this area, everything beneath it belonged to the Sutherland province, under the rule of Lord High Arms. As far as Legram went, it was its own territory due to it being ruled by the Arzid family, but they did not share the responsibility the great houses had. If the Legram region ever fell into one of the known territories, it would likely fall under the Sutherland province, considering it was its closest neighbor. Still, seeing as we had to pass through the Sutherland province to reach Heimdall, it only made sense to pay our respects to the lord of this region, considering that I was of noble origin as well. The Vanders were not nobles, so they didn't need to feel this responsibility. But after bringing it up to the table last night back in Parm, Lady Aurier was gracious enough to pass a message onto Lord High Arms. Back during the signing of the new emperor, which seemed like it was ages ago, I had individually met the leaders of the great houses. So I decided to don my phoenix robe to introduce myself to Lord High Arms. We hadn't seen each other since then. Moreover, I figured it would be good to get on Lord High Arms' good side, considering how well his youngest son would hit off with Reen in the later games. And seeing that I was a noble myself, I figured I could get well acquainted with Patrick. Yet the whistling sound we heard came from Fi as she raised her hand over her eyes a bit, seeing a large and fancy gated mansion now in front of us. Damn, this place is a lot fancier than the residence we stayed at in Legram, Fi said, marveling at the grandeur of one of the 4 great house mansions. She let out a whistle while saying that. You really have a loose mouth, don't you? Mueller retorted, shaking his head hearing that. Ha ha, Thanks to the environment Phi was raised in. Just be easy on her, I said with a playful grin. Yet seeing this exchange, Phi only blinked her eyes back at us, shrugging her shoulders a bit. She remained deadpan for the most of it. You never did say where you came from. Now that I think about it, Kurt uttered to himself, wondering about the environment Phi grew up in. She was only 10 now, but it still begged the question as to why a 10-year-old girl was with us in the first place. I never did say that, did I? Phi said, tilting her head to the side a bit. Well, Emmy Yeager, hopefully that answers your question, Phi suddenly declared, causing the two brothers to come to a sudden halt. Mueller even took in a cold breath of air. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, Mueller said, sucking in a cold breath of air, shaking his head as he did that. Hearing the word Jaeger, he couldn't but glance toward the large wrapped orbital rifle still hanging over Emma's shoulder. And please don't tell me that's what I think it is it? Mueller frowned. The picture became clearer to him, and he could only take a guess as to what was over Emma. Seeing this, Emma only smiled. I too took part as a Jaeger, even if it was only for a little while. Its practice has stayed with me, though. I only use it for self-defense, really. Emma tried to answer Mueller's doubt, while not going into the full explanation. Emma was on a training course as well, but she only uses this thing for hunting monsters or protecting herself. During the war in Northumbria, she did not partake in killing anyone. Unlike Phi and I, a Jaeger, aren't those basically mercenaries for hire? Kurt questioned, wondering himself. Pretty much, yeah, Phi said nonchalantly. She proceeded to place her hands behind her head, only to relax a bit. Still, as much as Mueller wanted to berate us, he knew now was not the time for it. He could only reluctantly keep this information to the back of his head for now, because not long after we all stepped out of the orbital car, we saw a sole figure approaching us. It was a man, fully decked out in a butler suit. It was a man, and he sported short light blue hair. A pair of frames could be seen over his eyes, and he even wore the classic gloves befitting that of a butler. He was decked out in a full gray tuxedo, making him appear quite stylish. It looks like the memo has reached both sides. I do thank you all for coming despite your busy schedules to our Lord's estate. Lord High Arms is expecting you all, the butler said, doing a bow as he welcomed us. We shouldn't tarry on here. Lord High Arms was gracious enough to welcome us, so we should at least respond in kind. You must be his butler, Celestin, I said, welcoming the light blue-haired butler. Indeed I am. Even I am to fathom that you were that same little boy during the signing of the Emperor. While I was not present there at the time, Lord High Arms spoke of you quite a bit. And seeing you come here in your current appearance, you're trying to declare it. Or, am I presuming differently? Celestin said, revealing. No, you got that point right. It shouldn't be hard for people to assume two and two together. I want to create a connection with Lord High Arms, and I figured doing it as Duke Phoenix is the better option of the two. My measly title of prince means little unless I'm here to bolster foreign relations. To which I can give the answer already, I'm not here to do that. I answered Celestin with a smile of my own. Haha, that much was made clear the moment you put that robe on, Your Excellency. You have not made an appearance in quite some time here in Erebonia. Though little does the populace know that you aren't from here to begin with, Celestin said, only to welcome our arrival. So that was the case after all. I had my suspicions, but it seems you had your own roots here in Erebonia too. I could only imagine the blood that runs through your veins. Mueller uttered to himself, causing me to look at Mueller. Trust me, you don't want to know, Mueller. Less people know my roots, the better, I said, only to shrug my shoulders. Well, in any case, whether you are a duke or a prince, Lord High Arms is expecting your arrival. What is your take on titles? At least in noble society, how people address others plays a crucial role, Celestin asked in earnest. Call me whatever you like. I do have a plan currently underway that I have interest in bringing to Lord High Arms' attention. With that being the case, you can call me by my duke name. For now, I said, answering Celestin. Very well. Your Excellency and the rest, please follow me inside the High Arms estate, Celestin said, officially welcoming us inside. Insert picture of Butler Celestin here, Chapter 199. Lunch, you really are the little kid the general brought with him 10 years ago during the signing of His Majesty, Lord Higharm's voice resounded, only to hear a sloshing of his wine glass that he twirled back and forth a bit as we could see a couple maids continue to roll in trays of food. The red wine inside of it continued to move back and forth as Lord Higharms continued to observe the violet-haired boy, who could now be seen seated across from him, waiting for the maids to finish placing the trays of food onto the large dining table. And, thanks to some undisclosed series of events, you made a return as the heir to Liberal's throne, Lord Higharms continued to say, still in disbelief as to what the violet-haired boy explained to him. That about sums it up? Yeah, I said, nodding my head at the man before me. His hair was quite thick and was golden brown. He could be seen wearing a stylish jacket with dark green trousers. His ruffled white shirt underneath, it was very befitting to that of how nobles dressed, which made sense, considering the man before me was none other than the Lord of the Sutherland Province, who oversaw one of the 4 provinces in Arabonia, as well as being the head of one of the great houses. Fernand Higharms. Among the great houses, he was one of the most favored nobles thanks to his personality and how he managed his territory. He was seen quite favorably among the citizens in the Sutherland Province, a far cry from someone of Duke Kian's caliber, considering he mostly likes to do things at his own leisure. You really expect me to believe such an incredulous story, Fernand continued to say with a slight frown, only to take a sip of his wine while a smell of roasted meat began to waft in the dining room. Believe what you will. Knowing the fact that Mueller is beside me right now should act as proof enough, considering Mueller here and His Highness Prince Alvier was present during the signing of His Majesty, I said with a smile, while Fernand continued to frown. Hearing that, Mueller only shook his head. He too had a wine glass. Considering he was the only other adult in the room beside us and the maids serving the food. For the rest of us, we of course had non-alcoholic beverages placed at our sides. Trust me, even I'm still having a hard time trying to cope with this matter. Still, His Highness Prince Oliver does exchange letters with His Highness Naoto quite frequently, so I can only say that I've come to understand it, Mueller said, shaking his head as he did. Is that so? Regardless of the matter, though, you seem to have grown up quite splendidly. Considering the word I've received from my butler, Celestin, you prefer to be addressed as Your Excellency, Fernand asked me. For now, yes. I do thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to welcome us, even if it is just for a day, I replied with a polite tone. Hearing that, Fernand couldn't help but turn his frown into a smile. A day that I have to spend, haha, Fernand responded, letting out a laugh as he did. He then continued to observe our side. Fernand wasn't alone either. A 13-year-old boy with orange blonde hair could be seen beside him, also showing respect in his eyes after learning who his guests were. This boy was none other than Patrick Higharms, the youngest son of Fernand Higharms. Early on, Patrick would often squabble with Class 7 and Reen, but his demeanor underwent quite a change, making him more likable as time went on. It wouldn't do me harm to get acquainted with Patrick this early. An unknown to many, but Patrick shares the same age between us, Estelle, and Chloe do. Considering we are all the same age, and as fellow nobles, it shouldn't be hard to, as they say, join their inner circle. After all, relationships play a key role in the noble society. Without a big backing, many would chime in to try and shun one another. Well, at least that's how the tropes went. Some nobles are still kind-hearted. Fernand is a very firm and decisive noble from what I could see. Are you really a prince? I can hear the politeness in father's tone, but still, Patrick decided to ask, which drew my gaze to him. Sure am. Am not here in regards to anything related to foreign affairs, though. If we are speaking of technicalities, I still hold a higher rank over Lord Higharms here, I said, answering Patrick. His Excellency is right, Patrick. I cannot privy into the details too much, but His Excellency is a member of our great houses as well. Though that does beg my next question, though, Your Excellency. Regardless of your situation in Liberal, it still is a matter of concern that you are of the great houses like us. But you seem to lack any sort of territory at all, Fernand asked with interest in his eyes. Now that you brought it up, I am curious about that too. You say you are of the nobles here, but you have no territory at all, Mueller said, also looking at me with interest. Ha, indeed I don't. For the present, that is. That is partly why I wanted to pay my respects to you, Lord High Arms. The other part is just me being a prince in a foreign land, I said, beginning to answer their doubt. I see. It sounds like you already have a plan in mind for this matter then. Fernand could only assume. I do. I responded with a nod of my head. Seeing as this topic would probably take a few moments to relay, I suggested to everyone to start lunch, seeing as the meal was now laid out for us. Everyone was in favor. It was probably a first for Emma and Fi to dine in a noble's home outside of the RZ mansion, but they showed enough etiquette to not make a mess during lunch. They knew well who was currently in front of them. This meat tasted very juicy and was quite delicious. We found ourselves gulping it down in mere moments. But considering we still had a matter to talk about, we tried to not rush our eating. Let's just say it is bound to become a bit chaotic in the circle of the great houses. I did inform Sir Victor so he could stay out of the incoming mess, but I came to you over choosing to drop by the Kian house or the Alberia house. I figured you would be more considerate of the matter, I began to say between our eating. Oh, considering that your excellency is on the level of a duke, I am quite flattered for you to choose a mere marquis over reaching out to a fellow duke. Perhaps these peaceful times are going to come to an end, Fernand responded, musing to himself. I mean, how bad can it be for it to disrupt the current standings of the great houses? They've rooted themselves quite firmly in Arabonia. Mueller also questioned. Well, ever consider what would happen if two houses try to take over another? I decided to ask, which caused the air around Fernand to suddenly turn cold a bit, only to have his gaze become serious. You aren't suggesting an internal conflict, are you, Your Excellency? Fernand decided to ask, revealing a frown. Huh. Oh, I wonder. Even that is the least of your worries, considering what is to come. It's already in motion, and I wanted to warn you so you won't get swept up in its storm. I responded, revealing a playful grin. Hearing that, Fernand couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. It is one that you came this way to warn me about this, so for that, I am grateful, Your Excellency, Fernand responded politely. As for Patrick, he only remained quiet, seeing the seriousness of this matter. Well, I am curious to see how the other two dukedoms are going to respond to this little plan that I have. At least, if you stray free from it, I can assure you House High Arms won't be affected, I declared. Is that so? I am grateful for you to relay this message to us. Does it have an estimated time frame? Fernand wondered. We're not too sure yet, but it is bound to take place. Very possibly once we debut in high society. After all, I won't be the only one to debut at the time. I responded. Wait, did you say we? Mueller couldn't help but ask. Ha ha ha, sure did. You know the daughter of the Roner house, right? I won't say much for now. But the two of us have entered a relationship and plan to debut into high society together to shake the other houses a bit, I said, revealing the situation a bit, causing Fernand's eyes to turn wide. Are you telling me that unruly child has actually come to her senses and is in a relationship with a boy? Fernand couldn't help but utter, still in disbelief as to what he just heard. Stones. Chapter 200. Saint Estrella, let's try to get over 500. Well, this is quite awkward, even for me. A voice of a middle-aged man echoed in what appeared to be a rather lively street. A tall and domineering church building could be seen off in the district. But to the left, and still on this large street, stood a gated building. A tall figure of a man, who dressed in a martial arts GI, carrying a large gourd on his back, could be seen standing on the main street, calmly observing the building off in the distance. In his view was a long path that eventually led to the gated building. Ha ha! Well, isn't that the understatement of the century? A second voice said, seeming to belong to that of a certain boy who hadn't seemed to age a day since he was last. He did a motion of his hand, and then placed it over his chin. He sported green hair and had a special mark over one of his eyes. You're not just saying that because next month is the dawn of the next century here in Zemuria, are you? The aged man said, squinting his eyes a bit as he looked at the green-haired boy. This man had recently turned 26. He had been traveling around both Calvard and Arabonia, together with his sole disciple, teaching her the ways of a martial arts school, the form of Taido. On top of that, he was also teaching the girl how the world worked during their travels. The duo was last seen in the Isengard mountain range beyond Emer in the north of Arabonia. only to go through a training course with a local dojo there who taught a different form of martial arts, obey, that involved the sword. The 8 leaves One Blade School. His disciple was still a young girl sporting lilac-colored short hair, who seemed to be around 9 to 10 years old. When this girl was found in those caves, she was quite young. This man was of course Zin, and the girl was Cheryl Sky. After training in the mountains, Zin found his fountain of knowledge was reaching its limit in teaching Cheryl. While he took Master Kafai's words to heart, Zin also knew it wasn't good to push himself beyond his own limits, unless it was a life-and-death scenario. He knew well that he didn't want a repeat of what happened to the man he used to see as a brother, Walter. So, Zin decided it was time to stop their journey, but not in a bad way. He currently feels like he has nothing left to teach Cheryl. In the end, Zin found himself back here in Heimdall, and in front of the girls' only school, St. Estrella no less. He figured it was time to let Cheryl mingle around with other like-minded girls, hopefully to get a new friend or two and to enjoy school life. Cheryl wasn't against the idea either. She did not want to meet Naoto or her family back in Crossbell yet, despite having a desire to do so. She knew it wasn't time yet, though fate seemed to play a bit of a twist for Zin at least. He wasn't expecting there to be another who was of similar intentions for him. On top of that, he wasn't expecting this person beside him to make an appearance after all. After all, the boy who was beside Zin was one of the inner persons of the shadowy organization, Campanella the Fool. Inforcer no cero. And after Zin retorted that, a smile crept on Campanella's lips. "Oh, you found me out," Campanella retorted nonchalantly as he shrugged his shoulders again. Hearing Campanella say that, Zin could only let out a sigh. "Still, why exactly are you here? You're not acting on behalf of those rotten snakes, are you now?" Zin asked in a more serious tone. "You sure to wonder about that, aren't you, Zin the Immovable?" Campanella responded back playfully. "But I digress. Unfortunately, we are currently not out in any operation here. This is merely what No. 15 desires. At least, Ren will have a friend going into this school. I am merely here to see her off," Campanella responded, doing another motion of his hand. "This is merely what that girl desires." Huh. It is quite insane to think that an enforcer would want to attend a school like this, but considering her background, perhaps it is a sigh or relief. "I do think Ren would become good friends with Cheryl while they attend school here," Zin said, crossing his arms together. "Huh. I can agree with you on that part. After all, it hasn't been that long since these two were in those caves," Campanella said, looking at Zin. "Yeah, that whole operation was pretty nuts, even though I wasn't particularly part of it until it reached the top brass in Crossbell." "It sounds like you had your fair share of fun while destroying those caves," Zin responded. "We did, yes. But alas, we did not find any captives remaining." "Quite a shame, really," Campanella said, shaking his head. "Same boat," Zin responded, wondering how Ouroboros went during the cult extermination. He was surprised to learn about Ouroboros also joining in the extermination, but they targeted bases that were not part of the operation that Cassius issued out, so the two never crossed paths. Still, it was a topic of discussion at least, considering that Zin and Campanella were now standing beside each other. So Zin couldn't help but bring it up. His gaze eventually changed back to the path in front of him. He saw 2 girls, one seemingly younger than the other. One sported violet hair, while the other sported lilac hair. But they both shared a common appearance. They were wearing a black school uniform with berets on their head, which was none other than St. Estrella's girl uniform. Cheryl's eyes held interest in them, seeing Ren before her. "You really are the girl who was beside Big Brother when we stayed on that big ship, aren't you?" Cheryl said. Since Cheryl was about 10 now, she was the older of the two. Ren was still 8. "Sure am. It seems as though the training adventure you underwent is over now. I didn't think you'd have an interest in joining a school like this. You didn't turn into a muscle brain like that big bear over there, did you?" Ren retired, seeing Cheryl beside her who was now dressed in St. Estrella's school uniform. She puffed her cheeks out a bit. "Hell no. I have a pretty special physique thanks to those experiments back in the caves. If there is one thing, it helps me stay cute and slender." Cheryl retorted Ren as she puffed her cheeks a bit. "Teehee, don't take it too seriously. Still, we haven't seen each other since you came on the Glorious a few years back. And you haven't met Big Brother once?" Ren asked with interest. Nope. It's my own resolution that I've reached. Though it is due to meet Big Brother again, Cheryl said, tilting her head a bit. I was able to meet Big Brother back in the castle. He has a new plan going on and is now in Erebonia as we speak. Perhaps our paths will cross each other eventually, Rin said, answering Cheryl. Hearing that caused Cheryl's eyes to light up. Big Brother's back in Erebonia? Cheryl asked. Sure is. He plans to stop in Legram, but from there I'm not too sure, Rin said, answering Cheryl. Legram, huh? Maybe our paths will cross then, Cheryl said, turning quiet as they continued to walk toward the gate. It didn't take the too long before they could see other students who looked at Rin and Cheryl arriving at St. Estrella. In particular, one of the schoolgirls' eyes lit up seeing the two arrive as she clapped her hands together. Well, aren't you two just cute? One of the schoolgirls said, looking at Rin and Cheryl with interest. Yet the moment this schoolgirl said that, the second schoolgirl let out a sigh. Now, Muse. Don't go scaring our new arrivals before they even have a chance to see this place. I do apologize for Muse's outburst. She just has interest, that's all, the second girl said, welcoming Rin and Cheryl. Oh, it is no trouble. You must be part of the student council, Rin said, looking at the long, indigo black-haired girl standing before them. Indeed I am. On behalf of the student council, I, Elise Swartzer, welcome you two to our St. Estrella school, Elise said, welcoming Rin and Cheryl inside with a smile on her face. It was in the middle of their current curriculum of the year, but Rin and Cheryl received an exception to enroll partway through, with Rin even jumping grades to be in the same class as Cheryl. Knowing such, Elise was definitely interested and decided to personally welcome the two into the school. I'm pretty sure Elise isn't president at this time, but I could be wrong. So for now, she's just a member of the council. Stones. Chapter 201. Invitation. Who says I can't do other scene changes that isn't focused on Rin or Naoto? We have a smaller one, but as always, let's keep trying for over 500. Naoto and his entourage, including the Vander brothers, soon bid farewell to the High Arms estate, thanking the Lord for a welcoming lunch while talking about current affairs and what was to come. On the way, Naoto unlocked a new favorability meter with Patrick. Patrick was surprised to discover Naoto was indeed a prince, but seeing as he was still humble to his fellow nobles, Patrick couldn't help but feel gratitude for someone of his stature in coming to their estate. He knew well not to go against his father. But now, after bidding farewell to the group, Patrick started to look up at Naoto with respect. As such, a new favorability meter was unlocked. The group had already booked tickets to their next destination, the Vermilion capital of Erebonia, Heimdall. Instead of taking an airship, the group decided to take the train. Considering that the Sutherland Main Line was directly connected to the capital, it only required a couple hours to pass the time. So most travelers opted to use the train over an airship. On top of that, Heimdall was the central hub that connected the Transcontinental Railroad to all the regions in Erebonia. But since their destination was Heimdall, the central hub, it made sense for the group to take the train. Naoto's group did not need to transfer onto a different branch to head to Heimdall. Yet, as Naoto's group entered the train station in St. Arc, only to flash their tickets to the workers stationed inside at the gate to board the orbital train further inside where the first-class cabin was. Heimdall, Valflame Palace, Chancellor's Office. A couple of figures, who were currently dressed in an officer's uniform, could be seen giving a salute to a tall man, who was wearing a large black and stylish robe, calmly observing the outside that lead to Drachel's Plaza, as several people could be seen going about their daily business on the plaza. The uniforms these officers were wearing belonged to the RMP, which had not been long since it was first formed. But nonetheless, it was formed far earlier, shortly after a certain icy-haired beauty was picked up by the Chancellor himself. And thanks to the spinning threads of fate, this icy-haired maiden joined the RMP far earlier than she was anticipated to join it, considering that in the games, she wouldn't join it until she would have graduated from Thor's military academy. But by now, she had already been in a few years of service inside of the RMP, quickly rising their ranks. And this same icy-haired maiden could now be seen standing in front of the Chancellor once again, only to give him a salute of her arm. "Your Excellency," Claire said, seeing Chancellor Osborne standing before her. "It isn't often you come to me directly like this, Claire. Tell me, how are your studies going at Thor's? Your first year just started there, so I figured you wouldn't have enough time to spare to come see me," Gileath said, cracking a rare smile seeing the icy-haired maiden saluting him. "My studies are going well, Your Excellency. The student board still allows me to conduct my affairs as an RMP officer outside of Trista from time to time. As to what prompted my visit here today in the palace, we have just received an urgent report. It is best that you hear it directly, Your Excellency," Claire said, explaining. "I see. Yet I fear your worries are for naught, though. I see, maiden. It is about Liberal's crown prince, is it not?" Chancellor Osborne said, which caused Claire to blink at him, before letting out a laugh herself. "Ha ha! So it would appear that nothing truly ever gets by you, does it, Your Excellency? Still, hopefully my actions in coming here do provide you some form of assurance to the report we received," Claire said, scratching her cheek a bit. "Indeed they do. Your arrival is quite impeccable, if I am to say. It was a pretty hastened report, but all due for a good reason," Gileath responded. "Yes, it would seem Liberal's crown prince is now en route to Heimdall as we speak. But I'm not sure how detailed the report that reached your hands is. Your Excellency, he isn't alone," Claire politely responded back. "Oh," Gileath said, only to rub his chin a bit with his hand with growing interest in his eyes. Gileath then turned around again, only to look back outside the large glass window that gave him a full view of the plaza below. It would appear the fated time has yet to come, then. There is still some time left before the trial must be completed. Though intent unclear, why don't you go and receive our new guests, Gileath continued to say while still looking out the large window. "If that is what you desire, Your Excellency," Claire said, giving him another salute to him. "Oh, but before you go and do that, please do bring our new guest back here to Valflame Palace. Since the Crown Prince is now en route to Heimdall, I figure it is now time for a confrontation. I'm sure he must have some words at least for His Majesty. It would be a surprise for His Highness Prince Oliver to know that a friend will be coming here as well," Gileath continues to say with a smile. "At once," Claire said, seeing Gileath issue a command to her, one that she couldn't refuse, seeing as she made good timing to give a report to the Chancellor, one to which he had just received moments before. Claire momentarily found herself at a loss of what to do next. Thankfully, Gileath was able to issue a command to Claire, one that wouldn't make her time spent in coming here seem like a loss, considering she was still an active student at Thor's. Claire's next point of interest was now clear, so she quickly dismissed herself and the couple of RMP officers she brought along with her. Seeing the Chancellor now alone again inside his office, Gileath continued to observe the people going about their work outside. The air turned a bit solemn around him as he began to speak to himself. "It has been quite some time after our brief reunion we had back in Crossbell during the time of the cult extermination, Naoto. With the passing of the next century at hand, I can't help but wonder what you look like now. I feel it is only right for you to be invited here, since you are only making yourself at home," Gileath uttered to himself, only to smile before he proceeded to slowly wander back to where his desk was. Gileath let his eyes glance to a particular area on the desk. On it stood a single framed photo, which seemed to depict a certain family and friends and a younger Gileath, only for them to be sharing a handful of laughs together as the photo was taken. A small violet-haired boy could be seen smiling in part of that photo, standing next to the younger Gileath. Damn, Kevin, why is he cutting onions? Chapter 202. Valflame Palace, it's a new week, so let's keep trying to get over 500. December. Year 1199. Ding. We're soon approaching the terminus of today's ride, Heimdall. Please make sure your belongings are secure before departing. I repeat, an intercom's voice suddenly called out inside the first-class cabin. Before long, an orbital train entered the central station, arriving into Platform 4. After the train came to a stop, the doors of the several cabins automatically opened. Several people began to embark, only to fill the station either to merge onto another platform or exit Central Station to take the trams that was connected throughout the capital. Closer toward the front of the train, the first-class cabin also opened. A few nobles aside from Naoto's group exited the cabin, going about their daily lives. They were momentarily stunned seeing a couple RMP officers standing off to the side, but they could only wonder that some big shot was inside the cabin. They could only ignore the couple of RMP officers, only to exit the station themselves. Among the RMP officers was an icy blue-haired woman currently in her uniform and a gray cap. Seeing the RMP off to the side, they soon saw a group of 5 depart the cabin. The moment Claire saw a violet-haired boy step out of the cabin decked out in his phoenix robe, together with 4 other figures, Claire immediately saluted him. "It looks like you had a safe journey. Welcome to Heimdall, Your Highness," Claire said, saluting the violet-haired boy who was currently wearing a long, fancy, one-piece robe. Seeing a familiar face before me, I couldn't help but grin. "Looks like you were sent after all. Seems you currently have a lull in your studies for you to have time to come to Heimdall. It's nice to see you again, Claire," I said, seeing Claire before me. "Yes, it has been over a year since we have last seen each other, Your Highness. It does me well to see you in good health," Claire said as she smiled back at me. She then looked at the people beside me, only to have her eyes land on the brown-haired man beside me, dressed in a soldier's uniform. "I didn't expect to see Captain Vander to be with you," Claire continued to say, greeting Mueller, despite him currently be on leave with the military to help settle his brother here in Heimdall for the time being. "Well, some things have taken for a turn. His Highness is now under the care of the Vander School for the next 3 months. On top of bringing my younger brother to our main dojo, Lady Aurier has permitted entry for His Highness as well," Mueller said, explaining the situation from his hand. He didn't go into detail, but provided enough information to explain the situation to Claire. "So that was the case for your visit to Heimdall, then?" Claire responded, looking back my way. "Yes. For the time being, you'll be staying here in Heimdall," I said, assuring Claire's words with a nod of my head. "Perhaps that is for the best," Claire continued to say, which drew our interest. "Ha! I think you coming here wasn't just out of goodwill. With Mueller here, he will be enough of an escort, no?" I responded with a laugh. "True. The RMP doesn't operate for no reason," Mueller said, also nodding his head at my words. "Ha, quick to catch on. Yes, we have come here for a reason. Your friends are welcome join as well," Claire began to say. "His Excellency has invited you all to Valflame Palace. If there is no further delay, we will depart at once," Claire declared, causing me to stare at her in surprise. Pardon?" I couldn't help but ask, only to see Claire smile back at me as she saw my surprise. "So we're heading inside that giant crimson castle, huh? Neat," Fi said with a hint of interest in her eyes, while they remained deadpanned as we talked for a bit. "Fi," Emma uttered, shaking her head as she shook her head, letting out a sigh. Claire was first distracted with me and Mueller coming out of the cabin first, but she soon saw the plum-haired and white-haired girl follow behind us. The shock of the RMP inviting us to Valflame Palace still remained in my eyes, but seeing the 2 girls behind us, Claire smiled and started to greet the 2. Up until now, Claire had met Emma a couple times, with Fi only having met once. Similar to how Lecter and Rufus ventured with me to Namath Island, Claire joined our venture to Northumbria to ensure Sarah's adoptive father wouldn't perish to a stupid ploy at the hand of his own organization, the Northern Jaegers. This time around, though, it appeared both Zephyr and the Red Constellation caught wind of it, and Zephyr joined hands with the Northern Jaegers while the Red Constellation joined Nidhogg, making the fighting much more grand. The result was still the Northern Jaegers' victory, and Sarah's adoptive father didn't perish. It was mostly thanks to the one squad I had personally met up with, and Zephyr doing most of the dirty work. I am not sure if that squad is still in operation with the Northern Jaegers, but as a result of the Northern Jaegers' inadequacy and on top of catching a whiff of an assassination plot, Colonel Veilstein retired shortly after, and it went even as far as one of the couple of vice commanders retiring from her position, all the while internal conflicts started to rise up one after another. That vice commander was Jaina, to which she had offered herself to become a worker inside Liberal Castle. She did have an idea of when to venture over there after meeting me in Leyston Fortress, but at this time, I hadn't known that Jaina had already arrived at the castle and was already in her training period together with the other maids. And unbeknownst to me, from having Colonel Veilstein live, he was able to persuade his daughter, Sarah Veilstein, to make a tough decision in joining the Bracer Guild in Calvard over starting her journey back in Liberal. And at the same time, she decided to take Ravi in hopes of her becoming a bracer over a Jaeger as well. I am interested in trying to meet up with Sarah again before Class 7 is formed at Thor's in 5 years. Things are going to start catching up to me before I know it, so I have to make the best use of this remaining time I have before school life begins. But with those thoughts, along my momentary stupor from hearing Claire's invitation for us to follow her back to Valflame Palace, I saw Claire continue to talk to Emma and Phi. "It is nice to see you again. You, too," Claire said with a smile. "Sure is. That handiwork with the skills you've displayed with your orbital gun is no joke." Phi responded, nodding her head at Claire. "Likewise, it is nice to see you again," Emma also happily said with a smile, seeing Claire. Thankfully, we were no longer posing as military students, causing Emma and Phi to change back into their normal outfits, minus the cloaks. Phi wasn't used to wearing skirts, so she was just wearing short pants. It was the first time Claire saw both Emma and Phi without their Jaeger armor, though, so it took her a moment to realize it was them. As for Claire, her gaze was soon drawn toward two smaller creatures down to where our feet were. "Is that a cat? And what creature is this?" Claire mused, seeing Celine and Tamama with us this time. I was surprised that Mueller nor Kurt asked about the two, but it appeared they just went with the flow. "Meow," Celine responded, letting out a meow. "Cute," Tamamo also replied as she tilted her small head a bit. It was the first time the two had met Claire, seeing as they weren't taken with us when we participated in that war. Seeing as my initial shock was over now, I couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, that's Tama. They're kind of like our pets, so they'll be joining us. I guess we're going to Valflame Palace after all. Thankfully, we don't have anything immediately planned. Do you want to come along, Mueller, Kurt?" I said, asking the two if they were interested. "I don't see an issue. Father knows we will be arriving, but there isn't a set time. I don't see a reason to hurry," Mueller said, shaking his head. "Nor do I see one either. Brother has taken me inside of Valflame Palace to meet His Highness siblings once or twice, but this will be my first time visiting it in a while. I am curious to see if anything has changed," Kurt said with interest. "It sounds like there isn't anything pressing to attend to. His Excellency is quite a busy man, and with the deployment of the railway cannons at Guerrilla Fortress, he can only spare so much. We should make haste," Claire declared, only to start walking to where the exit of the station was with us following her. Stones. Chapter 203. Valflame Palace 2. Let's try getting over 500. Meanwhile, as Naoto's group began to enter a private orbital car that Claire had brought along to the central station and proceeded inside of it, some activity could also be seen somewhere else in Heimdall, only to be accompanied by what appear to be two figures, currently standing further on the long golden bridge that lead to a very large and breathtaking crimson castle that seemed to tower over the rest of Heimdall. This was, of course, Valflame Palace, standing proudly as the years have passed by. It is one of the oldest buildings in all of Erebonia, after all, only to be used by members of its imperial family, as well as the imperial diet. Still, if one had a close look at the bridge, which was surrounded by crystal-clear water, the couple of palace guards, who were currently standing guard at its entrance, could currently be seen in a dazed manner. Further inside the bridge, the two figures appeared to be somewhat illusory, letting their figures bend to the reflection of the sun, but it was actually the skill of the second figure currently at hand. Yet with such a thing, the first figure couldn't help but look down at the second figure after getting a good look at Valflame Palace, which was now in front of them. "So, tell me, why is it that I'm with you again after seeing the girls off? Some days have passed, but I've been trying to wrap up my business here in the capital's branch," the tall man said, only to look down at the green-haired boy, only for him to grin after hearing that. "Now that poses a good question indeed. Why did you come?" the green-haired boy said with a playful grin. "You were the one who sent me the invitation, you bastard," the first man said, only to curse him with a retort. hearing that only caused the green-haired boy to laugh. Ha ha, it was merely an invitation. They could be turned down, you know, the green-haired boy said, letting out a sigh as he did a motion of his hand. Oh sure. Any normal person would just want to decide to wander inside Valflame Palace, doing ADO's knows what. You really didn't leave me a window to refuse, the tall man retorted again. Last time you said you wouldn't cause any funny business. I can't trust you snakes after all, the tall man continued to say. Well, for one, I am far from being called normal. But if you want assurance, it is true, I am not here on any funny business. It's not like I am here without an invitation either, the green-haired boy said, trying to assure the tall man that his visit and coming here was not meant to cause any trouble. Of course, he was the same Campanella, while the tall man was Zen. Zen had not left the capital yet after having Ren and Cheryl settle down at St. Estrella, but he didn't know the fool would reach out to him again, only to find himself standing in front of Valflame Palace now. Zen only stared at Campanella after he said that. Someone invited you inside the palace? Zen couldn't help but ask, feeling surprised as Campanella said that. Indeed he was. I do thank you for responding to it, a deeper third voice said, reaching out to Campanella and Zen, causing Zen to look back to the front of the bridge, coming from the entrance of the castle. The two soon saw a similarly tall man approach them, who was decked out in a sleek, long black robe jacket. A sole gray-white strand of hair streaked down his left side, showing his age. He was quite old, and is approaching 50 years of age. But despite that, he walked down the bridge in confidence, considering where his current stature was. After all, this man was the acting chancellor of one, if not the largest nation in Zemuria. Chancellor Gileath Osborne. Seeing Gileath arrive, Zen only stared at him in surprise while Campanella gave him a bow. The Chancellor invited you, Zen asked, raising his eyebrows. Ha, an invitation to the likes of me who couldn't refuse it. Heather. Campanella responded with a laugh. Though do tell, this is not our first meeting in person, is it not, Your Excellency? Campanella asked, seeing the Chancellor before him. I do believe it is. All for within reason, though. I didn't think you'd bring a friend with you, Gileath said, only to observe Zen. An abracer no less, Gileath continued to say, musing to himself. Hey, it was pretty much forced on me. As long as this guy's in town, and making sure things don't get out of hand, Zen said, shrugging his shoulders, letting out a sigh as he used his left hand to point at Campanella. Well, to add to that, it seems we've had some common ground lately, but my business is mostly wrapped up here as well. Apart from checking this matter inside the palace. You should know what I am referring to, right? Your Excellency, Campanella said, only for Gileath to respond with a nod of his head. I do. You are here to check the status of the Vermilion trial. Thankfully, it is not yet activated, but the time for it draws near. Regardless of your friend, I will take you inside the palace, Gileath said, assuring Campanella since he was invited by him nonetheless. At this time, Ouroboros and Gileath were not in cooperation yet, but as a result of Naoto being behind the activation of the Vermilion trial, Campanella took it upon himself to see how the situation was by coming here directly. Gileath wasn't opposed to it either. Unbeknownst to many, a single secret was held deep within the palace. Spanning hundreds of meters downward was a single chamber which was kept secret to only the imperial family of the Arner bloodline and top members of the imperial diet, such as Gileath. It could only be activated by the blood that ran through the Arner royal family. Such is the case with the second prince, Cedric, becoming the pilot of the Vermilion Knight in the future. The Divine Knight's true body was kept chained up deep within Valflame Palace, and only a select few could venture to go see it. Exceptions were those like Duke Kian, who has been plotting to try and steal, which prompted the October War in the first place. But now, with Naoto's existence in the mix, another variable has popped into play. For he who was a bastard child, being birthed with both the Ausleza bloodline, which could activate one of the Septembertarians, the Shining Ring, and that of the Arner bloodline, albeit with how faint that blood already is. At most, the Phoenix family were cousins that directly served Erebonia's imperial family until they all perished in the War of the Lions 250 years ago. Yet no matter how faint the bloodline runs through his body is, Naoto is still qualified to partake in the trial. Such trial lays its proving grounds within Valflame Palace itself. Its proving grounds were a testament in one of the games, which allowed the infernal castle to rise up from its ashes. However, one difference that wasn't displayed then was the existence of a magic circle popping up in front of Drachel's Plaza. It remains inactive, only to be activated by the trial goer. No one knew what it did, nor did even the likes of Campanella knew if the infernal castle would rise from it. As for those who tried to guess what it did, they guessed that it could even lead to someplace else entirely. Unfortunately, they could not see where it would lead to until the person is ready to start the Vermilion trial, to which would be Naoto. Campanella could only look at the dead magic circle as he walked by it to arrive past the entranceway that lead into Valflame Palace. If there was one surprising factor to this, though, was that Zin was still here and beside Campanella, with the Chancellor now in front of him. Hearing the two exchange words, Zin's gaze couldn't help but turn serious. So this matter is related to the Vermilion trial after all, Zin couldn't help but utter, which drew the two's interest. "Oh," Campanella asked with growing interest. "Well now, I didn't think a senior bracer like yourself would be so fluent in the olden folklore." Gileath also said, musing to himself as he didn't expect Zin to say that. "Olden folklore my ass. I had simply asked to partake in it after suggesting it to His Highness, and he accepted," Zin said, only to shrug his shoulders after Gileath said that. Hearing that, Gileath couldn't help but grin. "It would seem we would have something to discuss in detail after all," Gileath said, revealing a playful grin as he looked at Zin. Seeing the Chancellor grin like this, even Zin felt a cold drop of sweat trickle down his back. "Me and my big mouth," Zin inwardly cried to himself. Stones. Chapter 204. The quartet has evolved. Let's try to get over 500. Sometime later, the sun began its descent. A fiery glow soon enveloped all of Heimdall. The sunset here was much more prominent compared to other places as a result of most of its buildings being dyed in crimson. Still, its citizens were already used to such sunsets. At the very least, it was a good signal for those who worked in the day to start wrapping up, while those who worked at night to wake up and start their shifts. All the while, in one area of Heimdall, the Sank district, the sound of a school bell could be heard echoing throughout the courtyard. Unlike most schools, this school was gated and had security guards that guarded this school. For a good reason, considering this was where most noble daughters attended school here in Heimdall. It wasn't restricted outside that, though, commoners were welcome to enroll in the school, should they express their desire to do so. As the school bell dinged the final bell of the day, the two main doors that lead into the giant building swung wide open. One girl after another started to exit the school, all wearing the same St. Estrella school uniform, a black dress and a black beret. Once the first set of girls departed, making their way to the tram to head on home to wherever their homes were located, before long a group of 3 girls appeared. One of the 3 girls sported silky golden blonde hair, one with black indigo hair, and a third girl who sported olive green hair. As for the latter, a worried look could currently be seen in her eyes as she let out a sigh. "It really is a shame Liv can't be with us right now, but I do understand the importance that family has over school studies," the olive green-haired girl started to say with a look of worry in her eyes. "That is very true, Muse. And if I recall, your father used to be quite close with the Bartholomew's house. I didn't think they'd order a house arrest like that," the indigo black hair girl said. These two were of course Muse and Elise. As for the third girl, she was none other than Princess Alphen. It has been a couple years since Naoto had seen her last, not since her brief visit to Liberal's Grancel City to experience the day there. Right now, Muse is mostly known as Mildine to others if she decides to introduce herself, but for those close friends like Elise and Alphen are, Muse allows them to call herself her pet name she used as a child. And as a child, both Muse and Liv got along quite well since they even shared play dates together at times. But it appeared Liv was currently not with the 3, likely due to the happenings currently taking place back in Remeferia. Well, I did have brother look into it a bit at what's currently happening back at the Bartholomew's house. It seems their first prince hasn't been up to any good lately, and the second prince is trying to usurp his position. I can only assume they called Lif back to make sure and keep an eye out on her. The last thing they would want is their first princess to be out and about in a foreign country, Alfin said, only to cradle her hand into her chin with a hint of worry in her eyes as well. You wouldn't be talking about Uncle Bartholomew's now, would you? A fourth voice suddenly said, calling out to the three. This caused Princess Alfin, Elise, and Muse to halt their walking, only to turn around to where the voice came from. Before long, they saw two more girls step out of the front entrance, both wearing the Saint Estrea's uniform as well. One sported lilac-colored hair, while the other had violet hair, who appeared a year or two younger than the one who asked that question. Seeing these two girls arrive, a look of interest appeared in Elise's eyes. You two are the recent transfer students, Elise responded, welcoming the two. Princess Alfin and Muse were interested as well. They didn't think they would come across someone who was acquainted with the Bartholomew's house like Muse was. And seeing her address one of the princes as uncle, to them, it seemed pretty close. We sure are. You introduced yourself as Cheryl Sky, didn't you? Princess Alfin asked as she greeted Cheryl with a smile. Yes, I am honored for Erebonia's treasure to remember me. Cheryl happily responded as she looked toward Princess Alfin. I didn't think both of our new transfer students would be acquainted with each other prior to enrolling. Muse also said with a smile as she looked toward the violet-haired girl. She was Ren, of course, and after their current day finished at Saint Estrea, the two decided to leave together. They didn't think they would catch Princess Alfin, Elise, and Muse together, on top of them talking about the Bartholomew's house. Well, we became friends a couple years back, but we have split ways since. I didn't think we'd see each other enrolling in Saint Estrea, though. Ren answered as she smiled. Ain't that the truth? Still, if what you three said is true, did House Bartholomew's really call for a house arrest? Cheryl said, as she had worry in her eyes. I'm afraid so. It seems you are acquainted with Remiferia's royal family, Princess Alfin said, looking at Cheryl. Cheryl nodded her head. Yes. Our grandparents were in service of the Bartholomew's house before we moved over to Crossbell. The window was small, but I was able to meet Her Highness once or twice as a child, Cheryl said with a smile. Hearing that, Muse's eyes lit up as she happily clapped her hands. I was wondering why the Sky family name was starting to sound familiar to me. You're Jillian's younger sister, aren't you? Liv did talk about how Jillian had a younger sister once or twice. Still, that's a bit strange. Now that I'm recalling this matter, I remember Liv saying that a tragedy befell Jillian's younger sister. Perhaps that rumor was false after all. Muse mused to herself, trying to probe what happened in the past. Yet as Muse asked that, Cheryl only looked back toward Ren. How much should we tell them, Ren? Cheryl asked, wondering as she looked toward Ren. Ren only raised her hand a bit as she began to answer. It's up to you, really. I'm fine with it being either way. Ren said, answering Cheryl. So maybe something happened after all? Elise asked, wondering herself. Cheryl stayed quiet for a brief moment, but she eventually nodded her head, confirming everyone's doubt. It is true that something happened. I'm not sure how much Her Highness has brought it up, but for now, can you guys keep this a secret? Big Sister doesn't exactly know about my whereabouts right now, Cheryl answered as she scratched her cheek. Hearing that, though, Muse let out a giggle. Hee hee. Oh, I love me a good secret or two, Muse happily responded, which caused Cheryl to stare at her. Muse, Elise said, letting out a sigh as she shook her head after that remark. Well, I don't mind it personally. Some things can't be rushed after all. Still, since you already know Liv Cheryl, I don't know why we can't be friends after this, Princess Alfin happily responded after clapping her hands. That doesn't sound like a bad idea, Elise also said with a smile. Is it really all right for us to become friends like this? Cheryl happily responded as well, letting her mood lift a bit. Oh, please, it's like we're friends already seeing, Liv. Aside from Cheryl here, though, I just can't place my finger on it. Where do you fit in all of this? Muse asked as she looked back toward Ren. Hearing that, Ren couldn't help but smile and let out a giggle of her own. I told you, didn't I? I'm Cheryl's friend. It was thanks to that we became friends to begin with. We haven't seen each other for the last couple years, though. Ren explained a bit. I see. More friends the merrier, as they say. We were a group of 4, but with Liv under house arrest now, I guess it will be a group of 5, huh? Princess Alfin said, wondering to herself, "That looks like it. I didn't think we'd get to meet one of Lif's acquaintances here of all places. Still, please do treat us kindly," Elise said with a more formal tone. "Likewise," Cheryl said, nodding her head as well. Seeing this happen, Ren smiled but resumed quiet again, not showing much emotion. It would seem that she, along with Cheryl, had more importance now here in Saint Estrella than she had previously guessed, and as a result of Cheryl's background of being part of the Sky family no less. While most of the Sky family resides in Crossbell now, there was a time where their family were servants to the Bartholomew's house. As for the girl Lif they were referring to, she was Lif Fraser von Bartholomew's, first princess of the Bartholomew's house, members of the royal family that resided in Remiferia. Right now, despite being known as the most advanced nation in all of Zemuria for issuing medical treatment, Remiferia isn't so hot right now. They were currently dealing with an internal bioterrorist attack to try and shake their foundations. Despite trying to collude with the enemy, the Crown Prince only saw his own death at their hands, being poisoned no less. So right now, the second prince, Albert von Bartholomew's, is trying to clean things up, to which he would eventually start sitting on the throne as the first prince, only to take over the crown prince who perished. While the latter has yet to happen, House Bartholomew's issued a house arrest to the members of the royal family. Unfortunately, that meant Lif had to return home for the present. But in Lif's place, Princess Alphen had met two new friends, Ren and Cheryl, and their group rose to a group of 5. Eventually, when Lif is able to return, that will become a group of 6. Princess Alphen found the world quite small, as she was not expecting to come across an acquaintance of one of her friends like that. Still, perhaps it was good for these 5 girls to become friends with each other. After all, it would be from here, but Ren and Cheryl would now have the backing of Erebonia's treasure, the first princess. If they ever would get pestered or harassed by other noble daughters during their stay at Saint Estrella, they now had a backing. Ren figured it was a good investment in becoming friends with Princess Alphen. Not to mention that Ren knew that Princess Alphen was already quite good friends with Naoto after she had come to learn of it, while staying inside Grancel Castle for a bit. Ren decided to protect Naoto from the sidelines should anything ever turn the wrong way during her stay at St. Estrella, while being out of hand's reach. Right now, Naoto didn't know where Ren's current position was, but while having that sentiment, Ren also figured it would do well to protect Princess Alphen if trouble ever went her way. On top of that, thanks to receiving word from Campanella, Ren knew Naoto was currently on the way to Heimdall. Thanks to having Cheryl here, Ren informed her as well, but it was still up to Cheryl if she would decide to take any action after seeing Naoto is coming to Heimdall. Either way, Ren and Cheryl had officially become friends with Princess Alphen's group, which consisted of Muse and Elise, and eventually Lif. Stones. However, just as this new group of 5 started to turn around, only to see that most of the other girls had left Saint Estrella by now, they soon saw what appeared to be a pearly white orbital car quickly driving their way up the large entranceway that led into the school. It didn't take long for the orbital car to park off to the side, but at the same time, once the engine turned off, they soon heard the sound of a lute starting fluttering in the air, eventually reaching their ears. It didn't take long at all for Princess Alphen's eyes to light up with sparkles. She could immediately recognize that tune. Before them, a short, golden blonde-haired man soon approached them, decked out in a rather fancy vermilion coat, befitting that of royalty. This man not only graduated from Thor's military academy, he had also become an adult recently, turning beyond 20 years of age. Life here followed some similar customs to that of Japan, to where one wasn't officially recognized as an adult until they turned 20 years of age. Still, if a consensus was reached between 2 parties, relationships could still be formed. But after becoming 20, one was seen as an adult, and this man had recently turned 21 or 22 years of age. "Big brother," Princess Alphen happily said, seeing the man step out of the orbital car with a lute in hand. Seeing this man appear before her, Princess Alphen ignored the other 4 girls and quickly entered a dash, only to tackle the golden blonde-haired man with a hug. Seeing Princess Alphen do this, he became momentarily stunned, but let out a laugh shortly after. Oof. Well, that is one way to greet someone. It would seem my dearest younger sister is in quite a good mood right now, the man said. Of course, who else could he be but Prince Olivert, the current crown prince of Erebonia? He currently had interest in stepping down from his position, but because his younger brother Cedric is still too young at this time, for now, he is acting as Erebonia's crown prince. Oh, how could I not be? I've just made some new friends. Princess Alphen happily responded, only to allow Prince Olivert to ruffle her hair a bit as he saw Princess Alphen in a good mood. Oh, new friends you say? Prince Olivert mused, only to see that Princess Alphen wasn't alone. He soon recognized Elise as the other 4 girls walked up to the two. It is nice to see you again, Your Highness, Elise said, giving a small curtsy of her dress. Well, if it isn't the Schwarzer Barony's daughter. Didn't think I'd catch a glimpse of you today, considering how busy you've been lately in the student council. How's that been treating you? Princess Oliver decided to ask, seeing Elise before him. Oh, it's nothing more than I can't handle, really. We're mostly caught up with our work. I've had more time on my hands lately, so I figured it wouldn't hurt to leave school today with Her Highness. Elise responded with a smile. I see. I take it you decided to take Lady Mildine along with you too, Prince Olivert said, only to look at Muse. With a giggle, she also did a curtsy of her dress as well. It is nice to see you, Your Highness. We were all just on our way home with classes done for the day, Muse said. Hearing that, Princess Olivert nodded, only to spot Ren and Cheryl next to them. And you two must be the new friends my dearest younger sister just brought up, Prince Oliver continued to say as he observed the two. He was a bit surprised to see someone as young as Ren was in the same class as Princess Alphen and the others. He assumed that this girl who seemed the youngest of the 5 was pretty smart. So it would seem, Ren said, nodding her head. I'm Ren, and that's Cheryl. We had just become friends with her princess only moments ago, Ren said, continuing to smile. However, after hearing Ren introduce themselves, Prince Oliver turned quiet for a moment. Ren, so you're the one he was referring to, Prince Olivert uttered to himself, only to catch another glimpse of the violet-haired girl before him. Oh, Ren said, only to reveal a playful smile wondering what the prince meant. At least for now, it would appear that Prince Olivert knew her in some way, but she decided to keep quiet after uttering that. Prince Olivert's silence only lasted briefly, as he proceeded to observe the other girls beside her, while Princess Alphen was still in hugging mode. Well, perhaps this is for the best, Princess Oliver began to say, which drew everyone's interest. Now that I think about it, you wouldn't come here for no reason, big brother. Moreover, driving an MY car that is meant to escort me around, Princess Alphen said, pouting a bit after she heard him say that. Seeing Princess Alphen pout, Prince Olivert let out another laugh as he ruffled her hair a bit. Ha ha. 'Tis all for a reason, I must say, my dear. Come, we haven't much time. You wouldn't want to miss out on the fun. Your friends are more than welcome to come too, Prince Olivert said, assuring Princess Alphen, which only caused her to blink at him. Oh my, it would seem something is happening after all, but even to go as far as to invite us too, Muse said, happily clapping her hands together. Well, as time would permit, I do not have much going on this evening. Elise chimed in as well. Excellent. How about you two? Prince Olivert asked, looking at Ren and Cheryl. When Prince Olivert said that, both Ren and Cheryl could likely assume what Prince Olivert was inviting for. After all, Campanella informed Ren that Naoto was on his way to Valflame Palace. Subsequently, Ren informed Cheryl. After debating for a moment, Cheryl could only draw out a sigh. Perhaps it was meant to be this way after all, Cheryl said, uttering to herself, hearing that only drew confusion from the others. Princess Alphen tried a question, but only tilted her head a bit looking back at Cheryl. Oh, just ignore Cheryl's remark. We've more than enough free time on our hands. I don't think we would mind heading out with you guys, Ren said, explaining there in a bit. Everyone's on board then. Princess Alphen here has been summoned to Valflame Palace, so I figured it would be best to see if you 4 wanted to come along as well. Prince Olivert explained the situation, which drew Princess Alphen's interest. I've been summoned to the palace? Princess Alphen mused. Yes, someone who is very eager to see you, my dear, and I, for one myself. His Highness Naoto is currently on his way to Valflame Palace as we speak, Prince Olivert said. It took a moment to click in Princess Alphen's mind, but sparkles began to appear in her eyes. Big Brother Naoto is on his way to Valflame Palace? Princess Alphen asked, only to show excitement in her eyes. Indeed, His Highness is. Let me show you girls into the car. Lord Father has already prepared a banquet for our guests tonight. And afterward, there's going to be a little ball. Consider it a prelude for when my dear sister here debuts into high society in a few years, Prince Olivert said, answering Princess Alphen's excitement. His Highness went so far as to prepare a banquet for us, as well as a dance? Aren't we still a bit young for that? Elise said, revealing a small frown over her lips with a hint of worry in her eyes. A little bit of practice never hurts anyone. I'm even more looking forward to the event tonight, Muse happily retorted as she clapped her hands together with a giggle. It is true. We just started our first year in the middle school classes, and they're already starting to teach about ballroom etiquette, Princess Alphen uttered to herself. I don't see a problem with it. But it starts soon, right? We should probably get going to the palace, Ren said. Thankfully the palace isn't far. I will drive you girls there. Princess Olivert responded as he laughed. They were now in front of the orbital white car, and he proceeded to open the passenger door. Everyone was in agreement, so they all got into the rather spacious car. Cheryl was the second to last to get in while Prince Olivert was off to the side, only to have Ren behind her. Cheryl couldn't help but look back at Ren for a moment while squinting her eyes for a bit. You wanted this to happen, didn't you, Ren? Cheryl retorted. Hearing that, Ren revealed a playful smile. Who knows? Ren retorted Cheryl, only to jump the line and hopped into the car before her. Seeing this, Cheryl could only sigh as she was the last to get into the car. Prince Olivert found this amusing, but he kept quiet and closed the door after the girls were in. He proceeded to the driver's door, only to get in himself. Just like that, Prince Olivert and the girls were now bound for Valflame Palace, to what would appear to be a rather eventful night for everyone. I actually don't know if Prince Olivert knows Muse at this point, but I made him appear as such. Age comparison. Princess Alphen, 10 years old Elise, 10 years old Cheryl, 10 years old. Her exact age isn't given, but I'm going to set its same age as Alphen's group. Muse, 9 years old Ren. 8 years old Ren is still the youngest. But all of them have recently started their first year of middle school at St. Estrella. It was briefly mentioned, but not only Muse, Ren also proved her smarts in jumping up a couple grades, so all 5 can be together in the same class. Hope this clears up any confusion as to why they're currently together. I also do know Ren attends high school in Kuro. She will likely only spend 2 or 3 years here in St. Estrella until the Sky Story kicks off. Stones. Chapter 206. Banquet, let's get over 500. Just how did it come to this? I couldn't help but inwardly cry. I mean, how could I not be in disbelief right now? And while thinking that, it seemed this little distraught in my eyes was picked up by the person who could currently be seen sitting across from me at a rather large banquet table. Is the meal not to your liking, Your Highness? A deep voice said, reaching my ears. That little stupor caused me to look where this voice came from, who was directly seated across from me. I saw an aged man currently swirling some wine around while holding a wine glass in his hand, before slowly taking a sip of some red wine. The person who was sitting across from me was likely the culprit behind the event that's currently happening. After all, I could now be seen at what appears to be a dinner banquet. After Claire escorted us, we had a formal round of greetings, only to be escorted to the dining hall inside Valflame Palace. If it is not to your liking, I could have the maids roll out some other dishes we have prepared for tonight. A third voice reached my ears, which sounded a lot more imposing than the man across from me. Well, it was within reason. My gaze was drawn toward the left, to which saw a man seated at the head of the table, donned in a ceremonial outfit that only those higher up in the military wore. Erebonia was a military nation at its roots, and this man stood at the very top. This man to my left was none other than the reigning emperor of Erebonia, who now had a good decade under his ruling since he first signed into it. I have not seen this man since my first visit to Valflame Palace, but he seemed to have aged quite a bit despite only having 10 years gone by. Having to rule such a large definitely comes with its own pressure, one that will eventually fall into my hands down the line if I do ascend to Liberal's throne. I am acting as its crown prince right now, but grandmother could end up changing her mind to pass that role down to Claudia. Emperor Eugent III, the acting emperor of the proud nation of Erebonia. Daddy's right. Is the food no good, big brother? A fifth voice said, which drew my gaze again to the right this time. I saw a long, golden blonde-haired girl who seemed to have much interest in her eyes as she gazed my way in anticipation. But her feet was swinging happily beneath her chair, feeling happy. Likely due to the fact I was now presently beside her. She was Princess Alphen, and I guess out of all the seats present, she decided to sit by me when the other folks started to enter. Well, she did that of her own accord, considering we haven't seen each other for the last couple years. As a result of just my presence being here in the palace, the moment Princess Alphen arrived with her group, her favorability meter shot up by a good chunk, which resulted in her present good mood. I mean, we haven't seen each other since I showed Princess Alphen around Grancel City, and that was before my departure toward Northumbria. It's nice to see she's doing well, especially with that group of friends with her. Still, I saw the anticipation in Princess Alphen's eyes as she looked my way. Seeing her behave like this, a grin crept on my lips as I let out a laugh, only to proceed to reach out my hand and ruffle her hair a bit. Haha, well, the food is an issue. Everything here is delicious. I do apologize if I made you worry, I said, ruffling Princess Alphen's hair a bit. Seeing me do that, Princess Alphen closed her eyes as she enjoyed a head pat from me. But the moment I did this, I felt a piercing glare strike me, as if they were glaring daggers, but I didn't feel any danger or fear from it. It was more as if they were looking right through me. And at the same time, another voice giggled while I felt these piercing eyes. Oh my, I didn't think the relationship between you two would go as far as Her Highness allowing you to pat her on the head. This is quite a revelation, a girl's voice said with a teasing tone as it reached my ears. Muse. Another voice said, only to let out a sigh. I recognized this other voice quite well have we had already gotten acquainted with each other during my visit in Emer when we went to visit the hot springs and check in on Reen. This voice belonged to Elise, Reen's sister. Right now, she was attending school in St. Estrella, so she is beside Reen as she used to be. But the earlier voice of who said, that was someone who I haven't met yet. But we are now acquainted with each other after having gone through our formal greetings earlier in the receptionist hall. It appeared our group wasn't the only one to arrive at Valflame Palace. Thanks to a certain prince I've been in contact with over the last couple years, it seemed he went out of the way to summon Princess Alphen and her group of friends to the banquet tonight. As a result, it allowed me to meet another person from the Trailsverse of whom I have not yet met since I was born. Though I'm not sure if I should laugh or cry at the matter, considering who it is. Mildine de Kian, the current daughter of the late Duke Kian. It does appear her close friends are calling her Muse, but back in the receptionist hall, she introduced herself to me as Mildine. It was quite a formal greeting, too, so I couldn't help but reciprocate her greeting on top of greeting Elise. As for the matter regarding Mildine, it was unfortunate, but it seemed her parents did not heed my warning that I delivered back during the Emperor's signing that took place here 10 years ago. They likely, though, it was the foolish words of a little child, considering they were very powerful nobles who acted differently compared to other people I have spoken with in the past. Since they didn't heed my words seriously, the two still ended up perishing at sea in that accident, only to leave Muse behind. And now, this was my first time meeting Muse face to face. She did develop quite a crush on Reen later on the games, and am hoping that it will stay that way. One could argue that Muse's playful attitude was a lot worse than Angelica's persistence in liking girls. Or who knows, since we have met how, perhaps I can slowly change Muse's playful thoughts like how Angelica was able to throw away something that defined her, only to allow her to enter a relationship with me. Who knows? There is still some time before the games start taking place, and I could definitely try to engage in talks with Muse. Moreover, She is one of the smartest people in the games, on par with Rin and Tio. She likely even outclasses them, so it would definitely do good to have Muse on the ally side, and not an enemy. Those thoughts aside for now, though, it seemed these three weren't alone. It was definitely a shocker to see someone who I haven't personally come across since her resolve to journey with her teacher started. But along with her, she was together with another girl, both having appeared to enroll in Saint Estrella. This was something I hadn't anticipated at all, but the option was definitely there for them. The first girl was Cheryl, but after Princess Alphin's group welcomed ours in the receptionist hall, it appeared Cheryl was playing aloof, pretending not to ignore me. I figure I could at least set some private time later to go see Cheryl, but seeing that her circumstances are still in place, she did not do any outburst, only to pretend in not knowing me. For now, if Cheryl desires later, I will go see her after the banquet, which will be followed by a dance, according to His Majesty. The girl who was with Cheryl was surprisingly Rin. I didn't think the two would come across each other like this, let alone now going to St. Estrella together along with Princess Alphin's group. Rin did not say what she would do after I had informed her that I would do my little disappearance act to come to Arabonia like this. She only stated that she would go with the flow. Still, seeing her mingle with others like this, it was a nice sight to see. And aside from seeing Prince Oliver in person again, he was quite happy to talk with me. We did converse for a while before this banquet started, but apart from Prince Oliver, there was probably the most surprising factor of this banquet. After all, apart from our brief reunion back in Crossbell City to help with the cult extermination event, the man who now sat across from me, who had a smile on his face as he drank his wine, was none other than one of the most powerful figures in Arabonia, Chancellor Gileath Osborne. The man who just happens to be my father, whom I have not seen since our villa got burnt to cinders by the Red Constellation. Stones. Chapter 207. Engagement, let's try to get over 500. Ho-ho, it is good that the food is enjoyable for you, Prince Naoto. It is quite clear to me that Princess Alphin has become quite attached to you over the last couple years, too. She did inform me after her travels in Grancel City, but I didn't it would be to this extent. Emperor Eugent mused to himself as he continued to observe Princess Alphin's current mood. I mean, she was allowing me to head pat her. I'm pretty sure she wouldn't allow most others to do this, minus Prince Oliver, considering he was her older brother. So that's what happened during your little escapade back then. You went all the way out to Grancel to get close with His Highness, and didn't even bother to invite us, Mew said with a playful grin as she swirled a blue liquid around in her glass. It was non-alcoholic, of course, considering more than half of us present in this banquet hall were still just kids. I should probably talk about who all was present here at the banquet, right? This table was not only fancy, but it was one of the largest tables I have ever seen. The palace was used to seeing a lot of guests at once, and it also was home to the imperial diet, so overall, the place was really large and very easy to get lost in. To my left was the head of the table, so naturally the emperor himself sat there, Emperor Eugent III. To his immediate left was Chancellor Osborne, and likewise across from him was me. Positions were of high importance here in Valflame Palace, so I was pretty surprised to see myself positioned right in the middle of the imperial family and Chancellor Osborne. This was likely the latter's doing, but I wasn't against it. After all, to my immediate right was Princess Alphin, still in a good mood from currently being seated next to me. And it went as follows from her seat. Empress Priscilla was across from Princess Alphin, who had her usual aloof face. Prince Cedric and Prince Oliver were in the next two chairs. I have not personally come across Prince Cedric apart from seeing him as a toddler during my first visit here 10 years ago. If I were to call Muse's glare piercing, then Prince Cedric's eyes that were glued on me only contained curiosity. I figured he was quite surprised to see the Emperor invite royalty from another country, but he is a spitting image of Prince Oliver. Over time, he would become the spitting image of an arrogant noble because he would refuse to see things his way until he received an eye-opener by the actions caused by Reen and his group. Unfortunately, by then, the only path he could have chosen to take was to become a member of Ouroboros from all the damage he had caused. But with that being several years out, who knows? Perhaps a similar line of thinking to Muse's future behavior, Prince Cedric's attitude problem, could also change. that rapidly developed shortly after Duke Qian laid his hands on him during the October War. But now with my presence being a factor to that, I have a feeling I won't even need to do anything to make sure Prince Cedric turns out all right. After all, it was Duke Qian's obsession with Testarossa that drove Prince Cedric's desire for power. If I rob that from Duke Qian at its core, what is left for Prince Cedric? The only thought I have toward this apart from taking the Vermilion trials within the next year is if I should pay a visit to the Qian Duchy itself and see if there's any reaction. I haven't been to Ordis either, so I might plan to do that after my next 3 months spent here in the Vanderschool. But for now, that thought could only be in the back of my head for now, since I had this banquet and later, a dance, to enjoy with the rest of the people here. I'm not sure how many people I will come across to dance with, but seeing it's mostly for practice, having more than one partner necessarily won't hurt. To my current thought, though, next down the line next to Prince Cedric and Prince Oliver was Muse and Elise, with Ren, Cheryl, Emma, and Phi seated the furthest away. I did want to be seated closer to them, but Chancellor Osborne had other plans in mind, so I couldn't help but find myself be placed between the Emperor and Princess Alphen. You were pretty secretive about it too, Your Highness. I did have interest as to why you decided to go abroad for a short while, but I didn't think that would happen, Elise also said, which continued the current conversation. Hearing that, Princess Alphen blinked her eyes before revealing a smile. Oh, it was only a small visit. I wish it could have been longer myself. Princess Alphen happily responded, only to end my head pat. Was it really just a small visit, though? I wonder. Would you like to enlighten the situation, dearest Olivert? Empress Priscilla said, as she revealed a smile herself. Alas, I would, dear mother. But Mueller kept me in check during the time I had spent in the Erebonian embassy with the ambassador. As such, I turned toward my friend, His Highness, here so he could escort my sister around the city. You should have seen the piles of paperwork I had to take care of during my time in Liberal. I had little free time myself, Prince Olivert said with a laugh, only to shake his head a bit. He proceeded to look my way. Seeing Prince Oliver do this, I revealed a grin. Ha! Trying to pin this on me now. Are you Your Highness? I said with a grin as I looked toward Prince Olivert. I am merely stating facts, Your Highness. But it is also quite true that my dear sister has grown rather fond of you. How about we plan a family trip somewhere? Prince Olivert suggested, causing more gazes to be drawn his way. It's seeing him do that. Chancellor Osborne let out a rare laugh. Ha ha ha. With how things are right now, I am afraid that isn't a possibility for you, Your Highness. I could try to make some room down the line. I'm saddened we've been busy as of late. Just scheduling this banquet and ball tonight was hectic as it is, Chancellor Osborne said as he took another sip of his wine. True. I do apologize for having taken up some of your time, WHD, and you're already so busy yourself, Chancellor. You have my gratitude, Emperor Eugent said, nodding his head. Oh, it is of no issue, Your Majesty. These types of events helps alleviate the stress placed on one's mind, so I'm welcoming it wholeheartedly. And while we are on this matter, the event thus spoken of has reached my ears as well, but I didn't think the result would be like this. Chancellor Osborne said as he began to look in our direction. You aren't trying to suggest now something, are you, Chancellor? Emperor Eugent asked as he looked at him. Perhaps. This matter may even fall in line with the non-aggression pact I have been drafting to present to Her Majesty Queen Alicia II at a later date. No. In fact, the timing for this could not be any more perfect, Chancellor Osborne began to say, which caused us to stare at him. A serious look also appeared in Empress Priscilla's eyes, as she likely guessed where this was leading to. You aren't trying to suggest what I think you are suggesting, are you, Chancellor? Empress Priscilla asked as she looked at him. Ha! The ultimate decision would still fall on Her Highness. But here I propose an engagement between our two nations. It has not been long since that tragedy befell on both of us. But on top of our nations signing this non-aggression pact, it would even help bolster the relationship our two nations currently share, Chancellor Osborne declared, only to take another sip of his wine as he declared that. The moment Chancellor Osborne declared that, surprise and shock streaked across the large banquet table, with all eyes landing on him. Even the Emperor turned serious, as he didn't expect the Chancellor to propose such an idea. An engagement. Princess Alphen's voice also rose in our current stupor. Yet as she yelled that out, a light blush began to appear on her cheeks as she glanced her eyes my way. Stones? Chapter 208. Snowfall, let's try getting over 500. Meanwhile, as shock began to spread out inside the large banquet hall after Chancellor Osborne declared his intent to suggest an engagement between two neighboring nations. Outside of Valflame Palace, one by one, fancy orbital cars began to roll in. The sun had now set, and it was now evening. Yet the vermilion splendor of Valflame Palace seemed to light up ever further thanks to the orbital technology streaking across the city. All of Drachel's Plaza could be seen sectioned off by barricades, with several RMP officers strolling about. There were some curious onlookers, but it's not like they weren't used to happenings like this. Thanks to the arrival of the orbital cars driving into Drachel's Plaza, they could easily figure out the palace was holding an event of some sorts, especially after they saw the orbital cars' doors open up, only to have nobles dressed in fancy outfits begin stepping out one by one. On top of it being a practice ball for the crown princess, Princess Alphen, His Majesty took it upon himself to invite several influential figures tonight to host a real ball tonight, which would further act as a means of practice for the princess. Seeing real nobles dance with each other will also help ease the tension of it being a practice dance for the princess, considering that she has not likely had her first dance yet. Thankfully, of those participating, His Majesty was relieved after hearing Liberal's crown prince accepted the invitation to be Princess Alphen's first dance partner, even if it was only meant for practice. He was someone the princess knew well, so he figured his daughter wouldn't be too nervous with all the noble guests arriving right now. One after another, the orbital cars soon started to flood Drachel's Plaza. Noble families with their sons or daughters also came out, sporting fancy suits and dresses alike. It was not a masquerade ball to where one hid their faces with a mask. No one could be seen wearing masks right now. However, as this first round of nobles began to make their way across the plaza and have their IDs get verified by the couple of RMP officers stationed at the entrance to Valflame Palace, a singular fancy green orbital car began to make its way inside the plaza, eventually reaching its designated parking spot. Unlike the other cars, this one arrived a lot closer toward the entrance of the palace, which drew everyone's attention. Like other nobles, the driver was a butler, and they proceeded out of the driver's seat, only to walk around to the other side to open the passenger door. It didn't take long before a blonde-haired man and a blonde-haired boy to step out of the orbital car, both sporting fancy green robes. If one looked closely at their robes, an insignia of a unicorn could be seen on them. These two figures resembled each other quite a bit, and on top of that they hailed from the same family, one whose influence spread throughout all of Erebonia. After all, these two figures hailed from one of the great houses, the Alberia Dukedom. The moment the younger boy of the two stepped out, he couldn't help but marvel at the grandiose of the large palace standing before him. At the same time his breath became visible as he let out a cold breath of air. Seeing his own breath, he proceeded to look into the sky. It was no longer a starry night. Thick gray clouds started to slowly gather and roll in, not only above the palace, but over all of Heimdall and its surroundings. It was well into the winter now, considering it was December. It is rather a chilly evening, isn't it? The younger blonde-haired boy said, only to let his cheeks turn a bit rosy from the cold. As he said that, he observed the daughters of other noblemen wearing large jackets over their dresses to protect themselves from the cold as they made their way inside the palace. Indeed it is. It can get rather cold in the winter here in the capital. Don't go getting sick on me now, Jussies. After all, we've a ball to attend tonight. At His Majesty's behest, no less, the older blonde-haired man said, revealing a playful grin at the younger boy. I can handle this much. You worry too much, brother. I didn't think His Majesty would go out of his way to invite several noblemen tonight. The invitation letter that was sent mentioned that tonight was going to be more of a practice ball, the younger boy said with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Aha, that is where you are wrong, Jussies. It is true that the main event tonight is a practice ball, but its other purpose is a social gathering for us nobles. His Majesty is quite impeccable with his timing, considering it is the dawn of the next century. It is a nice way to celebrate the new year. And on top of that, I hear there is a foreign emissary here in attendance as well. The older man said as his playful grin turned into a smile, only to proceed to step out of the green orbital car himself. A foreign emissary is attending the ball tonight? Who? The younger boy asked as interest started to grow in his eyes while ignoring the cold air around him. An acquaintance with whom I've met personally in the past. He is a rather interesting fellow. Should the time come, I'll introduce you to him, the older man said. Someone brother has personally gotten acquainted with already? Now that can't be right. You've never spoken of this before back at the house. The younger boy responded, revealing a frown. Ha ha ha, I've merely not had a need to bring it up prior to tonight. Come now, Jussies. It seems most of His Majesty's guests have checked in already. We wouldn't want to keep His Majesty waiting now, do we? The older man said, looking down at the younger boy. As they appeared rather similar in appearance, it was safe to assume they were brothers. After all, both shared the name Alberia. The older man appeared to be in his early 20s now, one who Naoto has not met since the incident the two have experienced back in the Calvardian waters. He was Rufus Alberia. What made tonight different was that Rufus Alberia was not alone. He was not the only one to receive an invitation to tonight's ball. The younger boy beside him had also received an invitation. He was the spitting image of Rufus, but with shorter hair and a more stern look that took after their father. He was 12 this year, and was the same age as Reen. This younger boy would also eventually become one of the main members of Thor's Class 7 in the future. He was Jussies Alberia, the second son of the Alberia house. He was wearing a fancy robe tonight to experience the practice ball, as would many other nobles would do tonight. And, as his brother said, the event tonight would additionally serve as a social gathering, and perhaps a means to find a suitable partner. He was a noble as well, and they had different standards that matched to society. Hearing Rufus say that, Jussies nodded his head. I agree. It should be starting soon. Let's head on in, Jussies tried to say, only to have his eyes get distracted by something. It wasn't some noise that another person had just made, but rather, his eyes glanced upward. Slowly but steadily, the atmosphere around them had turned cold enough, allowing the water forming inside of the gray clouds above to crystallize. Snowflakes soon started to fall one by one, only to melt the moment it touched the pavement below the two. Still, Jussies couldn't help but reach his hand out, only to feel the coldness of the falling snow to strike against his palm. Snow, Jussies said, marveling at the sight of the falling snow. The couple of nobles who were still on the bridge also looked up and enjoyed the sight. Snow, huh? It is not uncommon to see it here in Heimdall. Still, let us be on our way. Come now, Jussies, Rufus said, try to urge his younger brother inside the palace. Yes, brother, Jussies replied, only to nod his head, joining him as the two began to walk toward the entranceway to the bridge, eventually making their way inside Valflame Palace themselves. Insert picture of Jussies Alberia, here, Chapter 209. The direwolf, meanwhile, as the Alberia brothers proceeded inside Valflame Palace, only to join the rest of the nobles who were now meandering around in the large receptionist hall that had several waiters carrying trays around with several different types of beverages on top of them. Back outside the palace, closer off to an obscure area off the large streets, two more figures could be seen, calmly observing Valflame Palace from afar. Are you sure you aren't going to bid that student of yours farewell? Campanella's voice echoed in an obscure alley, not too far away from Valflame Palace. If one had a close look, a fiery green magic circle soon appeared beneath his feet after a snap of his fingers struck the second figure's ears. A moment or two after, Campanella's figure began to distort, as if it became illusory itself. Hearing that question, the second figure beside Campanella remained silent for a moment. He turned around in the opposite direction, only to cross his arms and stared up into the sky to see the snow fall to the ground. Nah, Cheryl's already found her next path forward. My guidance ends here as my role of a teacher. To be honest, though, I'm more surprised by your actions tonight. I be gone soft. Fool, Zin said as he had his back turned against the illusory figure. Ha ha. I already declared my intentions at the start, did I not? My main purpose in coming here was to check up on what lies beneath this place. It is set to awaken soon after all, Campanella responded. True. Will this land descend into chaos the moment that night awakens? I wonder, Zin replied, only to reveal a frown over his face. Who knows? But if you want a suggestion, I'd stay far away from this place. Considering your nature, though, immovable, you want to stick around to see what happens. Besides, His Highness invited you to partake in his party, did he not? Campanella asked as a grin appeared over his lips. His Highness did indeed. As much as I want to check up on a certain bastard, I have to follow through with this. I can't back down halfway now. I guess I'll be sticking around in Erebonia longer than I had intended for. Zin responded with a nod of his head. Fair enough. Though I will warn you, immovable. Next time we meet, it may be as enemies. At that time, do best give me a show worthy of those martial arts skills you possess. Campanella retorted as his grin remained. In the next moment or two, Campanella's figure became much more illusion-like, only to have his reflection bend and phase out of existence. Zin soon found himself alone as the snow continued to fall around him. Despite not wearing much outside of his martial arts GI, he did not find it terribly cold as he saw his own breath escape from his mouth. Seeing that he was alone now, his eyes began to wander a bit. Well, as much as what has happened, it was pretty anticlimactic, but overall good idea say. Since I'm going to stick around Erebonia for a bit longer, I might as well hit up the other branches to see the progress of those others His Highness has invited. Kilika did express her interest in joining this party too. Zin began to utter to himself, trying to figure out what to do next. He was surprised to meet the Chancellor, even if it was for a brief time back inside the palace. Not only that, he extended the ball's invitation both Campanella and Zin. Campanella was quick to turn the invitation down, saying that he had a place that he needed to return to. And likewise, Zin also turned it down. Balls were not Zin's thing, so he figured he would be very out of place there. Still, the Chancellor respected the outcome and didn't persuade the two to stay, only to find themselves at this alley here. I should probably go contact Kilika. She recently got promoted in the Zeiss branch, and that's set to take effect any day now. Zin continued to utter softly, yet his voice was loud enough as he suddenly heard a female's voice reach his ears, which immediately cocked his head to turn in a specific direction of the alley he was currently. Fufu, there's no need for that now, is there, Zin? A familiar yet bewitching sound of a female's voice reached Zin's ears. At the same time, a shadow of a figure began to emerge from further inside the alley Zin's still in. This figure didn't appear to be alone either. A rather beautiful and short black-haired woman soon became visible as Zin squinted his eyes a bit. On top of a woman appearing before him, she also had a figure of a man and a rather cloaked figure both standing beside her. Yet the moment Zin's eyes landed on the man while he proceeded to take a puff of smoke of the cigarette he was currently smoking, Zin's eyes became serious. Seeing the seriousness in Zin's eyes, the man grinned while his eyes curved a bit that were hidden away by the black spectacles he was currently wearing. Ha! Didn't think we'd come across each other under these circumstances, the man said with a playful grin. Yet the opposite could be said for Zin. Anger soon appeared in Zin's eyes the moment he heard that, only to proceed to walk up to the man and grab him by the collar, allowing his body to be easily lift the man up off the ground a few inches. Seeing Zin do this, the man looked down on him. You bastard, you dare to show yourself in front of me like this, Zin said as he roared in anger while the man was currently lifted in the air. Oh, boy, I didn't come here to make a fuss, man. I know we still have a score to settle, but we can save that for later. Capiche? The man said, only to puff out some smoke in front of Zin, obscuring his view a bit. To try and calm Zin down, the woman also nodded her head. It is true. At least be rational for a moment here, Zin. Walter isn't here to cause any trouble. He is only here as an observer, the woman beside the man who was called Walter said. If one had a close look at the woman, Zin saw that she was definitely Kilika. Hearing Kilika speak calmly like that, Zin's momentary burst of anger soon receded, only to in fact see Kilika currently standing beside Walter. Seeing the two together, like this, curiosity grew in Zin's eyes. I didn't think I'd catch you here in Erebonia, out of all places, Kilika. You aren't one to show irrational behavior like this bastard here. Did this place happen to catch your eye? Zin asked Kilika with interest as he let go of his grasp. As he did, Walter proceeded to pat his clothes down a bit to straighten them out. Right you are as ever, Zin. For now, I can only say pieces have begun to move. It seems you have interest in reaching out to the other party members, but His Highness Prince Oliver was one step ahead of you already and contacted us. I'm sure, like the others, he too has interest of what is bound to happen in this place, Kilika said, revealing a smile as she brought out her fan. The Crown Prince has already started to contact the members of His Highness party, Zin asked, raising his eyes with interest. So it would seem. It seems shit's gonna go down in this place soon, and I'm just here for the fun of it. On a break, so I've got some spare time to burn, Walter said. Is that so? I still don't agree with you being here of all people, but I suppose it can't be helped. Still, I didn't think you two would decide to burn a friend. Who is this beside you? Zin asked with interest, recalling that a cloaked figure was still standing next to Kilika and Walter. This cloaked figure remained still and silent as they heard the short conversation between them. Een, that is all you need to know, the cloaked figure said, introducing themselves. The voice appeared quite obscured, making it hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. At the moment the cloaked figure said that, Zin's eyes turned wide in surprise. Een? You're not referring to that Een, are you? Zin exclaimed as shock began to streak across his eyes. Chapter 210. The Last Guest Still. To think you would become a teacher over the time spent where we last clashed. Didn't think you'd have it in you, Zin. Really reminds me of our old days, Walter said, only to grin at Zin while taking another puff of his cigarette. Oomph. Those old days are no more thanks to you. Zin immediately retorted with a scoff. Haha. Point taken, Walter replied, shrugging his shoulders. After all, Walter was the one who killed their master to further strive on the martial arts path he was currently going through. The two hadn't seen each other since their initial clash as rage tried to consume Zin, causing Walter to leave entirely on a journey of his own, unable to stop Walter. As for Zin, seeing he was alone then, he eventually wound up becoming a bracer. Along the way, he just happened to meet a certain prince and picked up a disciple of his own, Cheryl Sky. Even Zin was surprised to see him teaching another, but he found the effort worthwhile. He now has a clear path forward of his own martial arts to take. After Walter said that, Zin and Kilika saw Walter turn around and started to crouch down. Well, you know where to find me, Kilika. Call me if something interesting happens. From the way it sounds, it's still going to be a while. With time to burn, might as well check out the casinos here, Walter said, only to do a large leap of his legs, easily jumping onto a rooftop nearby, acting as if it was nothing to him. It didn't take long before Walter was out of sight, jumping from rooftop to rooftop in the shadows of the night. Walter really just does what he wants to do, doesn't he? Zin said, only to shake his head, letting out a sigh seeing Walter gone now. Hearing that, Kilika smiled. Fufu, that free spirit of Walter's, is part of why I fell in love with him, even if he is currently treading a broken path. If he ever falls off of it, it'll be there to pull him back up, Kilika responded with a smile. Right. How's that going, anyways? Zin wondered. He knew Kilika liked Walter, but he never did ask how far it went between them. The moment Zin asked that, Kilika could only shrug her own shoulders while sighing. Not far, I'm afraid. Walter's too hell-bent on that destructive path to do anything romance-related. Still, there will be a day where hell hit a wall. But can you promise one thing for me, at least for now? Kilika suddenly asked Zin, drawing his interest. Sure. What's up? Zin asked with interest. If Walter hits that wall, while my person is not present at such a time, and you are present there instead, can you knock some sense into him? Kilika asked as her eyes turned serious. Haha, that much I can do. Consider it a promise, Zin said, nodding his head, which caused Kilika to smile. Zin was aware that Een was still present here, who had stayed quiet during this short conversation. Zin proceeded to look at Een. With Walter gone now, what are you going to do? I still find it hard to believe that this piqued Een's interest, Zin asked, wondering to himself. Hearing Zin ask that, Ian stayed quiet for a moment before they responded. Finding potential prospects, Ian said, keeping their words short. "I'm currently acting as Ian temporarily. Master's clash with the Steel Maiden took too much toll on his life force, and doesn't seem to have much time left. But if I don't find anyone, I will probably be inheriting his position," Ian explained, describing their situation a bit. "They'll pretend I didn't hear that last part." But as expected, the Ian line is as mysterious as ever. "Will you be lurking around Heimdall then, for a while like Walter will?" Zin asked Ian. "Yes," Ian said, only to nod their head. Yet, as Ian explained the situation, a glint of light streaked across Kilika's eyes. The more Ian talked, the more familiar Ian's voice sounded to Kilika, despite it being distorted. "Well, if you're in town, perhaps we'll come across each other." "I don't think this will be the last time we come across each other," Kilika responded with a playful grin. Hearing that, Ian didn't say anything, only to proceed to turn around and leap up into the air, quickly disappearing into the shadowy night. Thanks to their dark cloak, Ian vanished completely. Seeing Ian now gone, Zin only looked back at Kilika with a look of interest in his eyes. "Why does it strike me that you seem to know who Ian is?" Zin decided to ask. "It is only a hunch, but not confirmed. But aside from that point, you had interest in stopping by Heimdall's branch again, right? I think I can tag along with you for now. They'll probably end up pulling a drunk Walter out of a casino later tonight anyways," Kilika said, shrugging her shoulders. "Sounds good to me," Zin responded, nodding his head. "And while we're at it, you can tell me about that disciple of yours. She seems like a pretty cute girl to me," Kilika said with a smile. Hearing that, Zin only looked at her before the two decided to leave the alleyway nearby Drachel's Plaza. Seeing the RMP was around, they successfully evaded them, making their way back onto the main streets. Yet, as the two soon joined crowds of other people who were experiencing the nightlife in Heimdall, a sole orbital car began to drive inward toward the entrance to Valflame Palace. The moment the RMP officers saw this last car arrive, they couldn't help but blink at the emblem on the car. Even Claire hesitated as she finished directing the traffic of nobles inside the palace. "I recognize that emblem," Claire said, musing to herself. It didn't take long for the car to stop near the remaining RMP officers. The driver's door was first to open, revealing another butler, only to proceed to walk to the other side of the orbital car and open the passenger door. A single figure stepped out, and this figure appeared to be that of a woman with long and lush silver hair. Though contrary to the other noble girls that arrived earlier, this woman wasn't wearing a dress herself, but rather a white tuxedo, opting for a more boyish look. Still, a resolute look could be seen in her eyes. This woman was in her mid-20s now, and had graduated from Thor's military academy a few years back. To Claire, this woman would be considered her senior. "I didn't think you'd make it in time, Lady Aurelia," Claire said, giving the woman a salute. She was, of course, Aurelia, a woman of bolstering strength and power. But this time around, she also developed a keen sense of mana. It was unknown whether or not Aurelia had learned any spells thus far. "It is good for having enough time to spare. Ever since I graduated Thor's, a certain someone invited me to a rather distant village. I haven't seen much publicity since visiting Her Majesty's birthday celebration in Liberal a few years ago. Thankfully, there was some time to spare, and seeing that His Majesty is hosting a ball for tonight, I might as well attend it to kick off the next century. A little bird just so happened to pass along a message to me that I'd meet an acquaintance of mine here as well," Aurelia said, giving a smile to Claire. "So that's why you've been pretty quiet lately. The Le Guin estate hasn't been causing much of a ruckus, unlike other nobles have been recently. So this is a good outcome, I'd say," Claire said, nodding her head at Aurelia's words. "Still, are you not consumed by the work you're currently doing? It must be quite difficult managing student life and the RMP. It hasn't been long since we've met each other, but it's clear that you are serious in the work you do, Miss Icy Maiden," Aurelia said, revealing a grin as she said that. "Ha! They'll leave that up to you to decide. It took a while, but I found a good balance at least. I wouldn't want to waste any more of your time, though. We've got the perimeter secured here tonight, so our guests can enjoy the dance. As for who you are looking forward to, he is most likely present, considering he was having a private banquet with His Majesty earlier, Claire said, explaining the situation a bit. Oh, it's been a couple years since we've seen each other, so it'll make do for a good visit. The dance hasn't started yet, has it? Aurelia asked. Hearing that, Claire shook her head. No, it will be starting here shortly, though. But with your presence here, Lady Aurelia, please try not to crash it. All right? Claire said as seriousness appeared in her eyes. Ha ha, we shall see. It would depend if His Highness is willing to keep me company tonight. Aurelia responded with a playful grin herself. Still, after Aurelia said that, she dismissed her butler, and the orbital car started to drive off, away from the plaza. Aurelia found it nice to see Claire again. They've crossed paths a couple times after Aurelia graduated from Thor's, and it was a nice surprise to see Claire now attending Thor's herself. Claire gave Aurelia another salute before she returned to her duties in protecting the peace surrounding Valflame Palace, along with the other RMP officers, while Aurelia proceeded along the large bridge, eventually making way inside Valflame Palace herself. Stones. Chapter 211. A reason to celebrate. Let's try to get over 500. Some meters away from Drachel's Plaza, in one of the other nearby districts. On one of the rooftops of one of the taller buildings, two blurry figures quickly descended downward, arriving on the rooftop. Their feet were quiet, trying not to cause too much noise as the night as well underway. If one had a close look, both of these figures appeared to be men, one slim while the other was quite bulky. The slim figure had quite an unruly set of hair, but was wearing a rather stylish black jacket and appeared rather built, much like the bulky man beside him. Thanks to his slim frame, though, his muscles were much more compact, quite the opposite to what a normal bodybuilder would appear as. He also wore a set of violet spec-type glasses over his eyes. So this is where our little princess is currently off to, the first man said, only to take a glance at Valflame Palace in the distance. Hearing that, the much larger bulky man nodded his head. This second man was wearing a similar outfit to the first man, being that of a stylish black jacket. The jacket stuck to his chest, which made his bulky muscles very visible, and also wore similar spec-style glasses as the first man did. So it would seem. It looks like Phi is already regrouped with Phoenix. I was informed the two are currently attending the event tonight in the palace. TCH, lucky them, being able to strout about with those fancy-dancy nobles. There's a dance happening tonight, yeah? The first man said, only to have a rather unique dialect to his tone. It seemed this dialect came from the east, but the tall man was already used to it, considering they've been working together for the last couple years. It hasn't been long since the first man joined the second man, but he already quickly rose through the ranks and became a captain. He was, of course, Zeno, with the bulky man being Leonidas, two captains of the Zephyr Jaegers. Yes, this type of event is probably hard on Phi, but Phoenix is there, so we don't have to worry. I doubt they will have time to regroup with us, though, Leonidas said, nodding his head at Zeno's words. Looks like it. I also hear Phi's going to be wearing a dress tonight. Now, that would be sight to see, but there's no way those nobles would let us crash the party now. Would they? A third voice said, only to have a third figure drop down beside them. So you decided to show up a boss? Zeno said, welcoming Zephyr's boss onto the rooftop, which was of course Rutger. After the event at Namath Island, to where Naoto dueled Rutger one-on-one. Naoto's journey eventually led him to becoming a Jaeger of Zephyr, where he trained with Phi for a while. That eventually led to the Northern Jaeger War, but Naoto did not come across Rutger at the time, seeing as his squad with Phi collaborated with the Northern Jaegers. Rutger's group stayed back to protect Haliask from Nidhogger and the Red Constellation, so the two's group never crossed paths. That meant Naoto hadn't seen Rutger since his year or so time spent training with Zephyr, to which he quickly rose to the rank of a captain himself. Rutger couldn't help but grow curious to see how Naoto was doing lately. Sure did. Might as well see what Erebonia's capital has to offer lately. Been a while since I've last visited this place. You weren't with us at the time, though, Zeno, Rutger said, looking at Zeno. So I've heard. Last I heard you two were in this place about 10 years ago, Zeno asked with interest in his eyes. Pretty much. Even crossed paths with Phoenix when he was just a tiny brat then. I'm quite curious to see how he's doing now. At least it's enough for me to know that Fee's been doing well under Phoenix's care. Rutger answered, nodding his head. Haha, but it would be a sight for sore eyes to see the little princess in a dress. Man, now you're making me want to sneak in, boss, Zeno replied with a laugh, looking back at Valfame Palace in the distance. Well, I ain't stopping you, Zeno. But it would be your own problem if you get caught. You up for hitting the slots with me, Leo? Rutger asked Leonidas. Sure. Even Jaegers like us can have some fun when there isn't much happening right now. Though with how things are turning out right now, our next interest probably lies in Crossbell, doesn't it? Leonidas asked. You're referring to that up and rising mafia group there, right? What they call themselves again? Rutger asked. Revake, boss. The work they've been doing has been innocent enough for Killing Bear to leave Zephyr to join up with them. But I've been hearing lately Revake's current boss has been up to no good, Zeno explained. Hearing that, Leonidas shook his head. It truly is a shame that Killing Bear decided to leave Zephyr, but it's not like we've not lost much. Phoenix's work as a captain has been doing a fine job since we've won that Northumbria contract. Though for the next contract that we bid over, I wonder if Phoenix will be interested in partaking in it. Leonidas wondered to himself. Who knows? It does seem that the Mafia ain't the only ones trying to cause a ruckus in Crossbell right now at least. That trading company has also been creating quite a stir. If the two decide to duke it out, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to hire a Jaeger group. We've nothing much going on right now. So if there's a contract to be had, let's try to win it, Rutger said, revealing a playful grin. But boss, didn't you already spend most of our funds from the Northumbria contract? We've been hit in the red a few times, Zeno said, scratching his cheek. Hearing that, Rutger smiled and placed his arm over Zeno's shoulder. Which is why you'll join us at the slots instead, right? Zeno, Rutger responded with a playful grin. But I wanted to see the little princess in a dress, Zeno tried to retort, only to see the serious glare in Rutger's eyes. Ha! You know when the boss is like this, you can't refuse him. And, considering Phoenix's background, there will likely be another chance in the future, so don't sell yourself short now, Zeno, Leonidas said as he looked at Zeno. Bummer. Guess we gotta get our priorities straight, Zeno said, shrugging his shoulders as he felt defeated by Rutger's words. Huh. We'll see if we can get Phoenix and Fi to hang out with us after that event of theirs is over. The New Year's coming, so gotta have some fun, right? Rutger responded with a smile, only to start looking at the other districts to find a local casino to chill in. It was true, the New Year was worthy of celebration, regardless of where one came from. And this one was particularly special, considering that it would be the start of the next century. Once the year S-1200 took place, it would only be another year or two before the Sky Games kicked off. But even with the canon story soon to start, that didn't stop other people from enjoying a bit of fun here and there. Come on, boys. First round of drinks on me, Rutger said, urging Zeno and Leonidas to follow him. With what mirror to spend? Zeno retorted, only to roll his eyes at Rutger. Well, figured out. That's the life of us Jaegers, anyways. Live the life and get paid while slapping some faces along the way. Rutger grinned, only to crouch his legs down, proceeding to jump off the rooftop with ease. Seeing their leader vanish into the night, Zeno only shrugged his shoulders again and quickly took off after Rutger. Seeing the two now gone, Leonidas found himself alone on the rooftop. Yet he began to continue speaking, acting as if another person was nearby. And you best stay out of harm's way as well, assassin. We of Zephyr are currently not bound by a contract and are not planning to get into anyone's business during our stay here. It will be quite unfortunate if we end up crossing swords, Leonidas said, despite being by himself right now. In the next moment, he too jumped off the roof, leaving behind the darkness of the night. Yet only in the next moment or two, the space began to distort on the rooftop, only to reveal a very cloaked figure, who was indeed the same cloaked figure that was with Kilika's party just moments ago. Leonidas was out of sight now, so the figure assumed it was safe to come out. This particular figure has a nifty ability to make themselves illusory, just like a certain Campanella, but they can hide their presence completely, almost as if they've entered another dimension altogether. To think members of Zephyr would be lurking about here in the capital Ian began to utter softly. Are they really here just to enjoy the coming of the new year? Ian questioned, only to eventually turn their gaze toward the Vermilion Palace in the distance. And it would seem Zephyr has a connection to the palace too, Ian continued to utter, finding themselves alone on the rooftop. Still, Master doesn't have long to live, but maybe I'm pushing myself too hard already, trying to find a replacement, Ian continued to say. Maybe I should take Zephyr's words for once and relax myself? It is the new year, but it would be ideal to celebrate this back in Calvard, Ian continued to say, wondering what to do. Only a moment or two passed in silence before a resolute look appeared in Ian's eyes as they observed the palace in the distance. With a quick twist of their body, the heavy cloak suddenly vanished, revealing their person entirely. Underneath the cloak appeared to be a rather busty girl who still seems to be growing and wouldn't be long until she reached her teens. Naoto had come across this girl once before, and that was back in Liberal during the Queen's birthday celebration. Her indigo hair seemed to have thickened up since she was last seen, but one would be surprised if they saw this person, considering she was still a child, around 11 to 12 years of age. But a child not to be underestimated by any means, seeing as she is acting on Ian's behalf right now with what little life he has remaining. This girl was Rixia Mao, the finalist who fought against Cheryl in the finals of the martial arts tournament during the Queen's celebration. Seeing Rixia now in casual wear, she decided that it would be best to enjoy the current festivities as others would to celebrate the new year, even if it was quite far from home. Stones. Chapter 212. Cheers, let's try for over 500. Some time had passed since Chancellor Osborne declared his intent at the table, not only surprising the Emperor himself, but to the rest of us as well. But at the same time, a small blush appeared on Princess Alphen's cheeks while she received the greatest shock out of all of us. She had no idea that the Chancellor had any sort of intent to declare an engagement in such a way. As for the Vander duo, at least it wasn't a surprise to me, but Mueller-Vander had a room in Valfame Palace that he could consider was his homeroom. I'm sure the Muellers had a private residence, but considering that Mueller spent most of his time around Heimdall, excluding his time spent with Prince Olivert and Liberal in the couple of years to come, it made sense for Mueller to have a room here in the palace. So he guided Kurt to a temporary living space that he would also use while he trained at the Vander Dojo. They met up with us later while the banquet was underway, and equally became shocked as the Chancellor declared the engagement. I still wanted to find a chance to bring up the reason why our group paid a visit to Valflame Palace today, one to which I think Princess Alphen will enjoy, considering I'll be under the care of the Vander Dojo for the next 3 months. So hopefully you'll get a moment to talk about it. Yet still seeing the surprise in everyone's faces, we only saw Emperor Eugent let out a sigh, continuing the conversation. I should not be surprised at this point for you to offer such a bold statement, Chancellor. I hate to agree, but your words are true. We suffered a large loss during that tragedy a few years ago. The nobles who were behind the war have already been apprehended and delivered capital punishment. I am grateful that Liberal did not escalate this matter further and decided to undergo a period of reconstruction and relief effort instead. The relationship we currently share has been strained, but this is a matter not to be taken lightly, Emperor Eugent responded as he shook his head. A look of worry also appeared in Empress Priscilla's eyes. This is very true. We're talking about our dear Alphen's future. It is common for political marriages to take place in the noble society, but it's a different matter when it concerns royalty, Empress Priscilla said with a small frown over her lips, obviously worried. Arabonia was much larger than Liberal in terms of size, even more than 3 times as large. On top of that, Princess Alphen was the crown princess. She had no other direct competition should the throne be passed down to the daughter of the empire. It has been ruled mostly by men in Ariadne's history, but just having that pressure can certainly drown someone. After hearing the Empress say, the light blush on Princess Alphen's cheeks remained as she began to speak. I'm not against it, Mother. Big Brother Naoto has been really kind to me during the couple of times we've seen each other, Princess Alphen said, feeling a bit shy as she glanced my way again. Hearing Princess Alphen say that caused another round of surprise to reach everyone. For the princess to act like this, Now I'm really curious of what we've missed out on during your stay in Liberal, Your Highness, Muse responded as she clapped her hands, revealing a playful smile. As for Empress Priscilla, surprise remained in her eyes. Are you truly not against this, Alphen? Empress Priscilla asked one more time, looking at Princess Alphen. Princess Alphen shook her head as a more resolute look appeared in her eyes. I am not. Moreover, the two of us are still considered young. We've got plenty of time to develop a relationship, should it come to it. Princess Alphen responded in acknowledgement. Princess Alphen, I began to utter, still surprised at seeing Princess Alphen's resolve like this. Seeing me say that, Princess Alphen smiled as she looked my way, only to extend one of her fingers to place over my lips to silence my words. T, if it's going to be like this, you should call me by first name now, just like I already do to you, right, big brother Naoto? Princess Alphen said with a tease. Oh my, Muse responded, raising her eyes, ADH Princess Alphen. Emperor Eugent also stared at his daughter for a good moment, having a surprise remain in his eyes. I didn't think you would feel so strongly about this, Alphen. You haven't expressed many desires lately, so I've gotten a bit worried, but it seems that worry is for naught. Having a connection like this would definitely improve the relationship between us. If both parties are in agreement here, I am not against it, Emperor Eugent declared. Hearing that, I saw Gileath smile. Ha! It would seem we are all in agreement to formalize this engagement. Unless your highness has any other say to this, Chancellor Osborne said, looking my way. Hearing that, I shook my head as seriousness appeared in my eyes. I'm not against this either, but it is still quite a ways away from actually taking place. We can formalize the engagement now, and see where it takes us in the next few years to come, I said with a smile. Big brother, Princess Alphen said, happily responding to my words. Haha, I dare say my dear sister's outlook has become rather bright after hearing all of this. How about to celebrate this engagement? Let's do a bout of cheers, Prince Olivert suggested, only to grab his own wine glass. Not a bad idea. And together with this toast, we can take the time to formally declare this engagement and announce it at the upcoming dance. The guests we've invited tonight should be all arriving as we speak, Chancellor Osborne said, raising the glass he was holding as well. Indeed, on top of the event tonight being a practice dance for Alphen, I did invite several nobles to treat it as an actual socializing event to where they can partake in the dance as well. Considering how smoothly this is going, it is quite clear who the first partner of the princess dance should be. Yes? Emperor Eugent said, revealing a playful grin of his own. He proceeded to look my way. Seeing all eyes land on me again, I couldn't help but shrug my shoulders. Haha, you're making it pretty hard on me to say no to this now, aren't you, Your Majesty? I responded with a laugh, hee. It's already settled, so you can't say no, big brother. I am really looking forward to us dancing tonight. Princess Alphen tonight, clapping her hands with a giggle of her own, Prince Cedric said, who mostly remained silent during this exchange. I've never seen sister this cheerful before. Just who are you? Prince Cedric wondered as he stared at the violet-haired boy before him. As for me, I felt a gaze reach my way, only to see Prince Cedric looking at me, but remained quiet. The moment our gazes met, Prince Cedric quickly turned his head away and proceeded to raise his glass as others did. Well, all of this happening before Prince Cedric must be pretty new to him, considering Princess Alphen is his twin sister. No doubt they share a certain wavelength that normal siblings don't have. Moreover, Princess Alphen just got engaged by his parents, and to me, I have a feeling that he'll start seeing Prince Cedric a lot more during my time spent here. I also saw the girls further down the table wearing happy faces while Ren was looking our way with interest in her eyes. No one seemed to deny the engagement Chancellor Osborne proposed, so we all grabbed our glasses. Cheers! Everyone happily yelled in cheers of a hopeful relationship to be formed in the coming future. No doubt, if this comes to fruition, Arabonia and Liberal will become much more stable in the two's relationship. After everyone raised their spitus with the banquet cheer, it became a lot more lively since the Chancellor declared the engagement. Stones? Chapter 213. Chatting at the new week, so let's try for over 500. People were reaching for the dishes on the table to fill their bellies as we began to make idle chatter. Since I was still sitting next to Princess Alphen, she looked my way while she cut into her current dish with her utensils. By the way, Big Brother Naoto, you aren't just here for tonight's event, are you? Princess Alphen asked with interest. When our two groups met up earlier, you weren't alone. Even Big Brother Oliver found it a surprise you came here with Sir Mueller. Princess Alphen asked. Indeed. The RMP escorted us here after we received an invitation, but there's a reason why we came in with the Vanders. You may even like it. Alphen, this isn't a short-term visit. My friends and I will be here for the next 3 months, I said, thinking for a moment on how to address Princess Alphen after she had requested to address her by first name now. The moment I said that, I felt a piercing gaze from Muse, but disregarded her since my gaze was fixed on Princess Alphen, whose eyes lit up with sparkles the moment she heard that. So that means you'll be with us until February or early March? Princess Alphen happily asked. I was curious seeing your highness arrive with Mueller. So that's what was going on? Any particular reason why? Prince Oliver also asked me. Yes. I've been retraining my foundations in the way of the sword lately. I've already passed the trial given to me at the Vander Dojo back in Parm, on top of passing a trial given to me at the RZ Dojo in RZ. That was 3 months ago, and now here I am, finding myself in the next part of my adventure here in Heimdall. I didn't think we'd get a chance to get invited to the palace, but it seems I was proven wrong otherwise, I said, describing the situation as to why I came to Heimdall in the first place. Relearning the way of the sword, that is no easy feat. Your Highness, we nobles take up some form of protection regardless of what it may be. Even Cedric here has been getting taught sword arts lately, Prince Oliver said as he looked at his younger brother, who nodded his head. It is true, but I currently see the sword more a form of art, rather than it being used in a practical manner. I do understand the sword's weight on a person's life, though, since it can also offer a means of protection. Perhaps we should have a small duel later to check the progress I've had. Your Highness, Prince Cedric said, drawing everyone's interest. That would definitely be something nice to see, dear brother. A duel can also help strengthen the bond between two people, too. I'd love to see this chance for you to get to know Big Brother Naoto better, Princess Alphen happily said. A duel? I'm not particularly against it. I have not seen many match our son lately, so perhaps it would serve as a good guiding light. You said you'd be in Heimdall for the next 3 months, right, Prince Naoto? Emperor Eugen asked as he looked my way. That's the plan for now. I do not see a rush on it. So whenever you feel comfortable in doing the duel, Prince Cedric, we can do it then, I said with a smile. I can agree to that. Some things can't be rushed. After all, it would be quite cruel of me to injure my dearest sister's first dance partner before the big event tonight, Prince Cedric said, revealing a playful grin. Hearing him say that caused my eyes to glance his way. Now that's the snarky attitude I remember Prince Cedric having. He hasn't been controlled by the Duke yet. Perhaps that was just a part of him regardless. Still, a round of laughter was had after Prince Cedric said that. Aside from that, though, seeing as you came here directly Mueller, I take it everything has been settled for Prince Naoto already? Emperor Eugen asked Mueller. Yes, Your Majesty. Everything has already been settled. As His Highness has stated, he will be under our care for the next 3 months. Most of the itinerary is set in place, but we haven't picked out lodging yet, Mueller said, wondering where I will be staying these next 3 months. Sir Victor had me stay at the RZ family, but now we were here in Heimdall, and the place was much wider. Hearing Mueller say that, Muse revealed a playful grin. Since His Highness Naoto is already calling Her Highness by first name already, why doesn't he just move into the palace? Muse retorted with a playful grin. Muse, Elise began to say, seeing the playful look in Muse's eyes. She could only shake her head. She's been friends with Muse for a couple years now, and learned she loved prying into other people's love affairs. That was one of her defining characteristics in the Cold Steel saga, apart from pestering Reen to no end. Still, it's not like Muse is bad at heart. She does this a lot to hide who she truly is. A freakish monster of a genius. She can literally play 5-dimensional chess inside her head while trying to think of solutions. It's not like Muse was wrong on this point, though. I was interested in seeing where I found myself in Heimdall for the next 3 months, but it would appear Muse jumped the gun. I could already see the excitement in Princess Alphen's eyes as Muse said that as she looked toward Emperor Eugent. You aren't against Big Brother Naoto from staying here in Valflame Palace for the next 3 months, are you, father? Princess Alphen asked. Haha, with how things are now by this point. How could I turn such a thing now? You're more than welcome to stay here, Prince Naoto. I am sure Oliver would appreciate the company too. Emperor Eugent answered with a laugh. Oh, blissful day it is. It is as though 2 long-lost brothers treading the path of romance have been reunited at last. How about I take you to my private quarters later, Your Highness? Prince Olivert said with a grin of his own. His cheeks were now a big rosy, likely from the wine he's been gushing down his throat. That would be a hard pass for me, I retorted, causing Prince Oliver to laugh. Well, we have a lot of vacant rooms available further inside the palace, Big Brother Naoto. I can take you one that's closer to my room. Princess Alphen responded with a smile. As much as I would like to talk about these details of where His Highness should arrive at later, we still have a dance tonight, do we not? Your Majesty, Chancellor Osborne's voice said, reaching our ears with his deep voice, which seemed to douse the current conversation going on. Yes, this banquet was quite fulfilling. Since most things have been worked out now, we should make our way to the Esmola's garden. Most, if not all of the nobles should have arrived by now. There might even be 1 or 2 you may know yourself, Prince Naoto. Oh, and your friends are more than welcome to join us. We've prepared some garments for tonight's festivity, Emperor Eugent declared, drawing all of our interests. The moment Emperor Eugent declared that, Phi frowned. Are you saying that I have to wear a dress? Phi retorted with a small frown over her lips. Emma chuckled hearing Phi say that. Oh, come on now, Phi. We don't get chances like these a lot. They'll help you fit into a dress, Emma responded with a smile. If you say so, Phi said, letting out a defeated sigh. This is going to be fun. Ren also said, revealing a smile seeing what had just been said. The Emperor even sent the invitation out to the group that came along with Princess Alphen, so that also meant Ren and Cheryl would join in. Yeah, Cheryl simply answered. A hint of red constantly appeared on her cheeks, mostly throughout the event tonight, and stayed mostly quiet. I could see Cheryl take glances my way every so often, though, but it seemed she was still trying to remain oblivious to the matter. Either way, we soon concluded our banquet with the Emperor and Empress being dismissed first to go greet the nobles they had invited. The Arner siblings decided to take the rest of us to some fitting rooms in preparation for the dance tonight. Fille, Emma, René, Cheryl, Elise. And Muse went into a separate room with Princess Alphen, while Prince Olivert, Prince Cedric, Mueller, Kurt, and I went into a room beside theirs to get changed. The moment we all went into our respective fitting rooms, Phi suddenly clung onto my arm rather instinctively. Seeing this caused me to chuckle, but all of us only watched on as Emma began to drag Phi into the girls' fitting room. Stones. Chapter 214. Girls side, let's try getting over 500. Before long, 7 girls found themselves in a fitting room with several fancy dresses sporting different colors that could currently be seen on racks further within. They weren't alone. There were a few maids to help the girls change into their dresses once they've picked one out. Yet as they closed the door, Emma dragged Phi further into the room while Phi landed on her butt. Seeing Phi act this way, Emma let out a sigh. You just had to make it difficult, didn't you, Phi? Emma said with a retort as she squinted her eyes down at the white-haired girl before her. I mostly wanted to see how you would react. Phi retorted back with a mostly deadpan look in her eyes. Hearing this exchange, Muse giggled. Teehee, either way you two seem pretty close like Elise and Her Highness are with me. You two even came along with His Highness back when we greeted each other in the receptionist hall, Muse said as interest grew in her eyes. Yes, you two introduced yourselves as Emma and Phi, didn't you? Princess Alphen said, looking at the plum and white-haired girls before her. That's right. I am honored for Your Highness to remember our names, Emma said with a smile. Emma, Elise began to utter, only to move her finger a bit and pondered for a moment. It wasn't until a moment passed before a streak of light crossed her eyes, as if Elise recalled something. Now I know why that name was starting to sound familiar. You are the same plum-haired girl I met back when His Highness visited Emer a couple years ago. You've changed a bit, Elise said, revealing a smile as she looked at Emma. Yes, it is nice to see you again, Elise. For the time being, I am with Naoto. Same situation goes for Phi, Emma said, explaining a bit. You're even calling him by a first name. It would seem the relationship you two share with him isn't a normal one, at least. I didn't think you'd be acquainted with Elise already either. Muse responded. Well, we're basically Naoto's friends/bodyguards. Phi wondered herself. Aside from that, she and the violet-haired boy were of the same Jaeger squad. She wondered what her role currently laid outside of performing Jaeger duties. Phi probably didn't even know what friends meant either. Emma only blinked at Phi's response before letting out a sigh. She had questioned Phi's upbringing at times, but perhaps it would do her good to teach some form of common sense to Phi, seeing as she was 2 years younger than her. Phi definitely wasn't a normal child, considering she grew up as a Jaeger. But the same could be said for Emma. She grew up in a secluded village, one meant for witches. During her studies with Rosalia and her mother when she was still alive, Emma wondered if she could even consider those teachings normal. Emma could only shake those thoughts aside with a shake of her head, and look down at Phi again. Bodyguards? Princess Alphen asked with confusion in her eyes. Emma only continued to look at Phi, while Princess Alphen asked that. Yeah, Phi simply nodded her head. Right now her body felt lighter than usual, and it was making her a bit uneasy. They were heading inside Valflame Palace after all. It wasn't the games to where a character's weapons just went poof after combat. Claire had to confiscate any weapons that she saw while escorting Naoto's group. Thankfully, Naoto was a step ahead of Claire by the time they reached the palace. So most of the group's belongings were in Naoto's storage space. Phi was surprised to see and use for the first time back when they still acted as a Jaeger squad, but by now, Phi had gotten used to Naoto's storage space. For the time being, their stuff and weapons are currently residing in it. Phi liked to have her weapons close to her body in case anything went wrong, but right now, she didn't have that luxury. On that note, the two familiars were not in the palace. Naoto and Emma let Celine and Tamamo wander around the streets of Heimdall to their heart's content. You've been pretty on guard since we've met each other back in the reception hall, too. Just what exactly do you do? Muse wondered. Hearing Muse ask that, Phi blinked at her. Are people really going to ask this every place we go, Emma? Phi retorted as she looked back up toward Emma since she was still on her. But, well, it isn't normal for a girl as young as you to be wandering out and about, Phi. If you girls really want to know, I can assure you're Naoto's friends. That much is certain. We also are hired mercenaries, but for me, I've put that work aside for the moment, Emma said, explaining their situation a bit. It would probably be worse to bring up the word Jaeger to royalty, so for now, Emma only introduced the two as mercenaries. Once Emma explained their side, a glint of light streaked across Ren's eyes. So that's what you've been up to since we saw each other in the Glorious. Color me impressed, Ren inwardly uttered to herself. Once the raid at Namath Island concluded, Ren met Emma, even if it was for a short while upon the Glorious during Naoto's return to Grancel Castle. Yet Emma and Naoto departed for Grancel Castle, while Naoto gave the task of becoming an enforcer to Ren. So she stayed on board, seeing Naoto's departure from inside the Glorious. But now, a couple years later, both Ren and Emma had grown, and seeing what Emma has been up to lately, Ren now held respect for her. Campanella also informed her that the witch had trained alongside Ouroboros, even if it was only for a short while. That happened during this past year, but with knowing that, Ren held Emma in higher regard than before. She still wondered what Emma's position was to Naoto, though. Apart from likely Phi and Ren, no one in this room knew Emma was a witch. She wanted to remain quiet on that part for now. It was better to explain to them that Emma and Phi were mercenaries. Still, the girl's shock remained after hearing that these two girls were in such a line of work. To think you two were mercenaries at such a young age. Isn't that work really dangerous? Elise said, wearing a frown on her face with a hint of worry in her eyes. That is pretty expected. I would have thought you two were just normal girls like we are, ignoring our status of nobles, of course. I can sort of see why you are beside His Highness, though. You are protecting him from trouble, are you not? Muse mused to herself after hearing their introduction. Sure, let's go with that, Phi said, shrugging her shoulders, trying to shrug Muse off. They were still in a training period themselves, but they didn't need to know that part, so Phi didn't talk about it. Well, doing such work is quite commendable. Still, you two are still girls at the end of the day like we are. I didn't think you would be one to not like girly things like dresses, Muse continued to say, revealing a playful grin. They're stuffy, I don't like moving around in them a lot. Phi answered Muse, only to cause some laughter to spread around the room, easing the slight, tense feeling in the air. The girls had another look at the fancy dresses currently on racks, wondering which ones to put on. Phi could only come to terms with putting a dress on herself, but at least Emma is here to help put one on. Yet at this time, the lilac-haired girl standing beside Muse, who was mostly quiet during this exchange, could currently be seen twiddling her fingers around each other, appearing a bit nervous. Muse was quick to spot this, causing her to change her gaze to Cheryl and Ren. Have you been to a noble's dance before? Cheryl? There's more than enough dresses to go around for us, so don't hesitate to pick one you like, Muse said, trying to appease Cheryl's nervousness. Hearing Muse speak to her, Cheryl paused for a moment before she saw Muse smiling at herself. It is my first time attending to one of these types of events. But it isn't that, Cheryl tried to say, causing interest to appear in Muse's eyes. Oh, is something else bothering you then? You aren't shy, are you? Muse asked with a grin. It isn't that either. Can Ren and I use the changing screen when we pick out our dresses? Cheryl suddenly asked, which drew everyone's gaze to Cheryl and Ren, wondering what was going on. The moment Cheryl asked that, Emma's gaze paused on the two before her eyes turned a bit dead. Ren looked on with silence. Phi felt a sudden change in the atmosphere and wondered why Emma was like this, causing Phi to look up at her again, tilting her head in confusion. It was apparent that this change caused confusion to Muse, Elise, and Princess Alphen, as well as the maids. Is something wrong, Cheryl? Princess Alphen asked with a hint of worry. Yet confusion appeared in the girl's eyes, seeing Cheryl turn toward Ren. You know as much as I do, Ren. You aren't ready to tell other people, are you? Cheryl asked Ren, causing the rest to become confused when Cheryl asked that. Whatever do you mean, Cheryl? I've steeled my resolve the moment Big Brother acknowledged me, allowing me to stay beside him. It is all in the past. It is true the wounds are still healing, but they're only superficial. But if you want us to use the changing screen, go right ahead. I do not mind, Ren said, shaking her head, denying Cheryl as she was fine either way. After all, both Ren and Cheryl were both experimented on back in the cult. The wounds they have suffered were quite great before Naoto and his group came in to snuff the cultists out from within, with Cheryl being first of the group. Cheryl was a lot more hesitant changing in front of others, but she stared at Ren in surprise as she wasn't expecting Ren to answer in such a way. Thankfully, most of their wounds have healed, but some are still present. Yet if one were to see them, they would definitely question what happened. For Cheryl specifically, her body constitution changed quite drastically, causing a vast improvement in both internal strength, muscle density, and slenderness of her body. Yet some scars still remained hidden within, still healing slowly. Wounds? What wounds? Princess Alphen asked, revealing a frown, obviously worried as the girls currently observed Ren and Cheryl. Stones? Chapter 215. Girls sighed, 2. Let's try getting over 500. After 1 or 2 moments of silence, resolve appeared in Cheryl's eyes. Cheryl did find it a surprise that Ren had already come to terms with what had happened in the caves. The only thing that Cheryl didn't know at this point was that Ren also went through a trial of reflection back inside Ambrel Tower. That resolution made her determined to stay by Naoto's side and protect him from the sidelines. Cheryl felt strongly about Ren's resolution and knew it wasn't good to teeter on it any longer. What's in the past can stay in the past. They were 2 students at St. Estrella now. It is better to look toward the future. Ren was quick to notice the change in Cheryl's eyes during this moment of silence. The other girls saw Cheryl take in a deep breath, only to turn around and rummage around her St. Estrella uniform. Seeing Cheryl start to take her uniform off, Ren approached Cheryl and met her resolve to do the same thing. The 2 began to loosen up their skirts and uniform blouses, only to reveal their tender skin. Cheryl's was a lot more slender thanks to her unique physique. From the 2 shoulders and above, it was pretty scar-free, but the moment the girls saw faint and pinkish whip-like scars that were mostly around Ren and Cheryl's abdomen and backside, the girls' eyes turned wide in surprise. Especially since the scars looked to be from a whip, but if one had a closer look, they could spot an injection mark or two. They were pretty faded now and harder to see, but the scars were still present. "Oh, adios," Princess Alphen said, seeing several faint whip-like marks over both Ren and Cheryl's body. "This is awful," Muse uttered in surprise while revealing a frown. "Even if we were to account for bullying, this is rather taking it quite far," Elise also said, feeling saddened at the sight before her, all three wearing frowns over their faces now. Even the maids looked on in shock in their eyes, not expecting for the two girls to have shown such a sight. "Yes," Cheryl said, gently nodding her head, turning her body around to reveal her front to the girls. Neither Ren or Cheryl wore bras yet, so there were two cute little buds over their chests, both appearing small, much smaller than the likes of someone like Emma's breasts. Thankfully, it appeared the scars didn't reach their breasts, just around their abdomen and back mostly. It was a kidnapping. I won't go into the details, but both Ren and I are extremely grateful for His Highness to pull us out of that hellhole. That was how the two of us met too, Cheryl explained, explaining a bit of what happened during the two's time in the cult. The moment Cheryl said that, their frowns remained. A kidnapping. I recall there was a period a few years ago where a whole bunch of children got kidnapped and several different police agencies were looking into the matter. You two were a part of that, weren't you? Muse wondered to herself after hearing Cheryl's explanation. You were able to connect the dots pretty quickly. You're a rather sharp-witted girl, Ren said, revealing a playful grin, despite being half naked before the girls right now. She had several whip-like, fainted scars over her body right now as well, to which were in the process of healing. In the games, it was hard to tell for those who were kidnapped into the cult to see if they experienced lasting injuries like Cheryl and Ren did, mostly because whenever the bath event struck, they all wore towels. It showed zero skin around their abdomen and back, unless they wore a revealing outfit like Fee's in the later games. But here, censorship didn't exist. They were exposing their skin to the girls before them. Just that alone required the resolve the two reached. Teehee, I should actually say the same to you, Ren. You were even able to jump one grade higher than the previous grade. I jumped to be placed in Her Highness class. I probably could have jumped higher, but if I did that, I wouldn't have made such lovely friends here, Muse said, placing her hand over her cheek and tilted her head a bit. Hearing that, Princess Alphen smiled and proceeded to walk toward Ren and Cheryl, only to suddenly wrap her arms around the two girls. Seeing the princess suddenly hug the two caused surprise to appear in their eyes. Well, the most important thing now is you two have survived that kidnapping. In my eyes, you two are just two normal girls who are attending St. Estrella now, much like we are, Princess Alphen said, responding with a smile. Hearing that, Elise also nodded her head. Her Highness is right. Whatever was taken from you, you two can definitely have a better life here at our girls' school. As part of the student council, I can assure your safety. Should there be any notion of bullying, I'll be sure to take swift action, Elise said, nodding her head at Princess Alphen's words. Both Ren and Cheryl smiled while a couple drops formed in Cheryl's eyes. Thank you. It's been a few years since it's happened, but for other reasons, I've been away during that time. I've been traveling across Simuria with Teacher, who showed me many sorts of things. But now, with these next 2 years, I hope to learn a thing or two at St. Estrella, Cheryl happily responded, wiping her tears away with her hand. I'm pretty much in the same boat. I have a certain place to be in 2 years' time, but I do hope that Cheryl and I can stay here under her Highness care, Ren said with a smile of her own. Princess Alphen's eyes lit up as she parted from her hand, only to clap her hands together. Almost certainly. I will make sure your time spent at our school will be an enjoyable one. After all, we are friends now. If you two ever need me to lend an ear, I am all for it. Princess Alphen happily responded. Thank you, Your Highness, Cheryl responded, feeling gratitude from the new friends they have made. Emma and Phi had stayed silent during this, but a warm smile appeared on Emma's face. She had known both Ren and Cheryl since she was on the Glorious as well at the time, But to see two survivors of the cult reach this resolution, Emma felt happy. It would appear I have one more thing to be grateful for of Big Brother Naoto now as well, Princess Alphen said, remembering Cheryl's words. That's right. If you do decide to ask the prince, I'm sure he'll explain the situation to you in more detail, Rin said, nodding her head. Well, as much as I would love to hear how all of it went down, that would definitely require some time, which I'm afraid we are running out of. We still need to fit into our dresses for the dance tonight. If they become too revealing, we could try to put some makeup on over your healing wounds. Thankfully, they don't appear to be too bad. They are hardly noticeable anymore. Muse said, Yes, I'll come to think so too. To add to that, though, this would be pretty much my first time wearing a dress. I might need some help putting it on, Cheryl said, scratching her cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed. Then we'll just have to pick the perfect one out for you. Princess Alphen responded with a smile, hearing that caused the girls to let out some laughs, which eased the atmosphere quite a bit. Fi tried to sneak out during this conversation and avoid wearing a dress altogether, but Emma was quick to catch on to Fi, only to have Fi pout and fall on her, but again, feeling the tight grasp of Emma's hand. They were all going to wear dresses tonight, so Fi wasn't going to be left out. Seeing Fi do this, a playful smile appeared on Emma's lips and became determined to pick out the most frilly dress she could find to have Fi put on. Seeing Emma smile like that, a sense of dread trickled down Fi's back, only to see the fate now in store before her. Everyone had a good laugh, and, with the help of the maids, they were able to start picking out dresses they wanted to wear for the practice dance tonight. Stones. Chapter 216. Boys side, let's try getting over 500. Meanwhile, as the girls started to pick out what dress to wear for the dance tonight, across the hall on the other side, a similar situation could currently be seen taking place. Among a group of 5 and a couple other maids standing near the door on standby, a violet-haired boy currently donning his phoenix robe could be seen. This was a first for Naoto, seeing as he really hadn't been together with a group of guys yet that he could call his friends. Though at best, people like Prince Cedric are currently only acquaintances of his. Still, in the room present was Naoto, Prince Oliver, Prince Cedric, Mueller, and Kurt. Both the Chancellor and the Emperor went on ahead and into Esmela's garden all ready to welcome in the noble guests that arrived. Like the girls, they too did not have much time remaining to dress for tonight's dance. There were a couple maids present to quickly help them get fitted. But before they started to pick out outfits before them, which mostly consisted of various different colors of tuxedos and dress pants, I decided to open the conversation with a question, which drew the guys' interest my way. I might be fine going to the dance with my robe already, but seeing as we are all here, what do you guys think? I asked, looking toward the 4 other guys beside me. Aha! While it is common for nobles like yours truly to bear the insignia of the house they are a part of, do you really want those nobles to know such a thing tonight? Think back on what the Chancellor said. Naoto, my boy. He was addressing your pairing with dear Alphen as Liberal's prince, not of your house heritage. Prince Oliver responded as he smiled, causing Prince Cedric to blink at him. Are you really part of the great houses, your highness? Brother had talked about it before, but I still find it hard to believe. Prince Cedric said as he looked back my way. Mueller nodded his head at him. It would make sense for this to not be known to everyone. Where we currently stand, we have more information that is known while it is not privy to others. It was House Phoenix's ancestors' wishes, as I recall, for not wanting to pass any of their heritage down through our records. They wanted to be wiped off of history, so it is not known to many folks. Seeing how our Vanderhouse is currently in service of the Arnors, you should learn of this as well during your stay here. Kurt, this will be part of your studies. Apart from training your swordsmanship with Father, Mueller said, looking back at Kurt while confirming Prince Cedric's suspicion. So there really was a 5th house, but if it was wiped off our records, why do you know such a thing, brother? Kurt asked with interest. That is because I am currently in service of His Highness Prince Oliver right now, despite me currently on leave from the military. We gain access to information that is otherwise classified, so what you hear now should stay in this room for now. If there comes a time where you serve Prince Cedric, you will be eligible to access this information too, Mueller said, explaining his end. The benefits of being direct bodyguards to the royal members of the Arnor bloodline. The Vander house has been in service of the Arners for decades, and they sure do have benefits that others do not. I'm actually curious to see if this will come to pass. I'm essentially taking over Prince Cedric's role later on, so if he doesn't get affected by the curse, he might not have to suffer all of the Duke's shenanigans. That means Kurt may actually have a chance of serving Prince Cedric for once. He grew power-hungry during it, thinking Cut's services weren't required. So it'll be nice to see if this can change. I inwardly thought to myself, wondering how things will play out from here. I guess I'll be finding my spare time being spent in the palace from the looks of it then, Kurt said, also wondering. Both Kurt and I will be spending quite a bit of time at the dojo, and if it's anything like his father, he may even take us out on excursions of his, like how he will show up training Reen and the others in the Isengard mountain range. It will be a fun time indeed, but back to our point on the matter. It would be best for you to put that robe away for the event tonight, Naoto. Got a color you fancy? We are all going to change into these tuxedos, Prince Olivert said with a smile. I said, seeing the guys look back my way, only for me to change my gaze to the clothes currently on display. They were neatly lined up tuxedos with matching dress pants. All sorts of colors were presented to suit one's liking. I think I'll go with a vermilion red suit. Alphen will probably dress in crimson, regardless of what dress she will wear. I feel it would be very fitting if I were to match colors with the princess. Don't you think? I said, walking up to the vermilion red tux before me, and started to grab it while looking at Prince Olivert. 'Tis would befit the royal duo in my eyes. Our palace is full of vermilion splendor. I can already feel the passion waiting to be held by a daring hand. Oh, if only I had my lute with me, Prince Olivert said with a playful tone. Yet the moment he said that, a look of anger appeared in Mueller's eyes. Oh no, if you go get that thing, I will personally make your life tonight a living Gehenna. We mustn't get distracted with that incessant tuning of yours, Mueller said, responded as he shook his head while seeing Prince Olivert behave like this. Even Prince Cedric couldn't help but smile seeing his older brother's banter. Heh, but brother is right on one thing, Your Highness. You two will be the eyes of many tonight. I've heard Father even sent out invitations to some reporters for tonight's dance. You should know what that means, right? Prince Cedric said, squinting his eyes a bit as he looked my way. Seeing his gaze, I nodded my head at him while holding the vermilion tux. Yes, I am sure no doubt will Chancellor Osborne play tonight's tune to a T. I am just unsure whether he will declare our engagement at the start, or when there is enough fervor from the dancing nobles, I said, wondering how things will go. I could see in Father's eyes that he had some plan going on inside of his head. He's been busy with drafting the non-aggression pact that Liberal, Arabonia, and Calvert come to eventually sign as a trifecta contract. One would not inflict harm to another unless they breach the pact. It is to bring some form of peace for the few years to come, which meant that once that draft is finalized, he will be paying his visit to Liberal to meet with the Queen, my grandmother. I do want to be present if possible during that. It was one of the door events during Phantasma, with Prince Olivert making a surprise visit. It will be nice to show him around the castle if he still plans to make a visit then. Are you suggesting tonight's event will go public? Kurt asked, wondering as he heard us talk. That definitely seems the most plausible outcome of tonight. We will need you in tip-top shape to not bring us shame tonight, Your Highness, Prince Cedric answered, nodding his head to Kit's question as he looked my way with a playful grin. Haha, you'll see what I can do. I just hope the princess won't mind what we pick out, I said, scratching my cheek. Oh dear, Alphen will probably like whatever you end up picking, even if you don't choose the vermilion suit. Let's not tarry any longer, for tonight a dance awaits us. You two will help us with the fitting, Prince Olivert said, looking at the two maids who were silent. Seeing Prince Olivert address the two maids, they quickly shook their heads in agreement and began to do their work, and started to measure our sizes. It didn't take long for us to get all fitted into our tuxedos for tonight's dance. By the time we got out, the door the girls went into was open, and we didn't see anyone inside of it. It was likely they had went ahead of us. After thanking the maids, the five of us, who were now dressed up, began to walk to where Esmola's garden was located, which was the room often used to host events on behalf of Arabonia's emperor. Stones. Chapter 217. Esmola's garden, let's try to get over 500. Well now, this wasn't a sight I was expecting to see here tonight. A woman's voice echoed through a rather breathtaking chamber of sorts. A constant sound of running water could be seen and heard pouring down from further above, eventually crisscrossing into different sizes of water channels that spread beneath the elevated platforms. This place was equivalent to a hanging garden. Even several planted shrubs and trees could be seen. Thanks to the water's reflection, it casted an aquatic blue aura around the entire room. This was Esmela's garden, one of the most enchanting rooms inside of Valflame Palace. It likely cost millions of mira to make it, but the end result was phenomenal. It was the best place to host guests for events, such as dancing or socializing parties. It was also the coming of the new year, and with the full, wide-panel window stretching across one side of Esmela's garden, snow could currently be seen gently falling down, sometimes pelting the glass panes along the way. It was not windy, so it made for a gentle and serene view. I could say the same to you. I didn't think the Demon of Thors would partake in such grandiose events like these. And here I thought you were gone for good. What have you been up to these last few years? You've caused quite a ruse in Thors. But you suddenly vanished, acting as if nothing had happened. A second, stern voice said, calling out to the first voice. The first voice belonged to that of a woman's, while the second belonged to that of a man's voice. Likewise, considering the heritage you belong to, why am I not surprised to see House Alberia here tonight? Are you sure you are okay to be here, though? I thought you were fighting amongst yourselves to give a damn of what happens elsewhere. The woman said, revealing a playful grin as she walked up to a blonde-haired man, holding a wine glass as she did. Oh, that is merely some petty squabble. Nothing more than an idiotic father trying to discipline his child. It is nothing new. At the very least, he permitted the two of us to partake in the dance tonight. Honestly, I could care less of what he thinks, though. I am merely here to enjoy the coming of the new year. Much as likely a similar line of thought the other participants are currently thinking as well. The man said. Of course this man was Rufus Alberia, the older son of House Alberia. The two weren't alone either. A much younger version of Rufus could be seen next to him, currently staring at the silvery white-haired beauty standing before him. The Demon of Thors. I've heard that name once or twice back at the mansion. Is this someone you know, brother? The third boy asked, appearing to be much younger than Rufus. This was Rufus' younger brother, Jussies. Well, in fact, I do believe this is our first time meeting each other in person, is it not? Rufus asked, seeing the woman in front of him. She was, of course, Aurelia, the last invited guest in this dance tonight. I do believe it is Lord Rufus. While we are part of two different provinces, your standing is still higher of mine, so I do apologize if my words come across as rude to you, Aurelia said, revealing a smile as she observed the haha. Your personality befits a person like you, direct to the point. I have not personally made a visit to the Le Guin estate, but perhaps I should put on my calendar to do so. I am quite curious. However, you seem to have fallen off the face of the map in the last few years. The Le Guin family has been silent, Rufus mused, wondering what Aurelia was up to since she had been seen last in Liberal to observe the Queen's celebration together with Naoto. Ever since then, Aurelia departed from the country, but she hadn't been seen since. Hearing that question, Aurelia smiled as she took a sip of her wine. Oh, nothing important really. I've just been in a rather secluded village. You'd be surprised with what our country has to offer, Lord Rufus. I doubt you'd be able to find this village, even if you gave it a try, Aurelia explained. Oh, a village of unknown origin? Was it so far out of place to where the means of communication was difficult to perform? Rufus asked with interest. Hee, you are just as keen as the rumors say, Lord Rufus. That is a simple way of putting it, but yes. Only certain means of communication are allowed in that village. So I've been pretty out of sight, to say the least. I've had some free time on my hands lately, and with the coming of the next century, I figure it'd be an opportune time to celebrate, Aurelia said, answering Rufus. As to the village Aurelia was referring to, it was none other than Aran Village. During the signing of the Emperor 10 years ago, Aurelia spent time inside Valflame Palace together with Naoto. The elder of Aran Village, Rosalia. At the time, She was Naoto's master in studying magic, but Rosalia gave a chance to Aurelia and succeeded in unlocking mana cores for both Naoto and Aurelia. After Aurelia's parting from the group, she found herself studying at Thor's military academy, further progressing her studies in the way of the sword, and not so much in magic. At the time, she was in the care of the Vander School, and only later would she be accepted by the Arzid School, being a swordsman under the care of 2 dojos at the same time. While Aurelia found herself studying at Thor's, the 100 Days War struck, and she found herself strained. Her father ended up passing away, and the school made an exception, allowing Aurelia to graduate in a single year. She could only continue her sword training after being part of the military. Naoto followed a very similar path to how Aurelia trained, except he did it differently. He studied magic alongside Emma in her village before his home was raided by the Jaegers. He then went off the map and used his magic to invade the cult from within. He also studied the sword under the Sword Fox's guidance before the raid, while Aurelia started to wander the continent after graduating Thor's. It wasn't until the Queen's recent birthday celebration where the two met up again. After that, Naoto eventually made the decision to retrain his foundations and continue the way of the sword in Erebonia. As for Aurelia, she had grown proficient enough in her training to where she found herself stagnant. She found herself finding a different point of view to study from, eventually making the decision to improve her magic that she had unlocked and found herself training in Aaron Village with Rosalia's help. Rosalia had some free time on her hands as she was only tasked to get her forbidden spell ready, and found it a surprise to see Aurelia come knocking at her doorstep. And quite literally too, thanks to having developed a sense for magic already. The moment Aurelia found herself in Ismia Great Forest, she quickly discovered it was surrounded by a great barrier. Aurelia took it upon herself as a challenge to try and break it, but the moment it was about to break, Rosalia quickly put a stop to it, only to bring Aurelia inside. A couple years passed since then, and Aurelia found herself engrossed at the mystery of magic. During that time, she was able to quickly master one element over the others, and that was wind, with lightning being its supplement. She had yet to test magic in battle, and hadn't found a good opponent to test it on. She did have interest in paying a visit at the dojo she once studied at, and wanted to duel their masters again once she had the time. At the time, however, Aurelia did not know that Naoto was currently attending such dojos, much like how she herself once did. During the last year when Emma was training as well with Duvalai and Phi, Aurelia had already departed Aaron Village, so the two didn't cross paths. Yet Aurelia found herself invited to celebrate the coming of the new year at Valflame Palace. She did not know she would come across both Naoto and Emma, but she had received word that she might. Right now, it was only a waiting game. Among the nobles like herself, though, she was not expecting to meet both Alberia brothers here tonight, so Aurelia took it upon herself to make an introduction. I see. Well, it would probably be best to have this sort of conversation at a later date. It is a time of celebration, so we must play our part and enjoy tonight's dance. May I be so bold as to ask you to be your first dance tonight, Countess Le Guin? Rufus suddenly asked, causing Aurelia to stare at him for a good moment. Aurelia's gaze remained calm, and a smile crept over her lips, not expecting Rufus to ask that of her. She couldn't help but let out a laugh as she responded. Haha, I do not mind being your partner for tonight's dance, Lord Rufus, but you do know that I am currently engaged, yes? Aurelia asked with a smile over her lips. Oh, this is news to me. I didn't see you one to be taken already, Lord Rufus responded, musing to himself as he observed Aurelia. Why, it is none other than that boy over there, to be exact, Aurelia suddenly said. The moment Aurelia said that, the other nobles who were chatting with each other with the Emperor and the Chancellor at the first spot in the back suddenly entered a fervor as many sounds of shuffling feet could now be heard. Look, Erebonia's treasure has arrived, one of the nobles shouted excitedly, seeing a golden blonde-haired girl in a very fancy crimson dress. I've heard rumors, but Her Highness is really such a gorgeous girl, despite still being so young. That dress suits her, another noble said in a more calm voice. But who are those with Her Highness? It seems some guests were invited apart from us tonight. I'm particularly curious as to who that violet-haired boy is next to her, a third noble said with interest in their voice, only to look onward at the back entranced to where the Emperor and Chancellor were. A group of girls and boys arrived on the scene, with Princess Alphen and Naoto being at the forefront of it. Seeing this group arrive, Aurelia smiled as her gaze particularly landed on Naoto's figure in the distance. Rufus traced Aurelia's gaze, only to spot Naoto and his friends. As for Juices, he was surprised as other nobles were, not expecting this group to arrive. So that's how it is, Rufus said, musing to himself as he saw this new group arrive for the dance tonight. Stones? Chapter 2:18. Reaction: Phew, I don't think I'm really suited for this, Nile-senpai. The sound of a worried girl's voice sounded deep in the night scenery of the passing streets of Heimdall. This voice belonged to a girl of sorts with a tired expression, and could currently be seen running, but didn't appear to be alone. A man with a scruffy beard next to her could be seen also running as they reached Drachel's Plaza, seemingly out of breath, as if he hadn't exercised in a while. The moment he heard the worried girl say that, he suddenly stopped his feet, only to turn around and look at her. A look of anger appeared in the man's eyes as he yelled out to her in anger. "You are the one who got us into this damn mess, Dorothy. You were on track to return to our office in Liberal, but how could you confuse two airliners, only to wind up in Erebonia of all places?" The man retorted in anger. Hearing the man yell that out, the girl also stopped in place after running a few more steps. "Are you sure this is Liberal, Nile-senpai? It looks really different. Every building is so flashy," the girl beside the man suddenly asked, only to start observing her surroundings. She seemed to have forgotten where she currently was as well, considering the surprise that could currently be seen in her eyes. You don't even know where we are, do you, you dimwit?" The man retorted again, letting his somewhat rough accent leak through. "Arira, is this not Liberal, Nile-senpai?" the girl asked, tilting her head a bit as confusion streaked across her eyes. In the near distance was a very fancy and vibrant vermilion-colored palace, standing tall just like a castle. "No, it's not. Seriously, just what an adios goes on in that head of yours. You don't know how many hoops I had to pull through to catch the immediate next flight here to make sure you were all right." The man, only to let out a sigh seeing how the pink reddish-haired bespectacled girl was currently behaving before him. Thankfully, she appeared unharmed, so that was the least of his worries now. Even the man couldn't help but turn back toward the grandiose palace in the near distance. A statue of a domineering emperor could be seen in the middle of the plaza before them. I was beginning to wonder why the scenery looked so strange. "This place really isn't Liberal?" the girl asked, still acting confused at the sights before her. This girl appeared to be 17 years old, with reddish-pink hair that curved into two curls beneath her chin. She was an aspiring reporter, and it hadn't been long since she recently entered Liberal's news service. This girl was named Dorothy, thanks to some actions of a certain violet-haired prince who made his prominent return in Grancel Castle a few years back. That news spread throughout Liberal like a wildfire. It didn't take long to reach this girl's eyes at a younger age, which only ignited her passion for photography even further, seeing how grandiose Grancel Castle was in that photo. The only thing that wasn't in that photo at the time was the glorious as it stayed out of range. Still, Dorothy became enamored with how well those photographers had taken photos then, and quickly dove down the path of studying photography herself, to which after turning 17, Dorothy successfully entered Liberal News Service, only to be placed under the man who was now with her, Niall, and 2 years earlier no less. Dorothy wasn't set to debut until S1202, and unlike Dorothy, Niall is an experienced news writer and has been in service for several years. However, despite being acquainted with so many people, Niall was quick to find faults with Dorothy, likely because Dorothy was an airhead of airheads, unless she was given a specific destination. Dorothy would often find herself in random locations throughout the Sky Games. Dorothy was currently on her way back to Liberal from an excursion of hers, but thanks to taking a wrong step, Dorothy took an airliner bound for Erebonia and Heimdall no less, instead of returning home to Liberal. Niall, of course, panicked in response the moment he learned of it, and quickly departed Liberal, only to find herself wandering the streets of Heimdall like a lost cat. In the end, the two's attention were eventually placed toward Drachel's Plaza, as they saw it was currently being frequented by nobles entering the palace. Seeing it was well into the night now, with the snow falling onto the ground, Niall could only let out a long sigh, not finding any fault with Dorothy, despite seeing where the two ended up. It isn't Dorothy. We are in Erebonia. Still, perhaps this is a blessing in disguise, and it was the will of Adios that guided you here. There were rumors in our news circle that Erebonia was planning to announce something soon, Niall said, musing to himself, seeing several parked cars on the other end of Drachel's Plaza and several RMP officers strutting about, patrolling the nearby areas. You would be correct on that. Would you two perhaps happen to be reporters? A third voice suddenly called out to them, only to see a couple people approach Niall and Dorothy. They saw a beautiful, icy blue-haired woman currently in a gray officer's uniform and a gray cap approach the two, along with a couple RMP officers who could be seen patrolling alongside her. That's right, ma'am. Is something truly happening tonight inside Valflame Palace? Niall asked with growing interest. Indeed there is. His Majesty decided to host a ball tonight to celebrate the coming of our next century. Several nobles have been invited to partake in tonight's dance. That isn't all that's happening, though. The Chancellor has reached out to several news agencies and invited several reporters for an announcement he's going to make shortly. You two are in luck. While the dancing has already started, there is still enough time before the Chancellor makes his announcement, the woman said. She was, of course, Claire, who could still be seen patrolling Drachel's Plaza as the ball was now underway. So that invitation Liberal's news service received wasn't a forgery then. It really was an invitation to bring us out. Niall couldn't help but exclaim in shock, hearing Claire's words before him. Claire revealed a smile after Niall said that. Haha, we did receive some backlash from some of the agencies, wondering if the invitation we sent out was fake, so consider you two lucky enough to make it here. It is quite a big announcement, one that concerns the royal family, Claire said, assuring Niall that the event happening tonight was real and true. Damn, consider yourself lucky then, Dorothy. It isn't too late yet, is it? Niall asked Claire. It isn't. If you would like, I can show you two inside the palace to where the other reporters are. We specifically invited the Crossbell News Service and Liberal's News Service here tonight, Claire responded. So this really is the famous palace that's withstood the echoes of time in Erebonia, Dorothy suddenly said, acting as if she was in her own little world while marveling at the sight of Valflame Palace. She wanted to use her camera right then and there. Have you even been listening to a word we've been saying, Dorothy? Niall asked, shaking his head, seeing Dorothy behave like this. Oh, Niall Senpai, are we going to go inside this place? Dorothy asked, showing sparkles in her eyes, finally realizing what was going on. Ha! Niall said, letting out a sigh as he saw Dorothy was finally getting on track with the ongoing conversation. He then looked back at Claire and apologized. I do apologize for this dimwit's behavior. She's a good girl, but somewhat of an airhead, Niall said as he sighed. Claire couldn't help but laugh again after hearing that. Haha, that is all right with me. As long as you two are reporters who have received our invitation, I do not mind taking you inside the palace. There is an area sectioned off for the reporters specifically, so I will guide you along to that area. Some nobles can be a bit precarious, so it might not be best to look at them in the eyes directly. And keep your head lowered, especially since you two are foreigners, Claire said, turning more serious as she explained the situation a bit. Got it. We are very professional at what we do. I promise we'll not cause any harm. Though it might be a bit pretentious, may I ask what all the fuss is about tonight? Perhaps a sneak peek? Niall asked Claire as the three of them began to walk toward Valflame Palace while the RMP escorted them. Well, it's nothing super important really, since it's going to be known everywhere soon. The Chancellor is going to be declaring the Crown Princess engagement tonight, Claire said, revealing a smile as the group found themselves now standing in front of Valflame Palace, waiting to enter. The moment Claire answered that, Niall's eyes turned wide in surprise as Dorothy blinked at her. Pardon? Did I hear that right? Niall tried to ask as shock streaked across his eyes. A bit of an experimental chapter. I might toss Japanese words here and there, depending on the character. I feel doing this suits Dorothy better. Insert picture of Dorothy here, insert picture of Niall here. As always, let's try to get over 500. Stones? Chapter 219. Reaction 2. Let's try getting over 500. Next chapter might have a couple new faces. Liberal. Southwest of Roland. Evening. The Bright House. A thin layer of snow could be seen on the surrounding trees and grass, covering most of the wide, open yard in snow. It wasn't a lot, though, perhaps an inch or two of snow at most. Even the single tree stump in the yard with an axe over it now was lightly covered in snow. At present, few orbital lights could be seen turned on inside the house, signaling that it was currently in use. If one had a close look, one could hear the sound of a cutting board in use, likely in preparation for the meal tonight inside the Bright family house. Estelle could currently be seen humming away as she was cutting several vegetables up to put into a large pot that was waiting to be boiled next to her. Cassius could be seen sitting leisurely away at the table, with Joshua seated across from him, currently engrossed in a game board of sorts. Imagine living out in the wilderness for extended periods of time, but city life was still within reach. That was basically how the Brights lived and were currently enjoying wintertime, mostly indoors, or enjoying fun activities out in the daytime. Cassius had finally taken Estelle and Joshua back home from their previous time spent in Grantsell City's Bracer Guild. Every so often, Skira would drop by to pay a visit, but her visits have been less frequent as of late. As for Skira, she's been teaching Angelica beginner bracer lessons to better help her own bracer exam in the coming year or two, so she could not be seen present inside the Bright House on this night. That didn't deter Estelle from having fun, though. In fact, she's been more frequent out in the woods doing her hobbies than she did normally, and would always welcome Skira on the days she did come by to visit. Yet on this night, the three of them suddenly heard a knock on their door, which caused Estelle to stop what she was currently cooking for their dinner tonight. Special delivery from Liberal's news service, a man's voice said, following the sound of a doorbell, which attracted the three's attention from their current activities. It isn't often we get special deliveries from the news service. Be a dear and get the door, all right, Estelle? Cassius asked with growing interest in his eyes. Already on it, Dad, Estelle said as she placed her cutting knife down on the cutting board and took off her cooking apron for a second, only to quickly run to the door. Estelle opened the door and saw a person that frequented their home to drop off mail once in a while. Well, if it isn't Estelle, we have a special print, right off the hot press. It's a real doozy, this one is, the mailman said, only to toss a bundled newspaper Estelle's way. Estelle quickly caught it and smiled. Thank you. Don't catch a cold out there, all right? With the snow falling, it's pretty chilly out, Estelle said, warning the delivery person. Ha, can do. Say hi to Cassius for me, the delivery person said, only to quickly retreat into the dark night after waving his hand. A sound of an orbital truck soon kicked on its engines not too far away. Estelle smiled, seeing the man depart, and waved at him. The orbital truck left the house, slowly returning to the main road. Seeing Estelle by herself again, she closed the door. Despite being out in the cold for only a few moments, Estelle's nose already started to turn a bit red after she shut the door. Upon doing so, she felt warmth from the orbital lighting and the crackling of a fireplace from further in to warm her up again. Boy, you really don't want to be out there. I wouldn't even take 10,000 mira to stand outside in that cold, Estelle said, and rubbed her two hands together while hanging onto the newspaper under her arm. Ha! Well, Roland is basically surrounded by forests and marshlands. It can get really cold during the wintertime here. Having access to orbital technology has improved our home, but I do agree with you there, Estelle. One definitely shouldn't go out there when it's this below the freezing point, Cassius said, nodding his head. It really is easy for one to get sick out here, Cassius continued. Oomph. You just don't want to go out there because you already wasted all your energy trying to throw snowballs at me earlier during the day, Joshua retorted after hearing Estelle say that. Hey, Estelle responded, revealing a small frown, which only caused Cassius to smile. Well, I don't see any faults to the point Joshua made, Cassius said, shrugging his shoulders a bit. Anyways, come back to the table for a moment, Estelle. What does the news say? Cassius decided to ask as he looked at Estelle, who was still standing in the doorway. "All right," Estelle said, quickly nodding her head at her father's words, and headed toward the table where Cassius and Joshua sat down, pausing their game as she did. Estelle released the band that was tying up the newspaper and proceeded to give it a good shook. Her eyes immediately wandered toward the front section of the special print, and it took her a second to realize it was a photo with a very familiar person on it. It took Estelle a good moment for it to click inside her head after realizing who the person was, causing her to raise her eyes. Seeing a change in Estelle's expression, interest grew in Cassius and Joshua's eyes. Cassius couldn't help but ask Estelle if there was anything interesting. "So, anything important?" They don't typically give special prints out like this that are outside of their usual release time frames, Cassius asked. Estelle nodded her head, confirming his growing interest. "It sure is. Naoto's in the paper again, Dad. You remember that really pretty blonde-haired girl he was with back when Joshua and I were in Grantsell? He's together with her in the news," Estelle said, causing Cassius and Joshua to stare at her. "Naoto, you're not referring to His Highness, are you?" Joshua said, revealing a frown after hearing Estelle say that. "Please don't tell me His Highness did something again," Cassius immediately uttered. "See for yourself," Estelle responded, tossing the paper his way. With the paper now in Cassius' hands, Estelle proceeded back toward the kitchen, putting on her apron again. Yet it didn't take long for Cassius' eyes to wander where Estelle's eyes once were. Sure enough, he saw Liberal's crown prince in the highlighted photo, but the moment he began to read the headline, his body started to tense up. "In hopes to see a brighter tomorrow. From henceforth, Arabonia officially declares an engagement of two parties. Her Highness the Crown Princess, Princess Alphen, and His Highness, Liberal's Crown Prince, Naoto von Auslese, together bound in future matrimony." Cassius started to utter softly, only to grow in disbelief as to what he had just uttered. His eyes grew wider in shock as each moment passed with Joshua looking at him similarly with surprise in his eyes and Estelle only staring at him. What?" Cassius couldn't help but yell out in shock, slamming part of the table with his knees as he abruptly stood up, having disbelief in his eyes, seeing several figures standing in the photo that could now be seen. A violet-haired boy dressed in a vermilion tuxedo and a golden blonde-haired girl dressed in a fiery crimson dress could now be seen standing together at the forefront, with several figures standing behind them. Stones. Chapter 220. Odd Duo Same Night. Crossbell City. Administrative District. As always, thanks for the hard work you two do. Do be careful out in the cold on your way home, Ellie. You too, Guy, an upbeat female voice said, waving their hand as they sat behind the counter inside the mayor's office, only to wave two departing figures goodbye as a sound of a door being closed struck the inside of the building. The two departing figures said goodbye to the clerk inside the office. Two figures soon left the mayor's office, only to enter the cold night of winter here in Crossbell City. Unlike other cities, though, Crossbell City did not see much snow thanks to its unique topography. Yet not having any snowfall didn't stop the cold air drifting around in the evening sky. It was a clear sky out, allowing the stars to be seen. A visible breath of cold air escaped from their mouths as they felt the evening chill streak across the surrounding atmosphere. Upon a closer look, one of the two figures appeared to be a lush, silver-haired girl appearing 13 years of age, who was currently wearing a sister's uniform, belonging to that of the Seption Church. One wouldn't want to underestimate this silver-haired girl, though, as she openly bore a fierce-looking sword and an orbital gun at her waist. This girl wasn't alone, either. A brown-haired, short-haired man wearing a flashy jacket with a Crossbell Police Department logo on its front could be seen next to her. This brown-haired man appeared to be in his early 20s, only to have turned 23 this year. This man was Guy Bannings, the older brother of one of main protagonists of the Trails verse, Lloyd Bannings. Guy was last seen back in Calvert Capital with his family to celebrate his promotion to Crossbell's Police Department 1st Division, the same division where it mostly handled very large or drastic cases that sprung up in Crossbell. After that celebration, Guy returned to Crossbell, while Lloyd remained in Calvert with his grandparents. It wouldn't be long until Lloyd himself ventures to Crossbell City to join Crossbell Police Academy to start his studies, which rested beyond Knox Forest in the southwest. But upon Guy's return to Crossbell City, he became surprised to see the granddaughter of Crossbell's current mayor, Ellie McDowell, start helping with the CPD's investigations as a part-time detective during her lull periods, helping her grandfather out with administrative work. Though most of the time, Ellie would find herself partaking in CPD's field missions, since it helped train her body after completing her squire training back in the Seption Church headquarters in Arteria. Guy couldn't help but have a good look at the silvery-haired girl before him. Thanks for the help as always, Ellie. Still, you don't need to push yourself with every single field exercise we do, you know, Guy said, feeling a bit guilty for dragging Ellie along with the combat exercises they do. The 1st Division hasn't seen much action lately apart from petty crimes thanks to Revake, so Crossbell has been in a period of peace. Surprisingly, hearing that, Ellie smiled as the two began walking eastward. Hee, you don't need to thank me, Guy. I want to do this. If I don't exercise my body, I feel it would turn rusty. You can drop this Sama too, Guy-san. We've been on several field exercises by this point. We are considered friends now. Are we not? Ellie said as she smiled at Guy. Haha, but if I do that, I feel Cecile would chew my ass out, Ellie. She can get quite persuasive at times, if you catch my drift, Guy said, scratching his head as his lips curved into a frown. Not a good thing, though, isn't it? Cecile is such a wonderful girl from the few times I've met her. It is nice to see that you two are finally tying the knot. Ellie happily responded. Well, you aren't wrong there, Ellie-sama. It took enough courage to present her with that ring. I'm just happy Cecile accepted, Guy happily responded. I really ought to invite you two to our home for dinner one night. You've already helped me out a lot despite going on with my selfish needs. Ellie said, feeling a bit embarrassed after recalling the time she had spent thus far as cooperated with the CPD's field assignments. I won't be one to turn down a free meal, especially if it's coming from the mayor's granddaughter. I'm sure Cecile would love that. We just need to free up some time. Ever since that little shenanigan a couple months back at St. Ursula, the staffing there has been busier than ever, Guy responded. Well, you can say that twice. I didn't think Liberal's crown prince would cause such a stir like that, but at least it's starting to quiet down again, Ellie responded, nodding her head as she became silent for a moment. She had caught a whiff of Naoto's trail after that initial shock of what happened, but by the time Ellie arrived at the scene, Naoto was already gone. In the end, her worry only grew, but she knew it wasn't good to mull on it. She knew a person like Naoto wasn't one to act on indecisiveness. She could only turn toward the present time again, and figured out the best way to spend her current time before she enrolls in Jenny's Royal Academy in 1.5 years' time. Apart from assisting the Seption Church here in Crossbell, Ellie found herself helping out her grandfather and eventually finding enough spare time to work with the CPD on several occasions. Both Ellie and Guy have gone out on several field exercises by now, and it was soon the dawn of the new year. Guy and Ellie saw it was only growing colder as each minute passed, and it was cold enough for Ellie to see her breath. Thankfully, their next destination wasn't far, only a few-minute walk. It was the main building of the Crossbell Police Department, which was placed right next to the mayor's office, or more commonly known as CPD for short. At least we're back at the CPD. It is late into the evening, but Jillian and Noelle should still be working, so let's go turn in our progress for now, Guy said as he looked toward Ellie, seeing her two hands rub each other. Another cold breath of air escaped from her mouth. Yeah, let's head on in, Guy, Ellie said, acknowledging Guy with a nod of her head. It didn't take them too long to reach the door that led into the CPD building. The moment they were inside, they were blasted with a warm blast of hot air. With improving orbital technology, larger buildings like the CPD already had a central heating unit installed. Guy and Ellie quickly found their bodies warming up from the cold. Further within the building was the reception area to where the CPD welcomed guests to and far alike. It was also the same place to where they often gave out mission or status reports, thanks to the terminal that was hooked up behind the counter. Eventually, this terminal would connect to the SSS building, offering quests and monster-slaying missions to the future SSS group. But for now, it was mainly used for the CPD and any news-related programs. seeing Guy and Ellie enter the CPD building and walking straight for a couple minutes. Two figures soon came into view, furiously typing away, only to pause what they were doing. They appeared to be two girls, one around 15 or 16 years of age, sporting lush and vibrant lilac-colored hair, while the other seemed a bit younger, appearing 13. But one was not to underestimate this girl. She was well within her studies at Crossbell Police Academy. Her intellect with firearms was quickly picked up by her superiors at the academy, so they temporarily assigned this girl as a receptionist at the CPD before she would officially enter the Crossbell Guardian Force, or CGF for short, at a ripe young age of 14. In the future, this girl would become Lloyd Sr., as Lloyd would not enter Crossbell Police Academy in a year's time. She had a good year or two under her belt. The girl on the right was Noelle Seeker, the older of the Seeker siblings. Her younger sister, Fran Seeker, still lays around in their parents' home not too far away in East Street. It wouldn't be until later that Fran would enter the academy and become a receptionist herself. But right now, Noelle was currently in her spot as part of her assigned duties at the academy. Once Noelle became part of the CGF, she would stop being a receptionist here. And to the left of Noelle was Jillian Skye, Cheryl's older sister. Insert picture of Ellie McDowell here, insert picture of Guy Bannings here, insert picture of Fran Seeker here, insert picture of Noelle Seeker here, insert picture Jillian Skye here. As always, let's try for over 500 stones. Chapter 221. Crossbell Police Department. Seeing Guy and Ellie approach the two, their eyes lit up after having gone through another long day. "Welcome back, Guy, Ellie. Here to turn in your report?" Jillian asked as a smile crept over her lips. "You know it. Nothing much going on right now apart from a rowdy monster or two. The Bracer Guild can handle these for the most part, but if we let them do all the hard work, we'll get rusty, haha," Guy said, letting out a laugh. "Right? We've mostly been receiving one petty crime after another. I can't help but feel those mafia bastards are up to something no good. But they haven't broken any serious laws in that back alley of theirs, so we can't place any proper arrest on those guys. All they do is just snooze away in jail for 1 or 2 days at most before they get released," Noelle said, shrugging her shoulders as she let out a sigh. "If it's anything to argue about, things are relaxed enough to where we can divert some of our forces to settle disputes beyond Crossbell's Central District and even support the Bracer Guild from time to time while the newbies continue their studies at the academy. Good work out there today, you guys," another voice suddenly said, reaching their ears. This voice seemed pretty rough, belonging to that of a man's. The four's attention were soon drawn to 2 more figures walking up to them from further inside the CPD, both appearing to be men. "Oh, if it isn't Sergey. I thought you already left for the night," Guy said, welcoming the middle-aged man and the figure beside him. "Nah, decided to use the evening tonight to fill out some of our paperwork. Aside from that, though, Dudley here and I are going to hit up a restaurant to celebrate the new year. Put your guys' work aside for now. They can do their report later. You guys are coming with us," the man said with a firm tone, causing surprise to reach the other's eyes. He was Sergey, who used to be part of the 1st Division. But earlier this year, thanks to Ario's retiring from the CPD to join the Bracers, Sergey was transferred to the Crossbell Police Academy, assuming a role of a teacher. He still comes to the CPD every now and then to help out. The man beside him was Alex Dudley, who was still part of the 1st Division. He typically was a stern person, strictly following the CPD's codes, but a relaxed expression could currently be seen in his eyes beyond his glasses. He nodded at Sergey's words. "It's the least we can do to celebrate the momentary peace we've had, plus it's the coming of the new year. Even I know when to put a stop to things. We won't be taking a no for an answer," Dudley said with a grin. "Now that's an attitude to have, Dudley. We got most of the gang here, so might as well hit up a restaurant to celebrate the new year," Guy responded with a smile. Despite the 3 having a falling out work-related, it's not like they didn't lose their friendship. "Foo-foo, this is shaping up to be a little gathering, isn't it? Care for 3 more in that case," a sound of a woman's voice said, which drew their attention once again. Following their eyes, they saw the front door open again, only to have 3 more figures walk into the CPD. One was a dark blue-haired woman sporting glasses dressed in soldier's uniform. One who was a long, dark navy-haired man with a long bladed sheath kept at his waist, An other middle-aged man dressed in a long collared jacket over his body to protect him from the cold outside. Going in order, the woman was Sonia Bales, ex-wife of Sergei. The two had filed for divorce, but it wasn't out of anger or anything. The two schedules didn't meet eye to eye most of the time, so they had little time to spend together. They were quick to notice their feelings growing apart, only to file a divorce earlier in the year. It's not like they don't get together on festive nights like these, though. If anything, it was a surprise Sonia had free time to come tonight, as she was quite high up on the ladder in the CGF, overseeing most current operations here in Crossbell. Together with Sonia was Arios, and a person Ellie had come across only once or twice since she had returned to Crossbell. Ian Grimwood. Ian was the go-to consultant for any legal worries in Crossbell, whether it was for something petty or on a much larger scale. In short, Ian was both a lawyer and a consultant. He often helped with managing Crossbell's internal affairs should it ever get backlogged. Well, look at who the cat dragged in. I didn't think I'd get to see both Arios and Ian in one night, Guy said with a grin as he welcomed the three. I share the same opinion. I did send you the invitation, but I didn't think you'd actually have enough free time tonight, Sonia, Sergei said, welcoming the three into the CPD. It's enough reason to have a celebration, so I tried to squeeze it in my books. Both Arios and Ian here are of a similar line of thinking, Sonia said, pushing her glasses up a bit as she explained the situation. Yes, we have enough time to spare at the Bracer Guild. I would have invited the others, but they already parted from the building. So you only got me tonight, Arios said, keeping his cool demeanor. Arios was a lot busier earlier in the year, as he had the Bracer Guild help assist the damage control that was going on in Remiferia, and the country was trying to get reigned. And by its second prince. It was equivalent to a civil war, but now that most of the infighting was over, Arios had more free time on his hands. So he was able to join the group currently gathering here tonight in the CPD. Likewise, I didn't think I'd get to catch the mayor's granddaughter here, though. Have you been well? Ian asked, sporting a smile underneath his glasses. Yes, thank you for asking. It's been quite fulfilling as of late. As they say, more the merrier. I can't believe the new year has already come knocking, Ellie said, responding with a smile back at Ian. Then why don't we get this show on the road? Hopefully the restaurant of choice isn't far, Noelle tried to say, drawing the group's attention. Yet before Noelle could finish speaking, the group suddenly heard the Orbital phone suddenly sound off behind them, causing Noelle to frown. A message at this time of night? We already closed the office today, Noelle said, revealing a frown as the phone continued to go off. Before she could do anything, the Orbital terminal also lit up, which drew everyone's attention to the screen in the back. Noelle blinked her eyes, seeing the news flash on the Orbital terminal. An urgent news flash provided directly from the CNS? Noelle questioned, wondering if what she just saw was real. An urgent piece of news? We don't get that a lot around here. Most of what we post targets the locals, Sergei wondered. Hearing that, the group bundled closer toward the receptionist side, with some of them raising their eyes at the photo now on the Orbital terminal screen. Hey, I think I've seen that guy before. Wasn't this guy the one who gave all of that intel back then? Guy asked as he looked back at Sergei. That seems to be the case. Still, I didn't think they would suddenly flash us with an alliance like this. It looks like things are getting pretty spicy in Erebonia. That's certainly a way to celebrate a new year, Sergei said, musing to the news before him. So that boy we encountered then really was a prince, Dudley uttered softly, watching the news flash too. If anyone, it was Ellie who remained quiet, as a lot of thoughts began to suddenly stir inside of her head the moment she saw the violet-haired boy. She could immediately recognize who he was. Ellie's sudden change was quick to be noticed by Ian, causing him to glance her way. You all right, Miss Ellie? You're acting as if you just saw a ghost, Ian said, asking to make sure she was all right. I'm fine. I'm just surprised as you all are. Though if anything, this might be good. Weren't Erebonia and Liberal at war with each other not too long ago? Ellie asked, trying to change the subject a bit. Sonia nodded at Ellie's words. True. Perhaps this will be considered a blessing for the two countries. It's not every day you get to see an arranged marriage between two royal parties like this, Sonia mused, wondering how things would turn out from here. Plus it's every man's dream to get engaged to such a pretty girl like this one, Noelle said with a giggle. She proceeded to turn back, only to observe the photo again, letting her eyes wander around to see who else was there beside the crown prince and crown princess. Noelle's eyes couldn't help but land on one particular girl in the back, sporting a light purple dress. Noelle's gaze lasted for a moment as she turned silent, even rubbing her eyes a bit at the girl she was observing now. "Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Maybe you need to get some rest tonight," Noelle suddenly said, drawing the group's attention again. "Is something wrong, Noelle?" Jillian decided to ask, since it was odd of her to behave like this. "I'm not sure. There's this girl here in the photo I see that has the exact same hair color tone as you do, Jillian. Your hair is quite a rarity amongst girls, so I just got surprised. That's all," Noelle said, explaining what she had just seen. "There's a girl in the photo with hair that looks exactly like mine," Jillian began to utter, obviously revealing a frown as she said that. "Let me have a look," Jillian began to say, only to slide chairs in front of Noelle to get a good look at the photo that was presented to them. She quickly found Noelle's trace, and sure enough, she quickly spotted the girl Noelle was referring to. The moment Jillian saw this girl, she started to feel her heartbeat race increase as she entered a momentary silence. The others eventually saw a look in disbelief in her eyes as Jillian observed this girl, who, with each passing moment, seemed to bear a striking resemblance to her. "There's just no way it's her, right?" Jillian uttered softly, gulping down a breath of air as she found her composure lost. Even Noelle found this sudden change of Jillian a surprise to her. "Insert picture of Sergei Liu here, insert picture of Alex Dudley here, insert picture of Sonia Bales here, insert picture of Arios McLean here, insert picture of Ian Grimwood here. As always, let's try to get over 500 stones." Chapter 222. Casino, let's try getting over 500. The announcement that Erebonia declared spread like wildfire. Many people, not only in Liberal and Crossbeal, but to countries beyond like Northumbria, Remophiria, Calvard, or Leman State, and even to Arteria, were all equally surprised as more and more people began to react to it. With several different people reacting to this news, it started a chain reaction, despite only having reporters from Liberals' news service and the CNS partake in the reporting. Erebonia and Liberals' neighboring country to the east, Calvard, was quite shocked to see a sudden alliance declared between the two countries. But thanks to its extensive intelligence division, they were not one to suddenly freak out over it, acting as if they were already anticipating such a thing to happen. They were not pressed on the matter either, as the non-aggression pact that Chancellor Osborne was currently drafting was presented to Calvard already. This pact was going to be a trifecta agreement, a pact where all three countries would not become aggressive to their neighbors. Unfortunately, this pact would not last long once the curse struck Erebonia, but for now, it would usher in a period of peace for Calvard, despite Calvard's looming stock market crash. In fact, Calvard could consider this news a blessing, as several influential figures would try to corrupt Calvard from within as it enters a state of peace and internal strife. Hopefully those like Van and his group would take advantage of this coming situation, since Naoto was quick to notify that there was a threat looming about, one not of war, but that of an economical crisis. In turn of being warned by Naoto, Van saw himself taking more classes related to economics and finance after he became a student at Aramis High School, along with Renee and Elaine. Though Renee was already a first-year student, he became surprised seeing Van's sudden change and quickly found a path for himself, but he was all for it seeing how serious Van was taking his studies now. Elaine was quite happy too, since she remembered Van mostly having an unruly personality in the past when the three were still kids. Calvard knew it could promote its strength during the coming years thanks to this incoming pact that it would enter with Liberal and Erebonia, so it definitely saw this news as a blessing. They were only surprised to see an alliance form, and through marriage no less. Unfortunately for Calvard, it was no longer a monarchy as it used to be. The concept of nobles is little to non-existent in Calvard now. They cannot send someone to enter an arranged marriage like Erebonia or Liberal could still do. In a time relative to the Orbal Revolution, albeit earlier, Calvard underwent a revolution, which effectively dethroned all nobles that still resided in Calvard at the time, and eventually became a republic. If one wanted a comparison, Calvert is basically the United States. They renewed those in office through presidential elections and acted like Democrats. The only difference is that each term lasted upward of 5 to 7 years instead of 4 years, and right now, Calvert's president was President Rocksmith. The same President Naoto was able to meet during the extermination of the cult. That year, he had just entered office. And of course, the news of this newly forged alliance through marriage reached President Rocksmith's ears rather quickly. In fact, he was secretly happy to see such a result between Erebonia and Liberal. One of his recent guilt that laid upon President Rocksmith's mind was the fact the previous president couldn't send any soldiers to assist in the 100 Days War due to how fast-acting the war was. That was buried deep in President Rocksmith's conscience. It was only a few years ago to where he saw Erebonia and Liberal at each other's throats while he was still a government official at the time. It was discovered that the war was all a ploy at a certain noble's behest. But President Rocksmith became secretly glad the two countries were quick to make amends with each other, even going as far as to propose a marriage alliance between the two. It was just a shame that he couldn't offer anything himself as a blessing since Calvert was now a republic. President Rocksmith could only watch on that night, like many others did on that fateful night, only to look outwards into the dark, gray, cloudy sky in his office, debating whether he should celebrate the coming new year, as likely many others would do. Yet at the same time the news started to spread throughout the countries, back in Heimdall, in one of the districts that housed a local medium-grade casino, a black-haired, beautiful woman could currently be seen seated on a high-cushioned stool. Directly behind this woman was a rather wide, open casino sporting several different machines and areas to play all sorts of games at one's own choosing. Off to the side, where the woman sat, was a bar with quite a variety of both alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks to choose from. A couple other goers in the casino could also be seen sharing drinks with each other. Overall, the current atmosphere was rather festive and merry. "So what can I get for you tonight?" the barkeeper asked, seeing the beautiful woman before him. She didn't seem to be alone either. A tall, muscular man currently sat on a stool next to her as he watched her arrive at the bar. "One of your best aged red wines, if you can. Money isn't an issue tonight," the woman said, revealing a charming smile as her lips curved upward. Someone of her caliber isn't seen often. So the barkeeper who heard that couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat as she answered him. "Got it," the barkeeper said, nodding his head at the woman's order, and proceeded to the large selection available. Unfortunately for the barkeeper, this woman was already taken. She was of course Kilika. And further in the back behind her stood a rather rowdy group of men, currently seated at a nearby poker table. Yet the man next to Kilika, however, was surprisingly zen. He eventually made his way toward the casino where Kilika and the others decided to head off to. Zen equally became surprised to find Kilika, and subsequently Walter, not alone. Walter, along with 3 other individuals, could currently be seen at a poker table further in the back. "I didn't think you'd make your way here tonight, Zen." A sudden change of heart, Kilika asked as she observed the tall man before her. "Not really? I figured since it's you guys, a casino is more likely than any other place to enjoy the coming of the new year. I figured I might as well join in on the fun. I am quite picky with the alcohol I drink, though, haha," Zen said, scratching his cheek as he watched Kilika before him. "I hardly see you drink anything outside of that gourd of yours, but it suits the atmosphere, so I'm all for it. It's a shame we don't have Ina here, though. I'd love to see her test that drinking of hers against you," Kilika said, sporting a daring grin as she said that. "Sheesh, way to open things up. Even I struggle against that bottomless pit of a stomach. I can't tell who is worse, Ina or Skira. I should probably pay them a visit after my stay here in Heimdall is done," Zen said, taking a sip of the drink he had previously ordered. "You'll be around for a while, though, right? Walter and I plan to be, at least until we finally get to see that strange circle in the plaza get some action," Kilika said, musing to herself as the barkeeper finished preparing her drink. Thanking him, Kilika took a moment to get a first sip of her wine. "I'm in the same boat. His Highness invited both of us. According to him, he plans to tackle it around February, so that's in just about 2 months' time. I have no idea what it's going to do, though, Zin said, explaining his plan to Kilika. I see. Perhaps I should hit up some local records. This is more in the lines of it being a fairy tale, if anything. If His Highness is going to activate it in February, there's enough time to burn to do a little bit of research, Kilika said, revealing a smile. If you do that, it'll probably stick to the Bracer Guild here. They recently got a new member, but I've heard she immediately transferred to a branch in Calver a couple years back. She'll probably make her way here in due time, Zin continued. So I've heard. She already made quite a name for herself. You're talking about the Purple Lightning, right? She's just as big of a powerhouse as the Silver Streak is. I wouldn't be surprised if she got promoted to a rank soon. I've also heard that someone is currently chasing Purple Lightning's shadow and is eager to get a jump on her. Have you met the Sword Maiden? Kilika asked as she looked at Zin. Once or twice at most. She was just a brat when I took Cheryl to Edith. I had the two get acquainted with each other, so they still keep in touch. According to Cheryl, the Sword Maiden recently met up with her childhood friends and is attending Edith's famous school with them. Hopefully she won't get rusty in her bracer work, Zin said, revealing a grin. Is that so? That disciple of yours is attending St. Estrella now. Perhaps it would do me good to introduce myself to Cheryl, Kilika said, wondering. Cheryl's looking to get more friends. That was partly why she started attending St. Estrella in the first place, Zin said, nodding his head at Kilika. At least there is some free time to spare in the coming month or two, so we'll see how things go from here. Apart from that, are you not going to join them? Kilika decided to ask, only to turn her stool around a bit and gaze further into the distance, causing Zin's gaze to follow hers. Over in the distance, he saw four figures who continued their rowdy business at the poker table. Even Zin shuddered a bit seeing the four men together. Each one was considered a powerhouse in their own perspective. You kidding me? Only a fool would try to go to stir those guys right now. That's walking into a death trap. Zin retorted Kilika. Suit yourself. Kilika simply responded, only to jump off her stool, landing on her feet while carrying her wine glass. She was graceful enough to where the wine didn't even shake at all. Before Zin could do anything, he saw Kilika start walking toward the table to where the four men were at. Seeing Kilika suddenly walk over, Zin couldn't help but stare seeing her departing figure. Must be tough allowing such an alluring woman to walk away like that. The barkeeper suddenly said to Zin as he rubbed an empty wine glass with a piece of cloth. Don't tell me about it. Shame Kilika's taken. The bastard she likes is such a fool, Zin said, only to turn around, causing Kilika to no longer be in his sight. He then looked down at his cocktail and proceeded to suddenly grab it, only to gulp the rest of his drink down in one large gulp. Can I have another round? Zin asked, placing the empty glass back down on the table, letting his cheeks turn a bit red. With pleasure, the barkeeper responded, simply nodding his head. It was easy for him to see a hint of longing in his eyes, but it was mostly that of disapproval. Seeing Zin stay silent, the barkeeper simply did his duties and prepared another drink for Zin. As to where Kilika strutted off to, she saw four men appear in her eyes. Several poker chips could be seen scattered around with cards held in each hand. It definitely was a sight to behold seeing these four men together. Going left to right, it was none other than Rutger the Jaeger King, Zeno the Trap Master, Leonidas the Behemoth, and Walter the Direwolf. Stones? Chapter 223. Dancela tried to get over 500. Feeling nervous, a sound of a soft voice spoke out. A violet-haired boy with a piercing glare laid bare of a beautiful golden blonde-haired girl who could now be seen standing right in front of him, squared away on a rather opaque and stylish marbled floor with tinted lighting. An azure-like glow bounced off the entire area as a constant. Low humming sound of running water struck against the eardrums. After taking in a good look, the violet-haired boy saw the golden blonde-haired girl was now in a fiery crimson dress with orange and white frills around the hems. Her shoulders were bare, and her long hair flew downward. Surprisingly, her two small hands could now be seen stretched outward, only to clasp onto the hands of the violet-haired boy, who was dressed in a vermilion tuxedo and black dress pants, making himself appear rather dashing. It was the violet-haired boy who asked that of the golden blonde-haired girl. She simply smiled and let out a giggle. Perhaps slightly. My heart was especially aflutter after such a bold statement was declared moments ago. All of the nobles present here tonight are even more eager now to see the two of us dance. The Chancellor is long used to making such appearances in public. So it is of no surprise, but if we take one wrong step, you might be seen unfavorably tonight, big brother. The golden-haired girl responded as she giggled. Yet her hands, who were currently holding onto the boys in a particular pose, remained calm. The boy felt neither sweat nor nervousness from the girl before him. Hearing the girl answer like that, the boy smiled at her. Of course, the girl was none other than the first and only princess of the Erebonian Empire, Princess Alphen, and the boy was of course me, the now pronounced fiancé of the princess. It seemed that father took the time at the beginning of the event tonight to declare our engagement to the public. I could see that there were several reporters sectioned off to the side who were constantly taking flashes of their orbital cameras. It mostly captured us in front, but our group in the back probably received a few photos too. I did spot a couple of familiar faces with the present news agencies, two being Niall and Dorothy, with a third being Grace from the CNS. It was mostly reporters from Liberal and Crossbell, but no doubt that tonight will reach across Western Zemuria, perhaps even going into the Eastern lands. Being shown to the public in this manner did cause me a bit of worry, considering those like Cheryl did not make a return to the public yet. As for Ren, especially after receiving Ren Blessing, I am sure she sees me as family now instead of the family she used to be a part of. If after tonight the Hayworths come to make a connection with Ren, or Cheryl's family to Cheryl, I will probably have to address the matter with the two. Apart from that, though, Cheryl is still feigning ignorance that she doesn't know me presently, but secretly requested a bit of time for the two to meet up afterward later tonight. She wasn't the only one, though. After riling up the nobles through his overbearing speech like he usually does, Father sent me an invitation to converse later as well, but it wasn't just sent to me. He then excused himself from the Emperor's presence, likely proceeding to his private room. The Chancellor's invitation was sent to both Princess Alphen and I. She was a bit surprised to receive the invitation too. I could sort of guess what Father's matter is related to, as it would affect Valflame Palace as a whole, or at least as a chance to. I've decided to conduct the Vermilion trials in 2 months' time, after my time spent at the Vander Dojo comes to a close. It would be best to bring it up with the royal family who resides in Valflame Palace presently, and the princess was, of course, a part of that. Sadly, these conversations won't be held until later, long after the dance ends. For now, I only felt the warmth of Princess Alphen's hands as her hands rested against mine. We both currently held a pose in a wide-open area of the first main platform that was within reach of His Majesty. It could also be seen empty apart from us too, giving us all the space that we needed. All of the other nobles quickly made their way to the sides, as they weren't dumb enough to go against the Emperor. If they were to interrupt the Crown Princess dance, that would be equivalent to slapping the Emperor's face. And speaking of the nobles who were present here, they were mostly dominant figures of the Empire who had well-off connections with the great houses. Not all of the great houses were present tonight, but of those who did make an appearance, it was quite surprising to see Rufus here. He didn't seem to be alone either. I saw a younger boy next to him who appeared very similar to Rufus. I could only guess he was Rufus' younger brother, Juicy's. Despite having different mothers, they were still both of the Alberia household, though Rufus, not sharing the same immediate blood as his younger brother, was kept a secret from most. I do not know how many people know of it by now, but it probably isn't a lot, and it is likely best not to talk about it until it is brought up. I haven't seen Rufus since my venture in Namath Island after making his appearance along with Lecter inside the caves. Some years had passed since, but he hadn't changed a bit. He didn't have Juicy's at his side then. I will probably take a bit of time to introduce myself to him. It is possible that with Juicy's here, Rufus may also have a similar line of thinking. Rufus wasn't the only one present here either. It was very surprising that Aurelia made an appearance. She was a noble, but of the lesser ranks, more toward the bottom. I have been in touch with her over the last couple years, and it seems she decided to venture into Aaron Village for a bit to progress her magic training. I am happy for her that she did that, and seeing Aurelia here tonight, she probably had enough time to do so to pause her training. I am curious to see if she will dance with anyone after the so-called practice dance is complete. I could always reach out to Aurelia before another noble approaches her, and take her for a dance after I finish mine with Princess Alphen. Haha. My thoughts aside, though, I saw Princess Alphen smiling at me. She remained calm, still as water, despite feeling the heartbeat of her chest pitter back and forth. It didn't take long before a slight hint of a rose-like color to appear on her cheeks as she stared into my eyes. Seeing her look at me, I responded with a smile of my own before I spoke to her. That only means it'll have to live up to everyone's expectations tonight. I haven't been slacking, you know, I replied with a smile. Oh, I know. If you have, you wouldn't be standing here tonight. You take your own etiquette courses back in Grancel, right? Princess Alphen asked me. I sure do. I have a pretty competent maid who helps with all things related to a noble's upbringing. I am really in debt to her, and being that I'm still a boy, I have to take the lead. I answered. Well, then lead away, my dear fiancé, Princess Alphen retorted with a playful smile. The moment she uttered that, the two of us, as well as everyone present in Esmela's garden, suddenly began to hear a sound of soft, classical music with a hint of jazz spread throughout the entire garden. Hearing the music was the signal for the two of us to take our first steps. I'm really grateful for Hilda in matters like these, since she practically drilled noble etiquette into me. The moment my body felt the change in the air and the music began to play, my feet began to move as if they were now moving on their own, with Princess Alphen's feet following in the shadows. Stones. Chapter 224. Dance 2. Let's try to get over 500. Inside Esmela's garden, a violet-haired boy and a golden blonde-haired girl, hands clasped together and poised in a particular but striking pose, started to take step by step once the music that emanated from the hidden orbal machines began to play across the entire garden. Time seemed to have slowed down to match each step Princess Alphen and Naoto took. Naoto was grateful for the etiquette courses he took since he made his return to Grancel Castle from the caves. It's not like he wasn't idle during all of his free time in the last few years. Thanks to receiving noble etiquette courses from Hilda, Naoto was confident to take the lead in tonight's dance. Princess Alphen responded in kind, and she matched her step with every step Naoto took. In one moment, the two would be in the center of the stage, while in the next 1 or 2 moments, the two would be in one of the corners. Some steps would be rapid, while others would be slow, all flowing along with the smooth music echoing around them. If there was one thing to get used to as I continued my dancing with my now fiancée, Princess Alphen, it was the many eyes that were currently observing us. From the sides and behind were several influential nobles that made up most of Erebonia's top brass, excluding the great houses. In front of us was Princess Alphen's immediate family, which meant His Majesty and Her Majesty, as well as the 2 princes. The group we both came with were also present with them, but more off to the side. And there were also those reporters who stuck around, proceeding to flash their cameras without a care for the world. I got used to cameras being flashed at me back when I made my return as Liberal's Crown Prince, but it is still an uncomfortable feeling. Those etiquette courses really did wonders on you. You aren't a noble who slacks off. You will definitely make a good impression on those nobles, Princess Alphen uttered softly as she continued to look into my eyes as she smiled at me. I think I share the same opinion as you, Alphen. You're no slouch either. It looks like your courses at St. Estrella has been going well. You've been matching my pace quite splendidly. I responded back with a smile of my own. I feel as if the dance just started though, even though so much time has passed already. It's a shame the song is reaching its final chorus already. Father wanted us to have the first dance tonight be a practice dance, but it will serve as a real dance for others to follow as the event goes on. Do not be surprised if others approach you for a dance tonight. Big brother, Princess Alphen continued to utter in a more serious tone. Of course, being invited to dance is seen as honorable among the nobles, so I won't turn one down if I'm asked. Does it work the same way for noble girls like you, Alphen? I decided to ask. One wouldn't enter high noble society until one turned 15 or 16 years of age. That was soon approaching my way, but it was still 5 years or so off for Princess Alphen. I saw Princess Alphen gently nod her head. Yes, nobles take dancing very seriously here. It's equivalent to courting girls and seeing if they're worthy to enter their peerage for the time to come. This first dance holds significance to every single noble present here, including father and mother. With you taking the lead like this, I'm sure the engagement declared between us will even see approval in their eyes. Princess Alphen explained in a more serious tone. Is that so? Then we should finish off strong since our song is about to end. I could add some flair to it, but I think I'll save that for when you truly enter high society later. I responded, revealing a playful grin. Oh my, perhaps that would be something to look forward to. Princess Alphen responded back at me with a smile. The two of us continued to talk for a bit while I let my feet work their magic. Princess Alphen was able to follow along with every step that I took. The particular flair I was thinking of adding at a later time was the waltz. That has some pretty skillful moves in it that require some preparation before the dance. Not something easy that can be done on a whim. It would not fit Princess Alphen now to do it, so we just kept our current rhythm, step by step, until the final chorus ended. Before the two of us realized it, both Princess Alphen and I found ourselves right where we started, in the center of the stage. To everyone's surprise, the dance between us two was done splendidly. His Majesty was the first one to start clapping his hand, which drew everyone's attention. The Empress soon followed, being the second person to clap, and before long, the rest of the group in front began to clap their hands. Seeing the royal family start clapping their hands before them, Rufus was the first one to clap his hand, which ignited the rest of the nobles to clap their hands. Seeing everyone so in unison together with their clapping stunned the reporters who were off to the side, but they quickly started to clap and flash their cameras. The first dance of the night was a resounding success. To my surprise, I could see a few drops of sweat trickle down from my head, feeling the adrenaline start coursing through my body. After everyone applauded us, Princess Alphen took one of my hands and lifted up into the air. I went on, and the two of us bowed to the nobles. Many began to nod their head in acknowledgement to us, seeing how successful it was. This also was the signal for the nobles to start intermingling with each other, so I bid Princess Alphen farewell for now. She retreated to the side to where her parents and brothers were while I remained off to the side to catch my breath. It didn't take long for the other nobles to take up multiple platforms, beginning dances of their own. As for the two groups we arrived with, they were offered hands as a formal gesture to partake in the fun. I, of course, didn't slack off after taking a moment by myself, as I had explained to Princess Alphen that I had interest in dancing with Aurelia tonight as well. She was happy to see me decide on such a thing, and as she went to her parents, my eyes quickly found the silver-haired beauty off to the side. I saw her turn down a couple nobles before I took the time to approach her. Seeing Princess Alphen's new fiancé approach, Aurelia caused those nobles some surprise, and even a few looked our way. Using the current flow, I asked Aurelia's hand for a dance, and she in return accepted. It didn't take long before a lot of us began dancing at tonight's event inside the Esmola's garden. I could see Aurelia was happy to see me and invited her to partake in it, and we chatted for a bit while we danced, catching up on things the two of us have missed during the last couple years. Stones, Chapter 225. After Miss Me? Apologies if it's been silent this last week. I kicked off a new fanfic, which has been received quite well since its launch. I am resuming posting for a gamer into Trails. As always, both nobles and commoners alike were able to experience some dancing during the party. Father ruled with an iron fist here, so even if a noble decided to lash out at another, they probably would have been shown where the exit was. Most knew that with the Chancellor being present, they knew how to act. There were quite a bit of nobles in service of the great houses who were opposed to the work the Chancellor has been doing for the Empire lately. This would eventually culminate into what is known as the October War, which played a big part in Cold Steel 2. Reen and his classmates literally experienced a civil war happening right before their very eyes here. and went around the country, gathering forces to try and stop the culprit who was behind it, Duke Qian. But then again, the October War was mostly a big farce to what was truly happening in the shadows. And that was to resurrect the Infernal Palace to try and claim Testarossa. Duke Qian claimed it as his lost heritage, when in reality he was just a big pompous fool trying to think a divine knight was rightfully his. All 7 divine knights were claimed by trial-goers. Only those who completed their set trial could become a pilot of a divine knight. It wasn't like lineage didn't serve a purpose, though, since Testarossa was piloted a lot by princes of the past. But having Duke Qian claiming heritage on it meant nothing. His ancestors that partook in the War of the Lions lost their lives trying to claim Testarossa, and Duke Qian thought to continue pursuing their dreams, since he had ties to one of the fallen princes. Yet all this did was allow easier passage to where the testing ground were located. For my instance, the testing ground starting point is at Drachel's Plaza. In the games, it showed that Testarossa was actually chained up hundreds of meters in the earth below, and Duke Qian tried to forcibly awaken it by using Prince Cedric. He didn't even likely know where the trial grounds were. But since it opened up for me during my last visit to the capital when I was still a child, this will likely allow me to form a true bond with Testarossa, one of that being a partner, rather than master-servant like Duke Qian tried to accomplish. Believe it or not, the Divine Knights aren't as autonomous as one would think, like the Rosenberg studio would often craft. Divine Knights are knights who possess soul-like qualities. They can speak, react, and have friendly conversations with their pilots, even going as far as expressing what emotions they can feel. Still, with the evening party wrapping up, I had full intentions to meet with Father to talk about my intentions of starting the Vermilion trials in 2 months' time. My foundations are still well underway in being strengthened, and after training at the Vander Dojo, I think I'll have a good handle to tackle whatever it has to throw at me. On top of that, it'll have my magic, my previous combat training, my newly attuned Enigma 2 with AI, Kia support, my gear, and so on. I won't be alone either. The party system was one of the main features of the Trail series. While there are powerhouses who are rightfully strong on their own, so much more can be accomplished while in groups. Presently, I have sent out invitations to Zin, Kalika, Aurelia, Emma, and Kevin. It is possible Father may try to bring a person on his side to partake in the trials, to which I'm not against it. Hell, even Ouroboros may even try to send in a participant. There was the topic of Ren too, but she is still a little girl. Sure, she is now the pilot of Patermater, but I'm not sure if I should invite such a young girl like Ren to partake in the Vermilion trials. Besides, Ren and even Cheryl are appearing to be students of Saint Estrella now. I don't want to disturb much of their current life. If Ren and Cheryl wanted to have a more normal life during this period, then I'm all for it. As for Father, I am curious to see what Father will have to discuss later. But the trial will definitely be a focal point, considering he invited Princess Alphen together with me. He may even have His Majesty with him during this conversation. I do want to speak of Father alone by myself later too, even if it is just for a short moment or two. After all, he is my father, and I still see him as my father, whereas in the case of Reen, he currently sees Teo as his father. Right now, he doesn't even know that Gileath is Reen's father. Only he and I do, and likely the Ironbloods, considering they're the heart of his intelligence division. Thankfully, the party was in its wrapping-up point. The reporters have long since departed after seeing the first dance Princess Alphen and I had. The dancing period everyone had lasted for about an hour, with the nobles doing their typical socializing party afterward. It made the night go by really fast. After the first dance I had with Princess Alphen, I asked Aurelia to lead off the dancing with the other nobles. My partners for the night did not end there, though. After Aurelia was surprisingly muse. But I guess she wanted to find out what I was all to her, since I was now Princess Alphen's fiancé. Despite seemingly no older than 9 or 10 years old, either, Muse was quite the fervent dancer. She tried to take the lead multiple times in a rather fast-paced song, but I was able to keep up with her. Seeing that I didn't back down during any of it, she was quite cheerful at the end. I didn't know what was going on in her mind, but I saw Princess Alphen and Elise look on with interest. If anything, It was enough to satisfy Muse during the dance. Enough to the point where a favorability meter was unlocked for her. It was still showing a low rating afterwards. But that meant that her favorability toward me may start increasing if we happen to encounter each other more often. After Muse, I only danced with one other girl that night. It was quite mentally exhausting dancing with Princess Alphen, Aurelia, and Muse. It consumed quite a bit of my stamina as well. Ren saw the tiredness in my eyes as she offered to be the fourth partner to dance with. I didn't say no to her, but she went with a slower song to help me recover the stamina that I had spent dancing with the others. During this, she was quite happy to be able to see me again. We chatted for a bit and heard Ren resolve about wanting to stay with Cheryl here. Cheryl did say that she wanted to speak with me privately later, and Ren told me about it as well. Cheryl opted not to dance with tonight since she was still being aloof, acting like she didn't know me. Ren was a bit playful too, as she told me back in the girls' changing room. The two revealed a bit of our past to the girls who were with them. I am curious to see if the girls' opinion will change of me after hearing that they know of my rescuing of them. But it still doesn't deny that I am still Princess Alphen's fiancé now. Once Ren and I finished dancing, I bid farewell to the other nobles and retreated to where His Majesty was still standing. It seemed Emma decided to take a step back and mostly watch on, seeing others dance. The other girls decided to dance with the guys and even a few nobles as a formal gesture, since turning one down would be equivalent to slapping them in the face. Thankfully, no roughhousing ensued, and after that hour or so spent, the dancing came to an end. The only girl who I didn't really spot the entire night was Phi. She was trying to play hide and seek, not want to dance at all. I found that pretty funny, seeing Phi behave like that. It seemed she really didn't want to be in that dress of hers. She was still a young girl like the rest was. But that frilly dress did do Phi wonders of her appearance. Her Majesty knew what was going to happen afterward, so she used a couple of maids to take everyone outside of Esmela's garden, bidding farewell to the nobles. I bidded farewell to Aurelia, and of course Rufus, and even Juicy's. While I was done with my dancing, I saw Rufus come up to us and introduce Juicy's, his younger brother, to me. He was yet another member of the first future Class 7. I saw surprise in his eyes after he learned that I was the foreign emissary that came to Valflame Palace to partake in tonight's festivities. He was there during the engagement announcement, so I'm curious to see how Juicy's will react later on once Class 7 starts to form in a few years' time. The conversation didn't last long, though, and after paying his respects to the Emperor, the two Alberia brothers dismissed themselves from the party. They were pretty much the main headliner in tonight's dance apart from our group. So seeing Rufus now gone, a lot of nobles left while the Empress was guiding them out with the maids. The Empress also had a maid guide our group to a few guest rooms to stay the night and enjoy the snowfall that was still happening outside. For me, though, once everyone departed from Esmela's garden, only Princess Alphen, me, and His Majesty remained behind. Seeing the Emperor standing firm before me as he smiled, I didn't back down from him. Stones. Chapter 226. Heading inside, I am going to start doing a scheduled posting for my current fanfics. There will be an exception for this week, and chapters will be posted on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If you guys haven't checked out my other new fanfic, it is a Frost Demon in DBEZ. But going forward, my posting schedule will now be Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday. A Frost Demon in DB is Sunday, and Monday, Wednesday. A Gamer in a Trails Friday, Saturday. Going back to my past fanfics, being Marvel Reversal, a Reincarnated Tale, Pokemon, or Rebirth. On posting days, if I'm on a roll in writing, it could end up being more than one chapter, but at minimum, expect one chapter that day. As always, Chapter 226, heading inside the Winter Ball, had successfully come to a close. The nobles were now gone, leaving Esmela's garden vacated. The others that were with either me or Princess Alphen joined the Emperor's side, retreating to several guest rooms to stay the night. There was one exception to that, and that was of course me and Princess Alphen. The two of us remained behind in the garden. We were greeted by an additional person after all of the festivities ended, and that was Claire. She personally stood by the large door, standing quietly without disturbing us. It made sense since she was on active duty, I know very well who rested behind these doors, but that wasn't the only thing that remained with us. I could see a golden blonde-haired man decked out in vermilion splendor, having aged quite a bit since I saw him last over 10 years ago. It was hard to believe so much time had passed since my first visit. Compared to his relaxed expression from the ball earlier in the evening, I could see a more composed and dignified look in his eyes now. This person was the one who stood at the top over all of Erebonia, the current ruling emperor, His Majesty Emperor Eugent III. Despite being the reigning emperor, he was also the father of Prince Olivert and Prince Cedric, as well as the girl who was standing beside me. A firm look could be seen in her eyes as she sported a smile. Well, despite his imposing look as he silently observed the two of us in this passing moment, I do wonder, is it too early to start calling him father-in-law? After all, we used the winter ball earlier in the evening to declare the engagement of Princess Alphen and I to literally all of Zemuria. On top of it being used as a way to strengthen a relationship between the two countries that used to be at war with each other not too long ago. It also acts as an allied support between the two in case other countries start displaying their interest in waging war. This engagement held a lot of significance. I did not know what was going on in my father's mind at the time, but this is a great step in the plan I had mentioned to the girls back in the castle. My plan to unify Western Zemuria. Father has great insight into how he manages things, even going as far as playing the villain to accomplish what he wants to do. He tried to use war and legends to try and unify Western Zemuria. Perhaps he had already caught on to what I am trying to accomplish here. Due to the insight he holds, his title is not just for show. Father is called the Blood and Iron Chancellor for a reason. I do wonder if he already had seen through what I was trying to accomplish lately. Going with such a bold plan and suggesting the engagement between Princess Alphen and I. Grandmother hadn't spoken of my engagement of Princess Claudia and I to the Chancellor, so I wonder if he knew that had already happened a while back. He wouldn't even bat an eye to wage war if it meant benefiting the world as a whole. While I'm almost the polar opposite in trying to fight against Father for this unification by strengthening the bonds and relationships I hold with the connections I've developed since I was born. The gamer system does play a large role in this too. And well, if this topic does get brought up in the discussion tonight, I will be prepared to answer in kind. Princess Alphen beside me likely won't have a clue what is going on. That doesn't deny the fact that I could see that Princess Alphen likes me. And quite a lot too. On top of that, I'm curious to see how Grandmother will react to this giant debacle once I make my return to Grancel Castle in 2 months' time. Right now, though, I could just see Princess Alphen smiling at her father while she stood beside me. It didn't take long for His Majesty to start talking to the two of us. It would seem he found tonight's ball enjoyable, Prince Naoto. I cannot be happier to see my daughter enjoying herself tonight. Hopefully it served up to your expectations, Emperor Eugent said to me, causing me to smile. Of course. I even got a dance with a couple folks I wasn't expecting to see tonight. I'd say tonight was well worth it, if you include the banquet into the mix. I'm even walking away with such a cute fiancé, E2, I said, only to turn my head toward Princess Alphen and reach out my hand, suddenly plopping it over her head. Princess Alphen didn't shy away, and she let me pat her head a bit. Doing this caused her to giggle. Hee, Big Brother Naoto, you're such a teaser. You definitely showed off your skill tonight, though. You could even keep up with Muse's dancing. She's still a year younger than me, but she's already starting to take her etiquette seriously. She's already had a practice partner here and there, but Muse's fervor would always cause them to quit halfway through. Even I found it surprising to see her dance to that song's completion. She'll definitely be sleeping with a satisfied face tonight. Princess Alphen responded as she enjoyed my hand ruffling through her hair. As I did, Emperor Eugent stared at his daughter as he listened to her. His eyes raised up slightly. Perhaps there was some context behind me unlocking Muse's favorability then. I inwardly mused to myself for a moment. Was there such a thing? Emperor Eugent asked, since he didn't know what his daughter was referring to. But of course, you need to be with the crowd, as they say, Papa. You needn't distance yourself from others, Princess Alphen responded as she puffed her cheeks a bit. Huh, perhaps I have been working too much lately. There's still lingering effects sprouting up in our borders since the 100 Days War ended, so I've been focused on doing some reformations of our military with the Chancellor's assistance. But perhaps I've been working too lately in overseeing project after project. Would you like it if I took a week off here and there to spend some time back at our imperial villa? Emperor Eugen asked, causing Princess Alphen's eyes to light up. That would be splendid. I could even show Big Brother around our villa. You said you'd be around for another 2 months at least, right? Princess Alphen looked my way. Indeed, I will be under the care of the Vander Dojo, but I should have plenty of free time, I said with a nod of my head. Very good then. They'll have a talk about it with Priscilla, but I'm sure she won't mind it either. And while that does seem fun and all, we mustn't spend too much time conversing like this. You know the Chancellor is a very busy man, even more busy than me, Emperor Eugen said, sporting a more serious look in his eyes. Seeing his seriousness, Princess Alphen nodded her head. Yes, I've encountered the Chancellor on a few occasions. His work for our empire is top-notch from what I hear. Rifts among nobles have been growing, but he's been trying to patch that while trying to make it easier on the commoners' lives. That alone is not easy to handle, Princess Alphen said with a look of respect in her eyes. But I do get wanting to meet with Big Brother, but why would he go out of his way to invite me? Princess Alphen asked, not knowing the answer. She saw Emperor Eugen remain silent for a brief moment before he unexpectedly looked my way. I could see it in his eyes, but it was as if the Emperor had come to an understanding of sorts. I wonder, what does he think he knows? It wasn't explained verbally at all, but having the Chancellor bring a tiny kid with him of an unknown origin didn't mean nothing. While not particularly strong, as some powerhouses are in Zemuria, the Emperor definitely did have his wits on him. Like Claire's special ability of piecing the full story together in mere moments, it was possible Emperor Eugen here had already started to piece together who I really was. Or perhaps, did he know all along, since father was on military leave at the time, and only kept it as a secret not known to anyone? Either way, I could see it in his eyes, and silently, I nodded my head at him, causing Emperor Eugen to smile. He then turned toward Princess Alphen again and answered her. There's a reason for everything, my daughter. The Chancellor has spared a few moments, and he reached his hand out to include you. Everything will be explained inside, but I will warn you now, everything beyond these doors and into the Chancellor's private room, none of it is to be whispered outside of it. Not a peep. Understand? Emperor Eugen asked, causing Princess Alphen's eyes to become surprised, since she didn't expect her father to be so serious on the matter. Princess Alphen could only silently nod her head as Claire observed our conversation in silence. Still, she knew what to do, and opened the door to a rather long and stylish hallway, eventually letting us reach a particular room deep within Esmela's garden, one that isn't allowed for many folks to enter stones. Chapter 227, Gileath Osborne, right this way please, Claire said using a formal tone. She was in the presence of the standing Emperor of Erebonia, so she knew how to act according to the situation. We all saw her open the large doors. Further beyond laid a long and fancy corridor with marbled flooring. This area was used to invite VIPs among VIPs. A normal noble or commoner wouldn't be able to enter this place, largely because it was frequently used to serve these special guests or create good business opportunities. It was also used by the Emperor and the Chancellor during their downtime, acting as a private home away from home. Reen would also get to have a one-on-one talk with Chancellor Osborne here, letting him dive deeper into the past he never knew about. Reen is still blissfully unaware that not only does he have a father who is still alive, but also has a half-brother, who was, of course, none other than me. It's been a while since I've seen Reen, so I'm curious to see how he's been doing. I'm pretty sure Reen's ogre powers have been exhibited for the first time, so I probably should have a chat with Elise later to see how Reen's been doing. It's possible that he may have even stopped going to Yin Kafai's dojo, since his powers were quite fearsome during this time. As I thought that, Claire started to guide us along the long and fancy corridor. It was fully equipped with marble tiling, much like the request of the palace was. As we walked, we soon arrived in front of one of the rooms further in the back of the corridor, off to the side. The one all the way back was meant for the Emperor, which was mostly off limits most of the time. Seeing the three of us arrive in front of this door, Claire parted ways, remaining off to the side with a serious look in her eyes. However, at the same time, I felt a strange fluctuation in the air from further inside the corridor where His Majesty's room was. An illusory light quickly reached my eyes, but the others seemed unaware of the sudden shift in the atmosphere. It felt very familiar. It was a mana fluctuation, but the presence quickly vanished as quickly as it arrived. Yet my head still was turned slightly to the left, observing empty air. Is something wrong? Big brother? Princess Alphen asked, being unsure of the behavior I was currently showing. It might be my imagination, I said, putting my head on Princess Alphen's head again to ease her worry. Yet Claire reacted differently. Her eyes turned more serious than before. She even reached down to her holster, drawing out the same orbital pistol she always likes to use. You've got good eyes, Your Highness. It wasn't just your imagination, Claire said, only to release the firing mechanism on her gun, making it ready to fire at will. Even His Majesty's gaze turned serious, seeing Claire suddenly do this. This area is strictly forbidden and is off limits. Either come out with your hands up, or I'm going to force you out, Claire declared, only to continue seeing empty space further in the corridor. Did someone really try to sneak into Esmela's garden? Emperor Eugent said with a frown. All he saw was an empty space. A moment of this passed by in silence, seeing the corridor remain silent. Claire really did always have a good eye in discerning things. I doubt she could actually feel the flow of mana, but I could still feel a presence pretty much standing right before me, but in the distance. I could pretty much guess who it was who came, but I decided to let Claire do her thing. Fine. Our way it is. Don't regret having an open bullet wound when I drag you to a jail cell later, Claire said. Princess Alphen's eyes turned wide in surprise, seeing Claire fire off an orbital bullet right here in the corridor. A loud bang struck our ears, causing the princess to become momentarily dazed. At the same time, the bullet struck against empty air, but it's not as if it didn't give any results. A quick reflection of light obscured into view, revealing a rather slim figure, but it was only the outline. This lasted very briefly, and the figure successfully hid again, hidden in plain sight, as they say. A cloaking device? Emperor Eugent wondered, musing to himself as he saw Claire still armed. I played the part, shielding Princess Alphen with my arm. She didn't expect to hear such a loud yet muffled bang suddenly strike against this corridor. But before Claire could take any further action or shooting, we suddenly heard an imposing voice reach our ears, a bit muffled as it came from behind the room. Stand down, Claire. Who you are firing at is no enemy. Don't waste your bullets trying either. I am safe to assume as such, Your Highness Naoto. The imposing, yet ever so familiar voice suddenly called out to us, and more specifically, reached out to me. Hearing this voice, Claire couldn't help but raise her eyes hearing the Chancellor call out like that. Your Excellency, Claire tried to utter, only to quickly lower her orbital gun. She was one not to refuse him, especially when Father gives an order like that. Claire could only lower her weapon, only to draw her gaze my way. Don't tell me. Is this your doing, Your Highness? Claire said as she frowned, pulling away the hostility she displayed earlier. She still had doubt in her eyes, but to her surprise, I gently nodded my head. My eyes turned toward the corridor again, and I yelled out, despite it currently appearing empty. You can reveal yourself, Emma. It would seem the Chancellor's insight is as excellent as always. Even Claire was able to sense you, I suddenly said, causing Claire's eyes to become surprised again, not expecting a familiar name to hear. Understood, a fourth voice said from seemingly nowhere. The cloaking-like illusion before us suddenly bent light in a particular area of the corridor. It didn't take long for an outline of a person to emerge from it, one quite slim. Claire's surprise remained as she saw a plum-haired girl currently decked out in Zephyr's Jaeger armor. On top of that, she currently had her custom-built orbital sniper rifle hoisted over her back, towering over her. Princess Alphen's eyes were surprised as well, since she wasn't expecting to see Emma here, and in this fashion too. Don't tell me the thing about you being a bodyguard along with that white-haired girl was actually true. Princess Alphen couldn't help but ask as she observed Emma's current appearance. She smiled hearing that question. In a way, Naoto tasked me to stay on guard here should anything happen after the ball ended. I do apologize if this has offended you in any way, Your Majesty, Emma said in a polite tone. It took a moment for His Majesty to recollect himself, but he nodded his head. Added security never hurts. I didn't think such a young girl like you would be so well-trained in combat. Emperor Eugent mused to himself. Nor did I think it would be you, Emma. I didn't think you'd have skills like this. Could it be that espionage is your forte? Claire wondered, only to put the orbital gun she was holding back into her holster. Sure, let's go with that, Emma said, declining the fact that she currently knew magic like I did. She simply bent the reflection of the light to hide away in plain sight. A rather simple spell, but quite an effective one. Oh, I sure am going to have some stories to tell the others after tonight is done. Princess Alphen responded with a smile, seeing the danger pass. You can chat with the others later, my daughter. We mustn't keep the Chancellor waiting, Emperor Eugent said, only to walk up to the door that was still in front of us. Claire returned to the side of the door and resumed her post. She let the Emperor open the door, and before us laid a rather big room with a large table in the immediate front. It was big enough to let several people sit, and it was a low-elevated table, not one used in dining areas. Further beyond were some windows that gave a view of the palace behind Heimdall, as well as a desk. There were some drawers and plants scattered around, but overall, it wasn't overly decorated. But further inside the room, we all saw a tall man wearing a large overcoat that hid away his suit. It covered most of his body, reaching down toward his feet. It was mostly black in color too, apart from the side of it which was red on one of the sides. I came across Father earlier during the banquet and the ball, but this was a time where we now have a private meeting with him. This time included Emma as well. Seeing that she was no longer under her illusory spell, she simply remained behind us, keeping our rear in check. Once the door was opened, Gileath stood up from his desk, and a smile appeared on his face. Thank you for your majesty and your highnesses in sparing a bit of your time tonight. Like yourselves, I am quite busy, so I do not have much time to spare, but still, please come in. We can talk further inside, Gileath Osborne said as he welcomed us. Once we were all past the door, we saw Claire shut it, leaving us now standing before one of the most powerful men in Erebonia as it stands. The current Chancellor of Erebonia's Imperial Diet, Chancellor Gileath Osborne. Stones? Chapter 228. Truth seeing the corridor was no longer showing any sign of danger, Claire returned to her usual strict appearance, allowing us to enter the door. I debated on taking Emma inside as well, but at the last moment, I asked her to stay outside with Claire, leaving just the three of us in the room. So it was just the Emperor, Princess Alphen, and me, and we were soon greeted by a middle-aged man dressed in a long dark suit. Excluding the events tonight, I have not come across this man in quite some time, since he was of course my father, the one and only Chancellor Gileath Osborne. A smile could currently be seen on his face as he greeted us with politeness, since he knew he was currently in the face of the Emperor. Thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedules to come here tonight. Especially you two. Your Highnesses. You two must be tired from the dancing from earlier. It was quite a practice dance, or so I've been told. It will definitely be making the headlines in many news agencies after tonight passes, Gileath said, welcoming us. You think so? None of the nobles attending tonight voiced any objections to the two of us initiating the first dance of tonight's ball. Big Brother was able to keep them on the toes during the entire song. I'm sure you've been reported by the news countless of times back in liberal Big Brother, but you may rise to fame here in Erebonia and perhaps even our surrounding countries. I'm glad we were able to please such a crowd tonight. Princess Alphen happily responded. True. And the matter that the engagement between you two has been made public for as far as the eyes could see. I do hope taking action like this won't cause any repercussions. We're already being seen in a bad light by Calvard. If they see that two neighboring countries are trying to strengthen their ties as countries, Calvard may even start to perceive this action as a threat. I am sure you are taking countermeasures against this, right, Chancellor? Emperor Eugent asked the Chancellor. You needn't worry about that, Your Highness. I am still in the drafting phase of non-aggression pact, to which I plan to pay a visit to Her Majesty in Liberal right after the turn of our next century. We did give that temporary ceasefire shortly after the 100 Days War ended with Liberal, but this pact will make it formal, and it will include Calvert as well. I will be giving quite an ample amount of resources to Calvert in response to the engagement announcement that was delivered tonight. If Calvert is smart, they will accept it and enter the non-aggression pact with us. And besides, their economy hasn't been doing well lately, and their housing and stock markets have started to plummet. It's likely Calvert will even enter a financial crisis. President Rocksmith will have most of his worries targeting that in the coming future, and if he starts to see our two countries rise up to become a threat, he won't be able to divert much manpower to counterattack. If anything, this package could even be seen as a financial aid package to help Calvert's encroaching finance crisis, Gileath said, explaining the situation at hand with our neighbor, Calvert. Hearing the Chancellor's explanation, Emperor Eugent raised his eyes. Is Calvert really in such a dire strait? You even deployed those railway cannons at Guerrilla not too long ago as well, didn't you? Emperor Eugent asked. Indeed, we have even strengthened our eastern border as well with those railway cannons. If President Rocksmith decides to even lend a tiny portion of his military to instigate a tear between us, it is clear as day that the repercussions he could receive will be drastic. Sure, we currently do not hold any desire to start a new war with another neighbor, but he would be an idiot to try otherwise. He will have his hands tied, trying to keep Calvert in check for the time to come. Gileath responded, trying to clear away any doubt Emperor Eugene had as to how our neighboring countries would try to respond to tonight's events. Father was true. There's going to be a financial crisis hitting Calvert soon. That is why I contacted Van and his buddies not too long ago about certain things to take interest in economy and try to take advantage of what may come out of it in the future. I do not know how much of Van's life will be playing out, but he will attempt to form an office of sorts, similar to how bracers do their work. But that was just shoddy mercenary business at best. If he could grow from taking advantage of the crashing stock market, then that would make it all the worthwhile. As Father mentioned just now, it would be foolish of Calvert to initiate any sort of war in response to the engagement I now have with Princess Alphen. I see. It sounds like you've thought of multiple scenarios that could potentially take place from what would happen after tonight, so I'm glad you weren't just sitting idly to enjoy the coming of our next century. But this talk of looming threats of our nations wasn't the main topic of tonight's discussion, right? Chancellor, Emperor Eugent said, feeling more relaxed now and his serious look lifted. We all saw the Chancellor nod his head. Yes, their Highnesses are under the impression that any word spoken in this room is to be kept in this room and not be spoken of anywhere else. Is that correct, Your Majesty? Gileath asked with a serious look in his eyes. Princess Alphen raised her eyes, since she was informed of this by her father. Seeing the Chancellor say it as well, curiosity only grew in her eyes. Just what is so secret that can't leave this room, where both Papa and the Chancellor are present? Princess Alphen couldn't help but wonder. She couldn't make any guess as to what it was. But I could see that she was going to be in for a surprise, since I could take a guess what Father was going to refer to. It would seem that my relationship with him is finally going to shed some light, at least to a couple people. If I recall, the only other person who knows this secret relationship that I share with Father is Grandmother. There is likely Claire and Emma, since the two of them saw my previous meeting with Father back in Crossbell. Outside of these three people and those who were taken in our family photo, it has not been spoken of to anyone else. The less people to know about it, the better, at least until the Cold Steel games start to kick off. I do have plans to inform the girls eventually, but it would seem Princess Alphen is going to become the first to know of it. Emperor Eugent nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, both Prince Naoto and Alphen have been informed before being led to this room. Even you haven't told me this matter directly either, but I can only guess what this matter is for it to say so secretive. If I were to take a guess, it would be about Prince Naoto here, right? Emperor Eugent asked, causing Princess Alphen to blink her eyes. Something so secretive about Big Brother. Princess Alphen couldn't help but ask as she looked my way. The Chancellor only nodded his head. Yes. Come, my child. Let me see how much you have grown since our last encounter in Crossbell's police department a couple years ago. It truly has been a while since I've seen you, Gileath happily said, sporting a rare smile over his face, one that seemed to give off a familiar feeling of familial warmth. The last encounter we had was back in Crossbell, was strictly business. I couldn't help but feel some resurfacing feelings as I started to approach Father. Father, I uttered softly, causing Princess Alphen's eyes to turn wide in shock. She saw me approach the overbearing man before her, but that gentle smile seemed to elude him for what he was. I walked right up to Father, and he suddenly wrapped his arms around me, entering a hug, to my surprise. Still, I didn't stop him, and I hugged him back, enjoying a rare moment like this together. I knew it, Emperor Eugen said, seeing Gileath hug a violet-haired boy before him, while Princess Alphen remained in shock. Are you saying that the Chancellor is actually Big Brother's father? Princess Alphen exclaimed in shock, not believing what she had just heard. Stones. Chapter 229. A chat, let's try to get over 500. Meanwhile, as the door was firmly locked with Princess Alphen looking on in shock, only to see Erebonia's one and only blood and iron Chancellor hugging a 13-year-old violet-haired boy with a gentle look in his eyes, and likewise the Emperor of Erebonia observing on as if he had a revelation of the bond the two shared. Outside the door, Claire could be seen standing at her post, silently guarding the room behind her. Not even the maids remained behind. The corridor was completely silent, but this time, Claire was not alone. As the silence passed on, Claire couldn't help feel a hidden pressure, but also an air of mystery wafting around in the corridor. Her eyes were greeted by a plum-haired girl who seemed to be no younger than 12 girls old. Her eyes were clear and unclouded behind the glasses she was currently wearing. She's met this girl a couple times on occasion, each time being in the presence of Liberal's crown prince. Wherever he went, Claire found this girl walking right in his shadows, as if she was a marionette dancing to the prince's tune. But that didn't seem to restrict the girl's freedom. No, Claire found it quickly that this girl before her had all the freedom in the world to do whatever she pleased. Claire was at a loss over this conundrum that was playing out in her thoughts right now. She felt contracted during this air of silence. And on top of everything, this girl before her knew how to operate this insane custom-built orbital rifle. Just one shot at the back at Northumbria caused several soldiers to fall unconscious after toppling them down from that large rocky crag. In Claire's eyes, she could assume this orbital rifle rivaled that of other S-class weapons, ones that were classified as restricted information inside her network. Not many of them existed, but each one was quite powerful, each wielded by a different person. And of course, the gun that was currently equipped on this girl's back was added to that list. Along with that air of mystery Claire was feeling, she felt a hidden pressure of danger. If it wasn't for that gun and her current appearance decked out in Zephyr armor with parts of her skin being exposed, she would just be a regular girl in her eyes. And likewise for Emma, she could feel that Claire was observing her. In response, Emma only smiled and turned her head toward Claire. Is something the matter, Miss Icy Maiden? Emma smiled as she spoke that to Claire, causing Claire's thoughts to get interrupted. Hearing that, Claire could only let out a sigh. I'm sorry, Emma. Was it that obvious? Claire said, cracking part of her lips into a smile. Seeing Claire ask this caused Emma to laugh. Ha, you just seem to be in deep thought. I was just curious about what you were thinking about. After all, you have me standing beside you, guarding the Chancellor's private room. Just my presence here should be causing alarms to go off in your head, right? Emma asked, causing Claire to look at Emma. That would be the least of it. Just seeing you like this makes no sense from my perspective. You should be attending a school with other girls at your age, and yet you underwent combat training and are an excellent sharpshooter, much like myself. You've experienced the life of the battlefield. It's the same for that younger, white-haired girl who came along with you, isn't it? Phi was her name, Claire asked as a serious look appeared in her eyes. Emma nodded her head, confirming Claire's doubt. That's right, though Phi has much more exposure to the battlefield than I do. After all, she's the only daughter of a Jaeger king, the top-ranked Jaeger in all of Erebonia presently. Emma answered, causing Claire to come to a sudden pause. The only daughter of the Jaeger king. That's a rather frightening title to have. No wonder her moves seemed too abnormal back in Northumbria. Are you fine in telling me this, though? Aren't Jaegers bound by some code or something? Claire asked. Only when a contract is active, to which neither of us currently have one right now. So, I don't mind telling you a little about Phi. I say she's the Jaeger King's daughter, but she's adopted. Boss found her as an orphan before I joined the group for a while. Emma said, Don't get me wrong, though. Me joining them was only temporary. I currently have my place where I belong now, and that is at Naoto's side. Emma continued to explain as she kept her smile on her face. Hearing her words caused Claire to go into her thoughts again. An adoptive daughter? Huh? You would think someone like the Jaeger King wouldn't accept such a responsibility of rearing a child in such a dangerous place. But that isn't the craziest thing I've seen or heard. It's nice to see her on your side, though. But where does that place you now if you're no longer working with Zephyr? Claire wondered, since Emma was currently seen here instead of with Phi presently. She knew she was guarding Prince Naoto, but she didn't know the reasoning behind it. Emma nodded her head at the look of interest in Claire's eyes. I don't mind answering the doubt you currently have now, Claire. After all, most things will get revealed in 2 months' time. I'm not sure how much information your network currently possesses, but it is likely the Vermilion capital of Erebonia is about to undergo a drastic change. Emma began to explain. Yet the moment Emma said that, Claire frowned. A change is going to strike Heimdall? Perhaps that is what is being conversed behind this door then. Claire wondered. I can only assume as such, since the Chancellor requested both Naoto and the presence of the royal family. I'm not sure if it is a bad change, though, but it will likely be a change that will cause an evacuation in order to reach most of Heimdall, to be on the safe side at least. Emma responded, causing Claire's eyes to turn serious. A change is going to take place that requires a widespread evacuation. Claire exclaimed in shock. Yes, Naoto should be bringing it up soon, hopefully with His Majesty and the Chancellor. We determined now was a good time to carry it out since Naoto is currently in training here. 2 months should be plenty of time to carry out such a large-scale evacuation. It is much better than waiting till the day to do it. If we did it like that, it would cause widespread panic, no less, Emma answered. But hearing Emma's answer only caused Claire's eyes to earn more doubt. She was beginning to compare the information Emma just gave to her network to try and paint the bigger picture at hand. It took a moment, but some records started to surface inside her mind. Records that have been sealed away and restricted, which contained information from over 2 whole centuries ago. She had access to this information being part of the intelligence division. Otherwise, she wouldn't have a clue as to what Emma was trying to allude to here. You aren't referring to what I think you were referring to, are you, Emma? Claire paused for a moment before she asked that. All Claire saw from there was Emma shifting her body, causing Emma to face toward Claire. Seeing Emma now, standing in front of Claire now, threw her off guard, especially since Emma gave a formal bow to Claire, as if she was introducing herself to Claire for the first time. Hee. Oh, you needn't show so much doubt like that, Claire. But it is finally nice to meet you like this. You can call me Emma Milstein, daughter of a fallen wandering witch, home to the illusory Hexen clan, and also one of its proud members, being a witch myself. I am currently in service as both a guide and as a partner to Liberal's Prince, His Highness Naoto, Emma said in a formal tone, throwing Claire off guard. Claire only observed Emma in silence, not expecting to hear such words being spoken out of her mouth as Emma introduced herself as a witch to Claire. Stones. Chapter 230. Plan, let's try to get over 500. A few moments had passed since Emma began talking to Claire, both as her appearance as a Jaeger and as a witch. While not meeting any witches personally, things have started to click inside Claire's head, having things fall into place, but one question stood remaining for Claire. What is a witch doing in Heimdall? It really can't be referring to those legends of old, can it? Claire wondered as the air of mystery still remained around Emma, even after she introduced herself as a witch. In Claire's eyes, more questions were beginning to surface one after another as the two made idle chatter. At the same time, back inside the Chancellor's meeting room, during the time the conversation between Emma and Claire had passed, the fleeting moment of the Chancellor hugging me had passed, and so Princess Alphin's shock in finding out the fact that the Chancellor was my father. But just knowing that fact alone did not change things. The Chancellor is still Erebonia's Chancellor, while I am still the Crown Prince of Liberal. I was seen as part of the Auslese royal family. I did see that Emperor Eugent did have worry in his eyes of me using the Osborne name, but both father and I decided it was not presently worth it. If the public came to learn that another Osborne was out there, it could likely cause a structural collapse of the noble households as we speak. I did have a plan to challenge the other great houses head-on, but not to the point where the entire system would collapse. That would change how Erebonia is viewed by other nations entirely. After all, father was pretty well hated by most nobles. Imagine placing a second Osborne into the mix, and inside Heimdall, no less, where the Chancellor works with the Imperial Diet to file new laws one after another. I won't get into the details, but it's been clear as day most of Erebonia's nobles have come to hate him. But they could not challenge the Chancellor directly. If they tried to dethrone father from his position, it would have to go through trial by the Imperial Diet. Otherwise, they would have to make do with short and backhanded attacks that would try to usurp father. Now what would happen if these nobles come to learn that another Osborne has been added to the mix? Well, it's a very simple answer. It's essentially adding oil to a well-lit fire. Once poured onto it, it wouldn't stop until one side has been put down in their place. Riots would start happening, and clashes would start to occur. The provincial armies that hailed under the Great House banners would likely rebel against the Imperial Army, causing widespread civil war against the country. It would likely play out very similarly to the events of Cold Steel 2, but with a different state of mind at play. Since the Civil War in Cold Steel 2 was nothing but a ploy, this version would act on much more hatred, trying to take down father. And the Imperial Liberation Front would be at the head of it all. That was Crow's organization, and since it was the turn of the century, his organization has likely already been formed while he's been training in Ortis alongside Vita. It's been a couple years since we've last talked, but I'm curious to see how their latest progress is, but that would be a concern for another time. Essentially, if I were to announce myself as an Osborne to the public here in Drachel's Plaza, it would be foolish of me to do so, and it was clear as day that father reached the same opinion, so both of us have been tight-lipped on it. It was even tighter during our brief time spent in Crossbell. Minus that small brief period in one of the drawing rooms, we acted as strangers. At the same time, it's a bit ironic, isn't it? Father is using force and war to bend people to his will to benefit the country better as a whole. While Reen struts about using the power of friendship to garner allies for his cause and quench the ensuing chaos, while me personally have been using the power of relationships to satisfy my selfish desires to try and make the world a better place, even if it was one small step at a time. This was a big what if that I hope to not see shedding light down the road. For the present, I do not have plans to announce myself as father's child. Perhaps not until the destined time to where Reen sees father announcing his status to Reen as his father during the Cold Steel saga. But with how things are going to turn out now, it is possible that may not even come to pass. I was grateful for father taking some time to have this conversation tonight, especially with the Emperor's presence. After all, in 2 months' time, I plan to activate the Vermilion trial. Having Erebonia change to suit the trial of the Vermilion Knight was the highlight of Cold Steel 2. I'm not sure what is going to happen during that time by taking it away. Either way, the room we were presently in had calmed down considerably after that first revelation of the bond that father and I share. Princess Alphen is a smart girl. She saw that I didn't pursue it, and she still sees me as Naoto. The fact that I'm still her fiancé didn't change either. It was clear that she still liked me, despite knowing this fact now. I am grateful that her view of me didn't change as a result of learning who I was. But that was just part of why father brought us here. Princess Alphen and I could now be seen sitting on one side of the table, while the Emperor and Chancellor sat on the other side. Some tea was prepared, and we were currently calming our nerves with it. And since Princess Alphen and I went through all that dancing earlier in the night, drinking this tea was quite a stress reliever. I always had a feeling that something was amiss with the Chancellor. I really do thank you for shedding some light on this matter, Prince Naoto. I'm also grateful that you haven't changed while knowing the Chancellor is your father. I can see why nothing is to leave this room now, Emperor Eugen said, looking a lot more calm than he was prior. Yeah, Big Brother is always Big Brother to me. It won't change who you are. After all, you are to be my husband in the future. Princess Alphen happily responded as she clapped her hands. Yes, I am thankful for you to be considerate on such a sensitive topic. Still, after we leave this room tonight, I do want to still be seen as a stranger to father. You wish the same for me, isn't that right? I asked, looking back at my father who sat across from me. I saw him nod his head. Yes, I do not deny that you are my son, but I also have this burden placed on you. I know it must have been hard, not having me there for you. I currently have several plans in motion, and until those come to fruition, perhaps I would consider stepping down as Chancellor to elect someone else to the position from the Imperial Diet, the Chancellor suddenly said, causing Emperor Eugen to raise his eyebrows. Are you serious on this matter? This is quite sudden. Emperor Eugen asked as interest appeared in his mind. It has been a fleeting thought. Even if my absence were promoted, it's not like these plans will change. What's set in stone is set in stone, and all that's left is to watch it play out. Still, I see myself being in office for a short while longer to see how our neighbors will react. The Chancellor answered while remaining mysterious. I could probably guess what is going on in my father's mind, though. It was very possible he had already reached out to Ouroboros about their Phantasmal Blaze plan, which was the second part that came after the Gospel Plan. The Gospel Plan will come to fruition in just a mere 2 to 3 years' time, while the Phantasmal Blaze Plan won't happen for another 5 to 7 years. But to trigger the Phantasmal Blaze Plan, one required the Divine Knights to enact the rivalries, and to slay one of Adios divine beasts with a forged sword at the end. And if I recall, presently, only Argrean, the Argent Knight, is the only one who is currently active, being piloted by Leanne Sandlot. It is likely that Father currently has the Ebon Knight, Ishmelga. The other 5 were currently deactivated, being El Prado, the Auric Knight, Zector, the Palatinate Knight, Testarossa, the Vermilion Knight, Ordine, the Azure Knight, and Valimar, the Ashen Knight. If going in order, it was Argrean who has been with Leanne, followed by Ishmelga. Crow would be next in waking up Ordine, followed by Reen, who will wake up Valimar. After that, it was Testarossa, forcibly woken up during Cold Steel 2, then Zector by the Jaeger King, and lastly, El Prado by Rufus Alberia. Only 2 pieces were in play presently, but in this next short bit of time, the next couple of pieces would come into play. That being me, I plan to wake up Testarossa and Crow, who is currently undergoing his trials and training to wake up Ordine. And with this meeting being so sensitive, I was going to inform the Emperor of my plans, since it is going to happen in 2 months. Stones? Chapter 231. Black Records. Let's try to get over 500 this week. Putting familial matters aside, let us move on to the main reason as to why I've invited your Majesty and your Highnesses here tonight, Gileath declared, shifting his eyes toward Princess Alphen. But as for you, your Highness, your presence is not required from here on. If you would like, you are free to rejoin the other girls back in the bedrooms for the evening, Gileath continued to say as he looked at the princess. Princess Alphen only smiled as she responded, Nah, I want to stay until the end. It was definitely a surprise to learn that you are Big Brother's father, but that doesn't change my opinion on things here. If there is an opportunity of discussion, I want to partake in it. Princess Alphen responded with a clear look in her eyes. Very well. It is always a pleasure to hear you have an interest in taking matters at hand, Your Highness. Saint Estrella has been teaching you well. And just so we are all clear, this is off record. This conversation is about the Black Records after all, Gileath said as a serious look appeared in his eyes. The moment Gileath uttered the name Black Records, Princess Alphen saw her father's eyes turn incredibly serious. So it's come down to the Black Records yet again. Why am I not surprised to know that you know the existence of them? You do have access to our restricted vault, after all, Emperor Eugen said, letting out a defeated sigh. Only for added security, might I add. I do not aimlessly wander there without a goal in mind. But yes, this conversation is about the Black Records. And if it means anything, no one under my jurisdiction of the Intelligence Division knows of its existence, at least not yet. Only I am aware that these records exist apart from the Imperial family, Gileath answered as Emperor Eugent looked at him. As he did, only confusion remained in Princess Alphen's eyes as she looked toward Emperor Eugent. What are these black records the Chancellor speaks of, Papa? Princess Alphen asked with a confused look. It is only normal for you to not know of the black record's existence, my dear daughter. Only a couple individuals all over Erebonia know of its existence. It is a heavily guarded secret that is only protected by the Arner family. The reason you haven't learned about the black records yet is because you're still a child, Alphen. Only Olivert of my current children is aware of what the black records are, Eugent said, beginning to explain the origin of the black records. A heavily guarded secret protected by our family. Princess Alphen asked as her eyes started to turn wide. I followed along in silence, pretending to not know the existence of the black records, even though I know most of its content already. Yes, to put it simply, these records have been inscribed with pivotal moments that our nation had shared since its foundations were formed. It even goes back to the era of the Dark Dragon, which rampaged all across Heimdall, destroying and burning it into a crisp. Our ancestors had to relocate the capital to Saint Arc during those dark times, only to have Hector the First reclaim the burnt capital with his partner at his side. Tell me, Alphen, have you read about the tale of the Divine Knights? That information is more known to the public, but it is still scarce. Not everyone knows of their existence either. Emperor Eugen explained, looking at Princess Alphen as he did. The Divine Knights, Princess Alphen uttered, only to shake her head a tiny bit shortly after. Can't say I've come across this information, at least not in school. I'm guessing it's also stored away in our vault? Princess Alphen asked. More or less. Only those who have a keen interest in fantasy would likely come across the tale of the Divine Knights. It may be seen as fantasy in their eyes, but these Divine Knights are most certainly real. The black records describe their existences, and even we of the Arner family protect one of these knights, even as we speak right now, Emperor Eugent said. Surprise remained in Princess Alphen's eyes. Our family protects one of the Divine Knights. And are you saying there is more than one of them? Princess Alphen asked with a surprised look again. Indeed, 7 to be exact. One has been sealed away here, far beneath Valflame Palace. It is far restricted to the public, and not even the railway military police have access to it. It is heavily guarded by the imperial family. You wouldn't have come to learn of this existence quite just yet, Your Highness, but I've made an exception tonight to bring up this matter. All within reason, of course, Gileath said as he cracked a rare smile. It will make sense to bring this up now. Just what did you want to talk about, Chancellor? Even going as far as to bring up the black records? Emperor Eugent asked Gileath. In turn, Gileath looked back at me, and I gently nodded my head. Gileath gave me a clear answer, saying it was okay to proceed, since this falls back on what happened during my first visit to Heimdall a decade ago. I may not know what all the black records entail, Your Majesty, but this involves the sudden appearance of the magic circle that appeared beneath the statue of Emperor Drachels. I answered, drawing Emperor Eugent's gaze my way. The magic circle that suddenly appeared under Emperor Drachel's statue? It's been almost a decade since it first appeared, but I've almost forgotten about it, since it's been in a deactivated state the whole time. I recall quite vividly that you were the one to activate it the first time. Are you telling me that circle is linked to the black records we hold? Emperor Eugent mused. I nodded my head in assumption to his words. Most likely. After all, I was able to form a bond with Testarossa, who slumbers beneath the palace, I declared, causing Emperor Eugent to suddenly tense his body as shock appeared across his eyes. Princess Alphen only grew confused more as she looked my way. The shock in Emperor Eugent's eyes was so great that it caused him to stand up from his cushion and walk toward my way. He placed his hands over my 2 shoulders as a serious look appeared in his eyes. Are you telling me that you were able to forge a connection with one of those divine knights of legend? Emperor Eugent exclaimed. Yes, I said, not backing down as he looked my way. My eyes started resolute, and he could see it. Seeing me not back down like this, Emperor Eugent eventually released his grip on my shoulders and let out a sigh of defeat. He then looked back toward the Chancellor, as doubt now appeared in his eyes. You do realize what this implies, don't you? Chancellor Osborne? Emperor Eugen asked as he looked at father. Indeed I do. It is a tight-lipped secret that only the blood of the Arner family can make a pact with Testarossa. Yet do not forget, your majesty, how his highness first came here. He came here as a duke during your inauguration. I am ashamed to admit it, but Naoto's mother is definitely at play here. I am truly sorry to burden you with such cursed blood, my son, Gileath said as a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes as he looked my way. Seeing him react like this caused me to get surprised, but I nodded my head. It is no issue, father. I've long come to accept who I am. I may not have been around when mother was, but I am sure she was an exceptional person. It is as father says, your majesty. Mother's blood hails from Erebonia, as part of the Phoenix family. I've done my research, of course. It was said the blood of the Phoenix family matched the imperial family, despite having it run thin. I'm sure it is very faint in my veins, but I hold the blood of the Arners. That much is true, since I was able to form a bond with Testarossa. I answered. It took a moment for what I just said to register in Princess Alphen's mind, but her eyes turned wide the moment she realized what I had just said. Are you telling me that you're a distant cousin to me, big brother? Princess Alphen asked with a shocked look. You really are one surprise after another, aren't you, Prince Naoto? I was beginning to see why those eyes were so familiar. It is such a shame of what became of the Phoenix family. But to answer your question, Alphen, that is one way of putting it. I didn't think members of the Phoenix family could continue to live on in secrecy after the War of the Lions. I'm hard-pressed for what to say right now, Emperor Eugen said, answering Princess Alphen. He felt the tense in his body release all at once, causing him to regain his composure. He let out another sigh as he proceeded to sit back down. Indeed, Prince Naoto's blood runs thin with the Arner family. If you two end up having a child later on, it will not cause an issue. Even I found it a surprise that with such thin blood running through your veins, it was enough to trigger a response with the Vermilion Knight. Gileath answered as his face remained calm, despite all the outbursts just now. A child with big brother. Princess Alphen immediately retorted, only to have her cheeks turn bright red. I didn't expect my father to suddenly say this. Even Emperor Eugen stared at the Chancellor. That's a little too soon, isn't it, Chancellor? I mean, even their engagement was just announced earlier tonight. These two still have some years before they should even think about having a child. Not that I'm against it, of course. Alphen's feelings are what matters the most to me. I can see clearly you like him. That's why you proposed such an outrageous proposal earlier, didn't you? Emperor Eugen asked as he looked back at father. Ha ha ha, that was part of it, and you should know the rest by now after what has all been discussed so far, Gileath said, nodding his head while revealing a rare laugh. Yet as the two said that, Princess Alphen's face turned the other way in embarrassment while thoughts began to swim around in my head. Did both father and Erebonia's emperor just say that it was fine for me to have a child with Erebonia's princess? For crying out loud, she's still just a child, father. Hell, even I'm still. I couldn't help but inwardly retort in my mind as disbelief appeared in my eyes. Ding. Princess Alphen's favorability has reached 100, granting Alphen's blessing to Naoto. A new parameter has now been unlocked. A sudden notification sounded off inside my mind, distracting my current train of thought. I don't know if I should rather laugh or cry at this. Stones? Chapter 232. Descent as always S 1199. December 31st, 10 p.m. Couple hundred meters beneath Valflame Palace. A sole large platform slowly descended, constantly moving downward. On this sole platform stood 6 figures. The Emperor, the Chancellor Prince Naoto, Princess Alphen, the Witch Emma, and the main captain of the RMP officers, Claire. Both Emma and Claire were still in uniform, signaling that they were still on the mission tasked to them or still on guard duty. Emma remained calm, but a look of surprise could be seen in Claire's eyes as she observed the current place they were at. It was a very long shaft, with castle walls built all around the circumference of the shaft. I've only read history books on the War of the Lions, but to think such a massive structure really existed beneath Valflame Palace. Sierre uttered in amazement as she saw the long, dark corridor that stretched downward for miles on end. It was a giant structure, to say the least. The castle's walls extended downward for miles. But these walls were vastly different to what was built for Valflame Palace. It also appeared very old and mysterious. On top of that, Claire saw roots and branches, likely belonging to that of a giant tree. These roots constantly swirled around the castle walls and appeared quite menacing. A thick and dense vermilion aura wrapped around them, almost appearing blood-like. The place they were heading downward to was definitely quite a lot to take in. It really is amazing, isn't it? It was only mentioned in our clan's tales from the village I come from. While those may be fairy tales, the place they refer to is definitely real. We are currently descending into the dormant, infernal castle. Emma answering Claire's doubt. So you really are a witch of the Hexen clan. No wonder why you didn't react much seeing this place, unlike Claire. Your duty is to monitor these types of places that are out of human reach, correct? Gileath asked with interest. Yes. I am sorry for not being able to introduce myself earlier as a witch. We are quite secretive in the way we do things. Apart from acting as Naoto's guard, I am merely here as an observer to check in on Testarossa. After this visit, however, I will be serving as Naoto's guide during the Vermilion Night trials, Xmas said, explaining her stance on things. So that elusive Hexen clan still exists to this day, huh? It's starting to make sense to me, considering the Divine Knights are still in existence. I am still amazed that Prince Naoto managed to form a connection with the Vermilion Knight. Emperor Eugen mused at Emma's words. Meanwhile, Princess Alphen had curiosity in her eyes as she looked at Emma. Are you really a witch? Emma, does that mean magic is real? Princess Alphen asked with interest. It most certainly does. Normal humans just don't perceive it as real, making it just a fantasy to most. People with higher sensitivity to mana are an exception. They can see the world for what it truly is. Magic is quite in tune with our natural elements, too. Each person can have an affinity for a certain element. Emma explained, causing me to nod my head to her words. It's as Emma said, Alphen. Time to watch and learn, I said, responding to Emma's words. I drew everyone's attention and raised my right hand. Before Princess Alphen could respond, she saw me extend 2 fingers out. I channeled some of my mana and attuned to the elements around me. It didn't take long for a little fireball and a ball of water to appear over my 2 fingers. The moment Princess Alphen saw this, her eyes turned wide, while Emperor Eugen just stared at my fingers. A blue glow congealed over my hand for a brief period before it created these 2 small spells. Normally a spell would require a chant, but just practicing with the elements like this didn't require it. And if there was a certain fox present here, no doubt would she try to eat this as a snack. Why am I not surprised that you can use magic? Just learning of its existence is already scary enough, Emperor Eugen said, letting out a sigh as he saw me cast 2 simple elemental spells. It seemed me do this so effortlessly, Emma smiled. It would seem you've been practicing during my absence. I'd like to see how much you've improved since I departed from Grancel. Emma smiled. Ha! I'm no slouch when it comes to practicing my swordsmanship and magic spells. I've been recently practicing teleporting longer distances, you know? I have enough mana to move from Leyston Fortress to Grancel Castle, but I'm not sure moving from Grancel Castle to Valflame Palace is doable yet for me, I said, answering Emma. Yet hearing that, Princess Alphen paused for a moment before her eyes lit up. If you're able to do such a thing, big brother, then that means you would be able to come pay me a visit whenever you want to. Princess Alphen responded happily as she clapped her hands. You're rather accepting of this, aren't you, Alphen? Emperor Eugen retorted, shaking his head, seeing his daughter happy like this. HPMH, a lot of incredible things have been happening lately, and I'll go back to my previous remark. Naoto is still Naoto to me. It doesn't matter what you can or can't do, Princess Alphen said, pouting at her father. Alphen, I uttered, revealing a smile. Hearing even father let out a laugh. Ha! Befitting words of a princess. You know, perhaps you are more suited for the throne than His Highness Olivert is. Gileath mused, seeing Princess Alphen behave like this. She's been pretty strong in displaying her opinions outright, rather than being shy like she does at other times. As Gileath said that, Gileath turned his head toward Emperor Eugent. "You've noticed lately, haven't you, Your Majesty? His Highness Oliver holds little desire to keep his position as the crown prince," Gileath continued to say. Emperor Eugent became more serious as he nodded his head. "Yes, I am well aware of that. Oliver is not suitable for the throne. That much is clear to me. I hate to burden young Prince Cedric with such a concept, and Alfin is too young to consider such matters here either. It's been putting me in quite a conundrum," Emperor Eugent said, shaking his head. "I guess only time will tell for that one. Perhaps Alfin here will spread her wings, just like how I am currently set for Liberal's throne. Our country is more matriarchal, so I'm surprised grandmother even made me crown prince in the first place," I mused. "Something to worry about, for both our futures, I guess. Who knows how things will play out from here? Especially if our tales of old are going to see the light of day once more," Emperor Eugent said, only to look downward as our single platform continued moving. Slowly but surely, it continued to make its descent. Right now, we were all in a dormant infernal castle. It actually rested entirely beneath Valflame Palace. It required the Hexen clan's magic to let it rise from its ashes. But it was also home to the sealed Testarossa. A part of this area also included the Growl of Erebos, but was placed elsewhere underneath Heimdall. I don't know how, but the gnomes were able to transport it all the way beyond the Imperial Villa before activating it to trigger the Great Twilight. Right now, though, it was just a giant pit of nothingness, since there still were 5 divine knights in slumber. Very similar to the dormant state of the infernal castle we were descending into. Seeing as it was still going to take some time to reach our destination, I turned toward my father. Gileath was quick to notice my gaze as well. "Has talking about the future put some stress on you, Your Highness? Is something the matter?" Gileath asked, returning to his usual demeanor, acting a stranger to me since Claire was now with us. "It's not that," I said, shaking my head in return. "I was thinking of changing the topic a bit. Seeing as we've a few moments before arriving into the depths of the infernal castle," I said, drawing everyone's attention. "Oh, is there a matter that requires more discussion?" Gileath mused. "Yes. I was waiting until after we finished our meeting